Chapter 301, Able to Achieve Success One Way or Another. Fortunately, Mr. Jin did not want to offend the Shen family, Liu family disciples, as well as children who worked in Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation. After he sized them up once, like a lion out on a hunt, he shifted his gaze away. Everyone sighed in relief. It was only then that they realized that their backs were covered in cold sweat, and their shirts stuck to their bodies. Even Lucia did not say anything to Meng Zhao. She followed Shen Yupeng and his group out of Golden Tooth Lair. Once they got through the market and returned to the wide road, the air suddenly felt much fresher, and Meng Zhao felt as if he had stepped into another world. Shen Yupeng shoved Small Insect into an airtight van. Then, he told Meng Zhao that he would immediately look for a place to interrogate him so that he could get the crucial clues and be able to carry out an operation against the instigator from Heavenly Works Machines. If everything went smoothly, he would contact Meng Zhao before midnight. After all, Meng Zhao was the one who discovered the supergiant sandworm and Small Insect. He could be considered as one of the people involved in the case. Based on procedures, they had to provide information to fill him in on the situation. Shen Yupeng hoped that there would be no need to bother the youth with anything more. Meng Zhao agreed to it readily. He asked Shen Yupeng to contact him at any time he wanted and agreed that he wanted to get the newest information as soon as possible. After he sent Shen Yupeng away, he turned his head around and noticed that Lucia was still glaring at him. Meng Zhao rubbed his nose. Lucia had always given him the feeling that she was incredibly domineering and always had victory in her grasp. Even when she was betrayed by Lin Chuan, she was more sad than angry. He had never seen her this angry before. Meng Zhao thought about it and asked tentatively, "Looks like we can't be friends anymore, huh?" "At least you know your place," Lucia said coldly. "Got it. I'll disappear now." Meng Zhao turned around and took 2 steps forward before he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and asked, "Just to be sure, if I really have supper later with Shen Yupeng and hear something really shocking or a new development in the case, I don't need to tell you about it, right? After all, we lied to each other, so no matter what else I say, you won't believe me, right?" "Wait." Lucia narrowed her eyes. Now that Shen Yupeng has Small Insect in his hands, with his abilities, he will definitely be able to find the instigator hiding in Heavenly Works Machines in less than 24 hours. Even if you manage to hear any shocking news, it'll be too late. What's the point even if you tell me? Don't say that. Do you remember my theory when we first examined the corpses? Meng Zhao asked calmly. I have a feeling that the case of murderous pets in Blessed Paradise is actually 2 cases. The first case is Jin Yongxiang from Heavenly Works Machine secretly getting his hands on mutated rabies and discreetly injecting it into the pets in his residential area so that they would go berserk and defame Spirit Creations creatures. This case has basically been solved. The problem is, how did Jin Yongxiang end up dead, and why did his pet also have mutated rabies? Wasn't that pet a tool he bought to get closer to his neighbors? There was no reason for him to harm himself. If the mastermind in Heavenly Works Machines wanted to silence him, there was no need to choose this moment and this method to kill him, either. Besides, based on the information I obtained from the lacerations I saw on Jin Yongxiang's spine, the clues all point to another culprit, which is probably even more dangerous than Jin Yongxiang. The one who planned the first case is definitely someone from Heavenly Works Machines. Since he's a superhuman criminal, it's only logical that we should hand this case to the Supernatural Tower and Adjudicator Court. That's why I went to Shen Yupeng and told him everything. But my instincts are telling me that the second case is related to a really cunning and smart monster. It's the work of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, and I'm more inclined to work on this together with you. You can choose whether to believe me or not. Perhaps the second case is the real shocker, and it might be the best stepping stone for you to climb up the ranks of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Compared to finding the person who killed Jin Yongxiang, Heavenly Works Machines is a really small fish. Meng Zhao did not lie to Lucia this time. If the memories from his previous life were correct, the case was related to a supernatural entity, and the value of this fish was definitely much higher than of the Heavenly Works Machines case. Lucia was still angry. She snorted coldly but did not say anything. All right. Looks like the trust between us is completely gone. Meng Zhao shrugged. Then, I will just have to force myself to work with Shen Yupeng to find the truth. Before his voice could fade away, he turned around to leave. He left resolutely. His footsteps were like the wind, and in the blink of an eye, he was already dozens of meters away. Lucia caught up to him. The biggest difference between her and normal rich ladies was that she had a determined heart. In just 5 seconds, she had managed to compose herself. Once again, she started walking in her sneakers as if she was walking on high heels. "You promise that you will tell me everything that Shen Yupeng said?" She seemed to have forgotten all that had happened just now. "Yup," Meng Zhao said. "But Shen Yupeng knows about our relationship. He might not tell me super classified insider information." "It's fine. Even if we don't have information from Shen Yupeng, I will definitely turn the tables around." Lucia bit down on her lip so hard that she left behind a row of teeth marks. She cast a deep glance at Meng Zhao. "Where are you going to next?" Meng Zhao thought about it. "I'm going back to Agricultural University. If Shen Yupeng calls for me later, the time will be rather awkward for me. I've been busy for an entire day, and I haven't eaten a proper meal. I'm thinking about looking for some restaurant and filling up my belly for now. Then, I'll go to a 24-hour ultimate-style experience center and cultivate for a few hours to re-energize myself." "All right. Then we'll eat first before we go and train." Lucia decided on the plan. "Wait. Are you thinking about going with me?" Meng Zhao asked. "Are you thinking about casting me aside now?" Lucia asked. Meng Zhao scratched his head. "That's not what I meant. I just thought that you suddenly became really passionate. Are you afraid that I'll cast you aside and go to ride Shen Yupeng's coattails?" Lucia stared at him. "Will you?" "You're overthinking things." Meng Zhao smiled faintly. He pointed at his strong and powerful legs. Lucia hesitated. "Are you saying that you have a wild and untamable personality and the dignity of someone powerful, so you intend to use your own legs to walk your own path and will absolutely not ride on anyone's coattails?" "No. What I mean is that I have 2 legs," Meng Zhao said seriously. "So, I will achieve success one way or another. I'm going to ride on your coattails with one leg, and I'm going to ride on Shen Yupeng's coattails with the other leg. I'll ride on both the Lu family and the Shen family, Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation, and the Research Department and Adjudicator Court's coattails at the same time." Perhaps it was because she had not fully mastered her spike art, but after Lucia endured her anger for a long time, she was not able to summon a sharp spike to pierce Meng Zhao's crotch and kill him. Instead, she brought Meng Zhao to a members-only private restaurant she often frequented. When she saw Meng Zhao wolfing down food and eating like a lout who could not appreciate good food, she found herself regretting it a little. There was simply no need for her to bring Meng Zhao to this sort of place so he would trample all over the delicacies she loved. Meng Zhao ate a lot. His thoughts were not on the food that had all sorts of complicated tastes and was displayed as if it were the work of God. Instead, his eyes were fixed on his tablet. The news was about the gathering and rally of the supporters of biochemical modification technology. Many of the homepages had photos of Xie Xiaolei, the creator of Spirit Creation's creatures. He appeared high-spirited and was waving his arm to call out to the people. He had given a speech that was logical, supported by clear data, touching, and sensational. This gained him countless netizens' support. Many of the netizens turned into keyboard warriors and pointed out the various suspicious points in the case. They stated clearly in their posts that Spirit Creation creatures might be a victim. Their technology threatened quite a number of people's interests, which was why one of them decided to use a brutal and violent way to sling mud on them. No, it would be more accurate to say that they decided to sling blood on them. Even though Meng Zhao could tell at first glance that there was someone controlling the comments, what they said was the truth. Once the truth was revealed, he believed that Spirit Creation creatures would definitely be able to enjoy riches. Their fame, the scale of their business deals, and the theories they proposed would all rise by a whole level. Strange. Meng Zhao swiped his finger across the tablet for a long time before he suddenly frowned in contemplation. "What are your instincts telling you?" "It's nothing. I was just thinking, who could have possibly leaked the information about the case online?" Meng Zhao thought about it some more. The case is highly classified, so Spirit Creation creatures and Heavenly Works machines would not have spoken about it. There shouldn't have been that many details leaked outside. If the case wasn't revealed, such a violent debate wouldn't have stirred up online. The conflict between biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines technology would not have become so intense. There wouldn't have been a gathering and rally today either. Lucia thought about it as well. Could it be that someone from Heavenly Works machines leaked it so that they could defame Spirit Creation creatures and use the pressure of public opinion to get the deal for the construction of Subway number 20? That's what I originally thought, especially when I saw the post that angered the Agricultural University students. The bias was a little too clear, Meng Zhao said. But once I thought about it again, I couldn't help but wonder if the people from Heavenly Works machines would really expose this when they already knew that a needle-shaped hole had been discovered in 2 of the biochemical pet's ear canals. They knew that it wasn't an accident but murder. They also knew that this case had been handed to the supernatural tower in the adjudicator court. They should have been really fearful and alarmed. It's meaningless even if they do something like this to provoke their opponents further. Then, are they struggling in their deathbed? It's impossible for them to not know that while they use public opinion to push spirit creation creatures to the center of the storm, all the people who work in the biochemical modification field and those who support them would stand up together to face a common enemy. They would take out a lot of resources to support spirit creation creatures so that they can figure out the truth. As criminals with an ulterior motive, Heavenly Works machines shouldn't have the motive to expose the case. The bigger the ruckus this causes, the less benefits they will get from it. Today, spirit creation creatures might seem to be criticized and cursed all over the place. They might appear as victims, but once the truth of the case comes out, they will definitely be able to launch a counterattack, and their momentum will become even greater than before. If the case wasn't leaked yesterday, the tides wouldn't have turned to favor them this way, and they wouldn't be able to produce such a dramatic effect. Chapter 302, Secret Police Squad. Lucia thought about it and asked, "Are you thinking that someone from spirit creation creatures leaked the case yesterday night?" "I don't know. What do you think, based on your understanding of Xie Xiaolei?" Meng Zhao shook his head. Lucia pondered it for a moment. It's possible. Xie Xiaolei is really good at promoting things. He also loves taking the deviant path. If he believed that he is innocent, he would definitely not let go of the chance to increase exposure. But if he exposed it on his own, doesn't this mean that he doesn't have any ulterior motive? It doesn't have any connection with the true criminal who killed Jin Yongxiang. True. Looks like we will have to wait for Shen Yupeng's results before we can do anything. Meng Zhao suddenly stopped as if he had thought of something. Lucia worked her eyebrows. What is it? Meng Zhao touched his belly and asked with a red face, "I'm sorry, big sisya. Do they have non-counterfeit stuff here?" Non-counterfeit stuff? You know, food that actually fills your belly. The one that you can eat happily until not a scrap is left. Weren't you eating happily just now? I don't see anything left on the plate. I mean, I thought that those were cold dishes served before the main dish. I've been waiting for a long time, but I don't see any real food coming over, so I decided to ask you about it. Meng Zhao was not used to eating in a private restaurant reserved only for its members. In the end, he went to the street food street in Nine Sands University City to eat to his heart's content. He did not expect that Lucia would follow him, so he had to sneak around to make sure that his university mates did not see him. Otherwise, he would have to spend a lot of time explaining things to them. There was a 24-hour ultimate-style experience center in Nine Sands University City. Meng Zhao lay down in the cultivation cabin and let gene medicine as well as high-calorie nutritional fluids submerge his mouth and nose. The medicine slowly filled his lungs and stomach through his nose and mouth. Then, it seeped into the thin capillaries through the 36,000 pores on his body. He entered a deep meditative state as bioelectricity and the sparks of his thoughts clashed against each other. When he picked up Shen Yupeng's call, it was no longer midnight, but 5 in the morning. They were not going to eat supper together, after all. They were going to end up eating breakfast. Lucia insisted on sending Meng Zhao over. She also intentionally had him get out of her car in front of Shen Yupeng and the others. Meng Zhao did not know whether this was her staking claim over him in front of Shen Yupeng or whether she was telling Shen Yupeng that Meng Zhao was hers. He just smiled at this. Any other normal university student would definitely have some sort of twisted ego after they managed to ride the coattails of a rich woman. They would feel like they were going to lose her at any moment, even though they had her at this moment. They would overthink things, and it would be impossible for them to treat the matter with a normal mind. But Meng Zhao had returned to the past from the apocalypse. He had seen thousands of destructive stars shining above Dragon City. He had seen the city built over half a century by tens of millions of people razed to the ground. He had seen countless glorious buildings collapsing in an instant. Before the reinforced concrete could land on the ground, it was burned to a crisp by a tornado that was more than 10,000 degrees Celsius. He had seen humans turn into charcoal after screaming their lungs out from pain. He had seen countless souls escaping their torn bodies and instantly being wiped away by a spirit energy tsunami. In the end, not a single bit of them was left. Not even the signs of them laughing, crying, being happy, or being sad. Meng Zhao had seen too many things. At some point of time and from a certain angle, he had a really mature and profound heart. To save Dragon City and create a bright future, he would ride Lucia's coattails without any burden in his heart and without batting an eyelid. He could even do it in a righteous manner. But he was also wary of her ambitious nature and recklessness. Yet after he set her up, he could even calmly return to ride on her coattails. As for riding on both Lucia and Shen Yupeng's coattails at the same time, that was something simple and commonly seen. However, riding their coattails was one thing. No matter, he still insisted on not changing his heart. He wanted to be a good citizen who loved Dragon City, defended his hometown, contributed to society selflessly, and had good morals. Meng Zhao walked into the kanji restaurant where he agreed to meet with Shen Yupeng. "Ms. Lu sent you?" Shen Yupeng asked. "Isn't she angry about what happened yesterday?" Meng Zhao nodded. "She is." "Then." Shen Yupeng hesitated. "Isn't that kind of bad? Would it affect your cooperation with her?" "Ms. Lu didn't work together with me because I'm honest, loyal, or humorous." Meng Zhao shrugged. "Until my skills and qualifications that make me worthy of working with her are present, I think that she will continue working with me." "Meng Zhao, you're really interesting." Shen Yupeng laughed and led Meng Zhao into the kanji restaurant. It was 5 in the morning, and the sky still looked like a gray layer of ice. There were not many pedestrians on the road. The restaurant owner snored lightly in a corner. There were only 2 women and 1 man sitting at one table. They looked like really skillful people. They had already washed off the paint on their faces. The bright light that shone in their eyes allowed Meng Zhao to recognize them at first glance. They were some of the secret police officers and adjudicators who had gone with Shen Yupeng into Golden Tooth Lair. If they could become secret police and adjudicators, it meant that they had above-average strength. Even though they had suppressed their vitality magnetic fields, Meng Zhao could still sense the spirit energy ripples around them while they breathed. They danced and jumped about rhythmically. "Red tea, white leaf, and orchid. My right hands. They're really skilled subordinates." Shen Yupeng then said with a smile, "This is Meng Zhao. I don't think I need to introduce him to you lot." The 3 names were clearly code names. The woman named Red Tea appeared to be in her 20s. She had a buzz cut, and her hair was really short, where the end of her hair was close to her scalp. After she entered the kanji restaurant, she had never stopped chewing on a piece of gum. Her army green jacket was bumpy. Each of its pockets was filled with bullets and guns. Her arms were swollen with muscles. She wore a Sam Brown belt around her waist and black combat boots. She looked like a gun maniac. The one called White Leaf was a middle-aged man in his 30s and appeared quite elegant. His features were not prominent, as if someone had used diluted ink to draw his features. The moment Meng Zhao looked away, he forgot what the man looked like. If White Leaf blended into a crowd, Meng Zhao would never be able to find him. Orchid was a pretty woman with long and narrow eyes. She gave off the air of a mature scholarly woman. Her eyes occasionally shone at a mysterious rhythm. The sparks appeared like a coin that swayed constantly because of a hypnotist swinging it non-stop. No one could resist it and would just trust her. Red Tea is a gun expert. The man should be a tracking and information expert, while the last one should be skilled in mind attacks. The 3 of them are all at the peak of Earth Realm or might have even reached Heaven Realm. While Meng Zhao thought of this, he sat down beside the 4 people and smiled. "Hello, everyone. Honestly speaking, this is the first time I'm in such close contact with the legendary secret police and adjudicators. It feels strange. I didn't expect that you'd eat century egg and minced pork congee as well." His words caused Red Tea, the gun maniac with the buzz cut, to laugh. "What do you mean? Do you think that adjudicators don't need to eat?" "No. I just..." Meng Zhao thought about his words. "I heard of too many stories related to the secret police and adjudicators when I was young. Compared to the hunters who kill monsters, information about you guys is always in fragments, so you can't tell the truth apart from the lies. It makes you guys really mysterious. I heard that your identities are supposed to be top secret. Is it really okay for you to show me your real face?" "It's not as exaggerated as you think," Shen Yupeng explained. "The Adjudicator Court is a law enforcement organization that is used to deal with internal enemies. A lot of the suspects we capture are famous superhumans who are really powerful. If we approach them with guns blazing, we'd bring ourselves unnecessary trouble. That's why we don't promote ourselves as flagrantly as hunters, but our identities are not top secret. That's too much of an exaggeration." Red Tea smirked. "Besides, how would you know that you're looking at our real faces right now?" She was quite the wild person and carefree as a boy. When Meng Zhao was about to answer, he suddenly saw White Leaf's hand in his peripheral vision. Whiteleaf was using his chopsticks to pick up a pork ball from his bowl. When he saw Meng Zhao staring at his hands, he could not help but say, "I'm sorry. I've been working through the night, so I'm really hungry now. I started eating before you even came here. You don't mind, right, Meng Zhao?" "I don't." Meng Zhao appeared contemplative. "But you investigated me before?" Whiteleaf was a little stunned and his pupils shrank swiftly. Shen Yupeng stared at Meng Zhao with interest. "What made you say that?" "I saw Big Brother White's hands before," Meng Zhao said. "When I was at the northern front lines and went to the cafeteria on the last few days I was at the East Lake Base and Shattered Star Lake, I ran into a student whose complexion was rather waxy. He sat near me a few times. Big Brother White, even though he was shorter by half a head compared to you right now and his palms were as coarse as sandpaper, the way you hold your chopsticks is exactly the same. This is a very professional stance. You don't look like you're holding chopsticks, but like you're holding a pen or a carving knife. Besides, when you pick up pork balls, you like to form half a circle to the left before you pick one up so that your pork balls are soaked in soup. That student should have been you, right, Big Brother White?" Shock slowly appeared on Whiteleaf's vague features. Shen Yupeng smiled and said, "Meng Zhao, there are thousands of students eating at the same time in Shattered Star Lake's cafeteria. You can't have possibly remembered the characteristics of everyone's hands and the way they pick up their vegetables, right?" "Of course I can't remember everyone's habits," Meng Zhao said. "But when someone is sneaking looks at me, I can sense it, so I put to memory the characteristics of those who are watching me. It's not something difficult. But I find this strange. I'm just a normal freshman and have just become a 2-star superhuman. What exactly about me has caught the secret police's attention?" Shen Yupeng cast a glance at Red Tea, Whiteleaf, and Orchid. The four of them remained silent for a few seconds. Red Tea was the first one to be unable to hold back. She laughed and pointed at Whiteleaf before she said, "Old Leaf, you even said that your disguises and tracking are second to none. You said that you can change into dozens of disguises in a day and talk to the same person without them noticing you, but it's all talk. Ha 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 ha." Whiteleaf looked frustrated and impressed. He glanced at his hand, which was what had exposed him, and smiled wryly before he said, "Meng Zhao, now that you've said that, I won't dare to eat pork balls in the future." "Don't mind it, Meng Zhao. This is indeed not the first time we met," Shen Yupeng explained. "But at that time, the target of the investigation wasn't you. It's Lucia. Since you were hired, the procedure required us to investigate you as well." "Lucia?" Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. "Why?" "Of course it's due to the matter of my cousin and his entire team dying mysteriously under raging waves." Shen Yupeng smiled and said, "Don't you think that this is something worthy of careful investigation?" Chapter 303, Just an Accident. Meng Zhao's expression did not change. When you add the mine exploration teams from Sky Pillar Corporation and Universe Corporation together, you get dozens of people. They encountered a major underground explosion from a crystal mine, but in the end, only 3 people managed to escape. It's something that is really worthy of investigation. So, did you find anything? We did find some clues, but they don't support the theory of Lucia killing Shen Yulong in secret. Later, the case was taken over by the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Due to Lucia's unique status, we have to be extra careful. After all, she has a position in both Sky Pillar Corporation and the Abnormal Beast Research Department. In the end, the records for this case have been locked by the secret police, Shen Yupeng said. That's why you don't have to worry, Meng Zhao. Our cooperation won't be affected by Shen Yulong's death. I've never been worried, anyway. My hands aren't stained with the blood of innocents. Meng Zhao looked at Orchid, who was skilled in mind attacks while saying those frank words. Then, he changed the topic. Since you came to me so early in the morning, is it because you gained progress with the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise? Based on our rules, we shouldn't leak information, but thanks to you, after working for an entire night, we've successfully captured a higher-up from Heavenly Works Machines, who, we believe, is the mastermind. Today, at 10 in the morning sharp, the Supernatural Tower will organize a briefing of the case and tell the media about the case. So, even if we tell you this now, it's fine. Shen Yupeng ordered a bowl of kanji for Meng Zhao and started wolfing down his own kanji without caring about his image. It was likely because he was really hungry and had worked overnight. There was stubble on his face, which took away some of the fierceness from his hook nose and the noble air he had because he came from a powerful family. His wrinkled trench coat dragged on the floor, and he looked like the uncle next door you could find anywhere. While he ate the kanji, He talked tirelessly about the case. Most of your guesses were correct. Heavenly Works Machines has been competing for the construction deal of Subway number 20 with Spirit Creation Creatures, but they ran into some technical difficulties. They aren't able to find a way to carve an ancient runic symbol, so there's a lot of noise and tremors from their new tunnel boring machine. If they dug the tunnel under the river, accidents could happen at any time. Meanwhile, the modification of giant sandworms at Spirit Creation Creatures' side was going great. During the previous 2 technical tests, Spirit Creations won out in 7 out of 10 technical indices, and there was a high chance that they would get the tempting deal. The higher-up from Heavenly Works Machines in charge of the development of the new tunnel boring machine and the tendering of construction deals chose to take risk and looked for Jin Yongxiang to think of something. He picked Jin Yongxiang because he often went to Golden Tooth Lair and had numerous social relationships. He had ways to get unorthodox tools and drugs. The second reason is because Jin Yongxiang is not a core member of the higher management in Heavenly Works. The department where he is located has nothing to do with the tendering of the construction deal. Besides, his financial situation is pretty bad, so it was easy for him to associate himself with bad elements. After Jin Yongxiang received an order and promise from the higher-up, he remembered the underground pharmacist he got to know at Golden Tooth Lair, who is Mr. Liao, nicknamed Small Insect. At the end of last year, the two of them had offended Blackbone due to creating illegal drugs that cause monsters to go berserk just so that they could cheat during the monster fights. One of them had his legs broken, while the other came to owe a major debt. They could be said to be brothers facing the same distress, so they shared a great friendship. Jin Yongxiang spent a lot of money to buy a few of the drugs from Small Insect, and his first target was, naturally, the giant sandworms. He decided to attack them in Trash Site 4, because it was quite easy to sneak into that place. He managed to easily inject the drugs into 5 giant sandworms. But unexpectedly, the giant sandworms were too large, and the structure of their nervous systems was different from mammals, so they did not go berserk instantly. They just went out of control and fled underground. This result was not satisfactory to the higher-up in Heavenly Works Machines. He could not get the deal during the tendering in one go either. So, he asked Jin Yongxiang to cause something even more shocking and dangerous. Jin Yongxiang was forced into a corner, so he could only cast his sights on the pets in his residential area. He bought a contest tiger modified by Spirit Creation Creatures and began to mingle among the owners who had the same type of pets in the residential area. He also used his status as an employee in Heavenly Works Machines to surf the net and look for related information regarding contest tigers. It allowed him to successfully gain his neighbors' trust. At the same time, he asked Small Insect for a method to silently and swiftly inject the drugs into a pet without it reacting. At this point in time, Small Insect had already become a full-time pharmacist for Blackbone. His daily job was to inject drugs into the incredibly fierce and violent monsters. Naturally, he had methods and tools for it. In the end, Jin Yongxiang found a chance and used the method Small Insect taught him to inject the drug containing mutated rabies virus into the ear canals of 2 contest tigers. He then created a terrifying and tragic case. Now, the truth is revealed. We've successfully destroyed the metal defenses of that Heavenly Works Machines higher up, and he confessed to his crimes. Small Insect has also spilled the beans and told us everything. He said that he didn't expect that Jin Yongxiang would do something so outrageous. He thought that he was just going to stimulate those biochemical pets a little so that they would injure their owners. He never thought that he wanted to kill them. Ever since he saw the news, he had been really scared, which is why he hid so many mechanisms in his mechanical legs. We've also discovered other proof, such as video evidence of Jin Yongxiang entering Golden Tooth Lair, him researching the layout of his residential area, video evidence of him avoiding the surveillance cameras, records of him buying his biochemical pet and him going online to search for related information, and most importantly, the tools he used to modify the drugs and inject the drug into the pets. This is already more than enough evidence. This is a case that has a really bad influence on society, and it might cause the conflict between various forces of power to become really tense, but we managed to figure out the truth a few days after the case happened. Meng Zhao, you've contributed greatly, so I will ask for the organization to reward you. Shen Yupeng told Meng Zhao that due to the unique nature of investigating and capturing criminal superhumans, there were a lot of times when they had to ask for help from various parties in society. They often relied on the power of the superhumans who were on the good side to fight against those on the evil side. Hence, there was already an existing model in the organization about how to reward kind citizens who provided clues and helped them capture criminals. Everything was based on their contribution. The rewards were naturally supernatural coins, which provided the most material benefits. To superhumans, this was hard currency that was even more valuable than money. It allowed them to buy treasures in the supernatural tower, create amazing weapons, and even release their own missions to hire elite squads formed by other superhumans. But this was not what concerned Meng Zhao the most right now. "But what's the deal with Jin Yongxiang's death?" he asked Shen Yupeng. "Our tentative guess is that when he injected the drug into the two contest tigers of his neighbors, his own pet was accidentally scratched or bitten by the infected pets. In the end, he suffered a backlash because of it," Shen Yupeng explained. While he was thinking of ways to send his neighbors away, the three pets must have been together, and after he injected the first biochemical pet with the drug, he must have been really tense because he was wary of his surroundings. It was impossible for him to notice what one of the pets in his own tiger were doing while he injected the drug into the second pet. "We got some information from small insect. After a monster is injected with the drug, even if there is a delay in the drug taking effect, they are still affected by the slightest stimulus, and their aggressiveness increases slightly. Hence, when they play around with their kind, it's possible for them to accidentally scratch or bite their own kind and transfer the virus." That's the conclusion. The two neighbors died tragic deaths in this murder case with great ill will. But the death of Jin Yongxiang is an accident. Karma just decided to strike him back, that's all. "You've got to be kidding me," were practically printed on Meng Zhao's face as he stared at Shen Yupeng. Shen Yupeng calmly finished a bowl of congee while under Meng Zhao's stare and started eating the second bowl. "What about his wound?" Meng Zhao asked. "If Jin Yongxiang's pet was scratched or bitten by his own kind and infected because of it, where is its wound?" "The wound might be on the flesh that is lost," Shen Yupeng said. "You know that this biochemical pet was incredibly aggressive. The neighbors who subjugated it had to attack it violently, and it ended up in a bloody mess. Many of the wounds are gone because of it." Meng Zhao stared at him in disbelief. "But Jin Yongxiang's wounds show that he was killed in a single blow. Don't you think that the berserk biochemical pet attacked a little too smoothly and cleanly? It's not strange for all sorts of attack styles to be used by biochemical pets who have been injected with drugs that make them go wild," Shen Yupeng said. "You must have come to another possibility toward Jin Yongxiang's death with exciting deduction and imagination, but when it comes to cases, we don't talk about possibilities, just evidence. We have already examined all the surveillance cameras in Blessed Paradise before and after the accident. This residential area is a high middle-grade residential area that has been built recently. There are few blind spots in its surveillance system, and we didn't find the presence of any suspicious strangers. Those who appeared were all residents of the area. And during the period of time before and after Jin Yongxiang's death, the entire residential area was shocked awake due to the two out-of-control biochemical pets fleeing outwards. At that time, the security guards launched the highest security protocol, and not even a fly could escape. It was impossible for anyone to enter the area and kill Jin Yongxiang while making it look like his pet killed him. Besides, you admitted it. If the higher-up from Heavenly Works machines wanted to kill him to silence him, he wouldn't have chosen that time to do it. And while Jin Yongxiang owes a lot of money to Golden Tooth Lair, it's not to the point where others will want to kill him. The people in the lair exercise a great sense of propriety. There's no need for them to do anything out of bounds. As for his other relations in society, Jin Yongxiang is just a member of the middle-rank management in Heavenly Works machines and has been in dismay because he couldn't achieve his ambitions. Who would want to plot his death and elusively kill him while making it look like his pet killed him? Chapter 304, that's the end. Meng Zhao's jaw hung open for a long time. Shen Yupeng's puzzlement was also his puzzlement. Aside from the conflict with spirit creation creatures, Jin Yongxiang had no conflict with anyone that would warrant his death. And it was impossible for spirit creation creatures to know that he had poisoned the pets at that time. If they had, they could have just reported it to the police, and the law would execute justice. There was no need for them to bring trouble to their own doorstep. But even if they did not have proof, Meng Zhao was still certain that Jin Yongxiang's death was not an accident. He had seen a notification at the top corner of his field of vision, and it said, "Current progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities, 8%. As the case gradually came to light, the progress of the case went forward. This meant that Jin Yongxiang's death was definitely related to the supernatural entities. But how was he supposed to convince Shen Yupeng of that? Meng Zhao thought about it for a long time, but could only say, "So, that's the end of the case?" "What else?" Shen Yupeng retorted. "We've captured the mastermind and found the supplier of the drugs. We also found a unique syringe and other tools used for the crime in the house of the person who carried out the crime. The souls of the two victims will now be able to rest in peace in heaven, and spirit creation creatures won't be wronged anymore. Isn't this the perfect way to end the case? Meng Zhao, I know what you are thinking about, but this case isn't as simple as you think it is. You must have seen the news about the gathering and rally of those in the biochemical modification technology and monster industry, right? Meng Zhao nodded. I did. I heard that tens of thousands of people participated in it. It's not tens of thousands of people. It's more than 100,000 people. You know that the unemployment rate in Dragon City is really high right now, right? There are a lot of youngsters who have nothing to do but wander about the alleys and streets. If they run into something like this, there's no way they will not join in the fun. Shen Yupeng sighed and said, if we don't solve the case as soon as possible, the atmosphere between the supporters of biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines technology will become even tenser. If you have tens of thousands of people and tens of thousands of pets going for a rally on the streets today, tomorrow, you will have mine excavating machines that weigh hundreds of tons being driven to the supernatural tower, and they will be parked on the roads to obstruct traffic. This will attract hundreds of thousands of angry, unemployed youngsters. If anyone's the slightest bit careless, fights will break out, and this will become a major case that will sweep through Dragon City. The higher-ups have stated that they don't want to see the conflict between biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines technology become worse. They want us to conclude the case as soon as possible so that we can placate both sides. With each day this case remains unsolved, the risk of this affair causing a massive disaster in the city increases. Do you understand it now? Even though we faced major pressure, we didn't act recklessly, and we didn't make anyone confess under torture either. Instead, we worked day and night for more than 48 hours, and we did a lot of detailed work. Trust me, 99% of the case has been verified repeatedly. After all, once we reveal the conclusion, we will definitely have to face the biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines factions trying to pick out flaws in our conclusion. We must have an ironclad conclusion. Even if there is a 1% flaw in the explanation of Jin Yongxiang's death, I believe that no one will care about it. Spirit creation creatures won't, and heavenly works machines, who is in a terrible fix because of this, won't as well. Meng Zhao looked at him with a grave expression. But if Jin Yongxiang was really killed by someone else, and the killer is still wandering around free, what happens when they commit another crime? Then, the next time he or she commits a crime, we will bring them to justice. Shen Yupeng picked up another bowl of congee and smiled. Do you think that we're pessimistic and are not like the secret police officers, who are said to be heroic and able to solve cases like we are blessed by the gods? We don't have any other choice. We live in a world that is different from Earth. There is an essential difference between our civilization and Earth's civilization, even though we look similar. We have plenty of superhumans in our society, and they're all human-shaped monsters, human-shaped tanks, human-shaped battle fortresses, and human-shaped explosives. They have incredible destructive powers and various methods to commit crimes. We are unable to stop all of the superhumans from committing crimes, and we can't tell which superhuman has the possibility of committing a crime either. Let's take you as an example, Meng Zhao. Right now, you're at the height of your youth. You have great skills, a wide circle of acquaintances, and a bright future. No matter what, you don't look like someone who will commit a crime. But if you make the smallest mistake in your cultivation and an insignificant trail of spirit energy rushes into your central nervous system and destroys or modifies a region that is only the size of a piece of grain in your brain, it might cause you to go through spirit energy deviation. Your temperament will change, and you will be plagued by a great desire for destruction and murder. So, how are we supposed to be on guard against all the out-of-control criminals? Can you promise that you will definitely not go through spirit energy deviation while you're cultivating? Meng Zhao thought about it for a long time. He could indeed not give any guarantees. The supernatural tower and the adjudicator court have a limited amount of resources. We face limitations when it comes to manpower, funds we require to solve cases, and collateral damage that might happen when we solve cases, Shen Yupeng said with resignation in his voice. I want to be able to solve a case 100% too, but we can't continue pouring in all our resources into a case that only has a 1% chance of mistake. After all, while I investigate the mysteries behind Jin Yongxiang's death, there is a possibility that dozens of other malicious cases of superhumans going out of control due to spirit energy deviation will commit crimes in the city. I believe that you are able to weigh the importance of things. Meng Zhao sighed and got himself another bowl of congee while he said, I know the principle of not being too focused on certain details, and I know that there are many things that are impossible to do. It's not because we don't want to do them, but because we can't. It's just like how Dragon City doesn't have the ability to get rid of Golden Tooth Lair, even though we know that it's a place that accommodates the wicked and has a lot of wanted criminals hiding in it. But I just find it a little hard to accept bowing out when we're so close to the answer, the truth, and justice. We can't investigate the case to the end just because we have to resolve the conflict between the biochemical modification and runic symbol machines factions. Truth and justice have never been what the secret police, adjudicator court, the supernatural tower, and even the survival committee seek, Shen Yupeng said faintly. Unity and stability is what the current Dragon City needs the most. Big Brother Shen, you think that there is no such thing as absolute truth and justice, but there is a possibility for full unity and stability? Meng Zhao frowned. Why not? Shen Yupeng drew closer and stared at Meng Zhao. If I searched for absolute justice, the first thing I would want to investigate is what exactly happened to Shen Yulong and Lucia's mine exploration teams under Raging Waves. Did the mine explorers who died without a grave really die from the spirit energy tsunami, or did they die because they swung their weapons and mining tools at each other? If I really did that, the conflict between Universe Corporation and Sky Pillar Corporation, the Shen family and Lu family, and the Adjudicator Court and Research Department would become so tense that they would turn into each other's enemies. Even so, I would not be swayed by this possibility and unveil the truth so that I can find the true culprit who caused the deaths of those mine explorers. I would also want to understand the roles you, Lucia, and Chin Hu played in this matter. After all, this is what you would call complete justice, and this is the only way the dead will be able to rest in peace. This is what the secret police should do, right? Look into my eyes and tell me, should I investigate everything? Meng Zhao could say nothing to that. And what about the truth? If I wanted to find out the truth, my first target of investigation would be you, Shen Yupeng continued. Why did you suddenly rise to power 50 days before the National College examination, and in a short half a year, became a 2-star superhuman? Why are you in possession of so many strange skills? Who is the old fire relayer you speak of? Does he exist? Is this old fire relayer some crazy, illegal scientific research team, or is it some criminal organization hiding in a lair? Do you think that I should use every method at my disposal and check your origins, background, source of your strength, and every other aspect until not a single secret is left? Meng Zhao had nothing to say to that. Look, absolute truth and justice cannot bring unity and stability. Shen Yupeng relaxed and returned to looking like a lazy and sleazy uncle next door. He said lackadaisically, I joined the Adjudicator Court years ago. There are a lot of stories circulating in the world about me and many people think that I'm a merciless and ruthless person, because I have terrifying titles like a secret police officer, adjudicator, and even adjudicating judge. But honestly, as long as you aren't a major threat to Dragon City, I won't want to kill you. I can't turn a blind eye to the conflict that happened under Raging Waves. If you say that my cousin and the numerous mine explorers died because of a spirit energy tsunami, then I'll consider it an accident. I can also ignore your origins. If you like concocting stories about the old fire relayer, go on ahead. In any case, every superhuman has their own secrets and likes to make up stories. Based on the same logic, even if there is a final piece to the puzzle that is the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, the price of looking for that piece is too high, so let's just pretend that the case has come to an end, okay? Chapter 305, Papermaker. Meng Zhao thought about it for a long time. Okay. He paused for a moment before he added, if I find new clues and really find the person who killed Jin Yongxiang, can I ask for your help again? Of course. Shen Yupeng smiled. Regardless of whether you find any clues or suspicious people, you can contact me at any time. As long as I don't have any cases on hand, I will definitely hurry to your side as soon as I can. Although, there's rarely a time when I don't have anything at hand. Meng Zhao smiled. I look forward to a chance to work together with you and your team of elites again. As long as you want to, there will be a chance. Shen Yupeng looked impressed. Due to the unique nature of the secret police's work, we sometimes recruit a few members to join a squad based on the requirements of a case. First, it's to cover up the lack of skills in a certain professional territory, and second, if we often show up, people will come to know our identities. The suspects will then become wary and might do something extreme. If we bring in unfamiliar faces, it's easier for us to do things. You're young, courageous, and ambitious, but you also appear to be a youngster who has nothing to do. So, if you're willing to support our work, We'll definitely welcome you with arms open. That's a promise. Meng Zhao extended his hand to Shen Yupeng. He had told Shen Yupeng the clues because he hoped that he could use Shen Yupeng to form a connection with the secret police. As a law enforcement organization in charge of investigating and executing justice on out-of-control superhumans, the Adjudicator Court would continue to serve an important purpose in Dragon City in the future. Based on what he remembered he might need to do, if he managed to get himself the authority of the Adjudicator Court, he would be able to interfere with the future even better. When he left the kanji restaurant, it was almost 7. Pedestrians had started appearing on the streets. They wore 3D mobile gears and jumped around to go to work. Meng Zhao sat down in Lucia's car and heaved a long sigh. He told her about Shen Yupeng's suspicions regarding Shen Yulong's death. Lucia was completely unbothered. If he wants to investigate it, let him. Shen Yulong wasn't killed by you, Qinhu, or me. I even went out of my way to ask Lin Chuan to spare him, but in the end, the White Spirit took his life. I've also split part of the mining rights for the Red Radiance Jade Mine with Universe Corporation. As for the mine explorers from both parties who died in the accident, their families have received compensation fees that were higher than the ones in the contract. One of these days, I will also find the mastermind behind White Spirit and take revenge for everyone. Meng Zhao then told her about the results of the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. It's about the same as what I thought, Lucia said. This matter has been blown out of proportion. There are leaders in the biochemical modification technology and the runic symbol machines factions who might even be deity realm elites. No one wants this minor case to cause an internal rift in Dragon City. That's why this is the best conclusion. What now? You look quite gloomy. Have you been looking forward to another result? That's not it. Meng Zhao shook his head. Logically, I understand the difficulties of the secret police, but emotionally, it feels like the secret police is different from what I imagined. They aren't the ruthless, perceptive, and sharp law enforcement organization I thought they were. They're more like papermakers, I guess? Lucia chuckled. Papermakers? That's an apt description. Honestly, the secret police aren't the only papermakers. The Supernatural Tower is also made of a group of papermakers. In fact, even the entirety of the Survival Committee is made of papermakers. Everyone is just trying their best to maintain the illusion of unity and stability. Do you know why? Lucia asked faintly. Because Dragon City is not like a true country. No, I'm not talking about the population and territory we have. If we talked about that, even though our territory is small, Dragon City is still a city that has tens of millions of people, and that number is higher than that of many small countries on Earth. Besides, the concept of a city-state has existed since ancient times. That's not the problem. The problem is the transmigration itself. The rampage from the zombie virus and out-of-control superhumans destroyed the concept of nations and society from ancient times. The people who struggled past the bloody and dark era had to rely on the various organizations that were built during those times. Those organizations kept expanding and merging until they turned into corporations, and later upgraded to megacorporations. The megacorporations of the other world are completely different entities compared to the megacorporations on Earth. To resist the zombies, monsters, and out-of-control superhumans, the employees possess great fighting strength and are in control of people's needs. They have the right to set up various rules that replace the laws, and they even have the people's gratitude and loyalty up to a certain degree. In some sense, the megacorporations are miniature pseudo-countries. The Survival Committee is just an alliance of the pseudo-countries. Most of the power and authority in the current Dragon City belongs to the megacorporations. Then again, the appearance of superhumans have caused the control of countries over individuals to plummet to the drain. But nations can't be held together by violence. If a nation can't control the individuals living in it and have to use extreme violence to control them, this nation will not have any prestige. Unfortunately, Dragon City is currently in such an awkward state. Shen Yupeng is right. There is a limit to the resources of the Supernatural Tower and the Adjudicator Court, and their opponents are much stronger and crazier than the criminals on Earth. On Earth, no matter how crazy a hoodlum is, even if he ties bombs all over his body and has a bus full of hostages, his evil is limited to that bus full of people. You just need to deploy a few squads of armored special forces and a few armored vehicles to deal with this sort of hoodlum. A limited amount of capital is needed to suppress it. But superhumans are incredibly unstable elements in the other world and Dragon City. One out-of-control Heaven Realm elite can collapse a building at any moment, which will take the lives of thousands of people. He might also be skilled at hiding. He could sneak out of the secret police's encirclement or even change his appearance and figure to swagger past the surveillance cameras to continue committing crimes. Because of that, the capital required to capture an out-of-control superhuman is much higher than the same type of criminal on Earth. It's enough to cripple any organization. The secret police, naturally, wants to solve this problem. The supernatural tower wants to centralize all the power in Dragon City and enforce stricter control over the superhumans. But right from the start, the Adjudicator Court is just an arbitrator organization to judge superhumans. They need megacorporations to provide them with money, technical skills, and resources. They're part of the problem, so how can they rely on themselves to solve it? Perhaps this is why the research department was born. We're the ones who can truly centralize all the power in Dragon City. Lucia's gaze was intense. She seemed to be hinting at something. Her speech reminded Meng Zhao of something. The Abnormal Beast Research Department did not seem to only focus on investigating abnormal beasts in his previous life. They seemed to have been involved in an unfathomable problem. Unfortunately, in his previous life, Meng Zhao was just a poor citizen. He did not have a clear understanding of the fights between the megacorporations, the Supernatural Tower, and the Survival Committee. He only knew that the conflict in Dragon City and their goal of colonizing the other world had possessed a negative influence. I didn't expect that you would have such a great understanding of the negative aspects of megacorporations. Aren't you? Aren't I a member of Sky Pillar Corporation, which is one of the megacorporations? Lucia smiled at him. Let's put it this way. If Sky Pillar Corporation belonged to me completely and I was content with it, I would definitely stand on Sky Pillar Corporation's side and fight for it to the death. Unfortunately, Sky Pillar Corporation is not mine. Besides, the other world is huge. The fog is gradually disappearing, and no one knows what sort of an exciting world is hiding behind it. Am I supposed to be trapped in Sky Pillar Corporation and the land it controls while fighting against my relatives until I'm badly battered? That's really boring. Meng Zhao stared at her for a long time. What exactly do you want to do? I don't know. Lucia shrugged. An unknown future is the most interesting aspect about life, don't you think so? Meng Zhao returned to Agricultural University before 10 in the morning. The university had deliberately set up 10 big screens on the field to broadcast the Adjudicator Court's case briefing about the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. When the students heard that the case had been solved and the mastermind from Heavenly Works Machines was discovered, the field instantly filled with cheers. I knew it. There's just no way the modification technology from spirit creation creatures would have gone wrong. Even if the pets went out of control, they wouldn't do something as terrible as kill their owners. Biochemical modification technology is Dragon City's future. We didn't choose the wrong path. This is great. Those people from Heavenly Works Machines are too despicable. They can't win against us, so they use such a lowly method. They're even worse than monsters. Yesterday, those people from the University of Technology's machine course were acting all arrogant and said that there must be a problem with the modification of those pets. Let's see what they will say now. The students cheered. The hot-blooded and passionate freshmen were the most excited. The day before, they had gone on an expedition to the University of Technology. They engaged them in a debate before starting a sparring session, which allowed them to act on their hot-blooded nature. The only problem was that Meng Zhao had never showed up. Meng Zhao, you're the worst. Xie Feng threw an arm around Meng Zhao's neck while grumbling. You said that you would cheer for the Monster Controller course students in the afternoon, but forget about showing up and even disappeared for an entire night. So, what exactly did you do with that beautiful woman? Did you do something really exciting? The students stared at him with gazes as sharp as blades. Meng Zhao remembered what he did yesterday. He first performed an autopsy. Then, he went to the depths of a trash site to fight against a giant sandworm. He performed another autopsy after that. Afterwards, he went into Golden Tooth Lair to search for small insect and chased him down a shabby street. Oh, and he also went into a women's toilet. Once he recalled what he did, he massaged his temples and sighed with sudden exhaustion. Yeah, it was really exciting. You cannot imagine it, he said faintly. Chapter 306, Drizzle Studio. The case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise came to an end. A week later, they heard the good news of Spirit Creation Creatures having secured part of the construction deal for Subway No. 20. The students in Agricultural University cheered once more. After all, if biochemical modification technology could be used in various aspects of Dragon City's development, it would prove beneficial for them when looking for job opportunities, creating their own businesses, or cultivating. Meng Zhao was treated as someone who performed an outstanding service by Xie Xiaolei in terms of proving their innocence and helping them get the construction deal. He was invited to spirit creation creatures a few times so that Xie Xiaolei could thank him, and they talked about the possibility of spirit creation creatures working together with Superstar Resource Recovery Company. Meng Zhao also witnessed the process of spirit creation creatures trying to develop an upgraded version of the giant sandworm. Apparently, Gao Yi found inspiration in the industrial wastewater in the depths of Trash Site 4. He developed a brand new formula that would make the giant sandworms even larger and smarter. Their work efficiency would also increase by a large degree and they would provide even more help to the long-term development of underground tunnels for transportation purposes for the next few decades. When Meng Zhao looked at the giant sandworms that were larger than train coaches, he felt uneasy. For a week, he felt like he had a lot of clues, but he was not able to smooth out his thoughts. At night, he often dreamed about the supernatural entity eating the foundation of the city and making it collapse. During the day, he was plagued by various thoughts. Even Qin, who came to eat with him, could see that he was feeling uneasy. In not-so-nice terms, Qin was someone who did not have a stance on the matter. It was his characteristic. He changed his views like socks and was the type of person to let his biases decide his choices. In nicer terms, Qin was someone who had great resistance. He knew how to adapt to situations and could change his viewpoint and the way he did things based on the situation. After cultivating for a few months, he had not recovered his strength and reached Heaven Realm. But that did not stop him from being carefree and enjoying his life every day. In his words, the path of a superhuman had always been a hellish road filled with trials and tribulations. As long as his head was still connected to his neck, and his neck was still connected to his chest, then he was fine. When he noticed that the usual cultivation method could not help him regain his strength, he decided to just set this problem aside for the time being. He concentrated on expanding Superstar Resource Recovery Company's business and managed to make the company flourish and grow. Since Meng Zhao was a big help to spirit creation creatures, Xie Xiaolei decided to return the favor, and there was a huge possibility that he could increase Superstar's business scale and strength to a new degree. Qin had joined forces with Meng Zhao on prosperity. With the shares he held, he was the second most powerful person in Superstar, so it was only natural that he needed to discuss things with Meng Zhao when it came to how they could make things work for the businesses related to spirit creation creatures. Meng Zhao's absent-minded look immediately attracted the attention of this experienced member of society. Meng Zhao, you seem to have run into some kind of trouble. Even though my strength has plummeted and my cultivation base is not as great as before, my experiences still remain. Be it problems with love or business, I can give you some pointers. Meng Zhao frowned and tactfully rejected Qin's kindness. He said that it was a matter concerning the biochemical modification field and a runic symbol machines field. No matter how experienced Qin was as a hunter, he was in a completely different and unrelated field. I've been in the hunter circle for years, and there are people from all sorts of factions there. I know all sorts of strange people with amazing skills, and I've seen all sorts of weird stuff in my life. Don't they say that the bystanders are the ones who can view the situation clearly? Even if I can't give you a convincing explanation about what is going on, I can help you analyze it and get rid of some of that gloominess. Meng Zhao could not win against him, so he turned on his laptop and brought out the thread that had started the whole conflict between the biochemical modification and runic symbol machines faction. Qin cast it a glance and said, "Isn't this the thread about the case of murderous pets in Blessed Paradise? It caused quite a ruckus a few days ago. I thought that it has already been solved and the culprit has been captured?" "Yeah," Meng Zhao said. "The culprit has been captured, but I received some information on my side saying that these threads were not posted by online ghostwriters hired by the culprit, which makes sense. The culprit felt guilty and he knew full well that it's impossible to create confusion in this way. It only angered the biochemical modification faction and the case's exposure rose to new heights. This brought no benefits to Heavenly Works machines. So, my question is, who asked the online ghostwriters to post these threads?" Qin scratched his beard. "There are plenty of people online who love chaos. Anyone could have posted it. What's so strange here?" Meng Zhao shook his head and said, "That's not right. The pictures and information in the thread are very professional and highly confidential. Only the people from the two companies or someone from the Monster Research Department would know about this. It's impossible for someone unrelated to the case to have posted it." "So what? The case has already been closed. Why are you still worried about who posted the thread? Does it matter who did it?" "It doesn't. I might just be paranoid. Meng Zhao sighed and exited the webpage. I just feel like the case hasn't been solved beautifully, and this is the only suspicious point I can find. Forget it. Now that I think about it carefully, no matter who sent it, it won't be able to prove that a problem exists. Wait. Chin-Hu scrolled to an article and cast it a glance. His eyes lit up, and he grabbed Meng Zhao's arm. He said with a grin, Meng Zhao, no matter what, I've been working in society for a few more years compared to you. You made the right choice by coming to me for advice. Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. You know who asked the online ghostwriters to post that thread? How would I know? I'm not a god. Chin-Hu let out a huff, which made his mustache and beard move. But I do know which ghostwriter did this, he said smugly. What? Meng Zhao shot up. Mr. Hu, please go into detail. Online ghostwriters are online mass media companies, entertainment companies, and the private studios of those involved in media. They have clear styles in their promotion methods, especially when it comes to the long phrases. There are few people who can imitate them, Chin-Hu said. If my guess is correct, the various threads came from an online mass media company called Drizzle Studio. This article has Drizzle's writing style. He's the editor-in-chief. Meng Zhao went over to take a look. It was the article written in the tone of a student from the University of Technology, which had enraged the students from Agricultural University. Isn't this written by a student from the University of Technology? Mr. Hu, are you sure that this is from Drizzle Studio? Meng Zhao asked with hesitation. I worked with them before, Chin-Hu said. The main job of superhuman fighting squads is to fight in the wild, but managing our image and promoting our achievements is equally important. We need a high exposure rate to attract the attention of a large number of citizens, since it's the only way we can find good sponsors and become spokespeople for the weapons and equipment from major factories. That's why we often look for mass media companies online to write advertorials and help us create some publicity. Drizzle Studio might not be the most famous and best online mass media company, but their professionalism is first class. They have a lot of connections to various channels as well. We've worked together a few times, so I have a deep impression of their working style. Mr. Hu, are you absolutely sure of this? Of course I'm not. Chin-Hu shrugged and added in an irresponsible manner, there's still the possibility of someone imitating their style to send these advertorials or reactionary articles. Meng Zhao thought about it and asked, Mr. Hu, could you help me look for the person in charge of Drizzle Studio? I'm afraid not, Chin-Hu said. I contacted them online, so I've never met them before. You must understand, those working in this field often have to stir up public opinion. They spy on the higher-ups and reveal all sorts of shocking news. They're hated by everyone, so they're usually very careful in real life. Unless they've worked together with a major client for years, they don't usually reveal their identities. Is that so? Meng Zhao was silent for a while, then went outside to call Yan Feiru. Meng Zhao, you didn't contact me since you defeated Dragon City University's Wang Dao. Yan Feiru grinned on the screen. Meng Zhao exchanged some pleasantries with her and asked her whether she knew of Drizzle Studio. Yan Feiru was an internet celebrity and in charge of the promotional work for Yan organization, so he guessed that she would not be unfamiliar with online mass media companies. Has Drizzle Studio ever worked with Yan organization before? Meng Zhao asked. If I wanted to meet the person in charge from Drizzle Studio, could you recommend me to him or her? Sure, no problem. Yan organization is a major client of Drizzle Studio. We're very familiar with their person in charge, Drizzle, Yan Feiru said readily. But what sort of reason should I give if they ask for one? Meng Zhao's mind raced. It's like this, Superstar Resource Recovery Company has been growing really quickly, but we haven't done any work to promote our company's image. I'm thinking of finding someone professional to plan our overall image and help us present ourselves in a suitable manner. I heard that Drizzle Studio has a pretty good reputation in the field, so I wanted to look for the person in charge to talk to him or her. Sure. I'll ask them for their opinion so you can go and meet them. How does that sound? I've booked a business suite in a hotel today. Could you ask the person in charge to go there and talk to me? And about confidentiality. Yan Feiru grinned. Sure, I get it. Drizzle, the person in charge of Drizzle Studio, was an imposing man with a height of 8 feet. Based on his appearance, he did not give off the impression that he was as gentle as his online ID, Drizzle, implied, and he did not look as arrogant as the person who stirred up conflict online either. He was dressed in a suit and looked like a full-of-vigor elite in the business field. Mr. Meng, hello. Thank you for trusting Drizzle Studio. Ms. Yan told me the general gist of your request. While I was coming here, I've thought of a few plans. The moment he entered the business suite Meng Zhao had prepared, Drizzle went straight to the point. Superstar Resource Recovery Company has recently become very famous in the harvesting circle, and your action of buying the veteran Prosperity Resource Recovery Company at lightning speed has also been treated as your signature move for becoming famous. It's said that the sky's the limit for your company. But you've been growing too quickly, so there has to be various problems in your company. So, you need a new angle to promote your company. You made a wise move coming to us to make a plan for you and form your public image. Cough, cough. Drizzle coughed lightly. The air in the business suite might have been too dry. Meng Zhao poured a cup of tea for him and another for himself. He invited him to take a seat on the couch so they could discuss the matter. Chapter 307, Your expression betrayed you. I'll propose 2 plans first so that you can understand the gist of these plans, Drizzle said. The first is a rather normal promotional operation. Naturally, we will be talking about your harvesting skills. I heard that you shot to fame in the harvesting circle and mastered some really shocking skills. It would then be best for you to set up a few harvesting broadcasts and perfectly harvest some rare materials from furious creatures. As long as you're confident that your harvesting skills are interesting, with Drizzle's studio pushing the tides, we will definitely be able to make Superstar Resource Recovery Company even more famous. Meng Zhao thought about it and said, I'm definitely confident in my harvesting skills, but it all depends on luck as to whether I can find rare materials in a monster's body. The probability of running into rare materials is the same for newbies and skilled harvesters. We can control your luck when it comes to this. Drizzle smiled. Even if there aren't any rare materials in a monster's body, can't you put some beforehand? Meng Zhao was stunned for a moment, then began to think about it. Drizzle explained, there aren't that many rare materials in the world. Many of the hunters and harvesters do this to make a name for themselves. They first place a really rare material into the body of a monster that might contain this material, then harvest it in front of a crowd. A lot of organizations that need to get a professional rank or junior professionals who want to be promoted to intermediate professionals are just like you and need to increase their fame as quickly as possible. This is nothing. Of course, this matter will take time, and the capital required for it is rather high. After all, you won't often be able to harvest rare materials that only have a 1 in a million chance of appearing. And if you do it too frequently, it'll be too obvious, right? Yeah, Meng Zhao said. Judging by your words, there is a plan that will take a shorter time and requires a lower capital, but will be able to make my company and me famous very quickly? Honestly, you're already famous. When Yan organization worked together with us, we set up your public image and promoted you. Now, the problem is, how are we supposed to connect your public image with Superstar's image? I have a rather radical plan with me. Cause trouble at a material exchange fair. Meng Zhao cocked his eyebrows. Cause trouble? Not real trouble, of course, Drizzle said. It's the type where you pretend to be a loser to catch your target, where you pretend to be weak so that you can hit others where it hurts. Do you know how to do that? You should be really good in this area. I heard that while still in high school, you embarrassed Poison Hand Liao Santong's grandson by going to appraise a rare material during a material exchange fair. Unfortunately, the media wasn't there at that time, or this sort of news that most citizens love reading about would have spread through the city a long time ago. But that's fine. You have us now. Think about it. If you keep a low profile when you attend some material exchange fair next time, you'll be looked down upon. But when a certain item that no one is able to identify appears, suddenly, you will speak about it and shock everyone with your skills. At this time, some media company we're familiar with in the area will write a news article about this event. If you look for some rich man's son just like you did during the material exchange fair in the 3rd year of your high school and stand on opposite sides with him before you embarrass him, it'll be even easier for us to write the news article. In the long run, Superstar Resource Recovery Company will definitely become famous, and everyone will know about your company. But of course there are side effects to this sort of publicity. Still, the business field is like a battlefield. When you face a major profit, there will be a lot of competitors. Even if you don't embarrass each other, you will still end up fighting against each other, yes? Yeah. Meng Zhao thought about it. But how am I supposed to make sure that no one is able to recognize a certain material during a material exchange fair but I can? Drizzle smiled and said, that's easy. If this material is provided by you, you'll be able to say where it came from. Meng Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. Listening to you is better than trying to read PR books. Today, I finally understand that there are actually a lot of twists and turns in this circle. Drizzle smiled at him. We're in a different profession, so it feels like we're worlds apart. You're focused on hunting monsters and harvesting, so it's normal that you don't understand the inner workings of this field. Nowadays, you won't be able to rise to the top by just working hard. Creating sensational news is a very neutral thing. As long as you're skilled, the sensational news will make your fame rise quickly. It will also make your abilities clear to the public. I don't see a reason against it. All right. I'll think about your suggestions carefully. I also would like it if you would visit Superstar Resource Recovery Company to make a more detailed public image and promotional plan according to our circumstances. Meng Zhao sat on the sofa in a very comfortable manner and looked at the time before he asked casually, Mr. Drizzle, how many years have you been working in this field? I heard that your studio is pretty famous. 7 or 8 years. Drizzle smiled in a very confident manner. Drizzle's studio might not compare to some of the large online mass media companies, but when it comes to skills and strength, we have a lot of good comments from our clients. The most important thing about promotion is that you don't reveal your tracks. We spread the information we want to project to the target consumers' hearts like a drizzle, making it silently nourish their hearts like a piece of land. This is the goal we have been pursuing all this while. When he said this, he seemed to feel a little hot, for he instinctively tugged at his shirt collar. His breathing quickened, and his pupils widened a little. He did not notice that his mind was a little off. Due to his mouth feeling dry, he drank the tea in one go. Meng Zhao poured another cup for him and continued, allow me to ask you a rather sensitive question. Does your studio ever do something that goes past morality and law when performing some rather radical promotions? Drizzle smiled. Are you asking about us abandoning morals or ignoring the law? Based on what I know, the limits for the two are different. We're good citizens who obey the law. We will never break laws. After he said that, he looked slightly stunned, and a puzzled expression appeared on his face. It seemed like he himself could not understand why he would be so outspoken to Meng Zhao, a client he just met. Got it. Meng Zhao nodded. He seemed to be very satisfied with Drizzle's answer and poured a third cup of tea for him. Then, could you talk about the successful cases, such as how you managed to leak the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise to stir up the conflict between the biochemical modification and runic symbol machines factions? The article you posted was enlightening, and it showed you standing on the side of the runic symbol machines faction while you criticized biochemical modification technology. You also mentioned in your article that there is a possibility for artificial intelligence to go out of control. You terrified me, a student from Agricultural University, and cold sweat broke out on my back. Drizzle's smile froze on his face. But it was not due to panic. It was due to slight puzzlement. This puzzlement spread out from his mouth to his entire face like ripples on cement. What did you give me? He stared at the cup. What was there in the cup? Poison extracted from a hallucinogenic lizard. I also added some other stuff from a special formula. Don't worry, it will just cause temporary paralysis to your nerves. You will recover within half an hour, and there won't be any side effects, Meng Zhao said with a smile. But within this half an hour, you might have a hard time controlling the nerves and muscle fibers on your face which take care of your micro-expressions. In other words, this is something similar to a truth serum. This was something Meng Zhao had learned in the Ghost Tribe training camp. As he fought in continuous battles, more memory fragments of his previous life gradually returned to him. Aside from walking corpse and bizarre stab, he remembered other deviant methods to do things as well. Oh. You don't seem too surprised. You aren't panicking either, Meng Zhao said. I was a little panicked in the beginning, because I didn't know what you were thinking of doing. But since this is a truth serum, there's no need for me to panic. Drizzle sighed. Those in my field have insider information about a lot of our clients. There are often people who want to use us to pry into our clients' secrets, but we have our own work ethics. We never reveal others' secrets easily. But you're the first to use this sort of method to launch a sudden ambush on me. I'm sorry. This is a major matter. I didn't want to use the worst method to ask you for information either. It's fine. But I will definitely not tell you any of my clients' information. It doesn't matter. I already have a few answers that I'm confident in. I just want to verify those answers with you. You drank the poison from the hallucinogenic lizard. Even if you resist telling the truth, you won't be able to control your micro-expressions, Meng Zhao said. For example, just now, when I mentioned the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, your expression betrayed you. It let me know that you're the one who leaked the information online. Of course, you're just a tool, and one which is very skilled in wandering around the limits of law and the limits of morals. I'm not interested in you. I'm just interested in the person who hired you to do it. I know you won't tell me, but you don't have to. I'll just guess. You revealed detailed information about the case, and you talked about a lot of details regarding the 3 biochemical pets that were examined that day. Only the Monster Research Center, Spirit Creation Creatures, and Heavenly Works machines were in contact with those details. The Monster Research Center took a neutral stance in this matter, so we can set them aside for now. Heavenly Works machines might appear to have the best motive because they wanted to use the pressure of public opinion to squash Spirit Creation Creatures, but they're the guilty party. Once the needle-shaped holes were discovered in the pet's ear canals, they would not want to cause a fuss. Spirit Creation Creatures might seem to have little reason to leak the case, because that would mean that they would be slinging mud on their own heads. But I've heard of the way Xie Xiaolei does things. Spirit Creation Creatures likes being unconventional and doing things that surprise others. If he was confident that the truth of the case would be revealed, it's not necessarily a bad thing for him to be accused of a crime for a few days. After all, the case can increase Spirit Creation Creatures' fame. Even though it is negative fame at first, once the tables are turned, the case will work in their favor, and Spirit Creation Creatures' image will become really positive. So, it's Xie Xiaolei, right? You don't have to answer. Your expression has already answered the question for you. Chapter 308, I knew it, it's him. As Meng Zhao spoke, he poured another cup for Drizzle. Then, he poured 2 drops of faint green liquid into the tea. It then gained a crystalline texture. He delivered the cup to Drizzle's lips and said, "Do you feel dizzy now? Should I feed you?" Drizzle looked at the cup and said with a wry smile, "You've already obtained your answer. Why do you still need to give me more truth serum?" This isn't poison from the hallucinogenic lizard. It's liquid extracted from a red arrow frog's skin. It can counter the poisonous properties of a hallucinogenic lizard and get rid of the effects of the truth serum, Meng Zhao explained. Of course, if you don't trust me, you don't need to drink it. You can rest here for half an hour. It's the same. Drizzle thought about it in silence for a while before he drank the faint green liquid. He asked in puzzlement, "What now?" "There's nothing else," Meng Zhao said. "I've already obtained my answer. You can leave now." Drizzle was slightly stunned. "That's all? What else?" Meng Zhao asked. "You just said that the most important thing about those working in your field is wandering around the limits of the law and the limits of morals. Leaking the details of a case beforehand might have put you under suspicion for breaking the law, but I'm not a judge, and I'm not interested in arguing with you over this either. Stirring up the conflict between the biochemical modification faction and runic symbol machines faction might be horrible, but I can't exactly kill you to vent my anger, can I?" Drizzle frowned. He stared at Meng Zhao seriously and thought about it for some time before he said, "Then, how are you going to vent?" "I will do my absolute best and use all the connections that I have to make sure that various major corporations will stop working with Drizzle Studio," Meng Zhao said faintly. "Don't even think about working together with Superstar. My words hold some authority in Yan Organization as well. I will do my best to persuade Yan Organization to stop working with you. I'll do the same with Soul-Breaking Saber Luo Wu, White-Haired Ghostly Hands Ning Shouo, and Sky Pillar Corporation. Of course, my individual strength is weak, but Agricultural University is known as Monster University, and the power of the university is second only to that of Dragon City University. We have alumni in various fields, and they are involved in various industries. Once news about your studio fanning the flames spreads, how many people do you think will want to work with you? All the people in the biochemical modification faction will kick you aside like you're some filthy rat. Then, will the runic symbol machines faction be thankful to you? No. It's precisely because you stirred up this storm of opinions and made the runic symbol machines faction sound arrogant that they were caught in an awkward situation after the truth was revealed. They lost a few major deals, and the public doesn't have a good image of them right now. Over the past few days, the students from the University of Technology's machine course have been really dejected and can't walk tall in Nine Sands University City. I believe that once news of you causing this storm due to Xie Xiaolei inciting you to do so reaches the runic symbol machines faction, there won't be a lot of businesses related to that field for your studio either. In other words, I want to destroy the way you earn your living. No matter what I do when faced with someone like you who fans the flames among his own people even when there is a major enemy in front of us just to stir up conflict and increase the exposure rate of your client, I will feel no guilt." Drizzle sat down once more. He stared at the empty teacup silently and let his mind wander for a long time before he said, "What do you want?" "I want to know the details. What did Xie Xiaolei tell you? Why did you agree to do something so dangerous and troublesome? Don't you know that there is a huge possibility that you will end up getting dragged into trouble if you add fuel to the conflict between the biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines factions? That something like today would happen to you?" Drizzle's face was pale, and he asked feebly, "Do you promise to keep complete confidentiality if I tell you everything?" "That depends on whether what you say is valuable, and whether you're valuable. Man will truly throw their lives away for money, just like how birds will die for food." Drizzle was silent for a moment before he sighed. "Drizzle's studio occasionally takes up deals that we can't speak of, but we usually know how to exercise propriety. We don't touch something as sensitive as the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise." "But Xie Xiaolei offered us a price that we could not refuse. We didn't have a choice." "How much?" Drizzle gave him a figure. It was a figure that made Meng Zhao suck in a sharp breath. Xie Xiaolei really threw in a lot of money. Was there a need for that? Meng Zhao mumbled. "You've worked for a long time with Xie Xiaolei. Is he usually so liberal with his money?" "Of course not," Drizzle said with a bitter smile. "President Xie from Spirit Creation Creatures is a very wise person. No one can even think about taking advantage of him. We've worked together for around 5 years. Every year, we get 2 or 3 deals from him, so he can be considered an old client. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to ask me to do this, and I would have never agreed to help him with it. But the money he offered in our past partnerships was the normal amount. He never offered so much before." Meng Zhao nodded with a contemplative expression. "Do you usually help him control public opinion like this?" "No." Drizzle shook his head. "Most of our partnerships with Spirit Creation Creatures involve us doing normal things for them, such as setting up their public image and making promotional advertisements. At most, we look for ghostwriters online, write some advertorials, and filter the comments. We don't do things like this every day." "Then, how did he contact you this time?" Meng Zhao asked. "Do you remember his condition at that time? Was there anything about him that you found strange? You can say anything, as long as you found it suspicious." "For the usual deals, he usually asks me to go to Spirit Creation Creatures, but sometimes, he also comes to our studio. He's skilled at promotional advertisements, so he always does it himself when it comes to them," Drizzle said. "He contacts me in an anonymous chat room in the deep web only when it comes to rather sensitive work. He also completes the transaction through a deep web bank account. He used this method this time as well." Meng Zhao nodded. He knew that there were a few anonymous chat rooms in the deep web that made it difficult for others to track down the people in the chat. There were a lot of methods that allowed people to perform large transactions in secret. The simplest method was opening a safe for rare materials in the supernatural tower and storing a certain number of high-purity crystals or highly valuable materials inside. Then, they would send the password to the other party so that they could get it. That way, they could elusively complete the transfer of a large amount of funds. If they were worried about there being surveillance cameras in the supernatural tower, there were also a lot of banks and cultivation centers in Dragon City that provided similar services. For example, to protect the privacy of the superhumans cultivating at the cultivation centers usually did not install surveillance cameras in the rooms. "If you're looking for anything abnormal, there wasn't anything strange," Drizzle said. Only Preside Xie's tone was a little strange. He sounded a little more aloof and tougher than usual. Chills went down my spine while listening to him. But since something so major had happened, it's understandable that he was not in a good mood. The anonymous chat room we used had a voice-changing function to interfere with voice prints. That's why his voice sounded very sharp and shrill. But there's nothing strange about it. Then, he sent all the information to you and asked you to stir up public opinion? Meng Zhao asked. That's right. Drizzle nodded. In the beginning, I was shocked, because President Xie asked me to stand on the side of the runic symbol machines and criticize the biochemical modification faction. He asked me to talk about the possibility of biochemical modification technology giving rise to artificial intelligence that humans cannot control. I was to criticize this aspect viciously, but he is in the biochemical modification faction, you know? Still, the client's request was very clear. It would not be convenient for us to get to the bottom of things. Then, you saw what happened online. Oh? Meng Zhao tapped on the table. There is an article with 10,000 words in it. You wrote it really well. Even though you intentionally imitated the naive tone of a university student, there are plenty of lines where you showed clear understanding of the subject. You talked about the flaws of biochemical modification technology. You have a good understanding of this field, right? I don't understand biochemical modification technology at all. Drizzle smiled bitterly. President Xie prepared the outline, and I was just told to add some flair to it. Were you? Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. After you were done with it, was Xie Xiaolei happy with your performance? I don't know, Drizzle said. President Xie said that this is a major and sensitive matter. He only contacted me once, and he told me not to contact him unless I have something important over the next few months. But I think that he should be satisfied with it. He had split the pay into two parts. He first deposited half of the pay, and after I did my work, he paid the other half on time as well. Also, due to the truth of the case of murderous pets in Blessed Paradise coming to light, Spirit Creation Creatures managed to get the construction deal for Subway number 20. I saw President Xie joining quite a lot of activities and looking high-spirited and full of enthusiasm. He sounds completely different compared to the person who talked to me in the anonymous chat room. Meng Zhao quickly blinked. So, you've never gone to Spirit Creation Creatures and never met Xie Xiaolei himself from the moment you took up the deal? Is that normal? It's nothing strange, Drizzle said. You have to be elusive when you work in this field. Wait. If you really want to be elusive, it's best if you look for a secretive place and meet up with each other, right? Meng Zhao frowned. Even though it's an anonymous chat room, all online communication methods still leave clues of your conversation. The simplest way to leave a clue is this: he cannot be sure that you won't record the conversation. Even if it doesn't sound like his voice, if this goes out, it's still a scandal that will cause quite the stir. Wait, has Xie Xiaolei always acted as your receiver when it comes to the deals with Spirit Creation Creatures? Yes. Drizzle nodded. Over the years, I have always talked to President Xie when it comes to dealing with Spirit Creation Creatures. I seldom come into contact with his assistant or secretary. Call him. Meng Zhao looked at Drizzle. Then talk to him about this. Chapter 309, It's Not Him? Drizzle hesitated for a moment. May I know the reason? If you tell me why you looked for me today, I will know what I should tell President Xie. Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment. I feel like Xie Xiaolei knew the truth ahead of the related police departments. They discovered small needle-shaped holes in 2 of the ear canals of the 3 biochemical pets through the autopsy report, but the 2 holes wouldn't lead them to finding the true culprit. As long as they couldn't find the culprit, the truth would not come. Heavenly Works Machines is rich, and they have a lot of peerless elites who relied on runic symbol machines technology to reach Heaven Realm or Deity Realm. They wouldn't readily admit defeat. If there was no culprit, the storm you stirred up at Xie Xiaolei's request wouldn't calm down so easily. What if he couldn't clear Spirit Creation Creatures of blame? His plan would end up backfiring on him, and he would have caused great trouble for himself. You must understand, biochemical modification technology has always been a very sensitive topic. The citizens are willing to keep a biochemical pet with sharp claws and great fighting powers in their houses because they have full trust in modification technology. If there is even a 1% crack in that trust, everything will fall apart. So, Xie Xiaolei's promotion was just too risky. Was there a need for him to do it? Drizzle was stunned for a moment, then he mumbled, "Makes sense. I was very curious at that time as well." He was basically slinging mud on himself while waiting for the truth to be revealed. This is what you call a 180-degree change in a situation. There have been similar cases in the past, but this is a terrible plan, and it's mostly deployed by companies who are forced into a corner. Spirit Creation Creatures was actually in a pretty good situation before this. There were a lot of people paying attention to the case, so even if we didn't push the tides, as long as the truth came out, the company's reputation and influence would still increase by leaps and bounds. There was also a high chance that they would get the deal. I don't know why President Xie would choose to do something so unnecessary and pay so much for it. That is, unless he knew who the culprit was and had crucial evidence, Meng Zhao said faintly. Even if the police and related departments couldn't find the culprit, he would still have ways to expose the culprit. And since he knew who the culprit was but refused to report to the police and related departments, it means that he is guilty of something. If that's really the case, it's highly likely that you've turned into the accomplice of some crime as well. Drizzle's eyes remained fixed on one spot for a long time. He brought out a microcomputer from his bag. Then, he placed a pair of glasses with a lot of runic symbols and microcrystal chips over his eyes. He connected to the deep web, and through an anonymous chat room, he sent an invite to Xie Xiaolei. He asked to have a voice call. The invite box stayed for a long time on the screen. It seemed that Xie Xiaolei did not expect that Drizzle would contact him. Then, when Drizzle patiently called him a third time, the invite was accepted. Yes? What they heard was a sharp and tentative voice. It was completely different from the usual Xie Xiaolei. President Xie. Drizzle nudged his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and a professional smile appeared on his face. It's me. I would like to ask you for feedback on the work I did for you last time. I'm not bothering you, am I? The other side was silent for a moment. You did well for the activity at Silver Lion. I was very satisfied with it. I've been working with your studio for years, so there's no way you would cause me any trouble. Even the voice change function could not hide the great puzzlement in Xie Xiaolei's voice. But it has been a long time since it happened. Why are you mentioning it and using this method to contact me? You could have called me at my office phone for this. Drizzle coughed softly. President Xie, I'm not talking about Silver Lion. It's about the matter at Blessed Paradise. The other party was silent for a while. Then, the voice rose by several pitches. The matter at Blessed Paradise? That's right, President Xie. Drizzle exchanged a glance with Meng Zhao. They did not expect that Xie Xiaolei would react this way. Meng Zhao thought about it and asked Drizzle to go straight to the point. Weren't you the one who asked me to leak the information about the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise and have someone criticize spirit creation creatures and biochemical modification technology? What? Aren't you mistaken? Why would I do that? Drizzle, aren't you mistaken about something? Xie Xiaolei screeched. He stopped talking for a moment before his voice suddenly became incredibly alert and calm. Wait. Are you really Drizzle? Who are you? And what are you investigating? No matter who you are, listen carefully. I'm a proper businessman. I've never done anything against the law. I'm completely innocent when it comes to the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. There's nothing wrong with the products of my company, and I've never hired any online mass media company or person dabbling in Wii media. I didn't ask anyone to do any promotions that break the limits of moral codes and deceive people. As long as you're smart enough, you will be able to see that my company and I are completely innocent, and we're the victims. There is no need for me to do this. All I needed to do is to wait for the police and the related departments to figure out the truth to get the profit that I should get. Why would I do something so unnecessary and leave behind a stain on my name? What a joke? Drizzle cast a glance at Meng Zhao. Meng Zhao thought about it for a while before he took the computer and glasses. He made minor adjustments to the voice-changing system and imitated Drizzle's sharp voice while he spoke in shock. President Xie, what are you saying? Didn't you send all the information to me through this chat room that day? You even told me how I should handle things. In the end, you even offered me a price that I couldn't refuse? I'm not accusing you of not paying me. You've already paid me everything as per the contract, but I feel like someone has been investigating this matter recently, so I wanted to talk to you about this. That's impossible, Xie Xiaolei said firmly. I haven't used this chat room over the past few months. Honestly, I haven't met you for at least 3 months, and that's if you're Drizzle. But half a month ago, someone did indeed use your identity in this chat room to contact us and negotiate the terms for the deal, Meng Zhao said. President Xie, if it weren't because we're familiar with each other and because the offer you made was extremely high, we wouldn't have taken up the deal. If someone really comes to my doorstep, we'll be forced to tell them this when we're forced into a corner. That's easy. Xie Xiaolei snorted. Just tell them that someone used my name to make this deal with Drizzle Studio. Everything can be falsified on the deep web. There wouldn't be a problem even if I told someone that I'm the mayor of Dragon City. There is, Meng Zhao said. President Xie, you forgot. To ensure that this chat room provides absolute confidentiality and safety, we're the only ones who can connect to the chat room via our terminals. Besides, we need to scan our corneas and check a series of biological information to be certain that the person who is talking to us is the real deal. Otherwise, we wouldn't have readily agreed to do something like helping the president of Spirit Creation Creatures defame his own company. The other party was silent for a long time. Then, Xie Xiaolei spoke again. Even the voice-changing system could not hide the hoarseness and panic in his voice. Are you sure that I really used this chat room to contact you last time? Of course, President Xie. There's no need for me to tell a lie that can be easily seen through, Meng Zhao said. Even though this anonymous chat room automatically deletes all signs of previous chats and information transferred, the related departments will still be able to find clues. You should be prepared. I got it, Xie Xiaolei said calmly. We'll meet at our old place at 7 o'clock tonight and talk about it. Don't tell anyone about this for now, alright? Got it. Meng Zhao hung up. He sank into the couch and laced his fingers together so that he could prop his chin on them. He thought about it for 3 minutes. Then, he came to a conclusion. Xie Xiaolei doesn't know about this. The person who contacted you half a month ago wasn't Xie Xiaolei. What? How is that possible? Drizzle asked in shock. I know that it's practically impossible, Meng Zhao said. If another person wanted to use this chat room, he had to be able to get Xie Xiaolei's terminal, account, password, hair, cornea, his blood sample, and other information, and he had to do it without Xie Xiaolei noticing it as well. Of course, he must also know how he works with Drizzle Studio. This seems like an impossible task. Still, it reduces my suspects to only a few people. Let me think carefully. Suddenly, Meng Zhao shot up from the couch as if he had been electrocuted. Then, under Drizzle's surprised gaze, he shot out like the wind. He did not even bother riding the elevator. With just a few strides, he descended the stairs. He rushed into the street, and while he ran, he called Xie Xiaolei. Due to him providing great help to the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, Xie Xiaolei had given Meng Zhao his personal phone number. Meng Zhao could contact the person himself without going through the secretary. But the personal phone was turned off. Meng Zhao thought about it and sent a message to Xie Xiaolei stating that he wanted to discuss the details regarding the cooperation between Superstar and Spirit Creations creatures. He did not receive a reply for the message even after a long time had passed. Meng Zhao cussed under his breath and called Shen Yupeng. Shen Yupeng's phone was not turned off, but no one picked up the call for a long period of time. Shen Yupeng had told Meng Zhao that he usually spent about 20 hours a day solving cases outside. He would probably never be able to pick up his calls, but the moment he was free, he would definitely call him back. Meng Zhao pondered his choices and could only call Lucia. Xie Xiaolei's life is in danger. In fact, he might already be dead. His first sentence shocked Lucia, and while she was regaining her senses, Meng Zhao told her of his discovery. But even if someone used Xie Xiaolei's name to do this, why are you so certain that Xie Xiaolei's life is in danger? Lucia asked in puzzlement. Don't you understand? Meng Zhao said anxiously. The person who can get Xie Xiaolei's terminal, cornea, and other biological information must be the closest person to him, for only he would know how Xie Xiaolei works with Drizzle Studio. But while he might be able to hide this for a time, he won't be able to hide it forever. Xie Xiaolei is going to end up working with Drizzle Studio sooner or later once more, and when he meets with Drizzle, with just a few words, that person will soon be exposed, because Xie Xiaolei is smart. He might be able to guess what happened, and that person will definitely not leave behind such a major problem around. So, when he pretended to be Xie Xiaolei and contacted Drizzle Studios, he was already plotting Xie Xiaolei's murder. Once this matter is settled, he will definitely kill Xie Xiaolei just like how he killed Jin Yongxiang. Chapter 310, Nightmare Comes True. Alright. Where are you? We can find a place and talk about your newest discovery, Lucia said. There's no time. I'm on my way to Spirit Creation creatures. I suspect that the person has already taken action, Meng Zhao said while gasping for breath. Originally, that person might not have taken action so quickly. There is a high chance that he would have waited for the storm of the case caused by the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise to pass before he silently caused Xie Xiaolei to disappear or die in an accident before the next time Xie Xiaolei went to Drizzle Studios to work with them. This would minimize all suspicions on him. But now, Xie Xiaolei knows everything, and he will definitely go back to the company to investigate things. He will also become suspicious of that person. I think that the person must be monitoring Xie Xiaolei's actions at all times. Once he discovers traces of suspicious behavior, he will immediately strike first to gain an advantage. That's why I cannot contact Xie Xiaolei right now. I have to hurry to Spirit Creation creatures and stop this person from harming Xie Xiaolei. If Xie Xiaolei really dies, then I cannot give him the time to destroy or move Xie Xiaolei's corpse. Then, what do you want me to do, call the cops? Lucia asked. I can contact the police at Nine Sands University City through Sky Pillar Corporation and have them send a squad of elites to Spirit Creation creatures. But I don't have concrete evidence, and no one reported a case. They won't have the right to perform a complete investigation. At the end of the day, you're just suspecting that Xie Xiaolei might end up being killed. Him turning off his phone isn't a major matter. Adults like him are only considered to have gone missing once you lose contact with them for more than 48 hours. It's only then that an investigation can be performed. And before they find any traces of blood, murder weapons, or a suspect with a clear motive to kill him, they won't upgrade the case from a missing person to intentional murder. That's why I didn't contact the police, Meng Zhao said. It's not just for the reasons that I told you. More importantly, I highly suspect that we're about to face an incredibly dangerous criminal. Let's not talk about his or its intelligence for now. He or it has at least the fighting strength of the white spirit, and normal police officers won't be able to handle him or it. They'll just end up dead for no reason. I hope that you can report this to the Abnormal Beast Research Department immediately and have them send real elites. Otherwise, even if we end up exposing the true culprit, there's a high possibility that he or it will create collateral damage or flee. Lucia was silent for a few seconds. Meng Zhao, I'm truly impressed. You managed to come up with a magnificent theory based on small clues that can't even be considered questionable points. But even if I was willing to share this achievement with my colleagues from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, where is the proof? Up till now, we haven't found a single proof that shows that this matter is related to abnormal beasts. Even if Jin Yongxiang, who is the criminal and victim of the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, was really killed by a third person, it's out of question that this person has fighting strength that is equivalent to that of the white spirit, right? Meng Zhao said nothing. He ignored the pedestrians' gazes while he ran at full speed of a 2-star superhuman and raced against the clock toward Nine Sands University City. Fine. All right. Got it. Lucia said in a troubled manner. I don't know what sort of spell I'm under. Why am I willing to do something so insane with you? Even if I've already been deceived by you once, it's as if that's not enough. I just have to trust you again. How about this? I'll go with you to Spirit Creation Creatures. That's enough, right? If we work together, even a hell beast can be subjugated. No, Meng Zhao stated firmly. Either bring the elites from the Abnormal Beast Research Department over or don't come. If my instincts are right, this abnormal beast that has been lurking in Spirit Creation Creatures is not something that can be killed with just me, a 2-star superhuman, and you, who is an amateur Heaven Realm superhuman who has only just become a fighter. If you come here alone, I'm just going to end up causing your death. You. Lucia said angrily. You have to give me some proof. Meng Zhao's head stung. It was as if there was a supergiant sandworm raging around in his sulci. The progress of the mystery of supernatural entities was already 9%. Trust me. He gritted his teeth and said, trust me just like how you did when we escaped from the underground. Lucia fell silent again. I can trust you and ask for help from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, she said seriously, but you must understand that we can only do this once. After all, we're forcing the Abnormal Beast Research Department to spend a lot of resources and mobilize their elites on our word alone. It'd be great if we could gain something out of this, and I would have the chance to climb higher up the ranks in the department, which also means that I would be able to help you get more clues about the White Spirit. But if we end up gathering a lot of forces yet end up with nothing, or if Xie Xiaolei shows up in perfect shape, which proves that all that you said is just your paranoia and I was stupid enough to believe it, I'll end up as a joke in the Abnormal Beast Research Department and will never be able to come into contact with the core, the top secret cases, and top secret information. I know. I promise you that there is definitely something wrong with Spirit Creation Creatures. Trust me. Meng Zhao shouted. All right. Give me an hour. I'll get a group of people over. We'll meet up near Spirit Creation Creatures, Lucia said. There's no time. I'll go into Spirit Creation Creatures first to take a look. I can't give the person time to move or destroy the corpse, Meng Zhao said. I trust that you will have a way to locate or track my phone. Remember this, that person is very dangerous. You can't be careless. Hey, Meng Zhao, don't do anything stupid. Hey! Lucia said the last word louder. But Meng Zhao had already hung up. He was now at the entrance of Spirit Creation Creatures. Spirit Creation Creatures was much more deserted compared to other times. Usually, the building was lit up, but today, fewer than a third of the lights were turned on. The giant sandworms, which were supposed to be in the hatching pond, now lurked under the mud. They were not as active as usual. Since Meng Zhao had visited Spirit Creation Creatures a lot recently, he was a rather familiar face to the security guards and some of the technicians working at the front desk. The security guard who was in the watch room was familiar with him. When he saw Meng Zhao gasping for breath and drenched in sweat, he found it strange, but he did not stop him. At the front desk, Meng Zhao found that half of the employees who were in charge of reception were gone. Fortunately, the receptionist on duty knew him, so she stood up and said, "Mr. Meng, what?" "I'm here for President Xie. It's for something urgent." "Is he in the company?" Meng Zhao went straight to the point. That employee hesitated for a moment and said, "You don't have an appointment? I can call him." She called Xie Xiaolei twice, but the line was busy. She switched to another channel and spoke to the person on the other side softly before saying, "I'm sorry, Mr. Meng, President Xie is not in today." "Okay." Meng Zhao looked around. "Is there something going on with the company today? I feel like there are fewer people here compared to other days." The receptionist thought about it and said, "Everyone has been really busy over this period of time, and they've been really tense. Things have finally settled over the past few days, so the company decided to let us take turns taking leave." "Is that so?" Meng Zhao appeared contemplative. "So, you haven't seen President Xie today at all, right?" She hesitated, not knowing whether she should answer. But Meng Zhao was able to get the answer from her expression. "Then, is Director Gao around?" Meng Zhao asked. "Is it possible for me to meet Director Gao?" She called the extension leading to the lab. After exchanging a few words softly, she stood up and said, "Director Gao is in the lab. Please follow me." 2/3 of the researchers were also gone from the lab, which made the place look a little empty and eerie. Through a transparent window, Meng Zhao could see an incredibly large giant sandworm lying horizontally in the indoor hatching pond. It was larger than the creature Meng Zhao had seen under Trash Site 4. It was also much uglier. Not only was its mouth full of rings of sharp and tough teeth, there were also 4 long slits around its mouth. In other words, its mouth could open up to the max, like that of slit-mouthed anacondas or other man-eating flowers, so they could eat the largest prey possible. The worm's aggressiveness instantly increased by several levels because of this. Aside from that, it also had bumpy tumors or osteomas growing all around its body, which made it look like it had a layer of bumpy metal armor on its body. Rows of fine and dense spikes grew between the metal armor, which increased its grip and agility. Of course, the moment it rubbed its body lightly against its prey, a large part of its flesh and blood would also be yanked off. This creature was very different compared to normal giant sandworms. Instead, it resembled the supernatural entity Meng Zhao had seen in his nightmare, and in a daze, he thought he saw the supernatural entity underground. It was clear that he had already obtained his answer, but when he saw the creature, he still could not help but sigh. Fortunately, this creature had not been fully modified. There were a large number of cables and nutrition tubes connected to its body to inject supergrowth hormones, gene medicine, and strengthening nutrients into its body. It also received dual stimulation from spirit energy and bioelectricity so that its neural network would form even faster and reach an unprecedentedly complicated degree. A few of the researchers busied themselves around it while it stayed in the hatching pond. It did not appear to be any different from the normal giant sandworms that were in the outdoor hatching pond. Meng Zhao saw Gao Yi in a lab that oversaw the entire sunken hatching pond from above. He was the creator of Spirit Creation Creatures, the second in command of the company, and also the technical director of the lab. He was an amazing person who had a unique way of doing things. He remained curled up in his wheelchair like an incomplete prawn and appeared to be even more haggard compared to the last time Meng Zhao had seen him. Even his skin showed signs of dullness and dryness. There had never been a lot of flesh on his face, but now, he looked like a living skeleton with only skin over his bones. But his only eye continued sparkling intensely. His life burned fiercely, as if it was using his flesh as fuel to push him to fulfill his great cause. At that moment, there was a huge superbrain above his head. It was like a complicated and strange helmet. There were a lot of wires connected to it, and it was connected to the huge terminal calculator in the lab. The wires were also connected to the numerous monitors and modification equipment in the sunken hatching pond. He looked like he was part human and part machine. It seemed like he was a prisoner of machines, which he hated. Chapter 311, Perfect Criminal. Meng Zhao, you came at the perfect moment. Come and admire the newest giant sandworm we just modified. Ever since Meng Zhao discovered the remains of the supergiant sandworm under Trash Site 4, Gao Yi became friendly to him. There was an excited smile on his ugly. It's all thanks to you that we found a large amount of industrial wastewater, which can make giant sandworms mutate, in the drainage pipe beside Trash Site 4. We extracted the residue and created an original formula. Then, we managed to create a super gene medicine that can make giant sandworms evolve further. What you see is a giant sandworm that has been injected with super gene medicine, an ultimate sandworm. The efficiency of its rock eating and trash digestion is 3 times higher than that of normal giant sandworms. Its abilities in the comprehensive utilization of trash is also 5 times higher than the average. You can say that it can eat the astronomical amount of trash created by the tens of millions of Dragon citizens every day, which will make it an existence similar to a perpetual motion machine. It can clean up the environment and dig tunnels continuously, which will largely increase the speed at which we build the underground subways. When Meng Zhao stared at Gao Yi, who spoke with an excited flush on his face, he felt complicated emotions. The longing that shone in his single eye convinced Meng Zhao that he truly wanted to develop Dragon City and do something for the tens of millions of comrades he had in the city. So, how did this biochemical expert who buried his nose in books and experimental equipment become connected with a supernatural entity that nearly destroyed Dragon City? Meng Zhao did not harbor any feelings of hate toward Gao Yi. Even though some of his thoughts were rather extreme, in these difficult times, when many of their people thought of the future, their viewpoints often turned a little extreme. At the very least, when Gao Yi mentioned that 99% of people in Dragon City were normal humans, Meng Zhao could clearly sense his pity and discontent. Unfortunately, all evidence pointed to Gao Yi. He had the motive to kill Jin Yongxiang. He could get in contact with Xie Xiaolei's terminal, and he also had ways to get his hair, blood, and cornea information. He could even use biochemical technology to create a fake eyeball that belonged to Xie Xiaolei, which would allow him to get through the identification system. As one of the creators of spirit creation creatures, Gao Yi also would know that Xie Xiaolei had hired Drizzle Studio to control public opinion. And the most important piece of evidence was definitely the giant sandworm in front of him. It was a supergiant sandworm that was swiftly becoming similar to the supernatural entity from Meng Zhao's nightmare. Unfortunately, he was the only one in all of Dragon City who understood the significance behind this piece of evidence. In fact, even Gao Yi himself might not know as well as Meng Zhao just how the ultimate sandworm would turn out. The next problem was this: how was he supposed to present the evidence to Lucia and the people from the Abnormal Beast Research Department when they arrived? Based on the last few times they talked to each other and the information he obtained from Ning Shuo, Meng Zhao had a general idea of Gao Yi's personality. A thought popped up in his head, and he suddenly realized that he might have been overthinking things. It was probably worth it for him to take a bet in the current situation. Even if he lost, he would not lose anything. "Director Gao, could you ask the people to go out for the time being? I would like to talk to you about something," Meng Zhao said. Gao Yi was slightly stunned. The spark in his eye disappeared. His lone eye now seemed like a burning ball of iron. He nodded and signaled the people in the lab to leave. Then, he locked the door. Now, only he and Meng Zhao were left in the lab. He stared at the ultimate sandworm below him through the strengthened glass. Half a minute later, Meng Zhao finally spoke. "It's the end, Director Gao. The police and people from related departments are on their way here. They're going to perform a complete investigation of spirit creation creatures. I believe that they will be able to find traces of President Xie. You have trouble moving, so it's difficult for you to use normal methods to destroy President Xie's body. Your best method was to throw him into the giant sandworm's hatching pond so they would eat him. But it has only been a while since it happened. Even if President Xie was really eaten by a giant sandworm, it would not be able to digest him completely. The moment we cut open the giant sandworm's stomachs and search through every inch of the hatching pond, we will definitely find something. You should know better than I do just how advanced biochemical investigation technology is nowadays. But I'm more inclined toward the fact that you haven't killed President Xie, or at the very least, you haven't been able to get rid of his corpse just yet. Even though the employees have been taking turns taking leave over the past few days, it's still early, and many of the employees are still working. I heard that you're a workaholic. You treat the lab as your home 24 hours a day. You spend your time here every day, so it's only natural that you understand the work-rest schedule of all the employees here, and you also understand the flaws of the surveillance cameras. When it's midnight and the number of employees in the company is the lowest, you would throw President Xie into the hatching pond so that the giant sandworms can eat him. After they digest him for 24 hours, not a single bone will be left of him. An adult who can take care of himself will only be determined as having gone missing after someone loses contact with them for over 48 hours. Then, the police will look into the case. At that time, forget about President Xie, even the bloodstain earth in the hatching pond would have been eaten by the giant sandworms, and no one will be able to find a single piece of evidence. That's your plan, right? Unfortunately, your plan won't work. Everything has come to an end, Director Gao. Gao Yi listened to him quietly. His face was invaded by viruses, bacteria, and all sorts of drugs, so it was covered in scars. His expression did not change. Meng Zhao, I don't know what you're talking about, he said calmly. It's useless, Director Gao. Meng Zhao sighed. Perhaps my guess is wrong, and you have an even better method to hide President Xie or his corpse. You also know the law very well. You know that without crucial evidence, it will be very difficult for the police to perform a complete search in spirit creation creatures. But this struggle is meaningless, because I am 100% certain that it's you, and I also decided to use all my resources and everything at my disposal to prove that you're a criminal. I believe that you aren't afraid of death. I saw your pictures from university days. You were tall, mighty, handsome, and elegant. You looked even more popular among girls than President Xie. Despite those looks, you were willing to face all sorts of dangers and stay in the lab every day, which meant you were infected by viruses and bacteria, and you ended up like this. I believe that life and death are nothing to you. You have decided to offer your life to biochemical modification technology and to your cause. In other words, your cause is your life. But I've already decided to prove that you're a criminal, and President Xie has mysteriously disappeared during this moment. Even if I don't have evidence that you're the one who did it, once I make the accusation and you come in control of spirit creation creatures, the company will no longer be trusted by the public, the government, and its own employees. I don't know why you want to kill President Xie, but it's definitely because you want to be in complete control of spirit creation creatures to fulfill some sort of goal. Once I pin spirit creation creatures with murder and President Xie goes missing with his corpse nowhere to be found, the rumors will soon spread through the city, and it'll be impossible for you to get the resources you want to fulfill your goals. Then, even if the law can't punish you, your cause and your life will come to an end. This is what I meant when I said that it's all over. Of course, I might be paranoid and running my mouth off. You can chase me away. Then, we can wait for 48 hours and see whether President Xie will appear. But here's a word of advice, don't even think about killing me. I ran to spirit creation creatures. There were a lot of surveillance cameras that caught me running here. I have also told my friend where I am, and the security guard, receptionist, and a lot of the employees saw me just now. It's meaningless for me to go missing. Your plan will still. No, your plan has already failed. Meng Zhao's words sparked a light in Gao Yi's eye, and that light could not be described with words. He looked at the ultimate sandworm like a child staring at a toy he could not touch. No, it should be said that he was a warrior who was staring at a weapon that was just within his grasp, but which he could not reach. He heaved a long sigh as if he was removing some sort of disguise and seemed to shed away all his fighting spirit as well. But most of all, he looked like he had thrown away a heavy burden. I'm simply not a perfect criminal, am I? He asked Meng Zhao. No, your performance was very perfect. Meng Zhao was not praising Gao Yi. In truth, if it were not for his status as someone who returned from the future and if he did not have the ability to predict, which allowed him to lock down on the existence of supernatural entities, there would have been no reason for him to suspect Gao Yi. If it were not for him persevering and insisting on not letting go of a single piece of evidence that could not even be considered as evidence, Gao Yi's plan would have worked. No one would have paid attention to Jin Yongxiang's death. And no one would have paid any heed if Xie Xiaolei disappeared one day. Once Gao Yi gained full power over spirit creation creatures and obtained a lot of deals, he would have 10 times the resources compared to the past, and he would be able to create a perfect ultimate sandworm. That ultimate sandworm would then turn into a terrifying supernatural entity. But Meng Zhao could not understand it. In the beginning, why did you wish for me to participate in the investigation of murderous pets in Blessed Paradise? You unintentionally mentioned me to Elder Ning because you wanted him to bring me along, right? I was worried that they would be unable to find the needle-shaped holes in the biochemical pet ear canals. Gao Yi was stunned for a long while before he explained himself slowly. Ning Shou and Sun Yufeng are both old harvesters. They have experience and skill, but their thoughts are stuck in old channels. If they act according to normal procedures, it's unlikely that they would discover that someone might have done something to the deepest part of the biochemical pet ear canals. But you're different. I've seen a few of your harvesting videos, and I've heard some rumors about you. You have great imagination and often display harvesting skills that might not be fully developed yet, but are very creative. These skills that you show all symbolize the future development of harvesting. Since I knew that you have a close relationship with Ning Shuo, I decided to mention your name. If he brought you along and you showed a stroke of brilliance, which led to you discovering the needle-shaped hole, I wouldn't need to mention its existence later, since if I was the one to speak of it, it would appear unnatural. Chapter 312, Trapped. I see. So I was the person you intentionally placed in the observer team to reveal the scheme. Of course, it's fine even if I let your hopes down. You could have used other ways to give a reminder to the investigators that there is something wrong with the biochemical pet's ear canals. Meng Zhao looked contemplative. In other words, you knew that Heavenly Works machines did something to the biochemical pets. But how could that be? Do you have some insider trade with Heavenly Works machines that you can't reveal to the world? Of course not. Gao Yi shook his head slowly. Spirit creation creatures and Heavenly Works machines are competitors who will be eternal enemies in the business field. I am highly against the limitless development of runic symbol machines technology, so I have nothing to do with Heavenly Works machines. I am a victim when it comes to the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. Of course, Jin Yongxiang was indeed killed by me, but he's a failure whose greed clouded his heart. To seize the deal, he actually decided to inject drugs that will cause the pets to go berserk and kill their owners. Didn't he deserve death? Of course he did. Meng Zhao did not intend to condone the fact that Gao Yi killed Jin Yongxiang. He returned from the apocalypse. He had seen countless lives being taken by burning flames. He was not a person who believed that law should stand supreme. If Gao Yi had killed Jin Yongxiang out of pure indignation, Meng Zhao would have just ignored him. But this matter was related to a supernatural entity. And supernatural entities were the key that decided whether or not humanity would win the monster war. He had to dig to the root of the problem and understand what was going on. Since Gao Yi seemed to be composed and willing to talk to him, Meng Zhao would definitely not waste the chance. Lucia's reinforcements were on the way, anyway. He needed to buy time for them. Of course, Meng Zhao was keeping a close eye on Gao Yi's actions. Ning Shuo had told him that aside from being a biochemical expert, Gao Yi was also a very outstanding monster controller. His mental powers were incredibly strong. Last time, Meng Zhao had also personally seen Gao Yi controlling a giant sandworm through the internet. It was almost certain that Gao Yi had killed Jin Yongxiang by remotely controlling a biochemical pet. But no matter how great Gao Yi's mental powers were, his physical body was incredibly weak. He did not have fully functional limbs. There were not many mechanical parts on his wheelchair, and there was no space for him to install any traps. There was also no space in the lab for him to hide a large biochemical fighting beast. Meng Zhao was confident that he could subjugate him in half a second. When Meng Zhao assured himself that Gao Yi did not have any power to fight back, he relaxed slightly and said, "Even if Jin Yongxiang deserved death, there was no need for you to lynch him. Dragon City is in a state of war. The punishments for crimes are very strict. As long as you could reveal Jin Yongxiang's crimes, he would not have been able to run away from being punished by the supernatural tower." At that time, Gao Yi paused for a moment. At that time, I was in a very strange situation. I simply watched what he did. I did not have any evidence. Heavenly Works Machines is rich and powerful. It has a lot of powerful people in the field of runic symbols technology supporting it. If I didn't have evidence and just accused him, it would be far too easy to stir up a battle of interests between the biochemical modification technology and the runic symbol machines factions. Since it would become a battle of interests, the truth and reasoning would no longer be important. Spirit creation creatures would not be able to gain any benefits from it, and there was even a high possibility that we would be dragged into the storm and torn to shreds. It was better to act promptly and kill Jin Yongxiang so that the accident that they worked so hard to create would turn into a murder case in which Heavenly Works Machines would also end up as a suspect. Then, the related departments would have to be involved and find the truth. Makes sense. If Jin Yongxiang hadn't died, there's a high possibility that this case would have been called an accident, and spirit creation creatures would have been accused of a crime they didn't commit. Meng Zhao thought about it. Honestly, I think that Jin Yongxiang got what he deserved. Even if you cut him up into pieces and tossed him to the giant sandworms as food, I wouldn't have said anything about it. But how did Xie Xiaolei offend you? Why did you have to kill the person who created the company with you and worked together with you for so many years? Was it just because you used his name to work with Drizzle Studio, and this matter was about to come to light? But that doesn't make sense. The situation was really advantageous to spirit creation creatures at that time. Honestly, there was no need for you to do something so unnecessary and have Drizzle Studio sling mud on you. If that hadn't happened, I wouldn't have been able to lock down on you so quickly. Besides, both of you created the company together. You also have the crucial skills that made Spirit Creation Creatures what it is. If you wanted to work with Drizzle Studio, you could have just asked Xie Shaoli to help you contact them. Even if the worst-case scenario happened that he found out that you used his name, what could he do to you? Gao Yu was stunned for a moment, then he smiled bitterly. I see, so that's how I exposed myself. But those articles targeting biochemical modification technology weren't me slandering biochemical modification technology. Those were my real thoughts. Meng Zhao was taken aback. What do you mean by real thoughts? I believe that if the current biochemical modification technology continues being developed with no one putting a limit on it, it will not be beneficial to most of the Dragon citizens, Gao Yi said faintly. You should have seen the article where I worried about how biochemical modification technology will create a super AI, right? The stance I took might be biased, but the core thoughts are based on my sincere thoughts. If we stimulate monster minds without caring about the consequences and use all sorts of genetic engineering to combine countless monsters' intelligences together, sooner or later, they will awaken to real wisdom and become super AI. I'm not saying that once monsters gain super intelligence, it will definitely be bad for humanity, but the monsters will certainly be unwilling to submit to human control. That's a fact. Based on this angle, I'm against the current development of biochemical modification technology. Wait. I'm a little confused. Meng Zhao massaged his temples gently. You're a biochemical specialist who graduated from Agricultural University and is a creator-cum-technical director of Spirit Creations Creatures. You're a capable person in the biochemical modification faction, yet you're against the current biochemical modification technology? Yes, Gao Yi said calmly. Once I gained deep knowledge about biochemical modification technology, I realized its power and possibilities. Is something not right with this? I understand now, Meng Zhao mumbled. There is no personal grudge between you and President Xie, but you're divided about the direction in which the company should develop, is that it? Gao Yi cast Meng Zhao a profound glance. Meng Zhao, you're really smart. You far surpassed my expectations. Involving you in this might have been my greatest mistake. If most people heard that I've plotted Xie Shaolei's murder, they would think that my motive is connected to seizing power. They would come up with all sorts of strange stories, such as how I'm jealous because all the skills that I've developed in the lab were turned into cash in Xie Shaolei's pockets, or that he lives in glory in the business field while I ended up a monster due to an accident. No way. I would never consider killing Xie Shaolei because of such inane reasons. Honestly, we've been happily working together for years. If it weren't for Xie Shaolei's talent in business, it would have been impossible for me to gather so much wealth, so much precious resources, so many advanced research equipment, and much less get the deal for subway number 20, which would lead to 10 times the resources I could normally get. If it was possible, I would never hurt him. But we do have a difference in opinion regarding the development of the company, and it has created a rift we can't repair. The path I want to take is one he is destined to be unable to take. In fact, I can't even let him know about it. But even if he doesn't pay attention to the lab, he is still working in the company. It's impossible for me to change the company into what I want under his nose. So, change the company into what you want? Meng Zhao thought of something. He pointed at the supergiant sandworm sleeping behind the glass window. You wanted to create a large number of these monsters? Gao Yu was silent for a long time. Meng Zhao could tell that his silence did not mean that he had nothing to say about this matter. Instead, it was because he was collecting his words and choosing the best ones. He wanted to give voice to the flames that had been burning for years in his mind. Meng Zhao held his breath. He did not want to interrupt Gao Yi's thoughts. In any case, Gao Yi was trapped. The moment Meng Zhao kicked his wheelchair over, he would be unable to go anywhere. Besides, Meng Zhao had a suspicion that Gao Yi was just a small fry. The power that was hidden behind him was the one able to create the supernatural entity and was the real monster. Meng Zhao, do you think that we will be able to easily complete our mission to colonize the other world? Gao Yi had thought about his words for a long time, and in the end, he asked. A question that only he alone could answer correctly. No one else in Dragon City would be able to answer it in the right way. Do you think that after we win the monster war, we will run into an even more devastating war? Meng Zhao was feeling a lot of conflicting emotions. He hesitated for a long time before he said, the other world is huge. The monsters can't possibly just be gathered in one spot, right? Even if we get rid of all the monsters around Dragon City, what about the monsters in the distance? We will have to expand our steel army to the fullest. Protecting Dragon City is different from conquering areas around Dragon City, and conquering areas near Dragon City is different from a tiring expedition that will be traversing the entire continent and clearing out a supply line that is more than 10,000 kilometers long. I think that the quest to conquer the entire other world won't be an easy one. Gao Yi's single eye lit up again. He looked happy, as if he ran into someone who understood him. "What if there aren't monsters in other areas?" he asked. "That's even worse," Meng Zhao said. "Monsters have feet, wings, and some even know how to swim. They could have run all over the other world, but they decided to gather in one spot, which is the Monster Mountain Range. This would mean that there are even more terrifying existences compared to the monsters outside Monster Mountain Range. Even if we get rid of the monsters completely and get out of Monster Mountain Range, we might just be getting out of the Rookie Village." "Rookie Village?" Gao Yi mumbled. "That's an interesting comparison. Meng Zhao, you have such a clear understanding of things at your age. It's in complete harmony with our thoughts. That's not an easy feat." Meng Zhao instantly thought of something. "Director Gao. Do you have another organization behind you?" Chapter 313, Dragon City 100 years later. Gao Yi cast a deep glance at Meng Zhao, but did not answer his question directly. He just continued with whatever he wanted to say. "There are 24 hours in a day, 365 days in a year. There is a leap year once every 4 years. This is something even children know, but if this system is applicable in the other world as it is on Earth, then it's really strange and even terrifying. This means that the other world has a similar rotation and orbital period as Earth. Of course, it also has similar gravity, supply of oxygen, ozone structure, crust structure, ecosystem, and so on and so forth. You must understand, humans had once performed deductions on the planets within hundreds of light years from Earth, but they did not find any planet that was similar to Earth and was inhabitable. But we have gone through some kind of mysterious transmigration, and we somehow managed to transmigrate to a planet that is highly similar to Earth. The zombie virus could even instantly spread among us. Don't you think that this sort of coincidence when there are billions of galaxies in the universe is a bit too ridiculous?" Meng Zhao thought about it and nodded before he said, "Yeah. Our transmigration might not be a coincidence. But not even a supernatural tower knows what happened. Does your organization know the answer?" He was thinking of all ways to get more information from Gao Yi. "No one has the answer, but we can perform some simple deductions," Gao Yi said. "First, transmigration doesn't happen randomly. There must be some sort of super technology that is able to support the creation of a galactical tunnel between Earth and the other world. Second, other world and Earth's natural environment and ecosystems were modified before. Either the other world was modified based on Earth, or Earth was modified with the goal of turning it into the other world. Of course, there's another possibility, both Earth and the other world were modified based on another habitable planet. Since Earthlings and the living beings of the other world can digest and absorb each other and even spread their viruses between them, this means that we originally belonged to the same ecosystem. If we factor in the large amount of sci-fi technology we discovered in the ancient ruins under the supernatural tower and how the runic symbols there and some of the diagrams we discovered could be formed in the human body, this means that a long time ago, the other world must have had an advanced ancient civilization, which had a lot of ties with Earth's civilization. Now, this is the problem. Do the direct descendants of this ancient civilization still exist? And if so, how strong are they? A thought popped up in Meng Zhao's head, and he intentionally said, "I don't know, Director Gao. What does your organization think?" Gao Yi did not fall for it. He only smiled faintly and said, "My personal view is that the direct descendants of this ancient civilization still occupy the largest and most fertile land in the other world. The reason is as you said. If countless fierce and ruthless monsters were driven to Monster Mountain Range, it means that there must be existences that are even more terrifying than monsters in the other world. Perhaps they are what you would call the real otherworld civilization. This civilization might not be in possession of the super technology from the ancient civilization that connected the other world and Earth. In fact, in certain aspects, they might not have reached the standards of Earth's civilization 100 years ago. 100 years ago, we had already managed to fire man-made satellites into space and saw the full face of our home planet. We also used high-altitude reconnaissance aircrafts to take pictures of most of the livable space. There is no way we would not know if an unknown civilization arrived on our planet and lived in it for half a century. But if we look at it from another angle, This ancient civilization that was incredibly advanced and could create an ecosystem that is practically identical to its planet on a planet that is billions of light years apart couldn't possibly be completely destroyed. It must have left something behind. Since we could discover ancient ruins under the supernatural tower, how can we believe that the direct descendants of the ancient civilization living in the boundless otherworld would not have discovered more ancient ruins and obtained the power inside them? Perhaps their use of that power remains in a very primitive state. But even if they use the simplest and crudest method to activate runic symbols, they will pose great trouble to us, the expedition army from Earth. They don't need to have any advanced technology or even the concept of it. They only need to have similar technology and civilization standards as in the Middle Ages, along with tens of thousands of Earth realm elites, thousands of Heaven realm elites, and nearly 100 Deity realm elites. Through guerrilla tactics, unrestricted warfare, and all sorts of destructive methods, they would be able to stop our colonization. We may kill more than 100 times the people we lose, but we will still end up with nothing, and the losses will outweigh the gains. Based on what I said, the task of conquering the other world will not be that easy. We will face a long and grueling war, and it might last 30 years, 50 years, and even 100 years. Don't you agree? Meng Zhao could not agree to Gao Yi's theory. The bloody future in the memory fragments of his past life was even more brutal and tragic compared to Gao Yi's guesses. But the war to conquer the other world would not last for 100 wars. Instead, in less than 50 years, Dragon City would fail in the colonization war and be completely devoured by the other world. Meng Zhao looked down, and the spark in his eyes faded away while he asked in puzzlement, "Director Gao, why are you telling me this? Is this related to why you killed President Xie?" "Of course it is. I don't have any personal grudges with Xie Xiaolei. We were business partners with a very good relationship. But to save most of the normal people in Dragon City, I must use spirit creation creatures to develop a brand new technology which will deeply change our civilization. This is something Xie Xiaolei will never agree to, so I can only use the worst method to handle the situation." Gao Yi sighed and cast another glance at Meng Zhao before he said, "As for why I'm telling you this, perhaps it's because I'm very impressed with you and believe that there is a certain chance that you will agree with my beliefs and fight for it." Meng Zhao could not help but laugh. "Director Gao, do you think that I would acknowledge your beliefs and fight for it after I have captured you?" Once he said those words, he regretted his actions, because he suddenly realized that if he had pretended to agree with Gao Yi's beliefs, it would have made it easier for him to solve the mystery of the supernatural entities. He might have been able to through Gao Yi and track down the clues to find and join the organization behind him. Then, he could capture all the people who created the White Spirit and all the other supernatural entities. "I don't know, but it's worth a try." Gao Yi did not know his thoughts, so he continued speaking calmly. "At the very least, I believe that your current self is still willing to stand on the side of the 99% of normal people in Dragon City because you've just awakened to supernatural abilities." Meng Zhao frowned a little. "It seems like your organization has decided to assume that the 99% of normal people are enemies with the 1% of superhumans." Gao Yi did not answer him. He looked at the supergiant sandworm behind the window in a daze and thought for a long time before he changed the topic. "Since we agreed that the war to colonize the other world won't be won easily, then let's go to a new topic from this point of view. How do you imagine Dragon City will be like 100 years later? Have you ever thought about this question?" Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. He shook his head. He had indeed never thought about how Dragon City might look like 100 years later. In his nightmare, Dragon City was completely destroyed 50 years later. "Since you've never imagined it, shall I tell you?" Gao Yi said. "First, due to the war, we will lack resources like before. As the supply line will grow longer, the number of territories we need to defend will also become larger. We will need to spend more resources on them. Most of the resources will be used for war instead of the pockets of the normal citizens so that they can change their lives." In other words, when the Survival Committee mentioned that as long as we win the monster war, everyone will be able to live happily and comfortably, it's all a lie, or at least, it's an unrealistic dream. Before we conquer the other world, the problem of limited resources will never be resolved. Do you agree with this statement? Meng Zhao's mind raced. In his previous life, Dragon City's core was badly damaged while it was still in the rookie village, and they did not have an easy time in the subsequent battles, either. They suffered from a lack of resources for a long period of time, and the normal people were indeed unable to live good lives. But in this life, he had become the butterfly that caused a storm, and he had completely changed the results of the Northern Offense. As long as they destroyed the 9 great supernatural entities, they could smoothly end the monster war so that Dragon City could rush out of the rookie village at full health. This should give them an easier time in the subsequent colonization war. With the plundering of loot and the use of Earth soldiers who are armed to the teeth, they could forcefully open up the consumer market in the other world and indirectly suck its blood. Then, the lives of the Dragon citizens would definitely be better than in his previous life, right? I know what you're thinking. As long as we will be successful against outside forces, we'll be able to suck the blood of the many locals living all over the vast otherworld. The normal citizens will then be able to live much better lives by relying on the profits they gain from war, Gao Yi said coldly. The Survival Committee wants to train up Dragon citizens into brainless fighting machines who will rush to the front lines as vanguards and become sitting ducks the moment they hear slogans like "We are doing this for Earth." That's why they're continuously expanding the credit hours for cultivation courses in basic education and are using various excuses to endlessly suppress the time and depth of humanity's subjects like history. You didn't learn much about Earth's history in school, did you? The moment you did, you would know that not all people become rich through war. The countless colonization wars on Earth proved that even if the citizens belonged to the countries who won gloriously, they were not able to change their fates. When an empire in the West conquered the 7 seas, set up countless colonies, and became known as the Empire where the sun never sets, her women and children still had to overwork themselves to death in hellish textile mills. The average time between when a worker entered a factory and entered their grave was just a short 5 years. When an empire in the East won against a powerful enemy and set the rising sun flag on the fertile lands of the foreign country, her warlords and tycoons became rich, but the wives, sisters, and daughters of the normal citizens had to sell their bodies to fill up the holes left behind when the country was drained for military expenses. The colonization war only profits the rulers. It will continue strengthening the power of the rulers and increase the gap between them and normal people. This is something that always happened in history, and it will not change just because we transmigrated to the other world. Chapter 314, Loyalty of Superhumans. Meng Zhao cast a glance at the clock hanging above Gao Yi's head. Time was on his side. I'm beginning to understand you less. What does all these trifling matters from the past have to do with the future of Dragon City? History is like a mirror we can shine on our future. The light in Gao Yi's single eye became even brighter, but his expression became calmer. As the scale and intensity of the colonization war continues, a large amount of resources and profit will be sent to the superhumans, especially the high-grade ones. It will be in order to help them reach higher realms and gain even more power. Those superhumans will naturally grow even stronger, and only with even more resources offered to them will they respond to the needs of the colonization war. And as the territory we control continues expanding and the supply line becomes longer, the normal soldiers of the Red Dragon Army will become weaker. In time, they will no longer be able to bring out the power of the Steel Army. The Steel Army that should be able to sweep through all forces and win all battles will need a smooth communication line and a lot of supplies to bring its fighting strength. We'll need hardened road surfaces, railroads, airports, heavy transportation vehicles, and sea routes with aircrafts protecting them. Our heavy industry will have to be stable, reliable, and not easily destroyed by the enemy. It's only when we have all this that the Steel Army will bring to fruition what it has said it's able to do. Unfortunately, there is just no way the otherworld civilization will have a lot of hardened roads and railroads, and that is if they even have a civilization. Even though Dragon City has developed a lot of automatized and highly efficient construction equipment, it is still impossible for us to spread a tight communication network all over the otherworld and protect it from all the creatures on this planet. This means that in this vast otherworld, the Red Dragon Army will have a very difficult time fighting with the strategies from Earth and only a large number of soldiers at its disposal. Even if it works, the necessary capital will be 10 times or even 100 times higher than on Earth. The military expenditure will be astronomical and will collapse our entire financial system. Dragon City can only choose to pour most of the resources into the superhumans. They must use the agile superhumans who do not face any need for supplies and can substitute an entire well-trained army. Once the superhumans become the protagonists, the Red Dragon Army and equipped normal soldiers will gradually turn into side characters and subordinates, because they won't be able to get any resources. It will turn into a vicious cycle. They will no longer be able to take down cities and will only be used as public security in our own territories. Meng Zhao, do you think I'm making sense? Meng Zhao opened his mouth, but he didn't say what was on his mind. Yeah, you're making too much friggin' sense. Gao Yu was not just making sense, but talking about the reality that Meng Zhao remembered from his previous life. In a world that possessed supernatural powers, normal soldiers were just too weak and faced too many limitations that made them unable to bring out their full power. And the most crucial point was resources. When the Red Dragon Army wanted to fortify Dragon City because their families were there, they had shocking fighting strength. Regardless of whether they were facing apocalyptic beasts, other supernatural creatures, or the strongest magicians, they stood firmly in their stations and faced death with a smile. They fought until there were no soldiers left. The heavy industry that was right at their doorstep could provide them with an endless supply of tanks, aircrafts, or at the very least, ammo. With these, they could form a steel army that tore their enemies' physical bodies to shreds. However, once the Red Dragon Army left the area controlled by Earthlings and went on an expedition, the mountain ranges, rivers, forests, swamps, and the complicated, ever-changing, as well as extreme weather of the otherworld would make them suffer. And the targets they needed to conquer were not the savages found on Earth. They were magicians who controlled incredibly powerful supernatural abilities, elusive elves who controlled entire patches of forests, barbarians and beast folk who were fearless and could enter a berserk state in an instant, and even dwarves who could destroy the ground in just a few short days and damage the railways built by the Red Dragon Army, which were hundreds of kilometers long. The accursed locals had a million ways to destroy the supply lines of the Red Dragon Army. When a modern army did not have any supplies, it was no different from an ancient army that had run out of supplies. The worst thing was that the large fighting machines of the Red Dragon City used crystals as their source of energy. Compared to the gasoline and gunpowder on Earth, crystals were an incredibly unstable and highly dangerous source of power. It was not rare for a situation to be clearly beneficial to Earth's army, but the locals, driven forward by their fervent beliefs, would sacrifice a few of their powerful fighters' lives to accurately locate the spot where Earth's army had stored their ammunition and explode all the crystals. Such a tragedy had happened multiple times. And because of it, the higher-ups and normal citizens in Dragon City were forced to admit that relying solely on their steel army to sweep through the lands and conquer all of the otherworld was a fool's dream. Hence, Gao Yu was completely right. Before Meng Zhao returned to the past, the tactical resources had indeed been given solely to the superhumans, and everyone relied on them to fight against the powerful fighters of the otherworld's locals. The Red Dragon Army had been gradually split into three parts. The first part was an incredibly small but elite group. They were a rapid response force, and at their largest, they were still no bigger than a brigade. The ghost tribe that Meng Zhao joined in his previous life might not have been a real fighting brigade, but it was a core fighting force that was commonly seen in Dragon City. The second was a group of combat engineers. They specialized in following behind the powerful fighters to reinforce them with firepower, to repair roads and bridges, and to build all sorts of trenches and fortresses. The third was the security force. After the powerful fighters from Earth killed the elites of the otherworld and the combat engineers built the fortresses, they were stationed in the fortresses to intimidate the locals. Among the three, the security force was the largest. No matter what sort of glorious history, what powerful equipment, and what high morale an army had, once it was reduced to being a security force, it would no longer be the same. It could only fight the elusive guerrilla squads, so their strength went downhill and their core collapsed. The Red Dragon Army did not wish to turn into a side character in the colonization war and become a security force that could only run around dealing with the elves' curses and the dwarves' warhammers. The higher-ups did everything they could to research heroic spirit technology and gathered together the brainwaves of thousands of soldiers to create the battle soul technology, which had great fighting power. It was their best try to regain their position in the war. But this technology did not completely close the distance between normal soldiers and high-grade superhumans. The Red Dragon Army was destined to never be able to reach the status of the Homeland Security Forces on Earth. Based on your expression, I can tell that you agree with me, Gao Yu said happily. I didn't expect that we would be able to communicate so smoothly. Usually, university students at your age are all rash, fanatic, and have blind faith. They believe that victory is within their grasp, and they seldom think about their future calmly, like you do. In any case, in the decades of war in the future, the superhumans' power, wealth, and authority will continue rising, and the distance between them and normal people will continue increasing. And as their cultivation bases go up, Dragon City will use biochemical modification technology, runic symbol machines technology, and the most advanced superbrain technology to develop pseudo-human AI and automatized technology. The end result will be all sorts of fighting machines that don't need to be produced or controlled by normal humans. They might be drones and thinking machines or biochemical fighting beasts that will further replace the positions of normal soldiers. To a matchless elite, instead of a squad of normal humans, it would be better to bring numerous drones, thinking machines, and biochemical beasts to take down a place where other worlds' locals stay. Some of them may not even bring anything. They would just lurk at the spot where their enemies stay and assassinate the core members of the enemy forces. Drones have no fear, thinking machines will not break down, and even if biochemical beasts die, you will not need to pay a single cent to their family members as compensation. If things don't go well, there won't be any need for them to save their comrades trapped and surrounded by locals. Sooner or later, normal people won't even have the value as cannon fodder. If a superhuman has a large supply of drones, thinking machines, and biochemical beasts or their very own mega-corporation which can produce countless machines and they conquer a few cities far away from Dragon City and force a large number of locals to submit to them, you will see how much loyalty they will have toward Dragon City. Meng Zhao frowned a little. What do you mean? It's very simple. Think about it. If you're a matchless elite who is above deity realm, your fighting strength is equivalent to that of an army, and you have an incredibly advanced brain. Your calculative and deductive abilities are equivalent to those of a superbrain and you can control thousands of automated fighting machines at the same time, while you're also the boss of some mega-corporation. With such power, once you've conquered several cities in the other world or even a whole kingdom, would you still be completely loyal to Dragon City and the normal citizens who are far beneath you? Will you still place their interests above yours? Dragon City is not a normal country. The Survival Committee is not a government that is highly prestigious and can control all superhumans. Even the seemingly powerful supernatural tower has to continuously compromise before the high-grade superhumans and search for the greatest common divisor. If the colonization war drags on, it will only make the high-grade superhumans and the mega-corporations they control continue growing. They will turn into monsters that can no longer be defeated. In the end, it'll be the superhumans who will control Dragon City and not Dragon City who controls superhumans. And these superhumans who have all sorts of resources and benefits in the depths of the vast otherworld, and maybe even their own kingdoms, will only have one connection left with the normal people in Dragon City: they all came from Earth. Dragon City transmigrated only half a century ago, so many of the old-timers are from Earth and they ensured that the new generation born in the other world did not forget its roots. For now, they help the superhumans maintain a close relationship with the normal people and force them to work together. But I wonder, if another half a century passes and all the old-timers born on Earth die and the new generation becomes part of the other world, how many of them will remember that all of us came from Earth? Chapter 315, Poison Coated in Honey. Gao Yu was being quite the alarmist, and it sounded like he was trying to terrify Meng Zhao. The only thing missing was him sticking his face to Meng Zhao's nose and saying, "You didn't think about that, did you?" Meng Zhao remained calm and indifferent. Gao Yi felt a little disappointed, but he could only continue talking based on his thoughts. We believe that after decades of the colonization war, Dragon City will definitely split into two groups that are as different as heaven and earth. On the first level, you will have superhumans. They will be much stronger than the current superhumans in terms of power and authority. They will be in control of power that can destroy the world and will have megacorporations that are much larger than the current ones. Once they conquer multiple tribes and countries of the other world's locals, they might even turn into gods for those people. At that time, those high and mighty superhumans will be free to use drones, thinking machines, and biochemical beasts to create an army loyal just to themselves and which could be considered as an extension of their limbs. If they want to have slaves or cannon fodder, they will not even need to ask for help from Dragon City. They could just use the locals to carry out their will. Such superhumans will no longer be kept in place by Dragon City and will not need to be accountable before the normal citizens. They will be free to do whatever they want and go after their dreams of becoming stronger or getting more benefits for their megacorporations. If, at that time, they will still be willing to maintain the existence of the Survival Committee and defending the honor of Dragon City, it will be entirely because the Survival Committee and Dragon City will have turned into their tool which can get them more resources. On their path to evolving from humans into superhumans, the Survival Committee and Dragon City will provide them with best fuel. On the second level, you will have normal humans. I believe that in the future, the normal people in Dragon City will not be as bad as the normal citizens of the empires that rose to power on Earth in terms of material wealth and basic safety. Since the superhumans will have all resources and there will no longer be any need for them to squeeze out more resources from their past comrades. But the superhumans will also have no drive to pour their resources onto their comrades so that they could cultivate and become stronger than themselves. This has nothing to do with morality. It's just a very simple mathematical problem. When the same resources are used on them, it will make them stronger and help them break their limits. They will learn brand new divine arts because of that. But when it's used on their comrades, they will just cultivate third-class fighters who are slightly stronger than cannon fodder. So why would they do something so unnecessary? In the end, even if Dragon City's civilization really manages to conquer all of the other world, the normal people's lives might not be any better than now. In fact, it's highly likely that they will just live their previous lives. They will sleep in cramped spaces that are like hornets' nests. Every day, they will eat synthesized food made of earthworm meat and monster hollets to fill their stomachs. They won't win against superhumans in terms of intellect, and when it comes to the costs of hiring, they won't win against the drones or the locals turned slaves. They won't be able to climb up nor go down. They won't have any work and will have to rely on the superhumans to give them alms and care for their well-being. The mental gloom will then be vented on online entertainment that can stimulate their senses, and as time goes by, they will become the entire civilization's burden, parasites, and trash. Meng Zhao, this is Dragon City's future. Don't you think that this is terrifying? Meng Zhao blinked and thought, something as good as that will happen? Even though Gao Yi's deductions were logical and the idea that most normal people will turn into burdens and parasites was very terrifying, Meng Zhao had seen an even more terrifying future. Compared to the future where Dragon City was reduced to dust, the bad future Gao Yi described was practically heaven. Meng Zhao scratched his head. He was gradually coming to understand Gao Yi's worries. He and his companions were afraid that the superhumans would become too egotistical once they conquered all of the other world and change. But those were just unwarranted worries. Or rather, they were too optimistic. In truth, Dragon City would not conquer the other world. Regardless of whether it was the normal people or the superhumans, when faced with the rampage of the extraordinary beings in the other world, they could only work together and struggle together. And in the end, die together. Now, you should know who we are. Gao Yu did not know the countless thoughts that flashed through Meng Zhao's mind. He thought that Meng Zhao was intimidated by his words, so he raised his head and said faintly, "We're people who don't want that future to come true. We wish to limit the strength of superhumans so that the superhumans and normal people will reach a balance." "Wait," Meng Zhao said, "Director Gao, you're a superhuman as well." "That's right. I'm a superhuman, and you're a superhuman too." Gao Yu sighed long and hard. "But before we became superhumans, we were humans. And even after we became superhumans, we have no intention to betray the interests of human civilization, right? If the bad future I described just now comes true and the 1% of superhumans become strong enough that they surpass the limits in the definition of humans, they will break free of Dragon City, Earth, and human civilization to exist on their own. The 99% of the population will then become weaker and will lose the spirit and ability to fight for their civilization. In the end, they turn into burdens and parasites. Do you think that this was the original goal for colonizing the other world? Will these two levels of people be able to defend the interests of human civilization? Meng Zhao thought about it and said, "Director Gao, even if you and your organization are not burdening yourselves with unnecessary worries, isn't it too early for you to think about this problem? This is just like a husband and wife buying a lottery ticket that they believe will win the grand prize of 500 million but getting into an argument about the distribution of money. There's no need for that, right? No. There's absolutely a need for it. If we don't think and act now, it'll be too late," Gao Yi said seriously. "The superhumans are getting stronger day by day, and the distance between them and normal humans is getting larger every day as well. Now, if the normal people work together, they can still keep the superhumans in check. But when the superhumans reach power equivalent to that of gods and demons, how will the normal people be able to fight for fairness? Don't you think that you're thinking of the superhumans in too deplorable a fashion?" Meng Zhao frowned. No matter how strong the superhumans are, they were once normal people. Many of the superhumans still sincerely want to protect the interests of humanity, and that includes the interests of normal people. The Supernatural Tower and the Survival Committee also mention unity more than anything else. The stronger a person is, the greater their responsibility is. Over the past few years, the Supernatural Tower has mentioned two slogans. Didn't you hear them? The blood of the strong flows for the weak. And superhumans are the weapons of human civilization. I believe that the superhumans who adhere to this spirit won't lose control completely. Of course I've heard the two slogans before, but don't you think that they are very terrifying? Gao Yi asked with a cold sneer. The blood of the strong flows for the weak. On the surface, it increases morale, but it also influences our thoughts. We end up categorizing humans into the strong and the weak. It also emphasizes the duty of the strong. But you must understand, duty and power are reciprocal. When the strong spill their blood for the weak, they have to enjoy more resources compared to the weak. In fact, it's only natural for them to be able to ask for payment from the weak. At the same time, this slogan encourages laziness among the weak. It makes the weak think that it's the duty of the strong to spill their blood and sacrifice for them. Meanwhile, all they need to do is hide under the wings of the strong. Superhumans are the weapons of human civilization runs on the same theory. It might sound like a heroic slogan, but in truth, it gives the authority of brute force to superhumans. Whoever has the weapons in hand can control everything. If there comes a day when the weapon changes its direction and points at a different target, what are the weak supposed to do? Of course, I believe that the Supernatural Tower had no ill will when they promoted these two slogans. Most of the superhumans in the current era are also sincerely carrying out the spirit of the two slogans and are fighting for human civilization. They are even sacrificing their lives for them. But humans change. Even if the superhumans of this generation don't change, their descendants, the superhumans of the next generation, and the superhumans of the generation after that will change. You mentioned just now that no matter how strong a superhuman is, they were born of normal people. Right now, this might be the case, but in 50 years or 100 years, when the father, mother, grandfathers, grandmothers, great-grandfathers, and great-grandmothers will all be superhumans, why should they think that they came from normal people and have the duty to fight for normal people? At that time, I'm afraid that the blood of the strong flows for the weak. And superhumans are the weapons of human civilization. Will be given a brand new meaning. The slogans will turn into poison covered in honey. In other words, the 99% of our population cannot place all their hopes on moral code and slogans of the 1%. Otherwise, the future of our civilization will definitely be bleak and full of bloodshed. The weak shouldn't hope that the strong will shed their blood for them without reason and limitations. The weapon of human civilization should be every human. As long as normal people and superhumans reach a balance and strength, our civilization will have a future. It's only then that we will be able to gain true victory in the colonization war. Director Gao, you convinced me, Meng Zhao scratched his head and said, but I still don't understand it. What? Does the balance between normal people and superhumans have to do with the matter that happened at Spirit Creation Creatures? Right now, the normal people in Dragon City can also awaken to supernatural powers through cultivation to keep the high-grade superhumans and their megacorporations in check. Sure they can. But how many of them do? And is it a rising trend? Gao Yi asked. As the resources become more centralized on the high-grade superhumans and megacorporations and the entire cultivation system is made more complicated and more advanced, there will be more divine arts that must be trained since young for people to have any chance of mastering them. The resources required to cultivate will also become higher, and normal people's hopes of becoming superhumans will become less likely to come to fruition. The promotion channel in Dragon City will also become shorter. The idea of a poor child turning into a powerful fighter will gradually become something akin to a miracle. Even if normal people will want to rely on cultivation to turn their lives around, it will become an impossible task. How will then they be able to keep the matchless elites and megacorporations in check? Lucky children like you, who have extraordinary talent and receive all sorts of blessings, will also become rare existences. To most normal people, the path to become a superhuman via normal means will be blocked. So, I developed a piece of technology. Chapter 316, Humans and Monster Flesh. Meng Zhao now understood the key to Gao Yi's speech. Even though he did not understand why Gao Yi had decided to be sincere, he still held his breath and listened carefully. Look, we currently face three problems. Gao Yi extended three bony fingers. First, normal people cannot catch up with the development of the current era. In this new world where spirit energy explodes forth and where biochemical technology and runic symbol machines technology continue changing, they will gradually lose their place. Second, superhumans will become stronger. With automatized technology, unmanned fighting vehicles, and biochemical beasts protecting them, they will be able to monopolize the market, and no one will be able to keep them in check. Third, as biochemical modification technology and runic symbol machines technology continues to develop, the possibility of AI being born, awakening, and going out of control will continue increasing. Regardless of whether it's apocalyptic beasts or thinking vehicles with superbrains, they all have the possibility of awakening and turning into fearsome enemies. I've been thinking for a long time about these three questions. In the end, I found a way to kill three birds with one stone. Monsters being in control of human-like intelligence is definitely a very dangerous matter. But if we give humans control of monster-like strength, that'll be fine, won't it? A strange smile appeared on Gao Yi's face, and Meng Zhao could not help but ask, "What do you mean?" "You should know that aside from being skilled in biochemical modification, I am also a monster controller," Gao Yi explained. The current monster controlling technology relies on the monster controller using their cultivation and biochemical modification technology at the same time. They open some of the ports in the monster controller and biochemical beasts' brains so that some of their central nervous system would be connected wirelessly. While they share their senses, the monster controllers can use their minds to stimulate the biochemical beast's glands and give them some simple commands. But this sort of connection is only a surface-level control, and it can be disrupted easily. The frequency of the brain waves is not the same on both sides, so there is a slight delay. Monster controllers cannot control the biochemical beast's will completely, so they are no different from traditional beastmasters. The only difference is that they switched from the beastmaster's whips and goads to mind power. This monster controlling technology requires great mind power to control a beast. Unless you awaken to supernatural power, you will never be able to become a monster controller. But the new generation monster controlling technology I've developed after 10 years of blood, sweat, and tears is different. The gene medicine I developed will not just open up most of the neural ports in the human brain and beast brain, it will allow the human consciousness to blend with the biochemical beast's consciousness. Since a human's intelligence is high, their sense of self is also incredibly strong. Hence, the human consciousness will usually be able to wipe out a biochemical beast's consciousness, and from then on, they will be able to completely control the biochemical beast's body. In short, I can move a human's consciousness, or their soul, into the brain of a biochemical beast. We'll no longer need to use the beastmaster's whip nor the beastmasters themselves, because we'll be able to become the monsters. We'll be monsters with human consciousness. We'll fuse human intelligence together with monster strength. It will increase our work efficiency and fighting strength more than 100 times when compared to traditional biochemical beasts and traditional mind control methods. Shifting human souls into monster brains? Meng Zhao gulped. His mouth went dry, and his temples throbbed. It was as if there was something moving in the air, like electric currents sizzling around him. "Don't you think that this is the ultimate answer to solving all the problems?" Gao Yi asked with a smile. "First, the current cultivation system is too hard for normal people. They also need too many resources. Even if both parents of a normal household work proper jobs, it is still very difficult for them to pay for their children's expensive school, the extracurricular classes, gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid. Even if they manage to provide for them, if the children are not talented, the millions of dollars worth of school fees and nutrition fees will end up going into waste. But my new generation monster controller technology, or rather, consciousness transferring technology is different. As long as I'm given more time and resources, I will definitely be able to find a way to transfer a normal person's consciousness into a biochemical beast's brain, and that way, a normal person will be in possession of a monster's strength. Most of the monsters, even if they're nightmarish beasts or hell beasts, are only about as intelligent as a 7 or 8-year-old child. But they can learn all sorts of skills, so there is simply no reason for a normal person to be unable to learn them, right? That way, normal people will be able to use the monstrous strength of biochemical beasts. The work efficiency of a monster with human intelligence and consciousness will definitely be much higher than that of drones and automatized machines. And if there are any ambitious superhumans who want to rise above Dragon City and even human civilization, the normal people in control of monster bodies will be able to rise up in arms and fight until both sides are severely wounded. This balance will allow our civilization to walk much further. Meanwhile, due to human souls existing in biochemical beasts' brains, they will actually be humans in monster flesh, and we won't need to worry about monsters gaining a sense of self or possessing superintelligence. It's a move that kills 3 birds with 1 stone. Isn't that great? Meng Zhao pondered it for a long time before he said cautiously, "It sounds good, but there is a similar characteristic to all lies, they sound nice. You've been going on and on for a long time, and you still haven't explained why you killed Jin Yongxiang and Xie Xiaolei. Because they pose a problem to my plan." Gao Yu was silent for a while. "A month ago, while I was remotely controlling a giant sandworm to conduct an investigation under Trash Site 4, I accidentally saw Jin Yongxiang sneaking around. I used the new generation monster controlling technology, so my control over the giant sandworm was far greater than of a normal monster controller. In an instant, I sensed the man's presence and noticed that he was sneakily injecting something into some of the giant sandworms. They instantly went berserk, and my consciousness was viciously pushed outside. But by then, I had already noticed Jin Yongxiang's characteristics and got a good idea about his status and goal. Hence, when he came to Spirit Creation Creatures Pet Shop to buy a contest tiger, I predicted what he was going to do. I paid attention to him and left a backdoor in the chip of his contest tiger's brain. It will allow me to remotely control his biochemical pet. Jin Yongxiang had no idea that he could invade his biochemical pet's brain through the wireless network. I often connected to its eyes and ears and saw things that he didn't want others to see. Then, one day, I saw him injecting drugs that made monsters go berserk into the ear canals of his neighbor's biochemical beasts. Both of them were biochemical pets from our company. I was angry, so I killed him. Wait, Meng Zhao said, since you saw it, why didn't you report it to the police? It takes a few hours for the stimulative drugs for the mutated rabies virus to completely invade the central nervous system. If we consider the time, you could have saved 2 innocent people's lives. Gao Yu was silent for a while before he said, I didn't have any proof. Even if I reported it to the police, I couldn't do anything to Jin Yongxiang and Heavenly Works machines, which would definitely support him. Perhaps they would come up with something even larger that would harm more innocents. It would be better. It would be better to watch Jin Yongxiang kill someone and then remotely control the biochemical pet to kill Jin Yongxiang. You would then blow the accident to epic proportions and turn it into a murder, Meng Zhao said coldly. In any case, all the evidence would point to Heavenly Works machines, and you wouldn't need to worry about the police not being able to solve the case. Once the truth came to light, the subway number 20 deal would definitely end up in Spirit Creation Creatures' hands, and you would get 10 times the resources to continue your research, am I right? Gao Yu said nothing. Meng Zhao felt a little frustrated. He should not have been so worked up. Executing any kind of moral judgment on Gao Yu is meaningless. Instead, he should focus on getting more information from Gao Yu so that he could solve the mystery of the supernatural entities. Once he thought of this, Meng Zhao adjusted his tone and said, all right. Even if Jin Yongxiang deserved death, what about Xie Xiaolei? Also, what's the deal with you going through Drizzle Studio to stir up public opinion? Was it because you just wanted to set yourself up as the victim and get more pity and support once the truth came to light? No. I told you before that those are my honest thoughts, Gao Yi said slowly. Even though we're both in the biochemical modification faction, I have a lot of clashing ideals with Xie Xiaolei and most of the people in the biochemical modification faction. Xie Xiaolei believes that it will be enough as long as we continue upgrading biochemical modification technology and create bigger, faster, stronger, and fiercer biochemical beasts. As to whether biochemical beasts will gain superintelligence, whether they will turn into tools that will allow superhumans to do whatever they want, or whether they will take over the positions of normal people in the workplace, those are all unnecessary worries. We shouldn't think about it. But I want to research consciousness transferring technology and transfer hundreds of thousands of normal human souls into the same number of monster brains so that they can control those monsters' bodies. So, I use the chance to warn people through the article to be wary of the threat of biochemical beasts gaining AI and going out of control. If we want to use biochemical beasts' strength but not allow them to gain intelligence, there is only one method, and that is to use consciousness transferring technology to implant normal humans' consciousness into biochemical beasts' brains and override the biochemical beasts' consciousness. It was a mental preparation for my next stage, because I am going to raise the scale of my experiment. I think I understand now, Meng Zhao mumbled. Xie Xiaolei doesn't agree with your beliefs, so it's impossible for him to give you a lot of resources and support you. In your research to transfer consciousness, right? Yes, he's a traditional businessman. He's also a selfish superhuman who only chases after profit and wants to snatch resources to expand the scale of the company as well as increase his cultivation realm. This will give him success in a worldly sense, and it's what he's passionate about, Gao Yi said. If I want to succeed with the consciousness transferring technology, I cannot continue my research on a small scale, as I have done so for the past decade. Instead, I need to pour a large amount of investments into it. And it's a sum that might even destroy spirit creation creatures. Xie Xiaolei has been rubbing his palms together for a while. He wants to get the deal for subway number 20 and strive for his ambitions during the development of the northern front lines. He has decided to pour most of the profit we gained into expanding the company, although, of course, he'll give me a huge slice. In less than 10 years, Spirit Creation Creatures would then turn into a mega-corporation whose name will be known in every corner of the city. And we, as the creators, will have the resources to reach deity realm. Hey! He doesn't understand it at all. I didn't step on the path of a superhuman for a reason as boring as reaching deity realm. He wants to expand the company and increase his cultivation realm, but I want to pour all the profit I earn to upgrade my lab and continue the research that has a high risk of failure. The difference in objectives is so great that we cannot reach a compromise, but he's the one in control of the company. Unless he disappears, I can't win against him. So, tell me, what other choice do I have? Chapter 317, Fatal Flaw. Meng Zhao's mind raced. He now had a general gist of what was going on. He also understood why Gao Yi chose to kill Xie Xiaolei. In the past, they were business partners. Gao Yi might have been talented in biochemical modification technology, but he was not skilled in managing a company or fighting in the business field. He needed Xie Xiaolei to manage spirit creation creatures and provide an endless stream of funds for his research. But now, spirit creation creatures had seized the deal for subway number 20 and an even wider market was now open before their eyes. As long as Gao Yi believed that his skills were good enough, even if Xie Xiaolei was not around and another manager rose up, they could still keep the company running. Because of that, Xie Xiaolei no longer had any value, but was a roadblock in Gao Yi's plan to conduct further research, so making him disappear from the world was the best choice. But as he continued thinking about this, Meng Zhao found that there was still something he did not understand. I don't get it. I won't talk about the relationship you share with Xie Xiaolei after being friends and business partners with him for years and just talk about the fact that killing is a risky move. Was there really a need for you to take this path and continue down with it even though it's wrong? You created spirit creation creatures, and you're the second largest shareholder. You also have the core skills. No matter how bad you are at communicating, you must have some friends in the field and know a few rich and powerful investors. If you really couldn't compromise in terms of your ideals, you could have just split up. You could take your shares and build your own place. It's not as if it's impossible for you to build a second lab. If the consciousness transferring technology that you mentioned was really good and beneficial to Dragon City and the people, you wouldn't be worried about not being able to find any investors. Why did you have to commit such a major crime and put yourself at such a disadvantageous position? This question seemed to have struck Gao Yi where it hurt. He was silent for a long time, to the point that Meng Zhao thought he was not going to speak. Then, he said softly, "No one will invest in it." "Why?" Meng Zhao asked. "Because you're right. The current consciousness transferring technology is not perfect. It's not as good as I said. It still has a fatal flaw." Gao Yi sighed. The human self or soul is an incredibly profound thing. Even if I have been pouring my soul into uncovering what it is over the past 10 years, I still can't see its full form. You know that all information faces some sort of interference during the transferring process, no matter what sort of method you use to do the transfer. It still goes through a certain degree of distortion and damage. When sending normal information, 1% of distortion and damage is not much. But to souls, even if they go through a 1 in a 100,000 degree of distortion or damage, there is a possibility that they will go through a complete change. Meanwhile, if the material itself gives birth to consciousness and also determines what sort of consciousness you have, then the human consciousness must come from the human brain. No matter how fully developed a soul is, when it is transferred to a monster brain, it will be affected by the beast's brain. Of course we can use all sorts of biochemical modification technology to modify the biochemical beast's brain to make them similar to a human brain, but as long as there is the slightest difference, it will inevitably interfere with the human consciousness. The worst thing is, with the current technology, after the human consciousness leaves the human brain, we are unable to keep the human brain fresh for long periods of time. I know that we can submerge the human body in nutritional fluid and use something similar to hibernation to ensure long-lasting activity of the brain so that the soul can return, but if the consciousness is repeatedly transferred, it will constantly go through friction and overriding of information, which will definitely result in irreversible damage to the brain. In the end, the brain's self-defense mechanism will be activated, and the neural ports will all be shut. "Wait. I'm a little confused now," Meng Zhao said. "Director Gao, you're talking about the consequences that will be caused by the current consciousness transferring technology, right? Based on my calculations and experiments, the end result is that once the human consciousness creeps into a biochemical beast's brain, the human will be subtly influenced by the biochemical beast," Gao Yi said with a sigh. "Around 99% of the biochemical beast's consciousness would be overridden, but the remaining 1% will include the beast's murderous instincts, and they will invade the human consciousness, which will affect human thought and their sense of self. It's not difficult to understand this. When your consciousness creeps into a monster's body and you see through a monster's eyes, hear through its ears, roar with its throat, tear apart a prey with its claws, and perceive the world through the ways of a monster, your thought process will naturally become different from before. Meng Zhao thought about it. Makes sense. But it's not something that can't be solved. For example, an engineer who operates huge construction machines every day. They don't work 24 hours a day. Based on your thoughts, normal people should only spend from 3 to 5 hours a day to transfer their consciousness to a monster brain for either work or fighting. Once they're done, they can go back to their bodies and enjoy their lives. If that's the case, I don't think their sense of self is going to be affected. I told you that all manner of transferring of information will result in the information being damaged, and repeated transfers will cause the neural ports in the human port to be damaged or shut, Gao Yi said in a gloomy fashion. Let me put it bluntly. With our current technology, if a human transfers his soul completely to a biochemical beast's brain, he will no longer be able to go back. Meng Zhao spent 10 seconds to ponder over what Gao Yi meant by not being able to come back. Then, what about his original body and brain? He asked stiffly. Brain will die, or the body will enter a comatose state. I don't know. The results I told you are based on calculations and deductions, Gao Yi said. Meng Zhao thought about it. Then, this human soul will only be able to stay in the monster's body? Yes. He might have to forever live as a monster. Then, his consciousness will be invaded by the monster brain, and his knowledge of his sense of self will begin deviating. Meng Zhao gulped. And he might even go through amnesia? Even if he doesn't go through the invasion of the monster brain, if a human soul is to forever be trapped in a monster's body, the possibility of him going through amnesia will still be very high, Gao Yi said. Now, you should understand why I cannot look for any investors, right? This research goes past the limits of human morality and ethics. I know that ever since Dragon City transmigrated, many people awakened to supernatural powers after facing the persecution of viruses and zombies. Because of it, our ethics and morals have changed from what they were on Earth. But regardless of how our ethics and morals have changed, transferring a human soul forever into a monster brain will never be acknowledged and understood. Even if I can find a volunteer, no investor will support my crazy research. You always run into setbacks when doing research. There is a high chance that the volunteer's spirit will be sealed in the monster's brain. As he faces stimulation from the monster's nervous system, he will probably experience amnesia, and his sense of self will become twisted. He will lose all of it in time. Once this matter enters the public eye, it will definitely cause the entire city to rise up. The public opinion will tear me and the investor to shreds. The people will believe that we're demons who toy with souls and deranged lunatics who want to turn humans into monsters. Tell me, who will take a risk to invest in such research? Besides, my biggest goal in developing consciousness transferring technology is to let normal humans reach a balance with superhumans. If I accept the investment from the rich and powerful megacorporations, before this technology is fully developed, it will end up in their hands. They will either shelf it or will think of a way to break the balance so they can become even more powerful. There will be no balance to speak of then. Hence, I don't want to accept just anyone's investment. I don't want any information about this technology going out, either. I must be in control of the direction and resources of spirit creation creatures so that I can carry out secret research. Once this technology is fully developed and the flaws I just mentioned disappear, I will announce it to the public. At that time, even if my reputation is destroyed, at the very least, there is a possibility that this technology will spread out and the normal people will have a weapon to keep the superhumans in check. What I just said is the missing truth behind the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. Meng Zhao, I didn't hide anything from you, but I don't believe that you will spare me. I just hope that my beliefs have planted a seed in your heart. After this matter ends, I hope that you will think about how the 1% of superhumans should coexist with the 99% of normal humans of our population. Then, you would think about how we should push human civilization to new heights instead of acting like a brute and treating me like a lunatic, crazy maniac, and a demon, alright? Gao Yi looked at Meng Zhao expectantly. Sure. You might not believe it, but I'm a pretty open-minded person. I can accept all sorts of strange theories, and I'm not against turning them into reality. But no matter how bad the future you spoke of is, it's all just speculation, Meng Zhao said. Director Gao, I really want to continue talking to you but unfortunately, we don't have much time left. How about this? Give me the contact information, address, official website, chat group, or whatever for your organization, and I'll have a chat with the people in the organization. How does that sound? By the way, does your organization recruit new people? They shouldn't look down on a good youth like me who is talented, outstanding, has an open mind, and worries about the country, right? Gao Yi laughed. Meng Zhao, you're very funny. If it were another time or place, we might have really become friends. Alright, then let me give you a word of advice as your friend. There's no need for you to put up a resistance. You should surrender and tell what you just told me to the court, Meng Zhao said. This case is very strange, so I believe that the judges won't be the only ones interested in it. The news media and all the netizens who love watching the world burn will be very interested in it as well. You don't have to worry about not being able to find anyone who understands you. As for your consciousness transferring technology, you can bring it to the biochemical modification circle in Agricultural University and talk about it. Since you want to plant seeds, you need to do it in an upright manner and let the sun shine on your ideas. Then, they will be able to grow and become towering trees, right? That's right. I should surrender. When faced with a youngster as adorable as you, I shouldn't push the matter to an undignified result. Gao Yi sighed. Look at me. You should know that I don't fear death nor am I afraid of how the world sees me. I don't care about the judgment of the court, the dark cells, the bullets of justice piercing me, or my reputation being completely ruined. If I can spread my beliefs, surrendering and speaking passionately in court might be the best choice. But unfortunately, even if you end up looking at me in disdain, I have no other choice. Compared to surrendering, I have something more important to do. Warning bells rang in Meng Zhao's mind. What is it? The research, Gao Yi said with a smile. This will be the first and last time I will use the consciousness transferring technology, and it will be an experiment conducted at full capacity, even going into overload. Chapter 318, Birth of the Second Supernatural Entity. Meng Zhao's pupils narrowed to the size of a needle tip. Before Gao Yi could say the last word, Meng Zhao fired his chain sabers at the speed of lightning. He accurately cut off all the cables connected to Gao Yi's helmet. The ends of the cables let out crackling sparks and fell on the floor like dead snakes. Meng Zhao sighed in relief. Gao Yi's smile just became brighter. Did you think that I would use this superbrain helmet to transfer my consciousness outward? Was that why you have been eyeing the cables above my head all this while? Were you ensuring that they don't release any powerful spirit energy ripples? Was that why you patiently stalled for time with me? Was that it? Gao Yi asked faintly. But how could I place the real equipment to transfer my consciousness in such an obvious place? Meng Zhao had a bad feeling. He gritted his teeth and strode forward. He did not care about Gao Yi's disability and kicked the wheelchair over. Gao Yi fell on the floor like a torn ragdoll, which revealed numerous rows of cables connected to his spine. These cables went into the wheelchair, and through it extended to a corner of the lab with really messy cables. Meng Zhao could sense powerful spirit energy fluctuations from them. It was as if waves of spirit energy were being transferred from Gao Yi's body to some part of the lab. Meng Zhao yanked off all the cables while saying, "What are these?" "It's useless," Gao Yi said calmly. "I've been talking to you for a really long time, and I was using the consciousness transferring equipment all the time. Now, we're at the last step. I just completed it through the wireless network. Even if you disassemble the entire lab, you won't be able to stop me." Meng Zhao's skin crawled. He remembered the supernatural entity from his nightmares and fear entered his voice. "Why, you're mad. You turned yourself into an experimental subject. The transferring of consciousness is extremely dangerous, and the research itself breaks ethics and morals. If I don't dare to become an experimental subject, how would I have the dignity to look for volunteers to conduct the experiment?" Gao Yi asked faintly. "It's only by turning myself into the first experiment that I will be able to gather a large amount of data, and the experiment will become more stable and safe. Then, I can progress to the next stage of the research. I was going to use the large amount of resources from spirit creation creatures, which would have helped me complete the research earlier and in a smoother fashion. But now, I have no other choice. Some elites have entered the company. There are at least 3 Heaven Realm elites among them. They're the reinforcements you have been waiting for, right? I'm happy that I was able to meet a bosom buddy like you, Meng Zhao, but I'm afraid that our conversation will have to come to an end for the time being. I believe that we will have a chance to meet again. At that time, I will definitely introduce my friends to you." Gao Yi extended a skeletal arm and gave Meng Zhao a wave. Meng Zhao's skin crawled. He yanked Gao Yi up from the floor. Gao Yi did not have all limbs, so he was light and did not have much weight. He was like a skeleton with only skin covering it. The light in his single eye quickly faded away along with the soul behind it. No. In Meng Zhao's eyes, Gao Yi was dying, and he did not know how he should keep the last bit of the man's soul in his body. Before he could think of a way, the light in Gao Yi's single eye completely disappeared. His breathing and heartbeat stopped completely and his vitality magnetic field vanished like a candle in a storm. Even if Meng Zhao grabbed his shoulders tightly, all he would be holding was just a cold corpse. Behind the strengthened window, the ultimate sandworm gradually woke up in the huge hatching pond. Countless monitors screeched, and the researchers cried out in surprise. The red light signaling high security alert flashed non-stop. In the midst of chaos, the ultimate sandworm yanked off the dozen steel cables restraining it and raised its head like an aquatic dragon. Meng Zhao could clearly see a bump forming quickly behind the slits on its head. Then, with a loud bang, the air that was sucked into the bump gushed out after it went through super-high compression. It blared in an airtight space like a huge horn. The airflow tore through the air at nearly sonic speed and destroyed the eardrums of the dozen researchers in the room. It also shattered the strengthened window in front of Meng Zhao. He felt as if two burning drills had been stabbed into his eardrums, and they reduced his ear canals, cochlea, auditory nerves, and brains into mush. When he reached out to touch his ears, he felt blood. Before he could focus, the second attack came charging at him. This time, the ultimate sandworm did not use a sound wave. Instead, it used a mind attack that was so vicious Meng Zhao could not block it. The creature's mental power was like an avalanche. It turned into visible ripples that rammed into the brains of researchers and Meng Zhao. The researchers cried out in pain. They rolled on the floor while cradling their heads. Meng Zhao could sense all his brain cells crackling as if they were popcorn, and his mental strength index started plummeting. "Do you remember our conversation about whether monsters can possess intelligence?" A dense row of small holes appeared under the ultimate sandworm slits. Air gushed out of those holes and caused the flesh membranes inside the hole to vibrate. Due to the speed, strength, and vibrations of the airflow, the ultimate sandworm could release sounds that were similar to human speech. But there was a huge difference between speaking through holes and speaking in the manner of a real human. This was similar to mixing a monster's roars and the whines of a pipe organ. It sounded crazy, calm, evil, but also holy. It sounded like the sound of a demon. Mammals have myelin sheaths, which are similar to an information highway. Octopi and squids make their nerve bundles longer and thicker, which turns them into the smartest creatures in the ocean. While annelids like sandworms are primitive creatures, they have individual nervous systems in each section of their bodies. Even if you cut off a part of them or destroy their central nervous system, they will continue to live and fight. The demonic voice continued coming out of the ultimate sandworm's holes. Gradually, they turned into Gao Yi's voice. If you combine the three completely different nervous systems together and create nerve bundles that are as thick as those of giant squids but have the myelin sheaths that are similar to those found on human nerves while also using multiple nervous systems connected to each other, would you be able to use them as a vessel to carry the human soul in place of a human brain? Would you maybe be able to reach the secrets hidden in the depths of the human soul and awaken superintelligence? Now, I will finally have the chance to personally experience it and find the answer. Meng Zhao took a gulp. It was hard for him to do anything. He saw that the progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities jumped to 13%. He now had a general idea about the supergiant sandworm which had wreaked havoc underground while possessing super-high intelligence. The identity of another one of the 9 great supernatural entities had come into his possession. The current events shed light on many of his questions. After all, no matter how wild giant sandworms evolved and mutated, it was impossible for them to gain intelligence equivalent to human intelligence. But this supernatural entity was originally a human. It was Gao Yi. "You." Meng Zhao knelt in front of the shattered glass and lifted Gao Yi's original body high up. He shouted, "Your body is already dead. You can't come back anymore. Is it worth it?" "Indeed, the me of yesterday is dead. But I have gained a new life today." The ultimate sandworm, Gao Yi, grinned, which bared its fang-covered mouth. It was an attempt to put up a human-like smile, but it just made him look more terrifying. "Thank you, Meng Zhao. I was never able to make the decision and get rid of the human body, the shell that was incomplete, weak, and constantly tormented me with pain. Even though it had multiple flaws, at the end of the day, it was the pillar of support I was born with. However, it was also the final obstacle I faced on the brand new path I wanted to walk. Thank you for helping me come to my decision. I hope we meet again." Gao Yi opened his mouth to the limit. The researchers watched it in dumbfounded shock. Some had yet to snap out of the shock from hearing Gao Yi's demonic voice, while others started screaming hysterically. They grabbed their companions and started fleeing in all directions. Gao Yi ignored them and directed his mouth at the ground. The bottom of the hatching pond was made of loose earth, because it was the most suitable environment for giant sandworms to grow and move around. The ultimate sandworm was even larger than the supergiant sandworm Meng Zhao had fought in Trash Site 4. Hence, its ability to eat earth and dig tunnels was also 10 times better. In an instant, half of its body disappeared into the earth. With the squirming and expansion as well as contraction of its muscles, the sandworm could send out a lot of the earth it ate through the excretory hole at the end of its body. It turned the center of the lab into a mess. Meng Zhao's mental strength index finally returned to normal. With a growl, he threw his chain sabers forward. One of the chains had flames around it, and the other had electricity. They sank deep into the ultimate sandworm, Gao Yi's body. Unfortunately, Gao Yi was no longer the handicapped person who sat curled up into a ball in his wheelchair, weighed less than 40 kilograms, and could not fight back. Not only did he have a set of incredibly terrifying super nervous systems that could support human intelligence and violent mental powers, he also had a body as tough as steel. No matter how many times Meng Zhao activated his spirit energy magnetic field and sent flames and electricity into Gao Yi's body, he could not stop him from fleeing underground while squirming around. Meng Zhao yanked the chains back. They grew so taut that they became 2 straight lines, but in the end, he just ended up being dragged down by Gao Yi. Meng Zhao gritted his teeth so hard that sparks flew out. The chains wrapped around his arms nearly crushed them. But he kept his grip around the chains despite the great pain. As long as he could persevere for one more second, there was a chance that Lucia would arrive with her reinforcements. No matter how efficient the ultimate sandworm was when it came to digging earth, there was a limit to it. There was no way that it could create a tunnel of dozens of kilometers in an hour, right? But against his expectations, after Gao Yi dug several meters underground, his speed rose swiftly, and there were signs that he would soon disappear underground. Meng Zhao refused to let go and was dragged underground. The earth and rocks around him were as smooth as a mirror. The tunnel was clearly not made just now. His mind raced, and Meng Zhao immediately understood what had happened. Gao Yi had prepared a backup plan. He used giant sandworms to dig multiple tunnels under the lab and create multiple complicated and interconnected escape routes. The tunnel behind them was gradually blocked off by the earth that gushed out of Gao Yi's excretory hole, and in front of them was a dark maze. The situation was worrisome. Chapter 319, Become a Bullet. Meng Zhao heard faint cracking sounds in his arms. He had activated his vitality spirit energy magnetic field repeatedly, and it drained his spirit energy until there was practically nothing left. Gao Yi suddenly turned around and yanked the chains, which made Meng Zhao shudder. In the darkness, the ultimate sandworm opened its mouth, which was more than 5 meters wide, and released a foul-smelling puff of air at Meng Zhao. It caused his features to be blown away from their original positions. "Let go. Don't force my hand. I don't want to hurt you," Gao Yi said. In the depths of the dark cave, Gao Yi, with his aquatic dragon-like body, looked like a demon who had come out from hell. Meng Zhao's skin crawled. His nightmare overlapped with reality. Even though the current Gao Yi was definitely not as strong as the supernatural entity from his previous life and he definitely did not evolve to his limits, which meant that he was incomplete, just like the White Spirit, Meng Zhao could not hope to win against him. He was only a 2-star superhuman. Meng Zhao only hoped that the internet was good enough so that Lucia could get an accurate read of his location. He braced his courage and said, I don't want to hurt you either. Gao Yi, turn back. You'll still make it if you turn back now. The chance of personally experiencing consciousness transfer is a 1 in a million chance. Since I've already taken this step forward, how could I possibly turn back? Gao Yi controlled the ultimate sandworm's huge mouth to make another smile. This time, it was no longer as monstrous. But it could also be said to look more monstrous because it was much more human-like. Besides, look at this brand new body. Look at how strong, mighty, and beautiful it is. Aside from being able to dig through the rock stratum and clear tunnels, it has the combined advantages of various nervous systems. I can sense my calculation abilities and mental power having increased by a large degree. I can now easily solve many of the problems that have troubled me in the past. Countless formulae, calculation methods, and recipes for drugs are appearing in my head. This is an experience that cannot be matched by anything else. There are no words that can describe it. I really should have made up my mind earlier to switch to the body of a monster. You said it yourself. This is the body of a monster. Meng Zhao shouted. Look at you. Gao Yi, are you going to cast aside your identity as a human for power and intelligence? I've never thought about casting aside my identity as a human, but what is the definition of a human? Gao Yi asked faintly. Work created humans, and humans continued evolving because of work. However, when we transmigrated to the other world, we faced a new world where there is plenty of spirit energy, and supernatural powers awakened in us. Countless normal people fell behind in a race for power, and they are about to be weeded out of the competition. As superhumans slowly came into control of human civilization and used various divine arts, secret techniques, and amazing skills to increase their productivity to the max, many normal people lost their right and ability to work. They can no longer find jobs that allow them to contribute to civilization. They are forced to stay at home or stay there as if it's their God-given right while enjoying the material benefits given by the superhumans in charity. Then, they use all sorts of pointless entertainment products to make themselves numb. As time passes, the superhumans will become even stronger, and the automatized technology will become much more advanced. There might also be other worlds' locals who will be willing to become cheap labor. The normal people and their descendants will then become unable to find their place in their own civilization. Even if more than 100 years pass and the superhumans are still willing to provide for the basic survival needs of the normal people, do you think that those normal people will have the right to be known as humans when they can only survive because of the charity of the superhumans? I know what I look like right now. Perhaps I am the very definition of a demon in the eyes of the world with how ugly and deformed I am, but that's nothing. At the very least, while I look like this, I can think and work, and my work efficiency and fighting power is not lower than that of a superhuman. I can contribute to human civilization. In this manner, I am still a human in every sense of the word, and I have the right to be proud of myself. Gao Yi used every bit of his strength to say those words. At the same time, two powerful gusts came from his pores and mouth. They blew Meng Zhao 8 meters away. Fortunately, the earth behind him was loose, and he did not end up with internal injuries because of it. But Gao Yi's mental power was like a wave that continuously charged at Meng Zhao's mind. It caught him in the circular logic that caused Gao Yi to experience his spirit energy deviation. Besides, when the distance between both parties widens to the max, do you think that superhumans will still provide for the normal people forever and without any principles? Gao Yi smiled coldly. Humans have never been a single entity since ancient times. There has always been inequality. Even if centuries have passed and the illusion that humans are equal appeared on Earth, that's not because those above us decided to be merciful, fair, and just. It's because of the development of technology and the appearance of firearms. They made a stinky farmer who had only trained for a few months to be able to end the life of a knight of noble blood with one cheap bullet, even if that knight was dressed in fine armor and had trained for decades. If that stinky farmer did not have any guns, would the knight come forward to hug him and pat his chest to say that he was willing to fight for the farmer? But times have changed, Meng Zhao. Times have changed. The transmigration and the appearance of spirit energy and supernatural abilities brought us back to the Age of Knights. The Knights of the New Age are the superhumans who are in control of destructive power. They're much stronger than the armored knights from the past. Forget about using one bullet to kill them. Even if a normal person drives a plane with a cannon on it or an entire carrier battle group, it might not threaten a superhuman's life. If we allow supernatural power to develop in the same direction, the distance between superhumans and normal people will soon be 100 times the distance between the armored knights and farmers in the Middle Ages. By then, the idea of humans being born equals will be a joke. Our civilization will definitely fall into an abyss much darker than the Middle Ages. If we want to solve this problem, we can't rely on the kindness, justice, and morality of superhumans. We can't believe the foolish words that superhumans are the weapons of human civilization and that the strong are supposed to shed their blood for the weak. The farmers can only rely on themselves. The farmers of the New Age must look for a bullet of the New Age to keep the Knights of the New Age in check. And I am that bullet. Once the consciousness transferring technology becomes more developed, normal people will be able to turn into what I am now at any moment. The matchless fighters who stand high above the normal people will then have to think seriously about how superhumans and normal people are supposed to coexist, right? Once Gao Yi finished speaking, he squirmed about and dug deeper into the maze. Wait. Meng Zhao was incredibly anxious, but he could not stop him by force. He could only shout, Gao Yi, even if you start off at the right starting point, you might not reach the right destination. Even if your beliefs are noble and mighty, They can change while you try to realize your dreams. Didn't you say that the monster's nervous system will interfere with the human consciousness? Look at you now. You don't even have a proper brain. No matter how thick the ultimate sandworm's nerve bundles are, will they really be able to carry your consciousness and thinking processes without changing for 5 years? It's impossible. Your experiment will definitely fail. Your consciousness has just been transferred, so it's natural that you can still maintain a clear sense of self and cognitive abilities. You can even use the brand new nervous system to increase your calculative abilities and mental powers. But just like how there will be rejections with organ transplants, there will definitely be distortions and rejections with this sort of soul transplant. Trust me. It's impossible for you to maintain your current condition for a long time. Soon, your memories will fade away bit by bit. Your consciousness will continuously distort, and your soul will shatter as the monster's instincts will continuously try to give you direction. In the end, you will forget everything. You'll forget your human identity, your noble ideals, and the oath you took so solemnly. You will turn into a real monster, and you'll end up as a super beast that is even more terrifying than an apocalyptic beast. Gao Yi stopped squirming around. He tilted his head and thought about Meng Zhao's words. Don't you dare to say that you won't. Meng Zhao said fiercely. You mentioned it yourself that this is the first time you completely cast your consciousness into the ultimate sandworm's neural work. It's impossible for you to achieve real success. Gao Yi was silent for half a second. Then, he put on a smile that was incredibly similar to a human's. Indeed. I will definitely fail, he said faintly. There is a certain chance that I will forget my human identity, my ideals, and my oath, which will turn me into a complete monster. But that's fine. It's all the same. Meng Zhao was stunned. What do you mean that it's fine and it's all the same? Failure is the mother of success. Someone must take the first step. In the subsequent days, I will write my experiment log every day and record my memories, thought processes, and changes in my neural responses. I will record the entire process of turning from a human to a monster. Perhaps there will come a day when I will lose my sense of self completely, but before that, I will announce all my experimental data, and someone will continue down the path I have opened, Gao Yi said. As for why I told you that it's fine and all the same, it's simple. I need to become a bullet that threatens the superhumans. That's all I need to do. Even if I turn into a real monster, I will be a major threat to the superhumans and present the normal humans with an ultimate method to keep the superhumans in check. That's enough, don't you think? What? Meng Zhao was dumbfounded. He did not expect that this was the truth behind why Gao Yi ended up as a supernatural entity. As he faced Gao Yi and the circular logic he created and trapped himself in, Meng Zhao did not know what to say to stall for time. Fortunately, at that moment, he could vaguely sense a few powerful vitality magnetic fields approaching from above. Gao Yi released a cold snort through his pores. Various sections of his body swelled up, and countless spikes grew from the folds. Before Lucia and her reinforcements could get into the tunnel, Gao Yi opened his mouth wide and aimed at the walls above his head. Then, he fired a peerless air cannon. Boom! A large area of the rock stratum above them collapsed. Stones and earth weighing more than 1,000 tons fell down. Chapter 320, Supernatural Entity Plan. Meng Zhao yelped. His muscle fibers suddenly bounced back, as if they were springs wound up too tightly. He tumbled back, barely avoiding the area where the collapse was the worst. Even so, he ended up with dirt all over his face and was nearly buried alive. He stared ahead in shock. Gao Yi's hiding place was now completely buried by earth and stones. Gao Yi had turned into the ultimate sandworm, so he did not need to be afraid of being swallowed up by earth. The abnormal monster research department elites brought by Lucia, however, suffered from it. Meng Zhao shut his eyes as he sensed the powerful spirit energy ripples coming from the soil. They crashed against each other like waves and let out dull booms as if a series of small earthquakes happened one after another. He used the two chain sabers to dig the earth, but he could not reach the battlefield. Suddenly, a powerful spirit energy ripple struck him like an impact wave. The earth in front of Meng Zhao turned into gravel and created a long and narrow tunnel. At the end of the tunnel was Lucia. She was on one knee with two fingers pressed at the center of her forehead. Her right hand was pressed tightly against the ground. Spirit tattoos flashed all over her. They started at the center of her brows, went to her temples, then ran straight to her long and thin neck before traveling down her arms. The spirit energy eventually surged into the ground like a winding stream. Lucia was using the skill of mine explorers to change the structure of stone. She turned some parts of the area into gravel, which created a large fighting space, while the other parts turned as stiff as metal to prevent Gao Yi from running away. But even after she had been baptized by the Red Radiance Jade Mine and could store a much larger amount of spirit energy than before, which allowed her to release a large spirit energy magnetic field, the action wasted most of her energy. She was as pale as a ghost and swayed on her feet. A man was in the underground space she opened up ahead of her. He had silver hair and was levitating in the air, but it was hard to tell his age. He was not tall nor very built. His innate baby face made it easy for others to mistake him for a high school student, but the fine, winding wrinkles at the corners of his eyes gave him maturity. He held a long and narrow saber that looked like a drying rack, though there was a slight curve to it. If he held it vertically, it might be taller than him. He looked like a child swinging a saber, which made others unable to help but smile at the sight. Meng Zhao did not smile. He could sense an incredibly dangerous presence coming out of the silver-haired man. It was a powerful killing intent that did not lose to that of soul-breaking saber Luo Wu. The man with the baby face, silver hair, and who looked like a child swinging a saber was definitely not an average Heaven Realm elite. Rows of profound and complicated spirit tattoos shone on the drying rack-like saber. He swung the saber as quickly as lightning. Rows of thin and long silver threads appeared in the air as if they were cracks created by a weapon traveling at supersonic speed. They lingered in the air and did not disappear even after a long time had passed. 1, 2, 3, 4. The lines left by the saber increased in number. They also grew denser. As they intersected with each other, they slowly formed an exquisite gauge. When the 99th silver gash was left in the air, the first silver gash had yet to disappear. Gao Yi had wanted to run away while the stones and earth collapsed, but he did not know that there was someone skilled in controlling stones among the reinforcements Meng Zhao summoned. He ended up crashing against the iron wall fortified by Lucia, and blood flowed down his head. He wanted to change his direction, but it was already too late. A large number of silver glares rose from the silver-haired man's saber and enveloped him in an airtight cage. Gao Yi pushed and shoved about inside it. Every time he ran into a silver gash, it was as if he had been cut by a saber, and a terrifying wound appeared on his body. No matter how sturdy the ultimate sandworm was, it was still just born. When it faced the spirit energy magnetic field created by a powerful fighter at the peak of Heaven Realm, it needed to retreat. The silver-haired man smirked when he saw Gao Yi's struggle. He mumbled under his breath, and the net created by the intersecting silver slashes started closing in. Gao Yi sucked in a deep breath. His body had been big to begin with, and now, it swelled up further. His black skin turned crimson. Careful. Meng Zhao had fought against a supergiant sandworm under Trash Site 4 and knew that this sort of mutated monster would have all sorts of strange skills. He instinctively charged forward and pushed Lucia to the ground. Then, he wrapped his left arm around his head while he pressed his right arm over Lucia's head. The silver-haired man snorted coldly, and the speed at which the silver glares closed in became faster. When nearly 100 saber glares were about to tear Gao Yi into shreds, his back half swelled up to the max and exploded. It was similar to how a whale, which usually lives in the ocean, may explode after being washed up on the beach. It did so because its skin was too thick, and the gases from its rotting organs could not leave its body. The impact wave sent the silver-haired man and all the other people straight into the stone walls. Their bones shattered, and they could not move. The foul-smelling innards of the ultimate sandworm turned the entire underground space into a mess. The monster had a lot of acid, which it used to digest trash, stones, and earth. The acid was the crystallization of humanity's biochemical modification technology. It could easily get rid of most of the trash that could not be degraded by nature. It could also dissolve the sturdiest stones. If it came gushing out, it would be wet and sticky, and the place would end up as an acid lake. Meng Zhao and the others managed to activate their spirit energy in time and got rid of the acid that stained their bodies, but they no longer had the strength to catch what remained of Gao Yi's body. It took them 5 minutes to find their bearings after the fearsome biochemical explosion. Meng Zhao and Lucia looked at the messy ground. They carefully bypassed the acid and reached the battlefield, where they found the silver-haired man with his fighting suit in tatters. He stood at a huge hole that went down without saying anything. The hole was a recently dug one. Sandworms and other annelids were creatures with incredible vitality. Even if they were cut into two, the two parts would remain alive. Gao Yi had discarded 1/3 of his body along with most of his organs, but the front half of his body had managed to escape. Before long, he would be able to regrow the parts of the body he lost. He had fled down once he stunned his pursuers. Meng Zhao cast a few glances at the hole. It was closed by stones that collapsed once it was more than 10 meters deep. When Gao Yi ate the stones and earth in front of him, he expelled the stones through the excretory hole, which completely blocked the path behind him. Unless they mobilized dozens of mine explorers like Lucia or a large number of tunnel-boring machines or giant sandworms, it would be difficult to catch up to him in such a terrible environment. Moans could be heard from the collapsed earth all around them. They belonged to the reinforcements brought by Lucia. They were not as strong as the silver-haired man and unfortunately fell into Gao Yi's trap. They were currently trying their best to save themselves. The silver-haired man sighed and smiled wanly before he said, "He ran away. Let's go back and save the people." A new notification popped up in front of Meng Zhao's eyes. Increased progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities by 5%. Current progress, 18%. Increased contribution points by 2,500. Heavily injured Special Citizen Gao Yi. You have temporarily stopped the progress of the supernatural entity plan. Increased contribution points by 12,500. This is... Meng Zhao sank into deep thought. Half an hour later, Meng Zhao sat beside an ambulance while wrapped up in a blanket. He watched a group of firefighters dressed in biochemical airtight suits seal up spirit creation creatures from the world. They also cleaned up the wrecked research center that had sunk underground. The firefighters were all built and agile. Even if they wore biochemical airtight suits, Meng Zhao could still sense the spirit energy ripples surging through their bodies. They were trained elites. Lucia told Meng Zhao that they were not actually firefighters. They were all members of the operation team, but were registered under the fire department to avoid panicking the general public when they carried out their operations. "Because of a single sentence from you, I risked everything and brought so many members and elites of the operation team." Lucia was blatantly asking for credit from Meng Zhao. "I didn't betray your trust either." There was indeed something wrong with Gao Yi. But unfortunately, he still ended up running away. Meng Zhao found it quite a pity. Who would have thought that while he modified the ultimate sandworm, aside from implanting the genes from squids and octopi, he also implanted the genes from sea cucumbers and other echinodermata. When sea cucumbers run into danger, they eject their organs to fend against enemies. Gao Yi managed to further strengthen this ability and turn the organs into a terrifying biochemical bond. "This man is truly an evil genius," Lucia said. "But the better Gao Yi is, the more you deserve respect for revealing his true colors. If had taken all the resources from spirit creation creatures and performed secret modifications for 5 more years. No, perhaps in just a year and a half, he might have ended up modifying the ultimate sandworm to the point that it would have become far more terrifying than any apocalyptic beast." Even though Gao Yi fled, he's gravely injured. Not only is his body handicapped, it's also impossible for him to create another research center at the same level and scale as Spirit Creation Creatures Research Center. Next time, we'll definitely be able to capture him. Besides, you actually saved Xie Xiaolei. Meng Zhao's guess had been correct. Since he arrived soon after making the call, Gao Yi did not have the time to kill Xie Xiaolei and destroy his corpse. The members of the operation team from the Abnormal Beast Research Department rescued a terrified and dying Xie Xiaolei from Gao Yi's secret lab. He was in a disinfection cabinet. This was probably the best news of the day. But Meng Zhao knew that Gao Yi would not allow everything to end just like that. His theory was perfect in his eyes, but it was actually wrong. His words were bewitching, and to a certain degree, he made his case sound plausible. Hence, it was definitely not something thought up by a single person behind closed doors. There had to be some kind of organization behind him, which was likely connected to the White Spirit's creator. Meng Zhao thought about it, but it was unlikely that the White Spirit was created by Gao Yi. After all, Meng Zhao had witnessed Lin Chuan's sacrifice, and it was something that a lot of people knew. If Gao Yi were the White Spirit's creator, he would have guessed that Meng Zhao would know the White Spirit's secrets. Then, he would have never taken the initiative to invite him to join the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise. The White Spirit's creator was someone else. And that was not a good thing. It meant that there was a biochemical expert who did not lose to Gao Yi in the organization behind him, and the biochemical modification technology as well as resources he possessed were just as advanced. Anyway, what on earth was the supernatural entity plan? Chapter 321, Instructor Yi Meng Zhao, hi there. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted his thoughts. Meng Zhao looked up and saw a man who was not tall, had a baby face, and black hair. He was smiling while looking at him. Meng Zhao blinked. He was then certain that this was the man who had been fighting fiercely underground. Had swung a thin saber shaped like a drying rack, delivered nearly 100 silver glares, and whose killing intent did not lose to that of soul-breaking saber Luo Wu. Once he pulled his spirit energy back into his body, his hair returned to a normal shade of black. The sharp killing intent and the pressure given off by a powerful fighter were also completely gone, tucked safely in his body once more. At that moment, he looked like a normal office worker who had just graduated and was under such a huge workload that he was tired all the time. His kind could be found in any office building and often seen ordered around by their leaders. Instructor Yi. Lucia stood up. Sit down. Why are you still trying to keep up a strong front? You've drained your spirit energy, so you need to rest, or else, you'll end up having to deal with complications. Instructor Yi waved at Lucia before he turned back to Meng Zhao and said with a smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Yi Shaxing from the Abnormal Beast Research Department. I'm in the information analysis sector. When Lucia received her training in the Abnormal Beast Research Department, I taught her for a period of time, so we became pretty good friends. I participated in the investigation of the case Under the Raging Waves, back when you fought against the White Spirit and stopped the Red Radiance Jade Mine from creating a large explosion. So, I've been hearing your name for a long time. I've been looking for a suitable chance to ask Sia to introduce us. I didn't expect that we would end up such a pathetic sight when meeting you. I even ended up losing the clue that you managed to find after going through great trouble. The criminal actually managed to flee. It's really a little embarrassing. Yi Shaxing looked quite embarrassed. Meng Zhao quickly stopped him. I was only suspecting him. I didn't have a single clue. My suspicions cannot be considered a clue. You mobilized so many people based on just my intuition, and you even came over personally. This trust alone is enough to make me feel touched. Yi Shaxing's smile was a little wan. Investigating the activities of highly intelligent monsters and whether they will endanger Dragon City has always been the main job of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. During the White Spirit case and the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, the department did not do much. Instead, we ended up relying on you, an outsider, to turn the tides and figure out the culprit. It's a real regret of ours. But don't worry, Meng Zhao. The Abnormal Beast Research Department won't let you down and waste the clues you found for us. We will definitely investigate Gao Yi and the organization behind him. You've also contributed to Dragon City in these two cases, so your contributions won't be buried in the shadows. You will definitely obtain the glory and rewards you should have. Meng Zhao had never expected this. Since the White Spirit's creator had yet to appear and the case was treated as confidential because it was still under investigation, Meng Zhao's contributions could not be announced completely. However, the Abnormal Beast Research Department had rewarded him a lot of monster materials, gene medicine, and a lot of treasures through Lucia. He was a harvester and had a discerning eye that far surpassed the eyes of the current generation when it came to the appraisal of materials, so it was only natural that he could tell that the rewards the Abnormal Beast Research Department gave him were top-quality rare materials. They were all items that could not be bought in the market even if someone was rich. By relying on the gene medicine and monster materials, Meng Zhao could cultivate his branch meridians until all of them gave off a crystalline quality and became incredibly sturdy so that more spirit energy could instantly pass through his entire body. This would allow him to be able to release the fighting power of someone at the peak of Earth Realm, even though he was only a 2-star superhumans. He had given part of the materials to Gu Jianbo, his personal tutor. It was also that Gu Jianbo would have a smoother time when he went into isolated training and paved his way to become the Blade Dancer. Meng Zhao knew that the Abnormal Beast Research Department was rich and did not lack money, so there was no way they would be stingy but instead would give him a shock through material items. Glory and rewards aren't important, he said politely. Did Big Sissy tell you that I'm actually a man with big dreams and don't care for fame? I don't want any material rewards, but wish to contribute to Dragon City. Compared to material rewards, I'm more interested in getting into contact with information regarding highly intelligent monsters. In fact, I would like to join the related cases and defeat all the evil beings who want to attack Dragon City. I want to get rid of all these monsters who have human intelligence and protect Dragon City's peace. His brave words and the pure sincerity in his eyes made Yi Shaxing unable to resist smiling. Sia has indeed mentioned it to me. She said that you're a very different young man. Yi Shaxing ruffled his choppy hair. Normally, with the regulations in the Abnormal Beast Research Department, we are not allowed to reveal a lot of insider information to normal citizens, but both the White Spirit case and the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise are related to you. You're also the last person to be in contact with Gao Yi. It's impossible for us to exclude you in the subsequent investigations. How about this, Meng Zhao? Let's talk about what happened today. If you don't mind, could you begin with how you went to Drizzle's studio? This was the logical course of action. Meng Zhao did not hide anything. He told everything from the start to the end and mentioned all the major and trivial stuff. Of course, he hid the fact that he dreamt of the second supernatural entity in his nightmare. Yi Shaoxing listened to him patiently. Unless it was absolutely necessary, he did not interrupt Meng Zhao. When he tossed out a few questions, all of them hit the core of the case, so they helped Meng Zhao clear up his story and narrate it more accurately. They talked until it was late at night, and even then, they felt like they could continue talking. How about this, Meng Zhao? Yi Shaoxing had admiration in his eyes when he looked at Meng Zhao. Both you and Xia have spent much energy during the fight today, so both of you need to rest and recuperate. As for me, I need to investigate some clues and apply for greater authority before I can carry out subsequent operations as well as reveal even more important information to you. I hope that you can keep what you experienced today a secret for the time being. Once we have some clues, we'll ask for your help. Investigating the mystery of the supernatural entities was Meng Zhao's goal, so he agreed to it readily. After Yi Shaoxing left, Lucia looked at him with delight. Instructor Yi seems to be really impressed with you. I'm a good young man who doesn't care for fame or profit and just wants to contribute to society. I've always been admired by people. But you seem to be really respectful of him just now. Is Instructor Yi really powerful? He's the person in charge of the information analysis sector in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Of course he's great, Lucia explained. The Abnormal Beast Research Department is divided into more than 10 operation teams based on the administrative regions in Dragon City. Each team is in charge of one region. For example, these firefighters belong to the Special Duty Operations Team in Nine Sands region. The information analysis sector is tasked to handle all the cases that seem to be related to abnormal beasts. Most of the cases end up being false alarms at the end. They're either the doings of evil superhumans or normal monsters causing damage to the area. But a handful of cases are usually masterminded by abnormal beasts with incredibly high intelligence and malicious motives. They pose a major threat to Dragon City's safety. The information analysis sector is the core sector in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. They are not deployed under normal circumstances, but once they are, they're usually involved in major cases. So, the information analysis sector doesn't only contain amazing fighters with outstanding abilities. They also have the authority to mobilize the manpower and resources of the special duty forces in the various regions. Since he is in charge of such a department, he's definitely not someone you can easily befriend on the street. I see, Meng Zhao said. You actually managed to get someone so great to come? Looks like you're pretty respected. Lucia shook her head. It's not because I'm respected. Of course, it's not because you're respected either. After I told Instructor Yi about the situation, he immediately made the judgment that you're right. There was something wrong with spirit creation creatures, so that's why we rushed over himself. But unfortunately, we were still half a step too late. If we had been slightly earlier or Instructor Yi's brother could have come, then it would have been different. She seemed to find the situation really regretful. Who is his brother? He's a true elite, Lucia said. Do you remember how we found an apocalyptic beast that resembled a mammoth when we fled from under raging waves? That creature had its head split open by a long and thin saber, or you could say, a large embroidery needle, right? It had died in one hit, remember? Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath and said, of course I remember. That's the most unbelievable wound I've seen in my life. The one who killed that apocalyptic beast is Instructor Yi's brother, Broken Sword Yi Xiaoyue, a deity realm elite, Lucia said. He is really amazing. It's said that he has the record for the longest time fighting alone in the wild, but the decades of fighting have left him crippled, and his disabilities are even worse than Gao Yi's. But with some unimaginable secret technique, he relied on his handicapped body to release matchless vitality magnetic fields and became a pillar of strength in the northern front lines. Unfortunately, he is far from handsome and is eccentric. He's a sword maniac who cares about nothing else but the art of the sword. He spends a lot of time in isolated training in the supernatural tower to prevent himself from going through spirit energy deviation, so it's not suitable for him to promote himself in a flashy manner. That's why he's not very famous. But the people in the field know that Broken Sword Yi Xiaoyue is one of the top fighters in Dragon City. Instructor Yi's best skill is his ability to analyze information, And he is a brother who can cover up for anything he lacks in terms of fighting power. That's why he became an important person in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. He might seem like your average person, but that's not true. You left a good impression today, so it'll be highly beneficial for us when trying to get in touch with more core secrets and participating in the subsequent investigation of the White Spirit case. Chapter 322, Two Coattails. Meng Zhao was not interested in the benefits Lucia mentioned, but getting to know more important people like Yi Shaoxing was good. When he returned to Agricultural University, it was already next morning. The news had already spread out, and the students were talking in the cafeteria. All they knew was that a major accident had happened in Spirit Creation Creatures Lab and there might be poisonous biochemicals spilling out, which was why the entire area had been blocked off. There was no mention of Gao Yi turning into the ultimate sandworm. Meng Zhao only cared about burying his head in food. When he heard Xie Feng and the other students who were up to date with the news ramble on about insider information they heard from somewhere, he smiled. He did not have the heart to bring out the truth to boast about it. Over the next few days, he paid constant attention to news about Spirit Creation Creatures. From the news, he learned that the research center of Spirit Creation Creatures suffered great damage, and Gao Yi, the person in charge of the labs, had unfortunately died in the accident. The construction deal for subway number 20 would be up for bidding again. Meng Zhao could not help but sigh a little. Since he had not stopped this in his previous life, Gao Yi's plan must have succeeded partially. The construction deal for subway number 20 would have given Spirit Creation Creatures enough resources for him to fulfill his insane dream and turn into an ultimate sandworm that was even more terrifying than the one Meng Zhao met earlier. It was the real supernatural entity. If Meng Zhao were to be honest with himself, he did not completely disagree with Gao Yi's beliefs. The placing of a human's consciousness eternally in a monster's shell was definitely a crazy and treasonous thought to the current dragon citizens. But to Meng Zhao, who had witnessed the arrival of the apocalypse, survival was all that mattered. As long as he could continue living, it did not matter how his body looked. Live. Continue living. Like a cockroach. These were the words that the instructor with the black skull had constantly yelled into his ears in Ghost Tribe's training camp. The 20-year-old Meng Zhao might not agree with these words, but the broken soul that returned from the apocalypse had them branded in its broken soul, regardless of whether it was done willingly or not. Unfortunately, Gao Yi failed in my previous life. No matter how noble his ideals were, how great his spirit of self-sacrifice, how amazing the consciousness-transferring technology, he couldn't bring his ideal to fruition. Normal people and superhumans did not come to live together in harmony and did not conquer the other world. Instead, he and his comrades kept on stirring internal conflict in Dragon City, which diminished our fighting strength and the monster war dragged out. Dragon City then walked out of the rookie village severely wounded and could not avoid its destruction. Madness wasn't your problem, Gao Yi. Being weak is your undoing. That's why I have to stop you. Meng Zhao looked forward to meeting Yi Shaoxing again. When he ran into the Abnormal Beast Research Department again, he received a piece of good news. No, more accurately, he received 3 pieces of good news. First, his personal tutor, Gu Jianbo, had finally understood a deeper meaning of the ultimate style after entering isolated training for half a year and managed to become stronger by reaching Spirit Gaze realm and becoming a 5-star superhuman. In this life, Gu Jianbo cured his internal injuries in time and Meng Zhao had memories from the future to make minor adjustments to the experiment and the steps to practice the ultimate style. He had also shared a lot of gene medicine from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, which helped Gu Jianbo refine the 1024 branch meridians in his body and bring out the glory of the Blade Dancer a few years earlier than in Meng Zhao's previous life. At Spirit Gaze realm, a superhuman could move their consciousness into their limbs and organs. Then, with an incredibly profound method, they could observe the pulse of their organs and even cells. They could be meticulous and stimulate special cells and nerves to activate unbelievable power. Once someone became a 5-star superhuman, they were considered to be one of the first-class fighters and could start aiming for the peak, where the strongest were. Based on Meng Zhao's understanding, Gu Jianbo was a true martial arts genius. He would definitely not stay a 5-star superhuman for long. In a year and a half's time at most, he would definitely reach Spirit Armor realm and become a 6-star superhuman. He might even be able to make up for the regrets of his previous life and reach the legendary deity realm. As his officially known eldest disciple, Meng Zhao could now be considered to be riding on Gu Jianbo's golden coattails. The second piece of good news was that a day before Gu Jianbo emerged from isolated training, Griffin Li Yingzi became a 6-star superhuman and turned into an elite at the peak of Heaven Realm. Li Yingzi's talent should be just as great as Gu Jianbo's. She was an ace lecturer in Agricultural University's martial arts course, and there was a high possibility that she would take over Black Tortoise Zhang Yue's legacy over the course of the next 10 years and become the person who would manage Agricultural University's martial arts course. She had fought for some time in the Northern Offense, so when Meng Zhao helped the Red Radiance Jade bring benefits to all the people in the area, Li Yingzi had also obtained her blessing. After she returned to Agricultural University, her Beast Soul Fusion technology started showing signs of reaching perfection, and she soon managed to reach the strongest realm under Deity Realm. Originally, Griffin Li Yingzi did not have much of a connection to Meng Zhao. There was a period of time when she had a hostile look on her face whenever she saw him because he had publicly refused to come under her tutelage when she offered the chance to him during the freshman admission course and tricked her into taking off Gu Jianbo's trousers. But Meng Zhao was the person who had helped her get back together with Gu Jianbo. The third piece of good news was that both of them had shamelessly gone to the civil registry office to get their marriage certificate after they reached the new realm. Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi did not host a grand wedding. They only invited Black Tortoise, Dean Zhang Yue of Agricultural University's martial arts course, and a few of the lecturers they were close with, and ate a simple meal together. Among the students, only Meng Zhao was invited. If he had not shamelessly insisted on following Gu Jianbo, it would have been impossible for the ultimate style to have become known so swiftly. It would have also been impossible for the pair to have cleared their misunderstandings if he had not used such a brutish method. When the two of them took the red marriage certificate in their hands, they remembered what Meng Zhao had done and found it unbelievable. This kid seemed to have fallen from the heavens to give them a blessing and insisted on getting them back together. From that day onwards, Meng Zhao could openly call Li Yingzi his master's wife and ride on her coattails in an upright manner. His personal tutor was a 5-star superhuman who led a new trend in the martial arts. His tutor's wife was one of the youngest fighters at the peak of Heaven Realm in Dragon City. Both of them had endless potential and high hopes of reaching Deity Realm. With these two golden coattails under his feet, Meng Zhao felt that aside from the supernatural tower and the women's toilet, he could go wherever he wanted in all of Dragon City. He became even more confident in securing the cooperation with the Adjudicator Court and the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Someday half a month later, Lucia finally obtained information from Yi Shaxing regarding the newest development regarding the White Spirit case and the Spirit Creation Creatures case. He wanted to talk to Meng Zhao. I heard that Instructor Yi took the lead and gathered the elites in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. He also brought a few of the fighters from society who have amazing skills to form a special operations squad to investigate the White Spirit and Gao Yi, Lucia said. If you're really interested in this matter, you must seize this chance. Over the half a month, Meng Zhao had tried searching for information about the supernatural entities online, but he found none. The progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities was also stuck at 18%. If there was a special group that could help him solve the mystery of the supernatural entities, it would be a good thing. But that night, Meng Zhao wanted to meet a person in the hospital first. It was Xie Xiaolei. When he saw Xie Xiaolei lying in a lavish single ward in the hospital, Meng Zhao was shocked. A month ago, President Xie was still handsome, elegant, and full of high spirits, but now, he looked like a living skeleton who blended with the bed. Not only did he look withered away, most of his hair had fallen off. He was completely different from the last time Meng Zhao had seen him. Meng Zhao was shocked for a long time and did not dare to say anything. When Lucia saved Xie Xiaolei, Gao Yi had yet to kill him. He was only a little shocked, so how did he end up like this? But he immediately thought about it from another angle. Xie Xiaolei had wanted to use the construction deal of subway number 20 to reach the peak of his life and was full of high spirits. However, his partner suddenly became corrupted and turned into a terrifying worm that destroyed the entire research center. Now, forget about subway number 20. It was highly likely that he had lost all his other deals as well. Even if someone else would be willing to work with him, he did not have the core technology in his hands, because he had been focused on operating and promoting the company. He could not just start anew. To someone as ambitious as Xie Xiaolei, such a heavy blow was the same as falling from heaven to earth. It was no wonder why he looked so dejected and like a walking corpse. When he saw Meng Zhao, Xie Xiaolei forced himself to summon some energy and struggled to sit up on his bed. He said that he had learned from the related departments that Meng Zhao had persisted in investigating the whole matter and arrived in time to save him. Because of it, He had even nearly been killed by Gao Yi after he turned into the ultimate sandworm. No amount of money could express his gratitude to Meng Zhao for saving his life. Unfortunately, right now, Spirit Creation Creature's reputation was down in the dumps. He was having a hard time protecting even himself. He did not know how he should thank Meng Zhao. He paused for a moment before he asked Meng Zhao whether Superstar still intended to work with Spirit Creation Creatures. Meng Zhao said that there was no need for Xie Xiaolei to thank him. He had always been a considerate person who loved contributing to society. He longed to fight against evil forces and save hundreds of innocent citizens, so Xie Xiaolei was just another one of them he saved. He knew that Gao Yi's corruption had nothing to do with Xie Xiaolei, so he was naturally willing to continue working with him, but Spirit Creation Creatures had suffered a huge blow and had to face the related department's endless investigations. No one knew when they could go back to its business, so how were they even going to begin working together? Xie Xiaolei was silent for a while, and the light of someone struggling to survive shone in his eyes. Spirit Creation Creatures is going to sell a batch of assets. Would Superstar be interested in buying them? What? Meng Zhao was unable to understand what Xie Xiaolei meant. Meng Zhao, you're currently a super freshman from Agricultural University and have great power. You have more connections than many veteran elites who have been working in society for years, Xie Xiaolei said. With your current resources, don't you think that it's a real waste for you to just purely gather and recover monster materials? Why don't you consider taking in some of Spirit Creation Creatures' businesses and its research team so Superstar may become a mega corporation that does everything in the monster production chain, including gathering, recovering, researching, and gene editing. Chapter 323, Swallowing a Dinosaur. Meng Zhao stared at Xie Xiaolei for a long time before he asked uncertainly, President Xie, are you joking? Xie Xiaolei's smile was bitter. Do I look like I'm in the mood to joke around? That bastard Gao Yi dealt a huge blow to Spirit Creation Creatures. Not only did he destroy the research center we've built through much hardship over the years and blew the construction deal for subway number 20, the most crucial thing is that he completely destroyed the trust we had in the eyes of the public and the government. Biochemical modification has always been a very sensitive industry. If you don't have complete trust in monstrous-looking biochemical beasts working obediently, it'll be difficult for you to accept them. Now that a lunatic, monster, and traitor has come out of Spirit Creation Creatures, it's the same as us being blacklisted twice in the government and public's eyes. It'll now be difficult for us to do any business or research. If we don't want to declare bankruptcy right away, the only choice we have is to have someone take over this problem. Is that so? Meng Zhao thought about it. There are still plenty of rich and powerful corporations in the biochemical modification field, right? I believe that they would be interested in buying Spirit Creation Creatures or at the very least, part of your company's assets. I don't want to look for those big companies, Xie Xiaolei shook his head. We have yet to fully investigate Gao Yi's matter, and Spirit Creation Creatures is a really problematic baggage. Even if those big companies would be interested in taking over, they would offer a very low price. And when I say price, I don't mean money. To me, money isn't a problem. Even if the company goes bankrupt immediately, I have ways to ensure that I can live the rest of my life comfortably. But it's just not my ideal life to shoulder a tainted reputation and live the rest of my life with no excitement whatsoever. I'm not even 40 yet, damn it. I hope that Spirit Creation Creatures can continue existing in a relatively independent manner. Even if we're no longer known as Spirit Creation Creatures, it's fine. I don't mind it as long as it can continue existing. But this is practically impossible if I work with a large company. They will tear Spirit Creation Creatures to shreds, like how hyenas tear apart antelopes. With you, though, I think that we can work in a rather equal fashion and that you will allow my company to retain its basic dignity and independence. Is that so? Meng Zhao sank into deep thought. Of course. Our research center might have been destroyed, but even when a skilled person is struck with hardships, he's still better than someone with no skill, right? Everyone from our research team besides Gao Yi is still around. This group of experienced biochemical experts is a huge piece of treasure. Besides being able to help Superstar reach new heights, they can also be beneficial for your cultivation, Xie Xiaolei said. Think about it. There are dozens of experienced specialists who you can use as your personal cultivation consultants. They can customize a cultivation plan solely for you and search for secrets in your cells and genes. How much faster would your cultivation then become? Meng Zhao was tempted. Are all the researchers in your company not planning to leave? He had thought that Spirit Creation Creatures was going to collapse after it went through such a catastrophe. and when a tree fell, all its occupants would leave. The researchers had no reason to fall together with spirit creation creatures, right? Where can they go after they leave spirit creation creatures? Xie Xiaolei sighed. Meng Zhao, you know what happened. They definitely helped Gao Yi create that ultimate sandworm. Even though I can swear with my life that they didn't know anything about Gao Yi's plan, which was also confirmed by the results of the investigation, at the end of the day, they still indirectly helped Gao Yi with his crimes. Now, they're being kept in isolation for investigation, but even if the investigation ends, this matter will turn into a stain they can never erase from their resume. With it around, even if they join other biochemical modification companies, do you think that they will be able to get in touch with the main projects and continue to stay at the top of the industry? The ones who are only of average talent may be willing to become nameless researchers for the rest of their lives, and that's fine, but I personally recruited most of them. They're all the best graduates from Agricultural University and all of them are prideful people. They hope to have a few achievements related to their name and will not tolerate having this sort of stain getting in the way of their life. They won't stand for other people looking at them differently and living the rest of their lives achieving nothing. That's why they're not willing to leave. They will grit their teeth and persevere until the day spirit creation creatures rises back to power. Got it. Meng Zhao nodded slowly. Honestly speaking, spirit creation creatures was in the limelight in the biochemical modification circle. It has a lot of technology, experience, and businesses. Even if Gao Yi dealt you a heavy blow, the remaining assets are still a very tempting slice of pie. But I know myself. Superstar is just a small company that was created last year. Since its creation, we have been focusing on low-grade or middle-grade harvesting jobs. We've never been in touch with biochemical modifications before. Also, our company is still small. We can't compare to spirit creation creatures in terms of our capital or resources. This pie is too big and greasy. We can't eat it. During the start of the year, didn't you take in Prosperous? You did beautifully when you ate that giant. It was basically a classic, stereotypical case described in textbooks, Xie Xiaolei said. That's different. Meng Zhao shook his head. Superstar had broken free from Prosperous, so we were connected to each other. We were competing in the same area, so we understood our tasks very well. I also share a good personal relationship with Prosperous' former owner, President Qin. We are ready to sacrifice our lives for each other. All these factors were like blessings, and it's what brought about this deal. Spirit creation creatures is far larger than Prosperous. If I try to merge with you, I won't be trying to eat a giant, I'd be eating a dinosaur. President Xie, forgive me for being blunt, but you're just acting in desperation. I want to help you, but Superstar can't give spirit creation creatures a lot of things. No, you can. Xie Xiaolei insisted. At the very least, you can bring one thing to spirit creation creatures, trust. Meng Zhao decided to listen to him quietly. I told you just now that the most fatal blow to spirit creation creatures from Gao Yi's betrayal is not Gao Yi leaving and not the reduction of our current businesses, but the loss of trust. The government's trust is the most important, because the northern front lines is going to be developed now, and we'll also be launching major counterattacks in the eastern, western, and southern front lines. If we want to get any deals, we must have trust from the government, Xie Xiaolei explained. Based on what I know, the Red Dragon Army is planning to form a solo monster army. They'll be using modified biochemical beasts to fight against normal monsters and open up the eastern, western, and southern front lines. If we want to take this business, it's impossible without trust. Spirit creation creatures has received major damage and its reputation was stained. It no longer has the ability to exist alone. The only way for it to continue existing is by affiliating itself to a powerful fighter that the government trusts completely. It would be best if they were a hero everyone knows, since only then could we take our time to wash away the stain and rebuild the trust. Meng Zhao started laughing. President Xie, your analysis is correct, but I'm not a powerful fighter the government trusts completely and a hero known to the public. You're too humble, Meng Zhao. Xie Xiaolei smiled faintly. While talking, he gradually regained his spirit and some of the elegance of the president who planned all the operations of the company. First, you performed outstandingly during the Northern Offense and contributed under raging waves. Even though your contributions have not been announced publicly due to them being classified information, I know of them from different channels. Plenty of strong people and people from all forces of power are impressed with you. Second, you have been involved in the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise from the start to the end. You're the last person to have talked to Gao Yi as well, and you two spoke for a long time. If the related departments try to understand the event clearly, they cannot exclude you from the case. In other words, there's a good chance you'll get in contact with the secret hid by Gao Yi. It's impossible for the related departments to not trust you. Third, your personal tutor, Gu Jianbo, has just become a 5-star superhuman, and he stirred up the trend by releasing the ultimate style. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell that the ultimate style can challenge the overkill style. It's already showing signs of becoming the leader of all martial arts aside from the overkill style. You're Gu Jianbo's personal student, so not only do you receive lessons from him, your relationship is much tighter when compared to usual teacher-student relationships. You're going to be the person who will take over Gu Jianbo's legacy in the future and become the head of the ultimate style. I believe that you won't stay a 2-star superhuman for long, either. Besides, Mr. Gu just got married. His wife is another powerful person in Agricultural University's martial arts course, Griffin Li Yingzi. As long as their relationship remains strong, this married couple's authority will be incredibly high in Agricultural University's martial arts course. You share a really good relationship with Agricultural University's resource course as well. Elder Ning worked with Agricultural University's resource course to form the Fire Relayer Foundation, and you're deeply involved in it as well. In other words, you basically have all the resources of the powerful courses in Agricultural University. The biochemical modification circle is not big, but it's not small either. It's formed mainly of people from Agricultural University. Even the biochemical experts in the government are mostly our seniors or juniors. As long as you have Agricultural University's trust, you basically have the government's trust as well. I also heard that you have a good relationship with Yan Organization. The Red Dragon Army has announced that they will research Ripple Force V3 together with Yan Organization and turn it to the primary force execution technique for the grassroots forces. By the looks of it, Yan Organization will be working with the military from now on. But even more importantly, you saved my life. Instead of tearing apart spirit creation creatures and feeding it to the hungry hyenas, I would much prefer to benefit you. It would be my way of repaying you. After considering this problem for half a month, this is the only way I could think of to save spirit creation creatures. Don't you think it will work? Chapter 324, Seize a Rare Chance. Xie Xiaolei was frank and sincere in his words. His main point was that spirit creation creatures' brand was ruined. If they wanted to make a comeback, they had to get a clean brand to put on themselves. But he did not want to lose his control over spirit creation creatures, so he did not want to get affiliated with some mega corporation. If they joined Superstar, they would lose some immediate benefits, but would retain a chance to rise from the ashes. Of course, to Meng Zhao, this trade was not a loss. Right now, no matter how Superstar developed its business, it would be stuck in the field of harvesting monster materials. It was a field that did not require a high skill level and where competition was very fierce. This was especially the case since the Northern Offense. To target the lack of harvesters, many of the businesses, including Agricultural University, set up night schools and training classes to quickly train up low-grade harvesters. They had rather crude skills, but their fees were also really low. Many of the resource recovery companies were going all out to hire people, which created a price war, so Superstar's profit was much lower than they had anticipated. Middle-grade and high-grade super beasts like Hell Beasts and Apocalyptic Beasts did not often end up in Superstar's hands. They could not handle the difficult monsters, but they did not want to be stuck harvesting low-grade monsters either. Hence, there was a hidden problem in Superstar's development. In a few years' time, the monster war would come to an end. To solve the problem of tens of millions of people's employment and development, Dragon City would definitely not stop and launch the colonization war. At that time, Superstar would die, because it only knew how to harvest monsters. They had to be in control of necessary skills and set up their plan ahead to ride the tides. Xie Xiaolei's suggestion was basically the same as him handing Meng Zhao a free lunch. There were naturally risks that came with it, however. Xie Xiaolei was an ambitious person who had a lot of tricks up his sleeves and spirit creation creatures was too big for Superstar. If Meng Zhao were the slightest bit careless, their cooperation would end up with Xie Xiaolei supplanting him, and he would have done something as stupid as inviting an enemy into his abode. But as long as his strength continued increasing and the coattails he was riding on remained strong, the chances of this happening were not high. If Meng Zhao had no knowledge of the future, he might have rejected Xie Xiaolei's offer just to avoid any unnecessary danger. After all, with Superstar's current state, it was enough for his family to live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But since he knew that the apocalypse was around the corner, He had to gamble everything he had time and again to expand his power so that he could influence Dragon City's development. Compared to the survival of Dragon City, being in control of Superstar was insignificant. After coming to this conclusion, Meng Zhao said, "I need to think about this carefully. But President Xie, you need to be prepared for the worst. I'm not part of the real operations of Superstar. My father and President Qin might be among the shareholders, but Elder Ning, Yan Organization, and Soul-Breaking Saber Luo Wu are among our shareholders. Recently, a company under Sky Pillar Organization has also begun working with us. This is an important matter, and I can't make the call alone. Besides, even if we're as thick as thieves, it's useless. Right now, Spirit Creation Creatures is still under investigation. Who knows when you'll be released? We don't know whether you will be allowed to break down your company to sell it either." "Got it. But the fact that you'll consider it is enough for me." Xie Xiaolei smiled with confidence. "Don't worry. As long as both parties have the will, the government will do its best to make the cooperation work. You're worried that Superstar does not have enough capital and skill to merge with Spirit Creation Creatures, right? Don't worry about that. The government will think of a way to solve it. All the industries in the biochemical modification field will help you." Meng Zhao was stunned. "Why?" "It's simple. Gao Yi's betrayal doesn't just affect Spirit Creation Creatures, but the entire biochemical modification field," Xie Xiaolei explained. "Look. Once the truth of this matter comes out, not only will Spirit Creation Creatures face the threat of destruction, the entire biochemical modification field, countless genetic editing companies, biotechnology industries, and our beloved agricultural university will suffer a huge blow. The runic symbol machines faction will regain the upper hand, then. This is something that the biochemical modification faction will not just watch happen without doing anything. Right now, the most important thing for us to do is solve this problem as soon as possible so that it will not fester. It's fine even if Spirit Creation Creatures loses the construction deal for Subway number 20. I'm fine with letting any other biochemical modification company take it, but we can't let it fall into the hands of the runic symbol machines faction. So, you should talk about this with your tutor and the higher-ups in agricultural university. Trust me, you'll get the green light in all areas, and they'll provide you with various resources. This is a once-in-a-blue-moon chance, so you must seize it." "I will." Meng Zhao nodded. Strategies in the business field were not his field of expertise. But he could ask a lot of people for advice, like Qinhu, Ning Shuo, Yan Hengbo, and Lucia. Of course, he could also go through Gu Jianbo and ask Black Tortoise Zhang Yue. If he could get the support from the various leaders in the field, he might actually be able to swallow the dinosaur. Once they were done with serious matters, the two men relaxed and started chatting. Of course, the moment they started, their topic couldn't help but stray to Gao Yi. "That bastard. I've been friends with him for more than 10 years, so how could he attack me?" Xie Xiaolei sighed sadly. "He's mad. The viruses invaded his brain and he went through a complete spirit energy deviation. How could I not tell? I should have been able to tell. I should have been able to tell a long time ago that he's a complete lunatic." This caught Meng Zhao's interest. "What's wrong? Did Gao Yi often do something shocking?" "Yes." Xie Xiaolei gritted his teeth. "He's a cultivation maniac and a mad scientist. When he was still in agricultural university, he spent entire days going only to the labs and the cultivation rooms. He didn't even go to the cafeteria often. I was the one who brought him his food every day and he just took a few bites in some corner of the lab. After graduation, he got his own lab, and it became worse. Not only did he sleep at the lab, he also conducted all sorts of crazy experiments. Because of bacteria spilling out and the drugs rushing into him, he turned into something that resembled neither a human nor a ghoul. From that moment onwards, he had already turned into a monster." Meng Zhao could not help but laugh. "President Xie, there are plenty of powerful people who are also cultivation maniacs. That's not exactly shocking behavior." "Well then, there's another thing." Xie Xiaolei drew closer. He had a mysterious look on his face as he said, "Due to an accident in his experiment, Gao Yi was heavily injured. He suffered disabilities from it and his organs were damaged. He had to deal with endless neuropathic pain. To repair his organs and reduce the pain, he had to stay in the hospital for a few days every month to receive treatment. With Spirit Creation Creatures' financial power, we could send him to a quiet, private hospital for his treatment, but he never went. He insisted on going to a hellhole that is a government hospital." Meng Zhao was slightly stunned. "It is a hellhole?" "Of course. Let's talk about their sweet ward, They don't have an air ventilation system, so the air here is the same as in low-grade wards. I can even smell the scent of rot, Xie Xiaolei grumbled. If I had a choice, I would never stay here. Meng Zhao looked around. Even though it was a single ward, the air and environment were indeed not comparable to the VIP suite wards in Feng Shui Medical Center. Xie Xiaolei was kept in isolation to be investigated. The Abnormal Beast Research Department placed him here, and there were two stoic, large, and built men standing guard outside the door. Xie Xiaolei could, thus, not do as he pleased and nitpick loudly. I wouldn't have minded him going to a government hospital to receive treatment, but at the very least, he should have stayed in a single ward, right? Xie Xiaolei asked. But Gao Yi refused it. I don't know what's wrong with his head. Every month, when he was admitted to a hospital, he insisted on staying in a low-grade ward, which has the worst possible environment. It's the type where more than 10 people stay in a single room. No matter how I tried to convince him otherwise, he refused to change wards. He told me that he's spent too much time in the lab where he faces cold research equipment or monstrous-looking biochemical beasts. He has to be in touch with normal people and breathe in the scent of the world. But this is a hospital we're talking about. I've seen those low-grade wards with more than 10 people inside. Those places aren't for people. Scent of the world? Bah. He's absolutely nuts. Something like that happened? Meng Zhao remembered how he had often accompanied his mother to the hospital for her physiotherapy, and she had stayed in a ward with more than 10 people. He knew what sort of environment it had. It was not as if Gao Yi did not have money. He had a lot of spirit creation creatures shards and had developed all sorts of tech, which he had personally patented. He did not spend much usually either, so why would he do this to torment himself? Meng Zhao could not understand it. Xie Xiaolei continued bitterly rebuking Gao Yi's actions for a while more. After some time, Meng Zhao got up to bid farewell. By the way, President Xie. When he reached the door, he suddenly remembered something Gao Yi had mentioned before and asked casually, let's say, hypothetically, spirit creation creatures really has the chance to rise from the ashes and you manage to turn it into a mega-corporation with a lot of power and wealth. Once you have an astronomical amount of money in your hands, what will you do with that wealth? Of course I'm going to buy cultivation resources and reach deity realm. Xie Xiaolei blurted out without thinking. Meng Zhao nodded and followed up with another question. What if you really manage to reach deity realm? What are you going to do next? If I reach deity realm, I'll be in control of more resources, and I'll develop spirit creation creatures even more. I might even expand the company throughout all of the other world. Xie Xiaolei became excited. He paused for a moment and added, of course, if we can really end up with a full-on cooperation, it would be superstar expanding throughout the other world. I don't care about superficial reputation. I just want to enjoy the feeling of expansion. What then? Meng Zhao insisted with his line of questioning. Let's say you manage to expand the company all over the other world. What are you going to do after that? Then. I'll definitely accumulate more resources and reach a higher realm, Xie Xiaolei said matter-of-factly. But you've already reached deity realm. That's nothing. Deity realm is not the end. There's no limit to life. Xie Xiaolei's eyes shone, and he said with longing on his face, isn't that the dream of all superhumans? To see the world behind deity realm? Meng Zhao's lips moved. He really wanted to say at the very least, that's not Gao Yi's dream, but he held it back. While thinking about it, he pushed the door open and left without turning his head back. Chapter 325, Professor of Sandworms. Meng Zhao did not return home immediately. For some reason he could not fathom, he went down the stairs and visited the other wards. He was in an inpatient building with more than 50 floors. The top 2 floors were suite wards. They had television, fridges, couches, living rooms, attached bathrooms, and bathing equipment. Aside from the faint smell of antiseptic, they were not that much different compared to a hotel room. If he went downwards from the 48th floor, all the wards he saw were normal wards from different departments. But the normal wards were also divided into different grades. The single wards were expensive. Even though they had no fridges, couches, and living rooms, they had their own attached bathrooms. There were also double wards and triple wards. These could ensure the patient's basic dignity. But most of them were 6-people wards, 8-people wards, and 10-people wards. Theoretically speaking, 10-people wards should be the limit. But after Dragon City transmigrated, all forms of matter were no longer stable. Due to cells mutating and new viruses, there were a lot more people infected by all sorts of diseases compared to the time they were on Earth. The invasion of monsters also caused all sorts of secondary disasters, such as houses collapsing, fires, corrosive gases burning the lungs, and other things. It led to the government hospitals being filled to the brim. The standard 10-people wards were usually stuffed full with 20 or 30 people until they were like sardines in a barrel. Some of the patients were in dire need of a bed, but had no space in a ward, so the hospital could only put beds in the corridors or stairwells. But this was something only done if they begged for it and had certain connections. It was the time when visitors were allowed, so Meng Zhao casually went to a floor and entered it. There were temporary beds on both sides of the narrow corridor. The wrinkled sheets had skeletal bodies, and even if there was a thick scent of antiseptic in the air, it could not hide the smell of death and decay. A married couple dressed in simple clothes were at the nurse's station. They were discussing something with distressed expressions. Meng Zhao listened to them. Apparently, their child was very ill and there were no longer any beds in the cheapest 10-people ward. There was one bed left in a single ward, but it was expensive, and they could not claim insurance for it. As the nurses urged them to make their decision, they calculated the medical fees and hospitalization costs. The door to a 10-people ward was by the nurse's station. Meng Zhao swept a glance inside through the open door and noticed that even though the 10-people ward was really cramped, it was divided into around 30 small cubicles with curtains. It was like a hornet's nest. Both men and women stayed in it. The moans of the patients, the sounds of them excreting, the stench of rotting blood and flesh as well as excretion, and the cries as well as sighs from the family members gathered together into a wave that the curtains could not block, and it came charging at Meng Zhao. Some of the patients and their family members had even given up on preserving their dignity. They did not even bother closing the curtains completely and Meng Zhao could see the strange-looking bodies. Some of them were handicapped or looked even more hideous than monsters. Meng Zhao shut his eyes and sucked in a deep breath of the foul-smelling air. It stimulated his nerves and stirred up memories of his past. Humans were forgetful creatures. Meng Zhao had accompanied his mother to a hospital a lot of times. If they had to be admitted, his mother always insisted on staying in a 10-people ward despite all their protests. So Meng Zhao was very familiar with the environment. He had even stayed in one of such wards before. However, once he awakened to supernatural powers, he had the power to send his mother to Feng Shui Medical Center. In just half a year, he got used to life with clean windows, fresh air, nurses being polite and patient, doctors being elegant and gentle, and an environment full of people who exercised professional behavior. The memories from the 10 years before that gradually disappeared because of it. When someone mentioned a hospital to him, Meng Zhao now thought of Feng Shui Medical Center, or at the very least, a suite room like the one in which Xie Xiaolei was staying. It was only when he stood there, his nostrils filled with the breaths exhaled by dozens of patients, his ears listened to the sound of family members arguing with nurses, patients peeing and farting behind the curtains, and heard moans and weeping did he remember the past. Most of the hospitals in Dragon City were like this. Gao Yi. Is this the world you wanted to carve into your memory? Meng Zhao had all sorts of complicated emotions in his heart while he quietly thought about Gao Yi's psychological state. Perhaps Gao Yi was right. Humans were never born equal. Life was not some invaluable treasure, either. Human lives and dignity could be measured, and the scale was pretty accurate. Once someone applied for reimbursement for a 10-people ward, the hospitalization fee would be around $24 a day. If it were a 6-people ward, it was around $52 a day. The price for double wards and single wards went up to more than $200. And the price for suite wards like Xie Xiaolei's was $2,550 per day. The VIP rooms in Feng Shui Medical Center were naturally even more expensive. If you deducted 24 from 52, you had 28. If you deducted 24 from 2,550, you had 2,526. This meant that the value of human dignity fluctuated between $28 to $2,526. The amount of money you were willing to fork out represented the amount of dignity you would receive. As they sped up their actions to conquer the other world and the cultivation system got perfected, the strong would continuously break the limits and the difference between people would continue widening. Wouldn't it? Yes, that should be the case. At the very least, based on what Meng Zhao remembered of his previous life, decades later, the powerful in Dragon City were so great that they might as well be gods and normal people had no hope to catch up to them with just their hard work. As the distance between people continued widened, the difference in treatment also became more obvious. Of course it did. He was sure of that based on what he saw right now. He didn't even need the memories of his previous life to know that it would end up like that. From what Meng Zhao knew, many of the powerful forces were developing high-end medical equipment and technology. There was one medical cabin in particular that was made entirely of the highest grade crystal. It was practically on the same level as the Blue Origin crystal cave. It could form an amazing spirit energy magnetic field that resonates with a human's vitality magnetic field, so the cell's regenerative power works at maximum capacity. No matter how badly a person was injured, if they stayed in this sort of medical cabin, they would get better even without the administration of drugs. Of course, it would also cost an astronomical amount of money. The patients who stayed in the 10-people wards and were trapped in this sort of horrible environment would never be able to enjoy the crystalline super medical cabins. In truth, normal people did not even dare to dream about staying in single wards like Xie chalets. What was Gao Yi thinking about when he saw this every time he came to the hospital? Since the powerful are supposed to shed their blood for the weak, why can't the powerful first build some larger inpatient wards for the weak so they can retain their basic dignity? Gao Yi's ugly face rose once more in front of Meng Zhao. It was only at that moment that Meng Zhao noticed that there was always a slight hint of mockery on Gao Yi's face. And when his intentions were revealed, that mockery turned into indignation. Meng Zhao sighed, turned around, and left. When he walked past the nurse's station, he noticed that the distressed parents were still arguing with the nurse. Right when they made up their minds to have their child stay in a single ward, it was taken by some other patient. They lost the ward because they had hesitated for too long. While on his way back, Meng Zhao kept on thinking about Gao Yi's psychological state. He also thought about how Dragon City would bring about its own end. It would happen because the difference between people would keep on growing and the tier would end up too wide to cross. Perhaps it was because he had been thinking about it. But when he returned home, Meng Zhao found a very strange email. Meng Zhao had an official account on the largest broadcasting platform in Dragon City. He had inherited a lot of fans from the Weeping Reaper, so he handed his account to Yanferu's group to operate it. His exposure rate was pretty high, and if he ignored the ghostwriters and lurkers, the remaining active fans still sent him hundreds of passionate emails every day. But the email he received was sent to the account Meng Zhao had used during high school. It was a pretty private account. The person who sent him the email was Professor of Sandworms. Meng Zhao stared at the name for a long time before he held his breath and opened the email. It contained the experiment log that started half a month ago. There was a large amount of experimental data, detailed diagrams, biological neural network scans, as well as Gao Yi's changes in sense of self. 28th of April, New Era Year 56. The growth of organs is far faster than what I imagined. My wounds are about to recover. The self-regenerative abilities of annelids have further research value. If a human being came in possession of them, we could regrow lost limbs, which would increase Dragon City's fighting power. 30th of April, New Era Year 56. The brand new nervous system gave me a new cognitive experience. Since my nerve bundles are 10 times thicker, have myelin sheaths and are independent existences in different sections, I possess something similar to multi-threading. I've never felt as smart as I am currently. 1st of May, New Era Year 56. It's my greatest oversight to not have created a few tentacles for this body. It must be known that the first sparks of human civilization were created by Neanderthals, who freed their upper limbs from the ground and learned to do things with them. But it's not necessary for me to create a few pairs of tentacles like those of an octopus. In the next stage of evolution, as long as I can get some sturdier nerve bundles and connect them to mechanical arms, I'll be able to handle the loss of arms. My past self was truly foolish. There was simply no need for me to be conflicted about choosing a body of flesh and blood or one of metal. The soul itself is the only proof of human existence. 3rd of May, New Era Year 56. This accursed phantom pain. I didn't expect that after I transferred my consciousness, it would still cling to me like a shadow. It's even stronger than before. I keep thinking that I'm still a human and that I still have my arms, legs, and head. These non-existent limbs are constantly reminding me of their existence through pain. It might be because the human soul is not compatible with monster nerves. As my calculation abilities and mental power increased, the pain has also increased 10 times. It feels like my soul is submerged in powerful acid, and I can't bear it, not even for half a second. It seems like there is a reason behind why human nerves and human souls were never used to their full potential. If I want a soul that is 10 times stronger, I must pay a price that is 10 times larger. But this is fine. At the very least, I found out that there is another fatal flaw in the consciousness transferring technology, phantom pain. I had never considered it. I hope that my calculation abilities and mental power will be able to last for a long time. Before the phantom pain defeats me, I must defeat it. Chapter 326, Two Sides of the Same Coin. That was the end of the experiment log. Beneath it, there was a message from Gaoyi. Meng Zhao, I told you that this is a consciousness transferring experiment and something that only happens once in a blue moon. It's a brand new evolutionary path for human civilization. I sent you the first experimental log detailing the past half a month, and I will keep sending new experimental logs to you at irregular intervals. I hope that you will send them to the experts in Agricultural University, which, I believe, will provide some help to the research they're currently conducting. Due to the limitations of my experiment, many of the measurements of my data aren't very accurate. The research methods I can use are also very basic. But at the very least, I can obtain personal experience from it. This is something no high-end research lab will be able to get. After trying to adapt to my new body over the past half a month, my soul has now completely integrated into my new body. I can clearly sense that my intelligence has increased. I can easily solve many of the problems that I had pondered for years. I solved quite a number of difficult problems of life science and came up with a summary of most algorithms, formulae, and models of magnetic fields. I will compress the results into a zip file and send them to you. If you trust me, you can use it to cultivate. I believe that it will help you reach new heights. If you don't trust me, you can send the file to Black Tortoise Zhang Yue, the Dean of Agricultural University's Martial Arts and Life Science Department. You can then train under his guidance. Of course there is a price for this intelligence. The phantom pain is getting worse. My IQ fluctuates. If I conduct 5 standard IQ tests at random points of the day in 24 hours, the points vary greatly. This means that the fusion between my nervous system and soul is not perfect. My body might separate from my soul at any point in time. My memories seem to have become worse as well. Every time I wake up from sleep, for around 10 minutes, I do not remember anything of the human world. I don't know whether it's because my soul is not compatible with my body or whether it's because I'm far from human society and have been staying too long in the dark. I'm afraid that I will turn into a monster, perhaps even fall from grace and end up as a demon. But what does it matter? Since the beginning of the experiment, I've already predicted this. There were a few times when I woke up in the rotting darkness and thought of myself as a wounded member of a guerrilla squad who died in a forest. Before being killed by the enemy, he left his will to the people who came to find his squad. The government will now help you build schools and hospitals, and they will also increase your salary and benefits, but that's not because of their guilty conscience from letting the squad die. It's not because they've become good people, either. It's because the squad cleared the path for them to build things. Hey! Guardian angels and demons have always been two sides of the same coin. If there were no demons, the guardian angels would never be willing to protect humans. Superhumans are the weapons of human civilization, and the blood of the strong flows for the weak. What touching slogans! But the more touching a slogan is, the more obvious it should be that there is no way a dream will come true without reason. Normal people will not just wait around for the superhuman's protection and salvation. If normal people do not hold onto my weapon tightly, blades will pierce their chests. They might come from monsters, but might also come from superhumans. Normal people must obtain the power to become demons so that they can keep superhumans in check and give them an impetus. Then, the superhumans will turn those two slogans into reality and build a better future together. So, I'm willing to become that bullet and saber. I'm willing to become the demon who lurks around in the superhumans' hearts. Of course, I don't know how long I will be able to maintain my beliefs. Perhaps as the phantom pain grows stronger, the problem of my soul not being compatible with my body will continue rising. Before long, I may go completely mad and lose my sense of self. But before that can happen, I will send my coordinates and weaknesses to you. Please bring a group of superhumans to destroy me, but also to witness my power. Take note, do not come alone, or else, I might end up killing you. Once I die, I hope that you will be in charge of dissecting and harvesting my body. I believe that with your skills, you will be able to unravel all the secrets in my body and help our civilization brave the waves and continue forward. Professor of Sandworms, 13th of May, New Era Year 56. That was the end of the email. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath. He got up, turned off the lights, and sat for a long time in the darkness. He imagined himself as a giant sandworm with a human soul. He kept to himself and lurked in the darkness underground while evolving and thinking about things. Just what? Are supernatural entities? The next morning, Meng Zhao joined Lucia in her race car and went to a training camp that the Abnormal Beast Research Department had built in the west of the city. On the way, Lucia was very excited. Xie Xiaolei still has a few tricks up his sleeve. His guess is correct. The higher-ups don't want to cause a ruckus about Gao Yi turning into a monster because this will deal a heavy blow to the biochemical modification faction, and it will cause the runic symbol machines faction to become restless again after they just entered a ceasefire. They've only just suppressed a conflict. If it's lit again, it will not be beneficial to all the people in Dragon City. So, if a company pops up at this moment to take care of the problems left by spirit creation creatures, the higher-ups will definitely do everything they can to support it, even if it's a small company like Superstar. I think that Xie Xiaolei's suggestions are very tempting and doable. Let's not talk about the skills he will bring to you. The man himself is a general who has gone through multiple battles in the business world. Superstar doesn't have a lot of people who are skilled in managing a company, right? We can exclude your dad, and Chin, who doesn't have enough knowledge in this area either. If we rely on his code of brotherhood to operate, you won't be able to grow your company. If Xie Xiaolei manages the operations of Superstar, I believe that in a few years' time, it won't be unlikely for the company to be 10 times larger than it is now. Of course, an ambitious veteran in the business world might not be someone you, your dad, and Chin who can control. If you're careless, you'll end up inviting an enemy into your place and will have to face the risk of him taking over your company. So, at the end of the day, it still depends on whether you have the confidence. If you're worried that you can't control Xie Xiaolei, I don't mind taking spirit creation creatures. Hey, I've been talking for a long time, but you just stay with your head propped up on your hand while you look outside with a contemplative look on your face. You look like you're thinking while being all emo and stuff. Are you listening to me? Meng Zhao, I notice that you're becoming really rude. Even if we no longer share the relationship of an employer and employee, I'm still older than you by a few years, so I can be considered to be your big sister. What's with that attitude? Meng Zhao finally looked at her. He pointed outside the window and said, "Look over there." Lucia was slightly stunned. She looked outside the window. The reflection glass curtain walls of the skyscrapers beside them had formed huge monitors. They showed video ads made by the Supernatural Tower. The screen flashed, and a veteran hunter with a beard showed up. He was fighting fiercely against a monster in the wild. When he finally ended the monster's life with one slash, he turned around and grinned at the screen with his pearly white teeth. "I'm a superhuman." The screen flashed. Now, it showed a thermal power plant. The flames in the huge furnaces looked like magma. They seemed alive with how fiercely they danced. They originated from highly unstable and violent fire-type crystals that could only be suppressed by the vitality magnetic fields from superhumans. Then, through multiple stages of energy conversion, they were converted to electricity and transferred to thousands of families. The superhumans, who were working hard, were covered in soot. They, too, faced the cameras and smiled. "We're superhumans." The screen flashed. This time, it was an operating theater. A doctor had his eyes shut tight while mumbling. Dozens of scalpels, hemostats, suturing devices, and surgical equipment floated around his body. After a while, he suddenly opened his eyes and said calmly, "I'm a superhuman." A few other clips showed up after that. They were all about superhumans from various industries working hard. At the end, the monitor showed 2 lines. "Superhumans are the weapons of human civilization. The blood of the strong flows for the weak." Recently, the Supernatural Tower has been showing more advertisements. They've been showing these 2 slogans all the time on every street. Lucia cast Meng Zhao a rather puzzled glance. "What's wrong with them? Are you telling me that this is the first time you saw them?" "Of course not. The TV and broadcasting platforms constantly show promotions related to these 2 slogans. The Supernatural Tower even put these 2 slogans on banners, which are everywhere in the city. It's impossible for me to not see them." Meng Zhao paused for a moment and said, "I just want to ask, do you believe them?" Lucia snickered. Meng Zhao frowned. "What's with that? You don't believe in the slogans and think that they're lies?" "I didn't say that. Don't go accusing me of something I didn't do," Lucia said. "It's not that I don't believe in the slogans. It's just..." "Just what?" Lucia thought about it and said, "Let me put it this way. You've never seen the Supernatural Tower and the Survival Committee putting on advertisements or banners in the streets saying the sun is round, right?" Meng Zhao frowned further. "Of course not. What's with the question?" Lucia just continued without answering Meng Zhao's question. That's right. The government never put up a slogan like "the sun is round" because this is an obvious fact. When you look up, you know that. Then, have you ever seen the Supernatural Tower or the Survival Committee saying anything like "passionate youths must look for someone to date"? Meng Zhao looked at her. No. That's right. You've never seen something like that, because it's impossible for them to do it, and there's no need for it, because what would be the point of that sort of announcement? Once the opportunity arises, the passionate youths will definitely chase after their love. They don't need to be motivated by a slogan for it, Lucia said. Do you understand now? If you don't need slogans for clear facts like the sun is round and things that are normal for humans, like chasing after love, then, do you think I'd believe in the two slogans the government is pushing on us right now? Meng Zhao sighed. So, after all that, you're just saying that you don't believe them? Nope. I do. Lucia gave a sly smile. As long as I'm the first to believe in these two slogans, then more superhumans will believe in them, and when most of the superhumans believe in them, it'll no longer matter whether I believe them or not, get it? Meng Zhao snorted coldly and turned his face away so that he could hide the fact that he absolutely did not understand what Lucia was trying to say. The race car came to a stop in front of a worn-down office building with 20 floors. Written on the signboard in front of the building was, Monster Research Department, Center of Statistics. Hidden behind this seemingly normal signboard was the training camp of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Chapter 327, Brand New Fighting Style. Both of them wore sunglasses and restrained their vitality magnetic fields to get on a rusty elevator while watched by guards who pretended to be normal office employees. To Meng Zhao's surprise, the elevator did not go up. Instead, it went straight down. Clanging sounds reached his ears. The elevator trembled a little. The journey did not seem to have an end to it. Meng Zhao reckoned that they had gone at least 100 meters underground. The door opened and revealed a winding, dark, small tunnel. Based on the mottled walls, it was an underground defensive facility that had existed under Dragon City since it was on Earth and was as complicated as a maze. When it was first designed, it had to have been used to fend against nuclear weapons. A group of lucky people would be able to stay here for decades or even more than 100 years, and when things had settled down outside, they would go out. Hence, the entire place looked crudely made, tough, and cold. It was very militarized. With Lucia in the lead, they went through 3 doors that were thicker than half a meter, and finally, the area ahead of them became brighter. The tough walls on both sides of the tunnel were replaced by strengthened glass. Through it, Meng Zhao could see labs with monsters. The first lab was a 3D maze that slowly rotated in the air. It had a small rat with a body as wide as jade. It was moving around the maze, which was quite complex. Even humans might have a hard time finding the exit. There were also researchers controlling the forks in the maze. They randomly opened and closed the barricades to change the way out. The rat could remember each path clearly. It always chose the right path, and it never hesitated when it made its choice. When it reached the end, it enjoyed good food. The second lab was filled with a faint blue liquid. A colorful 8-tentacled octopus that could change its color like a chameleon floated inside it. It was currently doing Sudoku. Meng Zhao blinked to make sure that his eyes were not playing tricks on him. The octopus was indeed holding a marker pen that could be used underwater. With a tentacle wrapped around the pen, it was focused on solving a Sudoku puzzle on an incredibly large whiteboard. The third lab had a monster that looked like a combination between a sloth and an anteater. It was curled up lazily in a corner of the lab and snoring loudly. Meng Zhao listened to it closely and soon realized that the monster was not snoring, but reciting poetry in a strange voice. The bright moon shines through the window next to the bed, its light on the floor is like snow on the ground. I look up and see the moon, and I cannot help but look down to remember my home. Meng Zhao looked at Lucia in shock. It's just imitating speech like a parrot, Lucia explained. It doesn't really understand the meaning of the poem. They did a simple stimulation, and this is what happened when it reacted to it based on nervous impulse. Speaking of which, imitation is also a very important method of learning. Who knows whether it will gain enlightenment after it receives multiple stimulations in continuous waves and understands the beauty of the poem. There was no monster in the fourth lab. A lone human was standing inside and staring at Meng Zhao with a depressed look. Meng Zhao was just about to ask Lucia what was going on and why they trapped a human inside when he realized that the human's facial features were a little strange. His face was very stiff, as if he was wearing a human skin mask. And that mask was a copy of Meng Zhao's own face. The next moment, the human suddenly blinked and became transparent. His entire body slumped down and he turned into a pile of goo. It trembled about and looked like an extra-large sticky pudding. Meng Zhao realized that all monsters locked up in the lab were not normal monsters. Their fighting strength might not compare to hell beasts or apocalyptic beasts, but they had high intelligence or strange abilities. Meng Zhao saw Yi Shaoxing in an office at the end of the corridor. The office was not big to begin with, but now it was full of files with many years' worth of dust on them. It looked like a warehouse that a tornado had visited recently. Yi Shaoxing was curled up among a pile of old books. He wore 2 detachable sleeves, which made him look like an old accountant who did not care about the affairs of the world rather than a powerful fighter who could fight fiercely against the ultimate sandworm. Meng Zhao, we meet again. Yi Shaoxing shut a folder with lots of monster information. He removed the detachable sleeves and released a long breath before he smiled and said, "First, a piece of good news. We'll be giving you a huge amount of support in regard to Superstar taking over Spirit Creation Creatures' remaining business, technology, and employees. Sia should have mentioned it to you along the way. I don't want this matter to blow up again and stir up another internal conflict between the biochemical modification faction and the runic symbol machines faction. More importantly, you fought under raging waves and your persistent investigation of the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise has proven that you're a loyal and brave warrior who is fighting for Dragon City and human civilization. Unfortunately, the explosion in the Red Radiance Jade Mine destroyed most of the marks left by you, Sia, and Chinhu during your fierce fight underground. We can't tell the citizens the whole truth so that all of you would get the glory you deserve. But we won't let our heroes suffer losses. We also want to see industries like Superstar become bigger and stronger. Since they're controlled by heroes, they'll become pillars that will defend Dragon City. Also, you don't need to worry about the cooperation, like who is the more dominant and who is the more submissive, that you don't have business talent, and whether Spirit Creation Creatures will take over the company because you're busy with cultivation and fighting. With the Abnormal Beast Research Department protecting you, I believe that Xie Xiaolei will not do something that will destroy him. After all, he's smart and knows that we have information on him. He has already made a mistake once." Meng Zhao's thoughts raced. He knew that the investigation regarding the White Spirit and Gao Yi would definitely involve him, because he had been personally involved in the matter. The Abnormal Beast Research Department seemed to have decided to treat Spirit Creation Creatures as a huge slice of pie and place it right beside his mouth so he would eat until he was full and his mouth was covered in grease. Then, he would work for the research department willingly. Based on the memories of his previous life, even though the Abnormal Beast Research Department was not large right now, it would soon develop at insane speeds and become an organization with real power that could stand on equal ground with the Adjudicator Court. In certain areas, it could even do whatever it wanted with no one being able to say anything about it. Meng Zhao would definitely not complain if he could be on the same side with this golden coattail. After all, it was a golden coattail that others could only wish for. He nodded and said readily, "Thank you, Section Chief Yi." Yi Shaoxing waved his hand in dismissal and said with a smile, "You aren't considered an official member of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, so you don't need to refer to me as Section Chief. The Abnormal Beast Research Department has formed a temporary team to specifically investigate the White Spirit and Gao Yi's cases. We've invited some experts and powerful people working in society to investigate the cases. I'm in charge of it for the time being. You can call me Elder Yi or Captain Yi." Honestly speaking, Meng Zhao, you gave me a really difficult problem. You must understand, our members usually have to go through intensive training for more than half a year in the Abnormal Beast Research Department and pass all sorts of tests before they have the right to come here. But you had close contact with Lin Xuan, the White Spirit, and Gao Yi. Gao Yi even sent his experimental log to you after he turned into the Professor of Sandworms. It's impossible for us not to include you. I believe in your loyalty to Dragon City, but I still have to give you a reminder. What you will come into contact with is top-secret information, and that includes countless past events that were sealed during the Dark Era. If any of this goes out, it might threaten the safety of Dragon City. Countless people will die, even though they've done nothing wrong. So, while you can fail a task, remove yourself from it, or use fierce opinions to go up against us, you are not to leak these secrets. Can you accept this?" "Of course," Meng Zhao said. "I know what is important and what is not. I won't reveal those secrets." If being realistic, who had more secrets than him in all of Dragon City? "All right. Then, allow me to introduce the Abnormal Beast Research Department to you. I believe that you have already gotten to know from Sia that we're an organization that has just been formed and handles monsters with high intelligence. You must have a lot of questions for us, and I will answer all of them, but only within the limits of authority." Yi Shaxing paused for a moment before he asked, "Meng Zhao, do you think that the monster war will end like this?" Meng Zhao was a little taken aback. He wanted to laugh. If anyone else were asked this question, even a strategist with the highest aims would have a hard time answering. But he knew the correct answer. "No." Meng Zhao shook his head slowly and said, "I know we've killed the apocalyptic beasts residing in raging waves in the northern offense, and a lot of superhumans became stronger in terms of fighting power. This ensured that the monsters around Dragon City were unable to launch any organized large-scale attacks. But I don't think that Dragon City can sleep without worry and just wait for the final victory to land in our hands." Yi Shaxing exchanged a glance with Lucia. There was surprise in his gaze. He did not expect that Meng Zhao would be this calm. He could not help but ask curiously, "Why do you say that?" Meng Zhao smiled faintly and said, "It's very simple. If the monster war could be won so easily, there would be no need for the government to set up the Abnormal Beast Research Department." While on the way to this room, I saw a lot of abnormal beasts. Their fighting strength should be nothing special and cannot compare even to that of nightmarish beasts, but they have extraordinary intelligence and even the ability to pretend to be humans. So here are my thoughts. If monsters remain without any organization, they will never be able to deal with humanity's steel army when it comes to a full frontal attack. After all, it's impossible for their bodies to continue growing with no limits. No matter how strong they become, they won't be able to handle a blow from huge dragon's might cannon. But Dragon City is small, and we have a huge population. There are plenty of skyscrapers, but they're all very fragile and are easy targets. They could become prey to endless terrorist attacks. If there was even one monster that has human-like intelligence who learns about the advantages and weaknesses of human civilization and how to control or imitate humans, it would be able to lurk among us without anyone noticing it. It would be free to detonate bombs, create earthquakes, assassinate important officials, specialists, and academicians. It could use all sorts of tricks to throw Dragon City's order into chaos. It might not be able to win the war in one go with this tactic, but it could create chaos and panic, which would leave Dragon City in a constant state of weakness. Besides, as long as it's smart enough, it would stay in places like Golden Tooth Lair and use thousands of innocent citizens as its shield and hostages. It'll be very difficult for us to find it, and even if we could accurately locate it, the cost for capturing and killing it would be so high that we couldn't bear it. If there were a lot of such highly intelligent monsters, even if we won the monster war, we would do so while heavily wounded. It'd make it hard for us to begin colonizing the other world. To sum it up, we're now at the second stage of the monster war, and we're facing a brand new style of battle. If we're careless, we're going to face the risk of total defeat. Chapter 328, Dragon City's Problem. Yi Shaxing nodded repeatedly as he listened to Meng Zhao. "I knew it. It's impossible for you to have relied only on luck to stop the White Spirit and Gao Yi." Yi Shaxing was impressed by Meng Zhao. "You're completely right. Even though we shouted that we would conquer the other world during the era that gave us the greatest despair, that was just to gather the hearts of people and point them in the direction with the strongest ideal. It doesn't mean that the war can be won easily and that the other world will be conquered in no time. Many of the academicians in the Survival Committee, Supernatural Tower, and the Red Dragon Army have made predictions about the next stage of the war, and the endless terrorist attacks you mentioned just now might replace the simple and crude full-frontal clashes over the past few decades. This will become the main tactic the monsters will use against the humans. However, terrorist attacks on material things are not a fatal threat to Dragon City. What is troubling us even more is the mind attacks." Meng Zhao thought about it and asked, "Are you talking about monsters like the demonic hair-ripping eye? The type who are skilled in mind attacks and can make humans' mental strength index plummet?" "No. Even though the demonic hair-ripping eyes are very strong, they're not smart enough. Even though they can make a human's mental strength index plummet to 0, at most, they can only turn people brain dead or make them go completely mad. They can't damage the core of Dragon City. The mind attacks I'm talking about strike directly at humans' thoughts." Yi Shaxing pointed at his temple. Meng Zhao frowned a little. "Thoughts? That's right. The sturdiest fortresses are always destroyed from within, aren't they? The thing that can be easily interfered with, invaded, changed, and completely twisted in a human are their thoughts." Yi Shaxing was quiet for a while before he said, "Meng Zhao, you're just a freshman and you haven't truly joined society yet. The education you received from primary to high school should have described Dragon City as A city with its people united and a bright future. I have to admit, after half a century's worth of people's sacrifices and never-ending hard work, Dragon City has walked out of the darkness and created a glorious present we didn't even dream about in the past. We wouldn't lose to any of the metropolises on Earth. To achieve this, many superhumans led the fights and wore themselves out with all the fighting. They offered all their strength so that the fires of human civilization would burn brightly in the other world. But a perfect world doesn't exist. No matter what sort of society we live in, there are always all sorts of problems and conflicts. You can understand that, right? Meng Zhao nodded to show that he was not a naive university student and was mentally prepared to listen to the problems Dragon City currently faced. Yi Shaxing nodded and told him about Dragon City's main conflicts. The first was the conflict between superhumans and normal people. Or rather, the difference between the powerful people and the weak was getting greater. The social strata might soon be torn apart, which would end up causing all sorts of societal problems. Humans were never equal, and it was a fact known since ancient times. A paradise of absolute equality would only be a hell with even more tragedy. But no matter how unequal the humans on Earth were, they were only facing an inequality in terms of wealth, authority, and societal positions. In terms of individual fighting strength, lifespan, and other basic aspects, even the top 100 richest people on Earth were not much different compared to a homeless man who did not have a single penny to their name. Money could do anything and even buy lives, but even so, a rich person was still only able to live around 100 years. No matter how much money a person had and how much authority they possessed, it was not enough to destroy a main fighting tank with one punch. It was also impossible for them to use their own magnetic fields to hover hundreds of meters in the air among the white clouds in the blue sky. Because of it, even though the normal people knew that there was a distance they could not hope to close with the rich, they could still bear the existence of this distance. However, after Dragon City transmigrated to the other world, new things like spirit energy and superhumans popped up. The difference between individuals was no longer limited to only money, status, authority, or other external objects. Even the basic things that made up a human, like strength, life, and physical constitution, became vastly different between individuals. An office worker who worked a 9-to-5 job watching his boss driving a good car while having a beautiful woman in his arms was one thing, but if he could also see his boss soaring high in the sky and being able to destroy the world with just a swing of his arm, perhaps even having a lifespan that was twice as long as his, then it was something else. Besides, when they had just transmigrated and all order had crumbled, the temptation to have lovers became much stronger for the powerful. The traditional system of having only one partner was challenged, and it became common for the powerful to have multiple lovers. Even now, there were people who were willing to be lovers of the powerful even if they were not acknowledged so that they could obtain descendants with powerful genes. They did not want to be lovers with the weak and give birth to normal children in a world where zombies and monsters wandered about and where the apocalypse might arrive at their doorstep at any moment. This knowledge was always at the back of everyone's head. Over the 20 years, Dragon City had faced a baby boom. But in the last 2 years, one particular phrase sprung up on the internet: you must awaken to supernatural powers. Otherwise, if you give birth to children as a normal person, you're being irresponsible to your children. It was because after the population grew, they faced a lack of space and resources. The competition between people grew, and so did the pressure. This was normal since everyone was now trying to right a wrong after they went way over the mark when they tried to increase the population. But when even the most basic right of reproducing was challenged, it was very difficult for the normal people to look at the difference between themselves and superhumans with a calm outlook. Weeping Reaper Lin Chuan's thoughts gradually turned extreme because the difference between normal people and superhumans has become too great. It's the reason why he went on the wrong path, right? Yi Shaxing sighed and said, it's not as if the Survival Committee and the Supernatural Tower don't see the distinction between the strong and weak becoming clearer day by day. It's not as if they don't want to solve this problem either. But this is a new problem that humanity has not faced over the hundreds of thousands of years of human civilization on Earth. So how could they solve it quickly, completely, and perfectly while Dragon City is still at war? Here is something simple. Even if we won the northern offense, Dragon City still faces the danger of being surrounded by monsters, and beyond Monster Mountain range is the endless otherworld. How can we guarantee that there are no enemies who are even more dangerous than monsters out there? If we don't prioritize allocating most of the resources to the superhumans, who will take care of those enemies? The Red Dragon Army? I'm not trying to look down on the Red Dragon Army's fighting strength, But it's impossible to send millions of soldiers tens of thousands of kilometers away while ensuring that the supply line will remain smooth. We have to rely on the superhumans, who then have to face life-threatening risks. After they fight against all sorts of monsters, shouldn't they enjoy rewards that they deserve? If we force the superhumans to hand over their rewards and share them with the normal citizens, we might be able to achieve superficial equality, but will we stimulate the superhumans' fighting spirit and desires? I don't know. We might have to rely on brainwashing at that point. That's right. Lucia could not help but butt in. 20 or so years ago, most of the normal people could only shudder while curled up in trenches, ruins, and lairs. In the meantime, the superhumans of my grandfather's generation fought against monsters and got us a lot of resources so that we could rebuild all of Dragon City. At that time, all the normal people were very grateful towards superhumans and sincerely idolized my grandfather and the others. But some of the normal people whose standards of living are much higher than 20 30 years ago don't understand the concept of being content with what they have. All they see are things being unfair, and they're dissatisfied with everything. At one moment, they say that the promotion channel is shut, and in the next, they say that superhumans are greedy and spend lavishly. What a joke! My grandfather worked hard to mine crystals outside Dragon City. He often had to fight monsters and lost count of just how many times his intestines were dug out. My father ran into a few accidents in the mines too. Every time, he had to brush shoulders with death. Even I nearly died under raging waves. Is it a sin now for the three of us to enjoy life a little after all our sacrifices and hard work? I say, those normal people must be bewitched by the highly intelligent monsters who are skilled in mind attacks. That's why they're so ungrateful. You can't say that, Yi Shaoxing said. No one is ever bothered by whether you get a few resources, so long as the distribution is fair, and no one is ever worried about living in a poor state, as long as they live safely. This is a human weakness. No one can overcome it completely. Besides, there are also black sheep among superhumans. They use their superpowers to commit crimes, and it destroys the interests of the normal people. The adjudicator court does whatever it can to subjugate the evil superhumans, but all of the superhumans have great skill and can deal lots of damage, so the adjudicator court has to be wary, even though they want to defeat them. And usually, good news never gets told, but bad news spread like wildfire. Superhumans fighting against the monster invasion quietly in the wild is no longer news, but if a superhuman uses his or her superpowers to commit crimes beside normal people in the city, this is definitely a major news. Not only does it make the normal people stand against superhumans and further tears apart the social stratum, it also gives the highly intelligent monsters the chance to attack us while we're weak. This is an opportunity for them. Yi Shaoxing tapped his messy desk with his finger and cast a glance at Meng Zhao's expression. When he saw that he was calm, he continued describing the situation to him. Not only was there a conflict between normal people and superhumans, there were also divisions among superhumans in regards to the development of Dragon City. The largest division came with the question as to whether they should limit the scale of the 9 great megacorporations. Everyone knew that the current Dragon City's order was built by the 9 great megacorporations with battle god Lei Zongchao bearing witness to it. Up till then, the 9 great megacorporations had developed to the point where they not only controlled the economic lifelines but also had their own schools, hospitals, and even fighting power that was even better than the Red Dragon Army. They also had more than half of the seats in the Survival Committee, and the ones in control of the megacorporations were also deity realm fighters, the peak of human evolution. When the viruses raged among humans, zombies went about on a rampage, and monsters invaded the city, the Dragon City was divided into lairs scattered all over the place, so it was inevitable that megacorporations rose to power. They were beneficial toward the continued existence of human civilization. But as of now, the existence of the megacorporations reduced the Survival Committee's power while also reducing the survival space for middle and small businesses. They might also place the interests of their corporation above the interests of Dragon City during the colonization war in the future. Should they put limitations on the 9 megacorporations or even split them up so that the greatest authority was gathered in the hands of the Survival Committee? This was a topic that the ones with knowledge in this matter talked about without end. But since there were at least 9 deity realm elites standing behind the 9 megacorporations, this sort of discussion was something that would only be discussed verbally. Chapter 329, The Dinosaur Crushed by Its Own Weight. Honestly, many of the middle-grade and low-grade superhumans have opinions about high-grade superhumans as well, Yi Shaoxing told Meng Zhao. You should know that most of the deity realm elites in Dragon City are considered to be tactical weapons. Unless there are incredibly important battles like the Northern Offense, they seldom appear and join real battles, right? I can reliably tell you that these deity realm elites aren't sitting around doing nothing. Instead, they're conducting all sorts of explorations in the ancient ruins under the supernatural tower. The dangers and importance of this doesn't lose to any of our battles. Many of the deity realm elites have paid a heavy price for it, but they also gained a lot from it. We can create a lot of spirit energy magnetic fields now, understand more runic symbols, link many of them together to form different commands to activate all sorts of divine arts with their never-ending variations, and we can even use all sorts of unbelievable sci-fi technology, right? That's all thanks to the hard work of the deity realm elites as they explore the ancient ruins. But you will definitely encounter failures when it comes to explorations and experiments. There is also a chance that your project will fail even if you dump an astronomical amount of resources into it. Also, many of the projects only bring benefits 20 or 30 years into the future, sometimes even later. In the eyes of quite a number of the middle-grade and low-grade superhumans, the powerful people are just wasting resources. Instead of dumping their resources into a project that is bound to fail, it would be better to give them to a large number of middle-grade and low-grade superhumans. This would develop more powerful people and we would be able to gain true victory in the battlefield. In fact, there are even more absurd beliefs. Some people think that the deity realm elites have monopolized a lot of valuable resources and hide under the supernatural tower in isolated training. They say that they only care about increasing their own cultivation realm and won't allow people at the peak of heaven realm become deity realm elites since it's only by doing so that they can forever control Dragon City. Of course, this is a despicable rumor. But it did cause a new rift between some of the middle-grade and low-grade superhumans and the deity realm elites. This rift is especially prominent among some of the middle-grade and low-grade superhumans working in small and middle-sized businesses and the deity realm elites in the 9 great megacorporations who monopolize the traditional businesses. They're competing in the business field and they have a strong desire for valuable resources. There's a limit to the size of the pie, so no matter how you cut it, there is someone who will be displeased. Meng Zhao nodded. Many of the problems in Dragon City had the same root cause: the pie was not big enough. There were many people who wanted resources, but they were limited. No matter how well you teach greedy humans to have noble character, to be united, and to be of one mind, it is useless. Going out to hunt and bringing back more of the pie was what they needed to do. The problem was that the pie of the other world was not easy to bring back. Yi Shaxing sighed and shifted his speech to the Red Dragon Army. The Red Dragon Army itself was fine. The problem with it was that it had no money. Dragon City was a foreign force, and all the people in it knew how to fight. Their army was larger than that of a country on Earth that poured all its resources into the military. To encourage everyone to fight against monsters, the soldiers who were still in service or retired and their families were able to enjoy all sorts of benefits and special privileges. The subsidy for injured and handicapped soldiers and the compensation fees for the soldiers who died also reached astronomical figures. When normal citizens killed monsters, they could also get rewards. Their achievements were tabulated, and they could enjoy all sorts of benefits. For example, when Meng Zhao killed the Bloody Moon Wolf King in his National College examination, he received medals from 3 organizations: the military, the Supernatural Tower, and the Survival Committee. Then, because these medals, he was prioritized when he applied for a house, got preferential prices on cultivation resources, and would have been prioritized if he had applied for a position in the army or other related departments where he had to compete against other applicants with similar qualifications, along with many other benefits. This was very good, and when he ran into monsters next time, he would have more motivation to kill them. But to the Red Dragon Army, the compensation fees for the wounded and the resources required for the rewards were an increasingly heavy burden. The crux of the problem is that right from the start, the Red Dragon Army set the standards of the rewards too high, Yi Shaxing said. But they had no choice. When Dragon City faced the greatest danger, we weren't in possession of any advanced tech or cultivation techniques. When we fought against the monsters, we were placing our lives at risk. If good rewards were not set up, the Red Dragon Army would have been letting down the brave souls who sacrificed themselves. Besides, at that time, most of Dragon City had fallen into the hands of the monsters. Even when we recovered an area, it was usually a ruin. The collapsed buildings had to be demolished and rebuilt before they could be distributed to the citizens. Whenever we recovered an area, we had to immediately build all sorts of houses and distribute them to the warriors and family members who had contributed to the war effort. The war achievement reward system in Dragon City then created a virtuous cycle and allowed the Red Dragon Army to continuously develop. But the present is different from the past. As of today, we've recovered most of the main city areas of Dragon City. Our construction has extended all the way to the border, and the forces of power are all claiming their own territories. They've constructed so many buildings in Dragon City that it's basically saturated in here. After a baby boom that lasted for 20 years, our population has also increased by leaps and bounds. Our number of citizens is higher than at the peak of our population while still on Earth. We don't have any more space we can make use of to provide more rewards for the people who contributed to the war effort. And when you add together the soldiers who have contributed to the war, were injured, and sacrificed over the past few decades and make a comparison, you'll find that the number has been increasing. There are 1 million of them, and the subsidies, benefits, and compensation fees make the Red Dragon Army spend most of their budget on them, so it doesn't have the money to renew its equipment, develop new technology, or upgrade the fighting strength of the powerful soldiers in its ranks. The Red Dragon Army has constantly been bothered by the fact that it doesn't have the peak fighting power in Dragon City and hope that it can be of better use during the war. This is normal. Since ancient times, no army could tolerate the thought of not being the strongest offensive force in the country. But if it wants to increase its fighting strength, it needs resources. If it wants resources, it has to continuously attack and take the initiative to launch attacks on the monsters. The Red Dragon Army is not afraid of fighting, but every time it attacks, it suffers casualties, and the compensation fees cannot be reduced. Not only that, they must continue going up. Hence, things are only getting worse for the Red Dragon Army's budget. In other words, the Red Dragon Army is now a dinosaur that is more than 500 meters long. You can't say that it doesn't have any fighting power, but when it bares its fangs, it is crushed under its own weight. Most of the time, it can only drag its swollen body and lay on the ground in resignation. Meng Jiao nodded with a contemplative expression on his face. Nations formed through war achievements all face this problem. During the development stage, they could stimulate the citizens and make them bring forth the strongest fighting power, which would allow the country to win battle after battle. But once it developed to the peak and could not find any resources to reward those who contributed to the war effort, the war machine would crumble immediately. When the Qin state launched the War of Unification on Earth, it had defeated other states and armies effortlessly. It was really domineering. But the Qin dynasty collapsed after the reign of only 2 emperors. There were many other factors contributing to its collapse, but it was also related to the fact that it could no longer maintain its war achievement reward system. Based on Meng Jiao's memories of his previous life, after Dragon City got out of Monster Mountain Range, it lived gloriously for a period of time and shocked all of the other world as the extraordinary disaster. However, at the end, the apocalypse had still arrived. Meng Jiao wondered whether this was related to the fact that the war achievement reward system had become deformed as it was forced to continue growing. Right now, many of the grassroots soldiers in the Red Dragon Army are really displeased with the Survival Committee. They're demanding the Survival Committee to increase the annual budget of the Red Dragon Army so that it can upgrade. Yi Shaxing smiled wanly and said, "The problem is, the Survival Committee faces too many problems and faces a financial collapse every year. How can it possibly fork out more money?" In truth, the best plan for the Red Dragon Army is to get rid of some soldiers and replace numbers with quality. But no one dares to mention this. Even if we ignore all other problems and just talk about eliminating more than 1 million strong soldiers who know nothing else besides killing, it wouldn't end well. There's already a severe lack of jobs, and the unemployment rate for youths under 30 has always been high with no signs of falling. No one can say what would happen if this suggestion went through. At the end of the day, in a world where a superhuman can do whatever he or she wants to fulfill his or her own goals, it's also hard for a normal human army to figure out how they should continue maintaining its existence, use, and dignity. This is a problem no other army on Earth has ever faced. Yi Shaxing told Meng Jiao that aside from those problems, Dragon City also faced all sorts of other conflicts. One of them was the conflict between the Colonization Party and the Return Party. One of them believed that they should pour all their resources into expansion and continue with the colonization war until they conquered all of the other world. The other party believed that it was a pipe dream for a city to conquer an entire plane. It was an impossible task. Dragon City should stop its expansion once it conquers Monster Mountain Range. Then, they should use a small amount of resources for defense while using most of its resources to figure out how they could control transmigration. Once they open the tunnel connecting the other world and Earth, They would have Earth with its support of 10 billion people as well as an endless amount of resources and could think about conquering all of the other world. There was also the conflict between the biochemical modification faction and runic symbol machines faction, the conflict between the ultimate style and the overkill style, the conflict among the four major fighting occupations when it came to which was the strongest, and the conflict among Ripple Force, Reckless Bull Force, and Dragon Force. But these were all differences in terms of skill, so there was no need to mention them. In any case, Dragon City might seem to have reached a peak after half a century and be prosperous and thriving, but under the surface, they still faced internal and external troubles. Their road ahead was made of thin ice and they needed to tread on it while trembling in fear. Meng Zhao, after listening to me grumble so much, are you a little disappointed in Dragon City? Yi Shaxing asked. Meng Zhao shook his head. If he were a normal university student living in an ivory tower, his views of the world, his morals, and his sense of self might have shattered after he found out that there were so many problems and conflicts in Dragon City. But Meng Zhao knew that the apocalypse was right around the corner. Since Dragon City was bound for destruction in his previous life, there had to have been all sorts of problems inside aside from all the powerful enemies they had to face outside. But he was not afraid of problems, because there were always more solutions than problems. Captain Yi, I've heard netizens mention this in the forums of the dark web. It's normal for there to be conflicts. We have tens of millions of people squashed into a small city. It's impossible for us to not have any conflicts, unless we were all dead, Meng Zhao said. But what do the conflicts you mentioned have to do with the job of the Abnormal Beast Research Department and the matter concerning the White Spirit and Gao Yi? Chapter 330, Humans or Monsters? Meng Zhao, your maturity and calmness has repeatedly exceeded my expectations, Yi Shaxing said. You're right. Even though the current Dragon City still possesses all sorts of problems, compared to the great development over the past half a century, these problems are inconsequential. Dragon City's achievements and conflicts can be likened to an elephant and an ant. The black sheep among the superhumans and the greedy among the normal people are bound to only be a small number. They can't signify most of the prideful, rational, and united humans. Besides, we've never avoided mentioning the problems to the people. We believe wholeheartedly that Dragon City is facing a major change that human civilization has never encountered over the course of 10,000 years' worth of history. In this era filled with turmoil and a bleak future, each citizen has the right and responsibility to think about Dragon City's future. No matter how childish the problems or solutions they present, they have the value of being explored and carried out. You mentioned before that there are plenty of discussions regarding the problems and future of Dragon City. There are even more high-end and fierce discussions in universities, research centers, industries, the Supernatural Tower, the Red Dragon Army, and the Survival Committee. They hold these discussions every day, and everyone argues to the point that their faces turn red. It's all because they want to figure out a way for Dragon City to flourish. And there is a most fundamental requirement for the birth of these thoughts and exchanges. All of us sincerely want Dragon City to become stronger and even more glorious. We want Dragon City to continue developing and solve the problems while it's being developed. Let's talk about you and Sia. Even if you perceive certain problems from different angles, at the very least, both of you hope that Dragon City can be prosperous and continue improving day by day, right? Meng Zhao exchanged a glance with Lucia, and both of them spoke simultaneously. Of course. That's the spirit. As long as everyone fights for the future of Dragon City together, we will be seeking common ground and we will be able to figure out a solution for all conflicts. Yi Shaxing sighed. But that's not the case for some people with ulterior motives. They hide in the dark and fan the flames to worsen the conflict. They don't do this for the development of Dragon City, much less to provide benefits to normal people. Instead, they want to throw everything into chaos and destroy Dragon City. Lin Chuan and Gao Yi were youths with a lot of potential. Given time, they could have turned into pillars of strength for Dragon City. Their thoughts and problems they mentioned are not entirely illogical. If they were willing to trust the Supernatural Tower and the Survival Committee and discuss the problems as well as solve them in an upright manner, perhaps they might have been able to push Dragon City to a brighter future. Unfortunately, they were bewitched by people with ulterior motives. They were controlled by the mind attacks of the abnormal beasts and found themselves in a dead end. Because of it, they became puppets of the abnormal beasts in terms of their thoughts. In the end, with their beautiful dreams, they did things that were detrimental to Dragon City's interests and the interests of tens of millions of citizens. Lin Chuan and Gao Yi aren't the only ones like that, either. Over the past year, We've found that the abnormal beasts have penetrated deep into Dragon City and many citizens have been bewitched by them. Lin Chuan and Gao Yi are just the tip of the iceberg. There's a scheme that is even more dangerous brewing in the dark. In fact, we believe that the existence who created the White Spirit and the person who bewitched Gao Yi are related to each other. They're hiding in the dark and are a large organization with a stringent structure. This organization's goal is to use the internal conflicts in Dragon City to tear apart the social strata and the interest groups so that we will be destroyed from within without them having to do anything. The main task of the special group I'm in charge of is to uncover this organization and completely dissolve the enemy's scheme. We don't have a lot of clues right now. This organization is also very skilled in bewitching and controlling normal humans. It's difficult to find and deal with this organization by relying on brute strength. Even if we had 5 deity realm elites, it would be up to a veil. But people like you, who have a unique intuition, have more hope of finding clues through other paths, even if your cultivation realm isn't high right now. So, I asked Sia to bring you here. I hope that you can lend us your strength. Due to the unique nature of the special group, the needs of the investigations, and the fact that you have not graduated yet, you can't be considered to have officially joined the Abnormal Beast Research Department. But I will fight for how you should be paid, regardless of whether it's in terms of what you need for your cultivation or the development of the ultimate style and superstar. It's just as I've said just now. We're willing to see a hero who is loyal to Dragon City and human civilization be in control of more power and authority. Naturally, you have the right to make your own choice. We still don't know the scale and ability of our enemy. But based on Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's cases, the enemy is incredibly mysterious and dangerous. Once you'll be categorized as their enemy, I won't be able to guarantee your safety. You still have time to get out of this. All you need to do is sign a confidentiality agreement, and I will have Sia send you back. Meng Zhao was silent for a while. Kindling shone at the corner of his eyes. After talking with Yi Shaxing, the progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities had actually increased by 1%. When he noticed the increase of his contribution points as well as the pleasure of spirit energy flowing through his spirit meridians, he answered firmly. Captain Yi, I swore to Lin Chuan that I will find the mastermind and will continue protecting Dragon City in his place. I'm a superhuman, so there has never been a guarantee that I'll forever be safe. I'm willing to join your group and investigate the organization hidden behind Lin Chuan, the White Spirit, and Gao Yi. The problem is, can you tell me precisely as to who our enemy is? Yi Shaxing was stunned for a moment, then he said, Thank you for contributing selflessly to Dragon City, Meng Zhao, but we don't have a lot of information in our hands and don't know the true nature of our enemy. Meng Zhao stared at Yi Shaxing. At the very least, you should tell me whether our enemy is an abnormal beast or is another group of humans. Yi Shaxing and Lucia looked at each other and sank into silence together. After some time, Lucia asked, Meng Zhao, you think that our enemy is another human? The 3 holes on the White Spirit's spine is a human way of modification from more than 10 years ago, Meng Zhao said. And while Lin Chuan and Gao Yi's beliefs were extreme, they had circular logic. Unless the mastermind had deep knowledge of human civilization and understood the various conflicts at the different social strata of our society, it would have been impossible for them to poison their thoughts to this extent. I can accept the fact that monsters possess intelligence. It's not strange for a monster to be able to solve Sudoku puzzles or win against a human Go player in a Go tournament after training. I can also accept apocalyptic beasts living in the wild gradually understanding the properties of human weapons and how humans work together to create strategies against us. Perhaps they can even come to understand human language. But I can't wrap my head around how a monster would be able to infiltrate the various social strata in Dragon City without any obstacles and poison the thoughts of elites like Lin Chuan and Gao Yi. No matter how developed its brain is and how many mind-related skills it has, how could it understand the concept of civilization without human help? And how would it learn, evolve, and disguise itself as a human? So, there must be someone helping it. Captain Yi, if you want me to help you find more clues, you should at least tell me whether our enemy is a monster or a human. Yi Shaxing tapped his office desk silently. Half a minute later, he said with slight difficulty, Meng Zhao, forgive me for hiding it from you. One of the reasons is because we just don't have concrete proof and all of it is just speculation. The second reason is because what I'm about to mention next is a core secret of Dragon City. If you hear it, you will really have no chance of getting out of this anymore. I've never intended to back out. So, is our enemy really human? Meng Zhao asked. I don't know. Yi Shaxing shook his head slowly. We don't know whether their current selves are humans or monsters. There? A thought popped up in Meng Zhao's head. Are you saying that there are more people like Gao Yi? Though I suppose I should refer to him as Professor of Sandworms now. No. They might be even more terrifying than Gao Yi. Yi Shaxing stayed quiet for a while. Meng Zhao, have you read a really famous sci-fi novel from Earth that has a plot like this? For some reason, a few spaceships from Earth had to flee to the deep sky. They were unable to return to Earth even after thousands of years and became a pure spaceship civilization. The problem is, they left in a hurry, so none of the spaceships had enough resources to sustain the humans to reproduce in the dark and cold universe for thousands of years. The moment the crew noticed this problem, they had no other choice but to open fire on the other spaceships. Once they defeated the other spaceships, they killed all the people there and took all their resources. After they gathered the resources from all the spaceships on one single spaceship, they could guarantee the continuation of the spaceship civilization. Have you read this novel before? It was indeed a very famous sci-fi novel. Besides, it provided some guidance and inspiration for thoughts about human civilization as well as how they might solve problems they faced after Dragon City transmigrated. When many of the Dragon citizens lived in lairs and could only endure the roars of zombies and monsters outside, they spent their time reading various novels. Meng Zhao had read this novel before, and he had even discussed the plot Yi Shaxing mentioned with his classmates. Since you've read this novel before, you should know that from the moment this spaceship civilization was created after the spaceships destroyed each other, it moved in a completely different path compared to the civilizations on Earth. The people who survived by killing most of their kind were no longer Earthlings. In fact, they no longer had the right to be known as humans. Yi Shaxing stayed silent for half a minute before he said with great reluctance, "But have you ever thought about whether Dragon City might be a super-large spaceship that had been fired in haste into the other world?" Chapter 331, A Satellite City that Descended into Darkness. Meng Zhao sank into deep thought. With a population of tens of millions of people, Dragon City was much larger than any of the prosperous capitals on Earth, and it also had a perfect light and heavy industrial production chain. So it could not be compared to a mere spaceship. Dragon City was so large that it could maintain the normal operations and continued existence of human civilization. But when they had just transmigrated, that was not the case. At that time, Dragon City was divided by fog, viruses, zombies, and monsters. Many of the survivors could only live in lairs, and their circle of activity did not go past a building. When they looked around, they only saw broken walls full of holes, thick, black smoke coming from roaring flames, or fog so thick that they could not even see their own hands. Many of the diaries from the survivors stated that at that time, they felt that they had been abandoned by the world. They even suspected that not all of Dragon City had transmigrated, and only their region or building had been sent alone to the other world. The lairs were made of sealed-off buildings, with each building being a unit, and this formed a lair civilization. It was similar to the spaceship civilization that wandered about alone in the vast galaxy. And compared to the spaceship humans, the transmigrators faced an even worse situation. At the very least, the spaceship civilization did not need to deal with viruses that could invade bodies through every opening and zombies that went mad and howled as they attacked them. They also did not face the risk of spirit energy invading their brain and causing spirit energy deviation, which turned humans into human-shaped monsters. Yi Shaxing sighed. The maintenance of one's status as human while standing at the entrance to hell is very difficult. Humans were born as animals, so it's natural that they can instantly revert to something inhuman, like a wild beast or a monster. It's also that they can survive, even for one more second. When Dragon City just transmigrated, it faced its darkest era, and all morals, laws, and humanity's glory were torn to pieces. Countless people turned into zombies and countless spirits were twisted under the numerous threats, which turned those humans into demons in human skin. Women sold their bodies 7 times for one cracker. Men spilled 7 buckets of blood in a fight for 1 barrel of gasoline. Both ate their own children in dark corners, then killed each other so that they could eat each other. The 9 great megacorporations that gave birth to the Survival Committee were not pure and innocent lilies when they were just formed. After all, they were born in an era where everyone did whatever they could to accumulate capital. At best, they were slightly better than the absolutely rotten bandits. They knew to think about their long-term development and maintained order to protect their own interests. If an Earthling from the 21st century saw the first 10 years after Dragon City transmigrated, they would definitely shudder at the hellish life. They would also never admit that Dragon citizens at that time were part of Earth's civilization. They would even go as far as not to call them human at all. Fortunately, we managed to get past that stage. We rebuilt order and restored law as well as the dignity of morals. We judged many of the criminals from the Dark Age and suppressed the demons who committed heinous crimes. We also came to regret the mistakes we made because we were forced to do them. Dragon City returned to the embrace of Earth's civilization, and we were finally able to raise our heads to declare with dignity that we are still Earthlings and are the expeditionary forces of Earth's civilization. But Dragon City didn't manage to get past the Dark Age because we were born kind. It's not because of the morals and laws on Earth being embedded deep in our genes, either. It's also not some bull like justice definitely prevailing. It's simply because we were numerous enough. Even if Dragon City was on the verge of destruction, we had more than 10 million people and a lot of facilities for industrial work and technology. Many of the elderly who came from Earth were alive, and they helped us maintain our style of living, laws, and morals. They pointed our civilization forward, and when there was no other choice, they told us how to die with dignity. Meng Zhao, have you ever thought about how the transmigrators would have ended up if Dragon City wasn't as large as it was, like say if we shrunk 100 times? When invaded by viruses, zombies, monsters, and spirit energy, would we still have been able to retain our identity of Earthlings after half a century? Meng Zhao thought about it deeply. He remembered Wu Wu. She was brought up by ghost leopards. She had forgotten her human identity and did not even know how to speak human language. She was fortunate to be discovered by the exploration team from Dragon City, but she could only blend into human civilization after a few years' worth of work. But the results of being brought up by monsters still left marks on her. She might never be able to get rid of them as long as she lived. Not all people are as lucky as we are, Yi Shaoxing said. Before Dragon City transmigrated, it was a large urban cluster. Aside from the core city area, it also had a large number of satellite cities, feature towns, megafactories, and research centers scattered in the shape of a hoop around the core city area. Before Dragon City transmigrated, Earth was also on the verge of another war. A lot of the technology-innovated towns, industrial towns, and military towns along the coastline were moved near Dragon City. Many of the satellite cities had biotechnology, technology to create supercomputer chips, and automatized machine technology that was far more advanced than in the main city area. Some of these towns were turned into independent university cities. They had a lot of experts, students, and researchers, all of whom were smart people. Unfortunately, the dimensional vortex brought by the transmigration caused the dimension around Dragon City to be incredibly distorted. It was just like a wave that crushed a ship and flung dozens of dinghies far away from it. Dragon City was separated from the satellite cities, and because of the obstruction created by the fog, mountain ranges, and monsters, over the past few decades, we were not able to obtain any news about them. It's hard to imagine what they have gone through. Based on expert evaluation, there's little chance for the satellite cities to have survived independently when faced with the invasion from the otherworld, because their populations were only from 1,000 to tens of thousands. At most, they might have had a few 100,000 people. But even if they did manage to survive, they would lack water and electricity. They wouldn't have the strength to defend their home, and when dealing with despair of being invaded by all sorts of enemies every day, the tragedies that happened in Dragon City would definitely be mirrored in their areas too. Famine, chaos, cannibalism, collapse of order, death of morals. All of this definitely happened in the satellite cities. The difference between us is that the main city area was large enough, and it had the ability to get through the most difficult and darkest times. We could also correct our mistakes and regain the glory of human civilization. But the satellite cities weren't large enough. Once they fell into darkness, it was very difficult for them to rely on their own strength to regain their humanity. Meng Zhao fell silent for a while, then asked, "Didn't Dragon City's exploration team find a lot of our satellite cities and save their survivors? Even though they're more barbaric and fierce than the people from the main city area, it's not as if we couldn't save them." I have a friend who is a student from Agricultural University's Monster Controller course. She's a panther girl who grew up in the wild since young, and after a few years of education, she has successfully regained her humanity. "You're talking about Wu Wu, right?" Yi Shaoxing said. "She's a special case. The Monster Research Center gathered a large amount of manpower, material resources, and countless other resources to save her. Most of the humans who were brought up by monsters don't have her talent and her conditions. As for the lost towns you mention, they were broadcasted in the news and all of them were close to Dragon City. The paths leading to them were relatively smooth. The fighting power and resources from Dragon City could easily reach those places, and the degree of invasion from the other world they suffered is rather light. That's why they could still be saved." In truth, the exploration team discovered far more satellite cities than what has been mentioned by the news. Many of the satellite cities were quite far from Dragon City when they transmigrated to the otherworld. The paths leading to them were shrouded by fog, and monsters raged there. It was not suitable for the Red Dragon army to mobilize a large number of soldiers to those places and spread out to attack the monsters. Why didn't we reveal it to the public? Our abilities were not strong enough, so we couldn't save all the citizens in those cities. Besides, after half a century, the satellite cities had become completely different. It's difficult for us to tell whether their citizens are still humans, monsters, or creatures who are half man and half beast. We can't tell whether their civilization can still be considered as a human civilization. If we recklessly reveal the current situation of these satellite cities, it might have a huge impact on the order in Dragon City. It might even throw the definition of dragon citizens and human civilization into chaos. So, Meng Zhao scratched his head. In his previous life, he had encountered elves and dwarves, so his definition of humans was pretty open. He thought about it and said, "Is it really that bad?" Over the course of human history, there were countless dark periods of history where people ate their own children, but we still managed to get over them. If it was something as simple as people eating their children, it would be good. Yi Shaoxing sighed and tapped the table for a long time. Finally, he made a decision. He brought out a safe from beneath a pile of messy documents and took out a folder from inside it. There was a thick stack of files within it, and he handed it to Meng Zhao. Meng Zhao cast a glance at the files. The first set had some rather blurry pictures. An incredibly large tree grew out of a skyscraper. It was situated in a dilapidated city full of broken walls covered in vines and brambles. The branches of the tree blanketed half of the town, and there were large pouches hanging down from them, which resembled tentacles. The pouches were as thin as cicada wings. Their surfaces were covered in bloody veins and looked like huge insect cocoons, but they also looked like the fusion of fungi and fruits. "What is this place?" Meng Zhao cast a puzzled gaze at Yi Shaoxing. "This is Dragon King Town. It's one of the satellite cities affiliated to Dragon City. It's a production town that was incredibly industrialized. The town had 2 big machine production industries and 3 branch campuses of an institute of technology. It also had tens of thousands of youths and a certain degree of defensive abilities. The problem is, the male-to-female ratio in Dragon King Town was at a great imbalance. Most of the students and employees in the Institute of Technology and Machine Production Industries were men, and due to the pollution from the industry as well as other factors, the female family members who taught there or were in charge of the management of the industry preferred staying in the main city area of Dragon City or commercial towns nearby. When they transmigrated, the male-to-female ratio in the town might have gone from 8 to 2 to 9 to 1. You should be able to guess what conflict started among the strong men in the town when they transmigrated out of nowhere. The gender ratio was incredibly imbalanced, they were surrounded by fog, and isolated for decades. You should also be able to imagine what sort of problems they faced when they wanted to continue their civilization. Chapter 332, Divine Tree. Meng Zhao sucked in a sharp breath. Could it be? Yes. It's just as you imagined. Yi Shaoxing plucked out a second photo. It was a picture of more than 1,000 sturdy men around a burning fire. Within it, a young and beautiful girl was tied up to a wooden post. Even though it was just a picture, Meng Zhao could tell from the girl's twisted features that she was enduring indescribable pain. What are they doing? Why are they using such brutal methods to kill their own kind? He asked in shock. They're executing judgment on a witch. Meng Zhao was in disbelief. Who's a witch? All women are witches, Yi Shaoxing said. Meng Zhao was dumbfounded for a long time. He could not wrap his head around it. How could this happen? Dragon City's exploration team discovered Dragon King Town 4 years ago, but their civilization had already turned into something completely different from ours. So, the exploration team did not come into contact with them. Instead, they lurked in the dark and observed them for a year. Then, they thought of a way to get a large number of diaries, wills, selfies, videos, and other information left by people of Dragon King Town. Based on the clues, they finally formed the picture of what had happened in Dragon King Town during the 50 years after it transmigrated. When Dragon King Town transmigrated, due to the push from the dimensional vortex, it was located pretty far away from its relative position to Dragon City's main city area. It ended up in a corner isolated by mountains. Hence, the people in the town didn't know that there were tens of millions of their own kind who had transmigrated alongside them. They thought that only the tens of thousands of people in the town were affected by this horrible fate. During the first few years, Dragon King Town continued with its own strength. At the start, the dimensional vortex formed a wall of fog which blocked the fierce monsters outside. Even though the viruses of the otherworld violently attacked their immunity system and created some zombies among them, Dragon King Town was really lucky. They didn't run into any pandemics. They only had a few zombies, and soon, once they set up strict plans to kill them, the zombies were cut into pieces. I told you just now that there were a few machine processing factories in Dragon King Town and a few machinery and civil engineering schools. This means that the citizens didn't have a lot of problems processing weapons and building forts. Before the fog faded away and monsters invaded them, they set up battle fortresses that surrounded Dragon King Town like iron walls. The problem was within. There were too few people who could produce offspring. Based on the wills left behind by a lot of Dragon King Town citizens, we can tell that they were full of despair. They believed that they could never return to Earth. Most of them didn't even realize that they had transmigrated to a brand new world. They thought that they would forever be trapped in the small town surrounded by fog. And there were too few women who were of age. Hence, even if Dragon King Town could survive as a whole, as individuals, most of the town members could not pass on their genes. Women who were of age became incredibly rare resources. The hot-blooded men surrounded these rare resources and soon split into different factions. They fought and killed each other. In just a few years, even if zombies and monsters did not pose a major threat to them, nearly half of the strong men in Dragon King Town died at the hands of their comrades. Of course, aside from women, clean drinking water, food, machines that could allow them to create weapons, and raw materials all became rare resources. You can say that while it was surrounded by fog, Dragon King Town could not contain nearly 100,000 strong men. They had to kill each other and cut down their population by half to continue maintaining the town. After a few years of internal conflict, Dragon King Town used the institutes and factories to form 5 major factions of power. They were similar to the gangs that formed during the Bloody and Dark Era in Dragon City. And the women of age, who were rare resources, died in the fights between gangs or committed suicide because they did not want to accept the tragic fate. Only a few of them survived. This meant that the citizens still did not manage to solve the problem of the continuation of their civilization. And the internal conflicts were like cultivation of poison. In the end, an incredibly terrifying queen of poison was born, a woman who had all the men dancing in the palm of her hand. We don't have much information about this woman. We just know that later, the members of Dragon King Town came to refer to her as the most wicked witch. But based on our understanding, in the beginning, this witch just wanted to protect her friends. She used her inborn charms to mingle among the leaders of the 5 gangs. She charmed all of them until they were completely entranced with her. She even used some really extreme methods such as uniting all the women of age to monopolize the resource of reproduction so that they could get more power and status. Even though the man had absolute advantage in terms of numbers and had greater fighting power, if women didn't give birth to their offspring, Dragon King Town would soon cease to exist. Just like that, the witch ingeniously used the conflict among the 5 gangs to stir up the internal conflict in Dragon King Town. During the Second Internal War, another half of the strong men died. 2 of the 5 gangs were completely destroyed. Many of those who lost the war were chased out of Dragon King Town and disappeared into the depths of the fog. And the witch managed to temporarily seize the highest seat of power in the town, which led to Dragon King Town entering something similar to matriarchy. The women of age who were lucky enough to survive seemed to have welcomed the best time. Their status was far higher than anyone else, and they could choose tall, handsome, gentle, considerate, or brutish men as their partners. They could also use the need of cultivating their offspring as a reason to occupy the best resources and deliver the harshest punishments to the perverse, ugly, and unattractive men. Unfortunately, during the short period of time the women lived in a dream where they enjoyed being treated like empresses, they forgot to think about a problem. What problem? Menjiao asked. Yi Shaoxing sighed. Compared to handsome and gentle men, there are too many average men who have perverse personalities. Once they realized that they could never get the women and pass on their genes, the perverse men launched the Third Internal War in Dragon King Town. Their numbers were the greatest in the town, and after the 2 internal wars, the humanity in the town members was basically gone. Their brains were occupied by androgens and turned into foul-smelling, useless mush. The sleazy men launched indiscriminate attacks. They treated all women as witches and all the handsome men taken care of by the witches became warlocks. Both witches and warlocks were criminals who had launched the Third Internal War in Dragon King Town, so they were all killed in the end. Women were problems. If even one single woman remained alive, the internal chaos in Dragon King Town would never die down. This was the slogan of those sleazy men at that time. But if that's the case, Dragon King Town would have no future, Meng Zhao said uncertainly. Yes. After the frenzied fervor died away, the survivors looked at the torn-up Dragon King Town and its population, which led to a quick realization that they were all men. The survivors then regained some of their rationality. They became aware that they had personally destroyed their own future. At that moment, the fog around Dragon King Town dissipated a little, and all sorts of monsters as well as etherealized plants appeared one after another, which started a new crisis, Yi Shaoxing said. Dragon King Town could not survive it. Even if they managed to fend off a few waves of the monsters' attacks, without any offspring, they would lose their most basic motivation to survive. Fortunately, the divine tree appeared. What is this divine tree? Meng Zhao asked. It's an incredibly unique plant, or rather, it's something between a plant and a fungus. It's a new life form that does not exist on Earth. Yi Shaoxing pointed at the first picture with the towering tree that had a tree crown covering half of the town. This isn't the real form of the divine tree. It resided in a banyan tree, whose genes it has changed. The divine tree should look like a bryophyte or a mushroom. You should have guessed by now. This strange life form has an incredibly advanced ability to change genes. It can even help humans pass on their genes. As he spoke, Yi Shaoxing slowly flipped over the third picture. It showed fruits growing all over the branches of the tree. Some of the branches almost reached the ground because of the weight, and quite a number of humans were harvesting the fruits. Those humans were different from the people who judged the witches in the second picture. Most of them did not wear clothes. They only had a simple loincloth covering their groin. Their skins were an unnatural green, as if they had a faint layer of moss. Their upper limbs were clearly longer and thicker than those of normal humans. Their lower limbs were shorter, but their toes were incredibly well developed. They were like gibbons. They relied on their arms to jump about the branches while their toes handled a lot of meticulous work. However, what surprised Meng Zhao the most were the things they harvested. They were cocoons that were as thin as cicada wings and covered in bloody veins. No, they were neither fruits nor cocoons. In the fourth picture, one of them was carefully cut open and a person was taking a baby out of it. How? How could this be? Meng Zhao cried out. He had never seen something so bizarre in his previous life. Now, you should understand why we didn't want to publicly announce that we rediscovered Dragon King Town, right? Yi Shaoxing said. Over the long course of the past half a century, Dragon King Town seems to have formed some sort of symbiotic relationship with this strange otherworld life form so that the town members can pass on their genes. The divine tree helps them pass on their genes while it takes resources from underground. It also grows branches with toughness and strength that doesn't lose to metal, which they can use as raw materials for machines and weapons. Dragon King Town are the divine tree's hunters and guardians. They make up for what the divine tree lacks in mobility and offensive power. They hunt monsters for it as food so that it can grow faster. As of current, the Dragon King Town members have a tight working relationship with the divine tree. You can say that the humans in Dragon King Town have become one with the life form of the other world and created a brand new civilization. Chapter 333, 2D Civilization. Meng Zhao looked through the photos in his hands and said nothing for a long period of time. We observed them for a few years, Yi Shaoxing continued. The new generation of Dragon King Town has a couple characteristics. They're all men, or rather, they resemble men. In truth, due to them reproducing asexually, the concept of gender has long since disappeared in Dragon King Town. Wait. Meng Zhao frowned and said, even if all the women who transmigrated from Earth died, the new generation born in the other world should have a relatively balanced male-to-female ratio, right? This asexual reproduction should at most last for only one generation. How could all of them be men? You're smart, so you must have guessed that the divine tree does not give the humans the chance to reproduce on their own, otherwise, how would they continue to have a symbiotic relationship? Yi Shaoxing said. We don't know what sort of method the divine tree used. It could be genetic modification or something else, but in any case, it decided the gender of the new generation of humans and ensured that humans lost the concept of gender and ability to reproduce themselves so that they would rely on it to pass on their genes. Similarly, through genetic modification, the divine tree carved a large amount of machinery and civil engineering knowledge into the genes of the new generation humans so that they don't need to learn but are born with a lot of knowledge and skill. This allows them to be excellent workers and fighters. But if the disadvantage of this is that they know how to use those skills, but don't know the reasoning behind it, the humans it created no longer have creativity. Their skills are simple imitations of their fathers' and grandfathers' skills. They don't know the principles behind them at all. Of course, to them, it's enough if they can use simple machines and skills for civil engineering. One more thing about them, this new generation of humans has also lost the ability to directly digest food. After they hunt monsters, they cut them up and bring them to the roots of the divine tree so that it can enjoy the juiciest parts of the monster first. Then, the divine tree excretes a substance that is similar to nutritional fluid, and the new generation humans survive on the juices of the divine tree. In time, the new generation humans' digestive system changed because of that. They became really weak. Aside from the divine tree's juices, they can't digest anything else. You can see a new generation human's mouth in this photo. Their teeth have degenerated pretty badly. They practically lost the ability to bite. Naturally, the new generation humans worship the divine tree. They treat it as the giver of life. The entire civilization is based on the divine tree, if you can even consider their small world as a civilization. After the divine tree modified their genes, they forgot the glorious past on Earth and their identity as Earthlings. They treat themselves as the citizens of the divine tree. It is their queen ant, their master, and their god. Meng Zhao, do you think that these Dragon King Town members are still real humans and our comrades? Meng Zhao had nothing to say to that. He pointed at a picture and asked, "What are these people doing? Peeing?" In the photo, a row of Dragon King Town members had their backs turned to the camera. They stood facing the divine tree with their loincloths removed. They seemed to be peeing. Yi Shaxing was silent for a while before he shook his head slowly and said, "No." Lucia coughed softly by the side and Meng Zhao looked at her. Lucia met his stare with an expressionless mask. Meng Zhao then instantly understood. Truly, humanity had become distorted, and morals had died. "What is this?" Meng Zhao pointed at another photo. It depicted something like a funeral in Dragon King Town. One of the humans had died, and the other town members were digging a shallow pit near the roots of the divine tree to place him there. By the looks of it, they wanted the divine tree to completely digest and absorb the corpse. They lived in a world shrouded by fog where resources were limited. In order to survive, even corpses were valuable resources. They could not waste even a single bit of them. Meng Zhao could understand and accept this sort of burial custom. What he could not understand was why the deceased's corpse had a huge poster on it with the cute anime girl. Based on the bright colors of the poster, it was impossible for it to be a product from before the transmigration. It was something that had just been printed. This meant that even though Dragon King Town had become completely different decades after transmigrating and the new generation humans had forgotten the glory of Earth's civilization, they still had the ability to print large posters of cute 2D anime girls? This was too strange. This is a unique belief and custom among the new generation of Dragon King Town members, Yi Shaxing explained. Since their world was nearly destroyed by women, they hate and fear women in reality. To prevent the appearance of new women, the divine tree also strengthened this hate and fear in their genes. Women are demons. This is a psychological brand printed in the hearts of the new generation Dragon King Town members. But a heterosexual's longing for someone of the opposite sex cannot be completely wiped out by any psychological brand. Besides, to maintain some degree of fighting strength so that they would hunt more monsters, the divine tree needs to maintain the androgen levels of the new generation humans at a rather high level. But that inevitably leads to people having wishful thinking. Coincidentally, Dragon King Town had a few institutes of machinery and civil engineering. Many of their students liked anime girls. The women in reality are witches and demons who can cause men to kill each other, which led to the near destruction of Dragon King Town, but anime girls are different. They're gentle, cute, and harmless. Of course, reality has a different art style from anime. Even if the divine tree placed psychological brands, they can still tell that anime is fake. But humans are amazing at deluding themselves. Since they live in a world filled with despair, anime girls turned into their solace. In the unique views of the new generation humans, the anime world is heaven. As long as they fight bravely for the divine tree and bring back more monsters, once they die, they can enter an anime world and be surrounded by countless anime girls. I believe that's what they believe. Now, there are all sorts of anime products in the current Dragon King Town. This poster is one of them. There are also vivid dolls. They're practically the only mental support and entertainment of the new generation humans. Got it, Captain Yi. I agree with you. These people are completely different from us. Meng Zhao frowned. But is Dragon City going to watch Dragon King Town continue to fall and do nothing about it? We should save our comrades from the evil rule of the Divine Tree. How are we supposed to save them? Yi Shaxing demanded. Dragon King Town is too far away from Dragon City. If we want to go there, we have to pass a few mountains infested with monsters. We can't spread out a large army through the area either. More importantly, the humans over there have already formed a symbiotic relationship with the Divine Tree, and it cannot be broken. Right now, all of the Dragon King Town citizens are born from the Divine Tree. If Dragon City sends powerful fighters to destroy the Divine Tree, they're going to fight against us to the bitter end. Also, don't forget what I just said, the digestive system of the humans in the town is very weak. They can't digest anything besides the juices of the Divine Tree. We suspect that there is a mysterious substance that we don't know in the juice the Divine Tree excretes. It can't be replaced by any high nutritional fluid. If we destroy the Divine Tree, we might end up starving all of the town members to death. Even if they don't starve to death, they have lived in that sort of environment their whole lives. Their culture, morals, customs, states of mind, and beliefs are centered around the Divine Tree. If we destroy the Divine Tree, their minds will break, and they will suffer a pain worse than death. Would that be saving them? Regardless of whether or not we are willing to accept it, when Dragon King Town was nearly destroyed, the Divine Tree's arrival saved the survivors. It doesn't matter whether its original goal was to look for a group of qualified worker ants and soldier ants. In the end, it helped Dragon King Town preserve human civilization, albeit in a very deformed and twisted way. If it weren't for the Divine Tree, Dragon King Town would have been destroyed decades ago in the hands of humans themselves. If you look at it from another angle, crudely labeling the Divine Tree as an enemy isn't suitable, especially when we already have so many enemies to handle. Meng Zhao thought about it carefully. He had to admit that Yi Shaxing made sense. If he treated survival as the most important thing for a civilization, the Divine Tree did allow Dragon King Town to survive. Over the decades, it had provided shelter for the humans and helped them reproduce. It even helped humans fend off against monster invasions as well as provided raw materials and gave them a way to pass down their intelligence. If Dragon City recklessly destroyed the Divine Tree, they would only bring Dragon King Town's destruction. All of the townspeople might die with the Divine Tree. Even though Meng Zhao thought that the current Dragon King Town was deformed and twisted, this was not a good reason to destroy them. The new generation of Dragon King Town's people were not the men who had killed each other in the past. Loving anime was not a crime. So, what is Dragon City going to do about Dragon King Town? Meng Zhao asked. For the time being, we're only going to observe them from afar, Yi Shaxing said. Once we absorb the fruits of the northern offense and steadily expand Dragon City's territory as well as upgrade our technology and fighting power, we'll handle the situation appropriately. Fortunately, the Divine Tree is an another-world creature with high offense and desire to expand its territory. It's satisfied by just staying in Dragon King Town and controlling this small colony. Besides, after observing it for a long period of time, we notice that the Divine Tree doesn't have any intelligence or consciousness. It just has instincts which are familiar to those of a queen ant or queen bee. But not all other-world creatures are like the Divine Tree. Many of the high-grade monsters are incredibly offensive and possess high intelligence, or at least, they have the ability to eventually possess superintelligence. Think about it, if another satellite city similar to Dragon King Town ended up in the hands of a highly intelligent monster that is much more aggressive, and to survive, formed a symbiotic relationship with them, would this also give birth to a brand new civilization after decades of development? Chapter 334, Clash of Civilizations. Meng Zhao sucked in a deep breath. Even if he had memories from his past life, he still felt that his views of the world, his self, and morals had been strongly challenged. But when he calmed down and thought about it with a clear head, Yi Shaxing started sounding plausible. If they were on Earth, in just half a century, it was not enough time for human civilization, including individual humans, to change in terms of their nature. But they were in the other world where materials and spirits were incredibly unstable. Everything was growing at high speed and evolving even faster. They had to get rid of what was weak and retain what was strong in the brutal competition of survival. Dragon City had managed to gather a lot of advanced technology, unlock the secrets of runic symbols and spirit energy, and produce superhumans who could soar freely in the skies in a short 50 years. He wondered whether any of the satellite cities that were scattered all around the Monster Mountain range were as lucky as they were. Yi Shaxing continued, Meng Zhao, you're a harvester. You should be able to tell that many of the monsters shouldn't exist from a biological standpoint, right? For example, the 7-star wolf spider is a fusion of a canine-type monster and arachnid. Is it possible for anything to evolve naturally into that state in the wild? All signs point to the fact that many of the monsters didn't evolve naturally. They should have been biological weapons created by a civilization of the other world that existed long ago. Of course, that prehistoric civilization collapsed a long time ago. Based on the results from the Ancient Ruins Research Center we built under the Supernatural Tower, this is something that happened more than 1,000,000 years ago. Most of the current monsters are still controlled by their beast instincts. They don't have a lot of intelligence nor the intention to completely destroy us. But no matter what, they have brains. They are not like those of mammals, but are complicated neural networks like those of the ultimate sandworm. This passes the requirements for them to possess intelligence. In other words, some of the high-grade monsters can possess intelligence based on their hardware. However, aside from the support of their hardware, they also need a software to possess intelligence, and that is teamwork. They need a division of work in society and continuous merging of ideologies and culture for tens of thousands of years. It's only then that they would be able to gain true intelligence. We've taken down a lot of apocalyptic beasts and found that even though their minds are clearly very well developed and possess ganglions and sulci that far surpasses those of humans, they have not awakened to intelligence. The reason is that they lack software. The problem is, we can't be certain just how much of Dragon City's territory transmigrated. Was it only the main city area and a few of the new city areas in the suburbs, or did all of the satellite cities come with us? Did the dozens of towns and hundreds of villages under Dragon City also transmigrate? You must understand, even our smallest village had hundreds of people, which could form a relatively complete human societal system. It might be small, but it would have all the functions. If that one small village after transmigration ended up in the hands of a monster with mind control powers and that monster had a brain developed enough for it to possess intelligence, which, for some reason, didn't eat all the villagers like a brute but instead investigated their brains, read their memories, learn their language, customs, culture, societal structure, ruling methods, war tactics, and in the end, mastered all the advantages and weaknesses of humanity, just how terrifying would this monster be? Or perhaps no monster evolved to the point that it possessed intelligence and a sense of self. Instead, to survive after the transmigration, the villagers did a lot of things that went past morals, such as eating the corpses of their own kind, and were twisted into something inhuman by the brutal environment. Once they discovered Dragon City's existence, wouldn't they use monsters' strength to fight against Dragon City? Meng Zhao thought about it. No matter what, all of us are comrades who transmigrated together half a century ago. Are you sure that the members of these satellite cities will definitely be hostile toward us? Didn't you just say that the members of Dragon King Town aren't really aggressive and just love anime? Dragon King Town is a unique case because the town members there formed a symbiotic relationship with the Divine Tree. They're life forms who are similar to plants. The town members have been eating the juice of the tree for a long period of time, which has diminished their aggressive nature, Yi Shaoxing said calmly. Based on the predictions of the sociologists in the Abnormal Beast Research Department, if there are truly other satellite cities that have transmigrated into the depths of the fog and survived for 50 years in the wild, it's highly likely that they will be hostile and highly aggressive toward us. Why? It's simple. Think of the sci-fi story of the spaceships that escaped from Earth. If you were a captain of one of those spaceships and killed thousands of your comrades by attacking other spaceships to snatch their resources, you'd be walking down an incredibly dark path. But right then, imagine if you discovered another spaceship. It appeared to be larger than your spaceship and with greater firepower. The people in that spaceship also still retained the moral views and laws from Earth. Now, ask yourself, would you have any other choice aside from attacking first to gain an advantage? Meng Zhao fell silent. He had to admit that Yi Shaoxing was right. Once a person crossed certain boundaries, there was no coming back. Dragon City can't leave all satellite cities alone and let them end up as hellish dens that will leave people without any humanity, Yi Shaoxing said. We can tolerate Dragon King Town's existence because they're harmless for the time being. It's as you said, killing one another and executing the witches happened in the previous generation, and it has nothing to do with the new generation born from the Divine Tree, and for the time being, we haven't discovered the new generation doing anything bad that crosses our limits, aside from loving anime too much. Then, out of love for our comrades and respect for this brand new custom, there is no need for us to carry out any forceful measures against Dragon King Town. We'll let them remain immersed in the world of anime and live in pure happiness and peace. But what if a satellite city formed a symbiotic relationship with a carnivorous monster or ended up with the culture of cannibalism, burying people alive, or sacrificing humans to monsters because of a monster's influence? Should we sit by and do nothing even then? Don't say that it's impossible. It's now the 56th year of the new era. In the long course of history, half a century is a short moment, but if you calculate things based on a human's childbearing age, even if you start bearing children at the age of 18, you can create 3 generations in 56 years. There's this thing called a generation gap on Earth, right? And they say a generation gap happens once every 10 years. The evolution speed in the other world is at least 10 times faster than on Earth. The time required to produce 3 generations of people is enough to create a civilization that we cannot understand nor accept. Let's think of this from the point of benefits. Don't they always say that no one can tolerate others encroaching on their territory? If we consider things from Dragon City's existence standpoint and the beliefs of our civilization, it's impossible for us to tolerate a den of demons that wishes to trample on our great civilization. The problem is, we haven't discovered such a monstrous place yet. But if such a place exists, it'll have an easy time discovering us. After all, Dragon City is huge. Since the time of the Great Expedition era, we've left many clues of our existence in Monster Mountain Range. As long as they remember some of the tactics from human civilization, they'll know that attacking us first will be their only chance for survival. Meng Zhao broke out into cold sweat as he listened. Captain Yi, are you saying that these twisted and mutated humans may use the monster's strength to completely destroy us? If they won't wish to completely destroy us, they'll want to turn us into their image, Yi Shaoxing said. If there is one person among 100 who has a tail, that person is a monster, but if 99 people out of the 100 have tails, the person who doesn't have a tail is the monster. Those people can't go back to how they were. Once they realize that Dragon City is too big and they can't destroy us directly, the best course of action for them will be to cause chaos in the city. They will think of ways to drag us into the mud with them and break our humanity. They'll attempt to make us all the same. Meng Zhao shut his eyes and gently rubbed the bridge of his nose. He did not want to believe this. But he had the memories from his previous life and knew better than anyone else that Yi Shaoxing's vicious conclusion was infinitesimally close to the truth. Meng Zhao, please don't blame me for painting our past comrades in such a bad light. When it comes to the problem of clashing civilizations, kindness and evil are no longer important. Even if the other party is not evil but full of kind will, treats us as kindred, and even wants to save us, we might still end up with incredibly intense fights, Yi Shaoxing said. Let's use Dragon King Town as an example. Let's say that by sheer luck, Dragon King Town produced a peerless fighter, and this fighter discovered Dragon City's existence. This man is full of kind will and wants to save us. So, what do you think he will do? After a moment's pause to give Meng Zhao time to think, Yi Shaoxing asked, won't he sneak into Dragon City and kill all the beautiful female celebrities? Meng Zhao was stunned. What? Let's look at this from the viewpoint of the powerful fighter from Dragon King Town. All women are demons, and the more beautiful a woman is, the more dangerous she is. When women appear in public, they make men kill each other, which can destroy the entire civilization. This isn't some bigoted, crazy thought. The history of Dragon King Town has carved this into its people's genes. The heroic man's forefathers have also taught him this since young. It's a firm belief that cannot be destroyed, Yi Shaoxing said. So if this kind Dragon King Town fighter really wants to save us, he will go to burn all the witches so that the divine tree can bear its fruit in Dragon City and all the men can throw themselves into the holy embrace of anime girls. He will do that for sure, don't you think so? No matter how we explain it to him, he won't understand what is a normal relationship between a man and a woman. He will just think that we are bewitched, and his determination to burn all witches will become even stronger. Perhaps he will even expand his attack range and burn all heterosexual couples as well. After all, in the eyes of Dragon King Town's civilization, all heterosexual couples are witches and they're loyal dogs. This example might not be appropriate, but as long as it can make you understand my meaning, it's enough. Each civilization has its own internal logic that will allow them to justify their actions. They also have the need to spread it outwards and influence other civilizations. That's why we can't avoid clashing ideologies with the satellite cities that we lost contact with for many years. The clash may have even already happened and we just don't know it yet. Chapter 335, Group 9. Meng Zhao understood what Yi Shaoxing was trying to imply. In the memories of his previous life, the Survival Committee had said that they ended the monster war with a Pyrrhic victory. The monsters had been continuously evolving during the war, and they came to possess intelligence that was greater and even more mysterious than that of humans. Hence, they could infiltrate human society and assassinate important people, throw the city's order into chaos, and break their tactical facilities. The monsters in the wild even came to possess strict organizations and gradually started developing a monster civilization. In his previous life, Meng Zhao was just a normal human during the monster war, so he believed those words when he heard them. After he accepted the harsh training in Ghost Tribe and became a third-class fighter, the monster war had long since ended, so there was no need for him to be conflicted about it. But now that he thought about it, there were two strange things about it. First, if monsters had relied purely on themselves, could they become smarter than humans in just a short 50 years? Could they so quickly understand human society and the development of civilization, which allowed them to discover the most fragile parts of human society? Even if they did manage to find them, different species of monsters were competitors who treated each other as enemies they had to kill. It was just as Lin Chuan kept on saying, there was no way nine-headed crystalline dragons and demonic halberd pigs could work together. So how could they possibly start a monster civilization? Second, Meng Zhao just could not imagine how monsters could infiltrate human society. Even if they crept into human brains and turned humans into puppets or used some ingenious method to create a perfect human body, it would not be easy for them to understand human language, culture, customs, slang, and popular internet phrases. After all, even real humans who lived in one culture had a hard time imitating humans of another culture, so it would be even more difficult for monsters. So, during the second stage of the monster war, their enemies could not have been pure monsters. Instead, they were humans who had a symbiotic relationship with monsters. They were people from satellite cities who had transmigrated over 50 years ago but lost their humanity because they were too small and because the other world was too harsh. Was that the truth? The greatest enemy of mankind was its own people. It was no wonder then why the results of the monster war in his previous life were so devastating. It was also no wonder why the survival committee could not reveal the truth. Once the truth that the enemy is other humans got out, it would definitely cause confusion and chaos in the city. The survival committee has been set up for more than 30 years, and ever since then, most of the dragon citizens, regardless of whether they're superhumans or normal people, have become united against the major threats from the outside world. We do it for our survival. We have very few internal conflicts. Even if we occasionally have superhumans who go through spirit energy deviation and commit crimes, they are soon be killed by the adjudicator court, Yi Shaoxing said. But over the past few years, as there were less external threats, many of the citizens became egotistical and restless. A lot of the descendants of the superhumans have also grown up, and the concept of aristocratic cultivator families popped up. They are in control of major power and have formed their own interest groups, which is creating multiple problems in Dragon City. This has reached a point where the adjudicator court can no longer control the situation. Multiple pieces of evidence show that highly intelligent monsters are behind a lot of our problems. The Abnormal Beast Research Department was formed in order to reduce the pressure on the adjudicator court and specifically deal with the crimes made by the highly intelligent monsters. But no matter how we strike at the highly intelligent monsters, they never stopped fanning the flames and worsening our conflicts. In fact, they just keep on getting worse. It's only through the White Spirit case and Gao Yi's case that we realize to our shock that the highly intelligent monsters have a strict organization. They are not the abnormal beasts we originally thought they were. Instead, they might be abnormal people who were born in the wild and formed symbiotic relationships with monsters, people from satellite cities who have become twisted. There are already a lot of abnormal beasts and abnormal people who have infiltrated our city. They bewitch good and promising people like Lin Chuan and Gao Yi, which is why they went through spirit energy deviation and fell from grace. And a lot of conflicts that could have been minimized have become situations without a solution because of the monsters fanning the flames and worsening the ordeal. To handle this situation, the Abnormal Beast Research Department set up the 9th Special Investigation Group. Group 9's immediate task is to use the clues from the White Spirit and Gao Yi's cases and find the organization of abnormal people and abnormal beasts who have infiltrated Dragon City as well as crush their schemes. If we can uproot their organization, we will be able to accurately locate their nest and find the satellite city that has turned into a den of demons. We will then get rid of the problem that's been lurking within Dragon City and stopping us from conquering the other world. Meng Zhao, I can say that without your hard work, the White Spirit and Gao Yi's cases would have gone in a completely different direction. We would have needed a longer time to unravel the mysteries and would have suffered many losses before we realized the enemy's true identity. I thank you once again on behalf of the Abnormal Beast Research Department and all of Dragon City for your contribution." Yi Shaxing stood up and bowed to Meng Zhao earnestly. Meng Zhao's face turned a little red, and he said sincerely, "Captain Yi, Dragon City is our one and only hometown. We shouldn't even be talking about contributions when we do something for our hometown. Just tell me when Group 9 needs me to do something in the future. I won't run from my duty." Kindling shone at the corner of his eyes and showed the progress for the mystery of the supernatural entities increasing to 20%. Meng Zhao then knew that he made the right choice. As long as they dealt with the problems of the satellite cities, they could win the monster war without a problem. The White Spirit's plan was stopped and Gao Yi's scheme was revealed. Right now, the Supernatural Entities organization was not as large and meticulous as it was in his previous life when it finally revealed itself. The remaining of the 7 great supernatural entities were unlikely to be in their final form already. It was the perfect chance to stop them. If being honest, Meng Zhao's acceptance level toward other types of humanoid civilizations was pretty high. In the memories of his previous life, he had seen strange humanoid creatures like dwarves, elves, and demons. Many of them had customs that crossed the limits of morals from Earth. At that time, however, dragon citizens also did whatever it took to survive. They had lost their identity and lived like roaches, just like what the instructor with the black skull had told them. Hence, Meng Zhao did not think that it was absolutely necessary to destroy the satellite cities which have completely different civilizations compared to Dragon City. But regardless of whether they were going to save them, form alliances with them, merge with them, or launch a full-out war against them, they had to find them before the enemy could seize the initiative. Meng Zhao had returned from the apocalypse, so he would never hand over his fate to someone else. Yi Shaxing smiled. "We are not in a hurry to do this. Group 9's current task is investigations outside. Don't worry, we won't be brutes and send a rising star with a bright future into a fight against the sinister and cunning abnormal beasts. If you're willing, we will arrange a 3-month-long training session for you. Normally, if you want to officially join the Abnormal Beast Research Department, you should receive at least half a year's worth of secret training. But you're a special case. We think that we should keep you at an arm's length so that it would be easier to conduct some secret investigations. I know that you have a lot of work in university. So, every day, we will just ask you to give us from 3 to 5 hours of your time at night. We'll be mainly teaching you stealth tactics, tailing tactics, reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance tactics, how to invade abnormal beasts' minds and how to ensure that your mind won't be invaded by abnormal beasts, as well as ways to interrogate abnormal beasts. You have lots of knowledge about the biological structure of monsters, since you're a harvester, so you will definitely become a good abnormal beast interrogator and dig out all of their secrets." Meng Zhao was slightly taken aback and scratched his head. "Is something wrong?" Yi Shaxing asked. "No." Meng Zhao shook his head. "Why does it feel like I've learned all of that before?" It took him a moment to come to an answer. He had taken similar classes in the Ghost Tribe in his previous life. Ghost Tribe should have been a secret squad formed a few years later compared to the Abnormal Beast Research Department. This meant that the stealth tactics, assassination skills, reconnaissance tactics and interrogation tactics he learned from the Ghost Tribe should be more advanced compared to those of the current Abnormal Beast Research Department. Unfortunately, his memories were still fragmented. Aside from Walking Corpse and Bizarre Stab, he did not remember much of the other tactics. But that was fine. Once he received training in the related fields in the Abnormal Beast Research Department, he should remember more skills from the Ghost Tribe. If not that, he should at least be able to use his contribution points to activate them. After thinking about it, Meng Zhao said, "Captain Yi, don't worry. If it's just for a few hours at night, I'm fine with it. In any case, grabbing the subway from Nine Sands University City to the western parts of the city is very convenient. Once I'm done with lectures, I'll rush over. You don't have to go through that much trouble. The Abnormal Beast Research Department has a dedicated area in Agricultural University. I often go to the university too. We have a few external instructors who are lecturers from Agricultural University, so you can receive your training straight in Agricultural University or in the branch training camp in Nine Sands region," Yi Shaxing said. Meng Zhao was a little shocked. Does the Abnormal Beast Research Department have a close relationship with Agricultural University? Of course. Agricultural University is the monster university. Since we formed an investigation organization that targets highly intelligent monsters, we definitely need Agricultural University's support, Yi Shaxing said with a smile. More than half of our investigators are from Agricultural University, and you're the best freshman in this batch of students in Agricultural University. When you led the alliance of the 5 universities to a victory against Dragon City University during the inter-university tournament, you have no idea just how many higher-ups and veteran investigators from Agricultural University who are now in the Abnormal Beast Research Department cheered for you. It's precisely because you're from Agricultural University and have brought a lot of benefits for Agricultural University through the inter-university tournament, the promotion of the ultimate style, and other things that you had the right to learn all that I told you today. Otherwise, do you really think you would have been able to join Group 9 so easily? It was only at that moment that Meng Zhao realized that it was not only because he had both courage and wisdom as well as crucial evidence in his hands that Yi Shaoxing invited him to join his group. He puffed out his chest and said loudly, "Don't worry, Captain Yi, I won't embarrass my university. I believe that, soon, you'll become Agricultural University's greatest pride." Once they settled the matter of Meng Zhao's training, Yi Shaoxing put away all the files. They talked to each other for a while more before Meng Zhao as well as Lucia were about to get up and leave. At that moment, Yi Shaoxing suddenly stopped them. "By the way, Meng Zhao, there's something else." Chapter 336, Broken Star Club. Meng Zhao and Lucia turned around and saw Yi Shaoxing searching through his drawer. It took him a while to fish out a rumpled envelope, which contained a stack of documents. He took a few glances at it before he said, "I heard that you and your friends formed a club called Broken Star Club. Is that true?" Meng Zhao was a little surprised. They had formed the Broken Star Club at the start of the year. When the ultimate style was just born, the main volunteers of the experiment were Meng Zhao and the students working in society from the refresher course of Agricultural University. Ma Hong, the scout from the Red Dragon Army, was the one who led the team. Most of the people in the refresher course were Broken Star superhumans. This meant that when they awakened to their superpowers, they used too much strength and their spirit energy went out of control. Most of their main meridians were burned, and they were pseudo-superhumans. Their cultivation speed was slow and they did not have a high upper limit. It was difficult for them to go past being one-star superhumans, and they were often considered to be at the bottom of the superhuman circle. The birth of the ultimate style coincidentally solved this pressing matter for them. They could rapidly increase their fighting strength through cultivating the branch meridians and nourish their main meridians by repeatedly stimulating and expanding their branch meridians. This gave life to their shriveled-up main meridian. Hence, Ma Hong and the other Broken Star superhumans joined the ultimate style experiment with 120% gusto. They obtained different levels of improvement from it. Later, the northern offense began, so Ma Hong and the other soldiers had to return to the Red Dragon Army and go to the northern front lines. The powerful fighters working under various mining companies, resource companies, and construction companies also had to return to their companies and become active at Shattered Star Lake in their various occupations. Their comrades and colleagues knew well just how strong they were. When they saw how their strength had grown by leaps and bounds after a few months at the university's refresher course and how they seemed to be completely different people, many of the Broken Star superhumans who were in the same situation as them and sympathized with them were surprised. Most of the refresher courses were just places for people to get a cert without doing anything. They could not help Broken Star superhumans change their fighting power in essence. No one had expected that Agricultural University's martial arts refresher course would be the real deal, so they were envious as well as tempted into joining it. Ma Hong and the rest told them the truth and said that it was all thanks to the ultimate style. Around the same time, Meng Zhao also revealed his brilliance at Shattered Star Lake by organizing the Ultimate Style Exchange every night and leading the alliance of the 5 universities to victory against Dragon City University during the inter-university tournament. It imprinted the name of Meng Zhao and the Ultimate Style in countless Broken Star superhumans' minds. In the end, before the Northern Offense even ended, the door to the Agricultural University's martial arts refresher course was almost destroyed by Broken Star superhumans because of how often they visited the place. The power of an example was indescribable. After being spurred on by Ma Hong and the rest, many of the Broken Star superhumans wanted to learn from Gu Jianbo and Meng Zhao. Originally, the refresher course did not have any requirements for results for enrollment. As long as the student could fork out money, they would be taught indiscriminately. No student was ever rejected. A problem with this popped up when countless Broken Star superhumans applied for the course. There was a limit to the number of Ultimate Styles cultivation cabins in the lab of Project 1024. Even if they were used 24 hours a day, they could not support the simultaneous cultivation of more than 100 Broken Star superhumans. Hence, Gu Jianbo, the lecturer of the refresher course, Ma Hong, the course rep of the refresher course, and Meng Zhao, who was not part of the refresher course but was Gu Jianbo's one and only true disciple and was also the one who pushed the ultimate style forward, ultimately allowing it to be born, discussed with each other for a long time before they came to a conclusion. They asked the university to expand the scale of the refresher course while they formed the Broken Star Club to help with the immediate situation. Just as the name implied, it was an organization for Broken Star superhumans to exchange experience and become friends with each other. The main reason behind it was for them to tell each other of their experiences practicing the ultimate style and healing the shriveled main meridians. It could also help them coordinate the time they spent in the cultivation cabins to practice the ultimate style. Of course, through the Broken Star Club, they could also gather more experiment data, so the ultimate style could evolve continuously and become the strongest cultivation and fighting model. There were not many requirements to join the Broken Star Club. As long as a person was a Broken Star superhuman and was willing to share his or her experience in cultivation, they were welcome to join. Since Gu Jianbo was not a Broken Star superhuman, he was not in the club. He was just a supervisor in name. Ma Hong was the course rep of the refresher course, and he also had a lot of connections in the Red Dragon Army and society. Many of the Broken Star superhumans joined because of his recommendation, so he naturally became the club leader. As for Meng Zhao, everyone strongly suggested that he should be the vice leader. He was Gu Jianbo's true disciple and the person who brought forward the birth of the ultimate style. He was also doing everything he could to spread the ultimate style in the northern battlefield. It was something hard to do and a great contribution to the ultimate style. Besides, he became a Broken Star superhuman when he killed a Bloody Moon Wolf King during his National College examination. This was a hair-raising feat, but also very touching. There were few Broken Star superhumans in the city who did not know Meng Zhao's name. Meng Zhao originally wanted to reject it. After all, he was just a freshman, and aside from cultivating, he also had to harvest monsters. After lectures, he spent most of his time looking for and riding the coattails of various powerful people to solve the mystery of the supernatural entities. He simply had no time to become a vice leader, and he had no experience in this field either. But Ma Hong told him that the Broken Star Club was built for the sake of everyone learning the ultimate style. Mr. Gu Jianpo could not join because of his identity and could only be a supervisor in name. But as the one disciple who would inherit Big Brother Bo's legacy, if Meng Zhao did not take up the position, it would not make sense. Besides, there were only hundreds of people in the Broken Star Club, and the main purpose for it was to help everyone book the time to use the ultimate style cultivation cabins. This was basically the same as online queuing and appointment systems. Regardless of whether someone was the club leader or the vice leader, their positions did not mean much. They did not need any experience to take them up. Meng Zhao thought about it and found it true, so he agreed to it. Since then, the Broken Star Club had not done anything major. It hired a person to design a website and set up an appointment system for the cultivation cabins, which solved basically all problems. They had a few groups on the club website. They had thousands of people and were almost full. The admin was very responsible, so the Broken Star superhumans in the groups just cracked jokes all the time, boasted, sent emojis, or captioned GIFs. Meng Zhao ignored them most of the time. Ma Hong had a lot of work in the Red Dragon Army, so he seldom had time to come to the refresher course. He did not pay a lot of attention to the Broken Star Club either. Besides, investments had been piling up for the creation of new ultimate-style cultivation cabins, which solved the problem of Broken Star superhumans lacking resources to cultivate, and hence, the Broken Star Club lost its main purpose for existence. Then, one day after Superstar Resource Recovery Company merged with Prosperous Resource Recovery Company, Qin Hu had suddenly run over to tell Meng Zhao that he wanted to become the director of the Broken Star Club. Ever since he received the dual attack from the Red Radiance Jades and Blue Origin Crystals, Qin Hu's problem of his spirit energy going stagnant did not go away. His strength had plummeted, and he was in an even worse state than Broken Star superhumans. Due to him contributing to stopping the White Spirit and indirectly saving Meng Zhao by discovering the Blue Origin Crystal Cave in his previous life, Meng Zhao introduced Qin Hu to Gu Jianbo in hopes that the ultimate style could solve his problem. Qin Hu cooperated well. He gritted his teeth and endured a lot of incredibly painful experiments. Gu Jianbo wanted to use the ultimate style to help a veteran fighter who lost his strength reach Heaven Realm and gain more valuable experiment data. He tried his best to treat Qin Hu and used every trick up his sleeve. Unfortunately, he did not manage to achieve what he intended. After hundreds of attempts, Chinhu's spirit energy did not recover in the slightest. With Chinhu's state, he could not even be considered a Broken Star superhuman. But the Broken Star Club was not some high-end, grand, and high-class organization. If he wanted to join out of respect for Meng Zhao, then Meng Zhao let him join. It was good for him to get rid of his gloomy feelings by chatting with the numerous Broken Star superhumans. And somehow, he seemed to have discovered some sort of treasure in the Broken Star Club. He was constantly chatting up a storm with the Broken Star superhumans. He often even went out and treated those Broken Star superhumans to meals. Chinhu had been quite famous in society before this. He was the vice captain of Frenzied Saber, after all. In the eyes of Heaven Realm elites who were born in powerful families like Lucia, he was nothing, but most of the Broken Star superhumans came from poor families. They didn't have much of a background and not a lot of resources. Otherwise, they would not have gone out of control when they awakened and gotten injured. Chinhu, however, had been at the peak of Earth Realm and could sympathize with them. He also came from a poor family, but had gotten quite a lot of it from the expedition under Raging Waves. He was now quite rich, and when he gathered together with the Broken Star superhumans, he treated money as if it was nothing, so almost in no time, the Broken Star superhumans had a great impression of him. Hence, when he told Meng Zhao that he had gained the support of many Broken Star superhumans, including Ma Hong, Meng Zhao did not suspect his words. However, Meng Zhao could not understand it. The Broken Star Club was not some mega corporation that could earn a bucket of gold every day. It was not a powerful organization that could do whatever it wanted either. It was just a loosely organized social welfare organization. There was not even the position of a director. Why was then Chinhu being so passionate about getting involved in the club? Was he really just contributing to the large number of Broken Star superhumans? Look at you. Are you the only one allowed to contribute? Am I not allowed to contribute to the public for once? Chinhu said sadly, as if he had been wronged. Right now, I lost all my power, and I'm basically useless. I no longer have any hope of becoming a hunter, and no superhuman squad will take me in. After you took my company, I don't have any interest in fighting for control with your father, either. You have to let me look for entertainment and how to spend my time, okay? I know that I have money, but my wife keeps a tight leash over it, so even if I'm rich, I can't spend any of it. Mr. Gu tried treating me hundreds of times from top to bottom with methods that are basically torture, but there's no signs of me recovering my strength. What if I'm going to stay like this for the rest of my life? It's depressing, man. The Broken Star Club itself isn't much, but those Broken Star superhumans? Hey, they're from everywhere and are part of all sorts of industries. They tell me insider information from all sorts of industries, including a lot of secrets from the streets of Dragon City. They even tell me amazing stories from decades ago, which are really interesting and addictive. If I were the director and managed the club, we could often gather together and eat as well as boast about our achievements. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Meng Zhao remembered himself saying this at that time. It's precisely because there's no problem that there's a problem. Mr. Hu, you're the type of person who won't wake up early unless it benefits you. It's not as simple as eating together and boasting about each other's achievements, right? How much money would you have to spend to manage the club? What the heck? Are you suspecting that I want to get money from this? I already got money for the mining rights of the Red Radiance Jade Mine from Lucia. Why would I want that bit of money from the club? Chinhu found himself not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Besides, the Broken Star Club isn't a company or an organization. It doesn't have a single cent in its account. Where am I supposed to get money even if I want it? I'll tell you the truth. I don't want a single cent from this. I'll be using my own money to manage the club and contributing to the large number of Broken Star superhumans. Is that good enough for you? Meng Zhao had been really puzzled at that time. Even though he felt that Chinhu was definitely aiming for something because there was no way he would be so passionate about it if there was nothing for him to gain. Half of Chinhu's wealth came from the former Prosperous that had merged with Superstar. Meng Zhao had a tight control over the money Chinhu could get. The other half of his wealth came from Lucia's Red Radiance Jade Mine mining rights. That money was not something he could take just because he wanted to. Even if Chinhu did something wrong, no matter where he ran, he could not escape. If he really had some sort of ulterior motive, Meng Zhao would have ways of dealing with him. If he wanted to become the director of the Broken Star Club, then so be it. Meng Zhao was okay with it as long as he did not use the name of the Broken Star Club to go out and deceive people. But even if he did, it was fine. Chinhu was definitely rich enough to pay the people he deceived. Besides, Meng Zhao believed that Chinhu would not be that stupid, especially after he lost his strength. In Meng Zhao's eyes, the director of the Broken Star Club could not even be considered a proper position that held any significant meaning in society. But Qin was really gung-ho about it. He went everywhere all the time without telling anyone what exactly he was doing. By the looks of it, he could not get used to life of a normal human and was doing something completely unnecessary. There were a few times when he even seriously came to Meng Zhao to report his work, because Meng Zhao was the vice leader. But it was during the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise, so Meng Zhao was occupied with the thoughts of the mystery of the supernatural entities and did not have the time nor energy for talking nonsense. That is why he did not expect that he would hear the Broken Star Club's name from Yi Shaoxing, and his heart clenched. Chapter 337, Anonymous Donation. Captain Yi, is there a problem with the Broken Star Club? Meng Zhao asked while thinking, if abnormal beasts infiltrated the Broken Star Club, that would be hilarious. But when he gave it a second thought, that should not be the case. Qin morals were completely different from those of Lin Xuan and Gao Yi. Just as he expected, Yi Shaoxing smiled and shook his head. Meng Zhao, you misunderstand. Director Qin of the Broken Star Club is very capable. Over the past 2 months, he has made the club really lively and full of laughter. Speaking of which, we are quite regretful. Broken Star superhumans are part of the superhuman family, but due to the damage to their main meridians, they have to deal with people looking at them differently. When they cultivate, they also run into all sorts of problems that no one helps them solve. This is the responsibility of the Supernatural Tower and the Survival Committee, but due to various reasons, we have always overlooked them. In the end, it was Agricultural University's martial arts course that developed the ultimate style and formed the Broken Star Club, which brought new hope to the large number of Broken Star superhumans. This is a negligence of duty from the Supernatural Tower. We should apologize properly to you. Meng Zhao did not understand what Yi Shaoxing meant. He waved his hand and said, Dragon City has to make choices that will determine our survival. I can understand that they have to pour most of their resources on superhumans who have potential. It's one thing that you understand, but it's another matter that the Supernatural Tower wants to apologize. Compared to the Heaven Realm fighters and Deity Realm elites who stand high above us, the fighting power of the Broken Star superhumans is naturally nothing special, but you make up the largest number of superhumans, Yi Shaoxing said. Most of the superhumans are stuck in Spirit Tattoo Realm, and among them, most are Broken Star superhumans. If superhumans are to be the weapons of human civilization, then Broken Star superhumans would definitely be the sturdy backs. The back of the weapon might not be as sharp as the blade, and people often overlook its existence. But it's the basis of the weapon. The thicker and tougher the back of the weapon is, the more power it has when swung to cut. Besides, the birth of the ultimate style has allowed the fighting strength of Broken Star superhumans to increase dramatically. As long as they go up by 70%, the fighting strength of the entire Dragon City would increase in terms of quality. Meng Zhao nodded. He himself was also a Broken Star superhuman, so he knew the benefits of the ultimate style toward clearing the branch meridians and repairing the main meridians. It was one of the reasons why he had staked everything he had to develop the ultimate style together with Gu Jinbo. While speaking, Yi Shaoxing brought out a normal-looking black card from the envelope and handed it to him with a serious expression. Lucia sucked in a sharp breath. Meng Zhao quickly took the card with both hands and asked curiously, Captain Yi, what is this? There's 1 million supernatural coins in this card. Hurry up and bind it to your bioinformatics. Yi Shaoxing tapped the card lightly, and the surface of the originally black card shone with rows of profound and complicated runic symbols. They were interconnected with each other and formed the symbol of the Supernatural Tower. 1 million supernatural coins? Meng Zhao was shocked. Supernatural coins were quasi-money that could only be used in the Supernatural Tower. But their purchasing power was 10 times greater than that of the fiat money in Dragon City. They could be used to buy a lot of valuable treasures, secret medicine, and materials that could only be harvested from apocalyptic beasts and were not sold on the market. This is some funds for the Broken Star Club to help with the club's development. The donor hopes that you can make Broken Star Club better and help more Broken Star superhumans increase their fighting power so that they can contribute more to Dragon City, Yi Shaoxing said. Don't be in a hurry to reject the offer. This isn't for you. It's for the thousands of Broken Star superhumans in Dragon City. Besides, it's not money from me or the Abnormal Beast Research Department. I was just asked to hand it to you. Meng Zhao was surprised. Which senior did this? He's way too generous. Well, The donor wishes to remain anonymous, so I can't tell you the name for the time being. You just need to know that there are plenty of people watching your contributions to Dragon City. Everyone has high hopes for you as a rising star and want to help you." Yi Shaxing smiled faintly. "By the way, I heard that there are still an inadequate number of ultimate-style cultivation cabins, right? We're already in a much better condition compared to the start of the year. At that time, the Broken Star superhumans had to make an appointment a week in advance, and even then, they could only use the cultivation cabins for 3 hours at most." Meng Zhao thought about it. "The problem is that it's really troublesome to create the ultimate-style cultivation cabins. We're still trying to figure out a lot of the parameters for the design. Besides, the factories can only produce a limited number of them since they have to settle other deals as well. There is indeed not enough of the newest model cultivation cabins, and we can't satisfy the needs of the Broken Star superhumans and the ultimate-style enthusiasts. How about this? Send a name list of the factories that can produce the ultimate-style cultivation cabins to me. I'll coordinate with them so that they will prioritize handling the ultimate-style cultivation cabin deals," Yi Shaxing said. "This donor who gave you 1 million supernatural coins also wishes to donate 100 ultimate-style cultivation cabins to the Broken Star Club." Meng Zhao's jaw fell slack. He no longer knew what he should say. Yi Shaxing brought out a data storage device from the envelope. Meng Zhao took it with puzzlement. "This anonymous donor has watched all of your fighting videos, and while the donor has heaped praises on the ultimate style, the donor has also discovered certain problems," Yi Shaxing said. "The data in here targets the flaws and suggests ways to modify the ultimate style based on your fighting style. It'll be very useful to you in the ultimate style. You can go back and go through this with Mr. Gu Jianbo. Once you digest it fully, you can teach it to the other Broken Star superhumans." Meng Zhao nodded with a contemplative expression. Yi Shaxing stood up and gave his shoulder a hard slap. He said gravely, "Work hard, Meng Zhao. Your generation will be the one protecting the future of Dragon City." After they left the training camp of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, Meng Zhao eagerly turned on his tablet while in Lucia's car and inserted the data storage device. A flood of information appeared on the screen, and it came cascading down like a waterfall from the top of the screen. A large number of incredibly detailed diagrams, models of spirit energy magnetic fields, and analysis of vitality magnetic fields showed up. Meng Zhao could not take his eyes off of them. He broke out in cold sweat, and at the end, he could not help but exhale long and hard. "What's wrong?" Lucia sized him up in her peripheral vision. "The value of this data is too high." Meng Zhao gulped and mumbled, "When I helped Mr. Gu research the ultimate style, I thought that while it can't possibly be perfect, it should at least not have major weaknesses. I didn't expect that in the eyes of this senior, it'd be full of flaws anyways. There are so many places where it can be improved. This is practically a cultivation guideline customized for me." He or she gathered all the mistakes I made in my fighting videos. "If I digested all of the data in here, my fighting strength would definitely increase by 100% and I'd even have the chance to instantly reach Spirit Gathering Realm and become a 3-star superhuman, someone at the peak of Earth Realm." He or she actually managed to create such a cultivation guideline. Just who is this senior? Why did they do this? He or she even donated 1 million supernatural coins and 100 cultivation cabins to us. Why? It's definitely the mastermind behind the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Lucia tilted her head up and looked with smugness. She said, "Since you come from Agricultural University, you can be considered to have stepped on a ladder that will rapidly bring you up the ranks in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. You're also one of the most outstanding students in the current batch of freshmen in Agricultural University. If the leaders who also come from Agricultural University don't cultivate you, who else are they supposed to cultivate? I'm worse off because I come from Dragon City University. I would be able to find many university mates who have great power in the Adjudicator Court or other organizations and ride on their coattails, but I'm a pitiful existence in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. I have to bask in your limelight to join Group 9. Perhaps in 2 years' time, things will change, and I'll be the one riding on your coattails." "Big Sisya, don't say that. We'll be riding on each other's coattails." Meng Zhao paused for a moment and said, "Then, why didn't you join the Adjudicator Court?" "Didn't I tell you last time? First, it's because there are people from the Lu family in the Adjudicator Court, and they're my rivals, so I don't want to go there to suffer." Lucia pursed her lips. "Second, when I saw that the development of the Abnormal Beast Research Department was going great and it looked like it was going to be a competitor for the Adjudicator Court, I wanted to see if I can climb up the ranks over here. After that, I ran into you, a future star who carries the hopes of many leaders and possesses endless potential. I'm prepared to ride on your coattails in a few years' time, which is why I chose to stay in the Abnormal Beast Research Department." Meng Zhao coughed dryly and changed the topic. "Just who is the leader of the Abnormal Beast Research Department? Do you know him or her?" "Nope." Lucia shook her head. "The Abnormal Beast Research Department has managed to get a few Deity Realm elites to help us, such as Captain Yi's big brother, but he's a pure fighting class elite. He doesn't seem like someone who will do something like this at such a large scale. You must understand. Originally, the Adjudicator Court was the one handling the cases related to supernatural crimes in Dragon City. It could hide its deeds from the eyes of the public and had a lot of power. But this year, we used the reason that abnormal beasts have infiltrated Dragon City and snatched a lot of cases from the Adjudicator Court. Of course, we also snatched away a lot of power from them. Without the peerless elites at the highest positions in Dragon City supporting us, it would have been impossible for the Abnormal Beast Research Department to gain so much power. So, just be at ease and do your job properly. As long as you perform well, you'll definitely be able to get a lot of benefits." Meng Zhao nodded. Based on the memories from his previous life, the research department was one of the two powerful organizations in Dragon City and stood on equal grounds with the Adjudicator Court. It was only natural then that it would have powerful elites supporting it. If he rode on this powerful coattail, it would not be much of a problem. He would just need to work hard and climb up the ranks. Then, he could naturally change Dragon City's future. But Meng Zhao's head ached. It was as if someone had poured boiling oil on his sulci. Through the pain, he remembered something very strange. Why is it that I stopped hearing about the Abnormal Beast Research Department after the Monster War ended? Is it because the research department was dissolved after the threat from the abnormal beasts was gone? Or is it because of something else? Lucia keenly noticed his troubles. She frowned a little. "Meng Zhao, what's wrong with you?" "No. It's nothing." Meng Zhao shook his head and temporarily flung away the puzzlement he had concerning the fog clouding his memory fragments. He switched to another topic. "By the way, do you know what Chinhu has been doing recently?" Chapter 338, Situation Becoming Good. Lucia pursed her lips. "Isn't he your friend?" "How would I know? But what is it? Is he short of cash lately?" Meng Zhao was a little surprised by the question. "Why did you say that?" "Half a month ago, he came to me and asked to get all the money he would get from the mining rights of the Red Radiance Jade Mine," Lucia said. "You know just how many crystals there were in the Red Radiance Jade Mine under raging waves. Even if the quality of the crystals had dropped considerably after the explosion, we could still mine them for decades. I had no intention to break my promise and I didn't take even a penny of what Chinhu should get. If he received a dividend every year, it'd be enough for his entire family to live comfortably for a few generations. But he wanted to sell me the mining rights that would last him decades. Of course, he offered a very low price." "How could this be?" Meng Zhao was shocked. "Right now, Superstar is doing well in terms of business. He's the second biggest shareholder, and can definitely live a leisurely life. Besides, he lost his powers, so he doesn't need to buy any expensive cultivation resources. Why would he want to sell the money-generating treasure that will last him decades and get all the money in one go?" He thought about this for a while, then recalled Chinhu asking him about Broken Star Club. "Vice Leader Meng, you finally have the time to listen to a report about my work?" Chinhu giggled on the other end of the call. It was noisy around him. Some people were calling out to him while talking to each other. "Director Chin! Director Chin!" Meng Zhao frowned. "Mr. Hu, what are you doing? Why is Broken Star Club? How in the world did Broken Star Club manage to get such a huge donation and so many cultivation cabins in the form of a donation?" "Ah. I'm at the headquarters of Broken Star Club. If you're free, you can come over to talk. We can also eat with the directors," Chinhu yelled. Quarters? Meng Zhao felt even more puzzled. Broken Star Club was an organization for people to make appointments for the cultivation cabins. It had been located at the old lecture building for Agricultural University's martial arts course, which only the refresher course students used for their activities. Even though there were few cultivation cabins there, the place was considered large, and it was easy for them to teach the ultimate style. When did they get a headquarters? Was it necessary? Who paid for it? I want to take a look too. After Meng Zhao hung up, Lucia became interested. Chinhu is sometimes quite the interesting fellow. Meng Zhao frowned. Is he? Of course, don't underestimate him, Lucia said. On the surface, he's just the vice captain of Frenzied Saber and a normal hunter. Now, he even lost his power and appears to be unable to turn the tides. But think about it carefully. At that time, there were plenty of people underground. Both of the teams practically died, including all of the Heaven Realm elites aside from me. But he managed to survive, even though he was just at the peak of Earth Realm. He even obtained a blessing. Do you actually think that this is pure coincidence? Meng Zhao became contemplative. Everyone has their own strength, Lucia continued. Qinhu's strength is his beast-like intuition. Every time, he stands on the side of the victor. If he was in one of those battlefields during ancient times, he would be what they call a lucky commander. I really want to know what he has managed to calculate and what made him think that there is something even more valuable compared to the mining rights of the Red Radiance Jade Mine that would last him decades. Based on the address Qinhu gave them, they arrived at the factory area in the north of Dragon City. Then, they walked to a few dilapidated warehouses. One of the large warehouses was being remodeled. The exterior had already been painted anew. The white walls had the words Broken Star Club written in bold strokes and were decorated with a signboard and neon lights. The inside had been split into 5 floors, but they were still being built. There were renovation materials everywhere, and workers moved in and out. The noise from the remodeling echoed incessantly in their ears. Qinhu, that guy. Meng Zhao did not expect that when Qinhu mentioned a headquarters, he really meant using an independent building. Even though he was just remodeling an old warehouse, the rent would end up in astronomical figures if he did things at such a large scale, since there was a lack of space in Dragon City. Meng Zhao exchanged a glance with Lucia, and both of them went inside. Once the warehouse had been turned into the headquarters of the Broken Star Club, the first floor was turned into an exhibition hall, or rather, a hall of fame. The walls had all sorts of photos and posters. Meng Zhao drew closer to take a look and discovered that they portrayed various heroic deeds of Broken Star superhumans. Many of them were originally normal citizens, who awakened to supernatural powers when their lives were threatened, because they wanted to protect their families and homes. Naturally, since they awakened to supernatural powers during battle, they were able to kill monsters that were much stronger than them and became heroes that caused a ruckus for a time. Qinhu had gathered news articles about hundreds of Broken Star superhumans and placed them in the Hall of Fame with apparent seriousness, which helped him manage to instantly stimulate a sense of glory in all Broken Star superhumans. And at the center of it all was the news article about Meng Zhao killing the Bloody Wolf Moon King during his National College examination. Meng Zhao's face turned a little red. Vice Leader Meng. You're here, Vice Leader Meng. Vice Leader Meng, the Broken Star Club you created is a great thing for all the Broken Star superhumans. A few Broken Star superhumans saw Meng Zhao and strode over to give him passionate bear hugs. The last few months, Gu Jianbo had been in isolated training, so Meng Zhao was often the one who taught the numerous Broken Star superhumans the beginning techniques for the ultimate style, since he was the true disciple. Meng Zhao was also the one who created some of the cultivation videos and livestream classes. Hence, he was very close to a lot of the Broken Star superhumans. But recently, he had been really busy with the case of the murderous pets in Blessed Paradise and had not contacted them much. When faced with the really friendly Broken Star superhumans, Meng Zhao found himself really confused, so he just chose to ask about Qinhu's whereabouts. Director Qin is on the 3rd floor. He has a meeting with the other directors. We'll lead the way. They're still renovating the place here, so there's no railing on the stairs. It's really messy. The Broken Star superhumans led the way, and Meng Zhao followed them while wondering about what he'd just heard. When did the Broken Star Club get new directors? Wait, I think Qinhu mentioned it last time. I had my head full of the giant sandworm back then, so I didn't pay attention to this tiny matter. By the looks of it now, Qinhu has made the Broken Star Club into a real club. The 1st floor is a Hall of Fame, the 2nd floor is a buffet-style restaurant, the 3rd floor is an assembly hall and a small meeting room, while the 4th and 5th floors are cultivation centers. Even though they're currently under renovation, the situation has become much better compared. It looks like a legit club and seems pretty grand. Still, the question remains the same. Where did all that money come from? With a head full of questions, Meng Zhao reached the 3rd floor. The door of the meeting room was not installed yet. There were no tables or chairs inside either. Everyone sat on wooden boxes. While at the entrance, Meng Zhao already heard Qinhu's loud voice. Brothers, I don't have anything else in my mind. Since young, I've been a really considerate person and spent my money like it's nothing for others. I love my hometown, and I'm willing to contribute to my fellow citizens. This time, thanks to all of you trusting me, even if I end up breaking all my bones and lay down my life, I will definitely fight for the benefits, development, and dignity of all of our brothers and sisters who are Broken Star superhumans." Meng Zhao could not continue listening. He strode inside. He looked around and sighed a little in relief. Fortunately, the other directors sitting on the wooden boxes were people he knew. He had talked to them when he taught them the ultimate style. They were all the grassroots pillars in various industries. They worked hard and did their duty as good citizens, so they should not be fooling around with Qinhu. "Vice Leader Meng, you're here." Qinhu's eyes lit up and clapped his hands before he said, "Everyone, give him a warm welcome." Clap, 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 clap. The other directors clapped. Meng Zhao felt a little troubled. He said, "You don't have to be so polite, everyone. You're all seniors in various fields. Besides, I'm just the vice leader, and even if I'm a vice leader, I'm just. And we were just about to come to you about that." Qinhu interrupted him and said, "Leader Ma wants to resign from his position. The directors and I talked about it. Everyone is in favor of you becoming the second club leader of Broken Star Club, so you definitely have to take this position." Meng Zhao was stunned. "What?" One of the directors explained, "So this is what's going on. Leader Ma said that since he's part of the Red Dragon Army and since the situation is tense at the front lines, it's very difficult for him to find the time to serve the Broken Star Club. Besides, while the Red Dragon Army doesn't stop the soldiers from joining normal societal organizations, the Broken Star Club is becoming bigger. It won't be very appropriate if he continues to be the club leader. So, he wants to resign from the position of the club leader and only remain as a normal club member. From now on, we'll have to rely on you, Leader Meng." "That's right, Leader Meng. The Broken Star Club was built by Broken Star superhumans because we want to learn the ultimate style. You're Mr. Gu's true disciple, and you've been promoting the ultimate style really enthusiastically. You're also a standard Broken Star superhuman. Aside from you, there's no one else who is more suited to be the club leader." "That's right. Most of the Broken Star superhumans have begun to slowly figure out the amazing properties of cultivating their branch meridians after watching your cultivation videos and livestream classes. We heard that you were also the one who gained inspiration and thought of the very first ultimate style cultivation cabin. You helped us open a brand new door for cultivation. If we don't trust you, who else are we supposed to trust?" The directors began talking together. Meng Zhao coughed dryly and scratched his head. "We can talk about this later. Right now, I have something urgent to talk to with Director Qin. Could you wait for us for a while?" Before the group could react to his words, Meng Zhao dragged Qinhu out of the meeting room and went into a washroom that was not fully renovated yet. Then, he locked the door. "Mr. Hu, you didn't go behind my back and start collecting membership fees, right?" Meng Zhao asked with a dark expression. Qinhu widened his eyes. "What do you mean by membership fees? What in the world are you talking about?" Meng Zhao pondered it for a moment and asked, "You didn't deceive others in the name of the Broken Star Club to get sponsors or set up some membership card that the members can only get by forking out a large amount of money, right?" Qinhu sighed. "Kid, am I really that deplorable in your eyes? We even fought together and trusted our backs to each other." "Then, I don't get it," Meng Zhao said in puzzlement. "Where did you get the money to build the headquarters of the Broken Star Club? Did you really fork out your own money?" "Of course I did. What else?" Qinhu retorted. Meng Zhao stared at Qinhu for half a minute. The longer he stared at him, the more awkward he found it. He felt that the face in front of him was really strange, but he could not say what was strange about it. Chapter 339, The Overlooked Strength. "What's wrong?" Qinhu touched his face. "Did you trim your beard?" Meng Zhao asked in astonishment. "You're even wearing a pair of golden-rimmed glasses. Your skin has also become smooth and fair. Did you go for plastic surgery?" Before, Qinhu had a mighty beard. He had been fighting against monsters in the wild for years as well, so even if he was nourished by spirit energy, he had rough skin. When he glared at people with his huge eyes, he looked like a murderous tiger that had come down a mountain. Ever since he lost all his power and returned to Dragon City, he had been resting. But even after he used all sorts of gene medicine that contained great supplements, they did not help him recover his cultivation base. Instead, they made him really fair and plump. He even had tender skin. Besides, he had now trimmed his aggressive beard until it was neat. He gave the impression that he was someone worthy of trust. How should he put it? Qinhu did not look like a hunter who was all brawn and no brain. Instead, he looked like people who could weave fantastic lies for 3 days and 3 nights without their expression changing or blinking. And once they scammed more than 100 million worth of cash from their investors, they would run off with the money and hide. Big Sisya, look closely. Meng Zhao turned his head around and spoke to Lucia. Is he really Qinhu? Did he have his brain invaded by an abnormal beast? Or is an abnormal beast disguising itself as him? Lucia removed her sunglasses and observed Qinhu closely. Qinhu did not know whether he should laugh or cry. Are you kidding me? I'm wearing glasses because after I lost my powers, my eyes are no longer nourished by spirit energy, so my eyesight plummeted. My nearsightedness is around 600. My skin turned fairer because I no longer need to go to the wild to kill, and I was also nourished by the blue origin crystals. I cut my beard because I never like beards. They stink and are troublesome. When I ate, I had to pull it up. My wife didn't like to get intimate with me when I had a beard too. Now that I got the chance, of course I shaved it. Is that it? Meng Zhao frowned. Then why did you keep a beard for so many years? I was a hunter, so I had to create a mighty and domineering image. If I had a cool beard, it was easier for me to get sponsors and investments. Besides, you have to snatch prey from others in the wild, and it helped me hold the fort. Qinhu said in a matter-of-fact tone. Then, what's the entire thing with the Broken Star Club? Meng Zhao narrowed his eyes. If you say something like you want to contribute again, I'm going to treat you like an abnormal beast and suppress you. You're someone who doesn't get up from bed if it doesn't benefit you. You definitely saw some major benefit, which is why you're willing to throw so much money into this, right? Qinhu looked around. Fortunately, since the washroom was not fully renovated yet, there was not even a toilet inside, so there was no one else around him. He cleared his throat and dragged Meng Zhao as well as Lucia to a corner. Then, he grinned and said, of course there's a benefit. I couldn't believe my eyes when I saw it. Kid, are you saying that you didn't see such a major business opportunity when you personally built the Broken Star Club? You're still too young. Enough with the nonsense, Meng Zhao said sternly. We've entrusted our backs to each other before. You're also the second largest shareholder of Superstar. But if you dare to use the Broken Star Club as a cover to trick the Broken Star superhumans out of their money, I'll never forgive you. Kid, even if you don't believe in my moral character, you should at least believe in my appetite for money. How much money could these Broken Star superhumans possibly have? Is it even worth me throwing all my money in here? Qinhu cackled coldly, then lowered his voice and said mysteriously, don't worry, I won't deceive even a single cent from these Broken Star superhumans. It's the exact opposite. I'm sincere in getting the Broken Star Club up to shape. Even if I have to pay for it, I'm going to provide the best services for the large number of Broken Star superhumans so that they can feel at home here and be happy. You're right about something, though. Even if you can take up business deals that are a major risk to your life, you can't take up deals that will cause you major losses. What I fancy is the market behind the Broken Star superhumans. Meng Zhao exchanged a glance with Lucia. What do you mean by that? Lucia asked with great interest. In the superhuman field, the fighting strength of Broken Star superhumans is really weak. Even if 100 Broken Star superhumans charged forward, they couldn't win against one Deity Realm elite. Besides, their cultivation speed is slow, their upper limit is low, they can use few skills, and there are many other reasons that make them weak. Hence, they have always been overlooked. Qinhu counted with his fingers before he said with great interest, but didn't you realize that the Broken Star superhumans have their own strengths? First, there's a lot of them. I mean, Deity Realm elites are strong, sure, but how many people are in Deity Realm in all of Dragon City? Even if 100 Broken Star superhumans couldn't win against one Deity Realm fighter, what about 1,000? 10,000? 100,000? Of course, I'm not planning to ask the Broken Star superhumans to risk their lives in a fight against a Deity Realm elite. I'm just using this logic. Quantitative change can bring about qualitative change. Second, most of the Broken Star superhumans came from poor families, like me and you, kid. That's understandable. Someone like Ms. Liu is from a rich family, so she naturally has a lot of cultivation resources as well as famous teachers providing her with guidance. She could never burn her spirit meridians and end up as a Broken Star superhuman, right? This means that we speak a common language with the numerous Broken Star superhumans. We're on the same level, so it's easier for them to trust us and stand on our side. Third, the Broken Star superhumans might be neglected existences in the superhuman circle, but among the people, the grassroots community, and grassroots units, they're the amazing people in the eyes of their neighbors, And they're also their pride. They're the backbones of their industries who work at the front lines. Let's talk about you, kid. You're currently a 2-star superhuman. In the entire circle, that's nothing. But you're one of the only 2 superhumans in Blessed Heavenly Garden, right? And I remember that aside from you, the other superhuman was also a broken star superhuman, yeah? If both of you spoke up, your neighbors would listen to you and accept your commands easily, no? Menjiao nodded slowly. They'd listen and would be very easy to command. You're right, he said with a contemplative expression. Most of the broken star superhumans have common backgrounds. Since their cultivation realms aren't high, they usually do not break free from the common ranks either. Instead, they fight at the front lines of various communities and grassroots units. You can say that broken star superhumans are the superhumans who come into contact with the largest number of citizens in their daily lives. They're also the superhumans who are trusted the most and are needed the most by people. That's exactly it. Chin Hu slapped his thigh. Battle god Lei Zongchao is naturally invincible, but when monsters invade a community, Lei Zongchao can't possibly personally come over to save all the citizens. The ones who rush to the forefront are usually the superhumans from the community itself. And the ones who appear the most among the normal citizen residential areas are broken star superhumans. If a broken star superhuman saves its community often or is a grassroots pillar working in some business unit and often solves some problems faced by workers at the front lines, their neighbors and colleagues will trust them a lot. You're following me, right? In other words, the broken star superhumans are the nerve endings and capillaries of the entire superhuman society. And behind each of these broken star superhumans is the trust of an entire community or business unit. That's the trust from thousands of people. Menjiao mulled over it for a while and agreed with Chin Hu's words. So, these broken star superhumans are incredibly great influencers and have great bargaining power. Chin Hu waved his hands around, and spit flew as he spoke. Let me give you an example. You're working together with soul-breaking saber Luo Wu's son on Surging Lightning. You're even the spokesperson for it, right? Soul-break saber Luo Wu is the saber master here, and he's at the peak of Heaven Realm. His fighting power is much higher than yours, so why didn't he become the spokesperson and help his son? It's simple, because Luo Wu's image isn't as great as yours among the target consumers for Surging Lightning. The clients will not think that the saber that can be used by soul-breaking saber Luo Wu is something that will suit them as well. But do you have the trust of all the citizens? That's impossible. The citizens of Blessed Heavenly Paradise naturally treat you as their pride and hero, but that's not the case for other communities. They treat their own broken star superhumans as their pride and heroes. Think about it. If we make the Broken Star Club flourish and attract all the broken star superhumans in the city, we can eat, sing, and connect with each other. We can also talk about our daily lives over here. And when we need to sell products like Surging Lightning, each of the broken star superhuman can take one Surging Lightning on the way to their communities, units, or squads so that their neighbors, people in their residential areas, colleagues, and comrades would personally experience it. Think about it, just how good at influencing would they be? As long as the product reaches the communities and units, the sales would not be a problem, right? I'm not talking about just Surging Lightning, either, but all products related to cultivation, and of course, there's also martial arts like Ripple Force and the others. As long as Broken Star Club manages to expand, all the factories in Dragon City will be crying and begging us to put their products in the club so that the Broken Star superhumans can use them for free, which will then promote them to many citizens. At the same time, the price for buying one item and buying 1,000 items at the same time will definitely not be the same. If we can control the purchasing power of the hundreds of thousands of citizens behind 100,000 Broken Star superhumans through Broken Star Club, we will definitely be able to get a group purchase price that is much cheaper than the market price. I'll use the same example. If we buy 100,000 Surging Lightnings in the name of Broken Star Club, would you still give it to us at market price? You'd at least give us a 15% discount, right? In other words, the Broken Star superhumans and citizens behind them will get material benefits in terms of getting to save their money, and we will be able to control the space for profit and earn clean money on a good conscience. And one more thing. Once someone is a superhuman for a long time, it's inevitable for them to take on an air of superiority. They can no longer connect with the common people and understand the needs of normal clients. It's especially the case for those who are born in powerful families and have reached above Earth realm. Ms. Lu, I'm not talking about you. It's fine. Lucia smiled. I think you make sense. Please, continue. If even you think it makes sense, that this business will really be worth doing. Chin-Hu said excitedly. Broken Star superhumans are the friendliest with common people. They're the ones who understand the consumer needs of normal people and their thoughts. By getting together regularly and exchanging information, we can provide the freshest and most detailed data as feedback for the factories. Right now, cultivation methods have to go through digitization and informatization, so the one who has the largest amount of data is the ultimate winner. I think I understand what you're saying now, Meng Zhao said. The ones who in the favor of the people win the world, and the Broken Star superhumans are the ones who best understand the hearts of the Dragon citizens. After all, we're the superhumans who are the closest to the normal citizens and who were born in normal families. That's right, and more importantly, the purchasing power of Broken Star superhumans is also very impressive, Chin-Hu continued. In the past, the Broken Star superhumans were neglected, and since their fighting strength wasn't high, many people gave up on continuing to reach higher cultivation realms once they understood their situation. They were usually satisfied if they could retain the fighting power they already had. This meant that they didn't buy cultivation resources. But now that the ultimate style was introduced to the world, the Broken Star superhumans have seen a chance for them to increase their fighting strength and reach higher realms. For that, they naturally need more cultivation resources. This market is something that no one has noticed for the time being because the major industries are still stuck with the inflexible impression of Broken Star superhumans, which had formed over the past few decades. But we're close to this market right now and we can seize it, so there's no reason for us to not keep it tightly in our grasp. Chapter 340, Base. Chin-Hu's words were like a huge stone cast into the ocean in Meng Zhao's heart. It stirred up a lot of waves. Fuzzy images of Ghost Tribe's training camp popped up in his mind again. He saw the instructor with the black skull, who had faked cutting his throat before. What did the black skull instructor want to tell him this time? Chin-Hu did not notice that Meng Zhao's eyes had turned incredibly dark. He continued speaking rapidly. Kid, I should really thank you. You're the one who gave me this reminder. Originally, I have been living a muddle-headed life. I only knew how to train hard, fight, and put on a facade to climb up the social ladder. But I wasn't thinking. I am just someone at the peak of Earth Realm who has no power or authority. I'm not young anymore, either. My spirit meridians and affinity are already set in stone. Even if I manage to reach greater heights, I won't be able to climb much further. Even if I reach Heaven Realm, I'm just going to be a 4-star superhuman, and in the eyes of the cultivation families and megacorporations, it's nothing. Even their dongs are thicker than mine, so how am I supposed to fight against them? Lucia frowned a little and cleared her throat. Ms. Lu, I'm sorry. But you know me. I'm a brute, and I don't think before I speak. Still, even if my words are crude, my logic is right. Chin-Hu said. When I lost my powers, you kid told me how I should be as a person and how I should stand in the shoes of the normal people to think of their problems. After that, I suddenly saw it and came to understand things. Really, I've understood them. If I compare myself to the Heaven Realm and Deity Realm elites in powerful families, I can't even be considered a bug under their shoes. At least bugs are still worth something, you know? But when I compare myself to the Broken Star superhumans and normal people, my experience, connections, skills, resources, and all other aspects pop up as strengths. So, I shouldn't compete with Heaven Realm and Deity Realm elites. Instead, I should sink to the middle tier and low tier market and unite as well as lead all the Broken Star superhumans. As long as half. No, 1/3 of the Broken Star superhumans in the city are willing to join the Broken Star Club and spread the word, products, and share the necessary channels, we'll be rich. Ms. Lu, you're knowledgeable. Tell me, is this business model doable? Lucia thought about it for a moment before she nodded. When you put it this way, it is indeed plausible, and there's plenty of room for imagination. Even I am slightly tempted by it. So, is this the reason why you were willing to give up on the decades of mining rights for the Red Radiance Jade Mine? Ha! Decades of mining rights? I might be greedy, but I'm not stupid. Chin-Hu shrugged. I've lost all my powers, so I'm basically useless. What's the use no matter how much money you give me? It's the same as giving a 3-year-old child boxes full of gold and asking him to walk about the city. Not only is it not good, it will also bring me misfortune. If you don't spend money, it's just going to end up as paper. Even if you use it to wipe your butt, it's too hard. Instead of having decades worth of money from the mining rights of the Red Radiance Jade Mine lying around and waiting for others to covet it, it would be better for me to get all of it in one go and invest in the Broken Star Club. It would at least get me the trust and friendship of the Broken Star superhumans. One of these days, if I get 100,000 Broken Star superhumans' trust and friendship, I might be able to rise to power again in another way." Lucia chuckled. 100,000 Broken Star superhumans? Aren't you greedy? 100,000 is already a conservative estimate. Ms. Lu, do you know how many Broken Star superhumans have applied to join the club over the past month? Chinhu did not wait for Lucia to answer him. He stroked his beard and said, 50,000. 4 zeros behind a 5. Lucia's expression changed. That many? Yup. You aren't a Broken Star superhuman like the kid, and you aren't like me, who lost their powers. You don't understand how we feel. If we never awakened to supernatural powers and experienced the feeling of cutting mountains or killing monsters, it would have been fine. But we awaken, yet we're just Broken Star superhumans. The gloom, vexation, and desire we feel is much stronger. There's a saying, right? Something about seeing light and enduring darkness, whatever it is. If I had never seen light before, I would have been able to endure the darkness, Lucia said. Yeah. That's what I meant. If there is a slightest chance, Broken Star superhumans will want to repair their spirit meridians and increase their fighting strength. Then, we will be able to puff out our chests and be of high spirits in the superhuman circle. But in the superhuman circle, the Broken Star superhumans are not just overlooked, they're basically looked down upon. Many think that since they only have around 5 main meridians cleared and can only use 1 or 2 skills, they aren't real superhumans. When Broken Star superhumans learn, work, get promoted, and experience everything else in life, they face prejudice. So, the Broken Star superhumans actually long to have an organization so that they can help each other and even form an alliance to protect their lawful rights. There are plenty of superhuman organizations in Dragon City, such as the Hunters Association, Monster Controller Association, Machine Master Association, Harvester Association, and others. But these organizations are mostly limited to one job, and the things they talk about are also related to their field. What about the Supernatural Tower? It's too big, and there are all sorts of people inside it. The Broken Star Club, however, is built for Broken Star superhumans like us. It encompasses people of all industries, and it can cover most of the regions in the city. Once Broken Star superhumans join the Broken Star Club, they can practice the ultimate style to increase their fighting power and exchange information with the members working in other fields, but who sympathize with their plight. From there, they can create business opportunities and get rid of the gloomy feelings festering in their hearts. It's as the saying goes, with each new friend, another path opens up before you. There's no way the people won't respond to the club enthusiastically. I'm telling you, Ms. Lu, the Broken Star Club has just started getting on track. We haven't even finished renovating the headquarters yet. Once this place gets a new image and we help the Broken Star superhumans solve 1 or 2 real problems beautifully as well as get a few major deals, forget about getting 100,000 members, we'll even be able to gather 200,000 or 300,000 members easily. Lucia nodded repeatedly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly noticed that there was something off about Meng Zhao. As a spirit sensor, she could keenly sense that Meng Zhao's vitality magnetic field was erupting like a volcano, and it was especially prominent in his brain. "Meng Zhao, are you okay?" Lucia asked with concern. "I'm okay. I suddenly remembered some unrelated stuff. You don't have to care about me. Go on with your discussion." Meng Zhao massaged his temples gently to get rid of the sharp pain. The memory fragments from his previous life were like broken shards of a mirror in his mind. They reflected the face of the Black Skull instructor. The first thing all of you will go through in Ghost Tribe's training camp is assassination training. Meng Zhao could hear the Black Skull instructor shouting in his ears. But in the path of Dragon City's conquering the other world, assassination is the last step. It's the most crucial attack that will decide the battle in one blow. It's the horn that will sound humanity's charge. The races of the other world have experienced thousands of years of bloody war. Many of them were even born for war. Killing their leaders alone won't do anything. It's very easy for them to find a new leader to lead them, and that new leader might be even more cunning and brutal than the last. Before we assassinate the leaders of the intelligent species of the other world, we must first infiltrate their civilization and create chaos as well as intensify their conflicts. We also have to support the factions that are pro-Earth in the civilizations of the other world and build up organizations that are friendly to Dragon City. No matter what, there are too few people in Dragon City. If we want to conquer all of the other world, it's impossible to do so without relying on the local organizations here. Next, I'm going to give you simple introductions on the basic methods of infiltration and forming organizations. Meng Zhao? Meng Zhao. Lucia spread her fingers and waved them in front of Meng Zhao. He sucked in a deep breath and snapped out of his daze. He blinked, and the spark in the dark pools of his eyes disappeared. Are you sure you're okay? Lucia looked at him with a puzzled expression. Did you know that your expression just now was really sinister and terrifying? No way. Meng Zhao rubbed his face and said with great effort, I'm clearly a naive university student. Sometimes, I'm especially kind and childish. But he had suddenly seen light. He realized that he had made a mistake after he returned from the apocalypse. He kept thinking about climbing up. After he awakened to the memories of his previous life, he constantly looked for the peerless elites who ruled Dragon City to influence them and change the future. It was a very logical plan, but it had a few major problems. First, it was not that easy to find peerless elites. Regardless of whether they were the leaders of megacorporations, veteran politicians in the survival committee, or the deity realm elites who were constantly in isolated training in the depths of the supernatural tower, they would not meet him and speak to him. Second, peerless elites had their own worldviews and methodology. They would not be affected by him so easily. Take Lucia as an example. She was nothing compared to them, but she did not listen to his every word. She had her own ambitions. Even if Meng Zhao was sincere, there was no way to ensure that the peerless elites would act according to his plan. Third, the more powerful a person was, the more their actions would be tied to the interests of various parties. Their actions would be restrained for various reasons. Besides, those at the top were lonely and had no companions, which meant that they were not united. There were plenty of times when the development of Dragon City was not decided because a few powerful people had other ideas. The future of Dragon City might not be decided by the politicians in the survival committee, those who control the megacorporations, and the peerless elites in the supernatural tower. Instead, it may be decided by millions of normal citizens. What I should change isn't those at the top, but the millions of normal people, right? If he had to ride on a coattail, Meng Zhao would definitely do so without hesitation. But if a blacksmith needed a strong body to forge iron, he would also need a pair of strong legs to ride on the ace coattails. Since I'm just a normal university student, even if I have a lot of fortuitous encounters, manage to stop many schemes, reveal many truths, and am received by the peerless elites, they won't treat me as anyone important, will they? But it'll be different if I'm the club leader of a club that has hundreds of thousands of members. I might not be able to be of equal standing to them, but at the very least, I'll be able to make those peerless elites listen to me with patience and talk about the future more seriously. Chinhu is right. I'm a broken star superhuman, and I can understand as well as sympathize with all broken star superhumans. We're born to be allies. If I were to speak in Lin Chuan's words, we're kindred. These broken star superhumans and the normal people they protect are the strength that I can truly rely upon. Lucia and I may mutually ride on each other's coattails, but they are the ones that can become my base, since we're all connected through our souls. Chapter 341, Ghost Tribe of His Previous Life. Meng Zhao's eyes shone brilliantly. He said to Chinhu, Mr. Hu, you just reminded me of something. There's a huge pool of resources hidden behind hundreds of thousands of broken star superhumans in Dragon City. If we don't use it properly, it'd be a great waste. But I can't just let you fork out your own money for the renovation of the headquarters. You don't have to be concerned about that, Chinhu said heartily. Kid, you don't understand. You can only earn money if you're willing to spend. Think about it. The main goal of setting up the Broken Star Club is to practice the ultimate style. You're not just Mr. Gu's true disciple, but also the promoter with the most charisma. You're also the one who is repairing your main meridians and reaching new cultivation realms the fastest among all the Broken Star superhumans. All the Broken Star superhumans are using you as their example. It's only natural that you become the club leader of the Broken Star Club. But what about me? I joined midway, and I don't even know whether I can be considered a Broken Star superhuman. There's no problem if I'm a normal member, but I want to be a director, and if I'm a director when the Broken Star Club really has hundreds of thousands of members, others will inevitably ask what gave me the right to be the director. I really have high hopes for the Broken Star Club's development, which is why I'm willing to fork out all my money to take this gamble. Kid, you have to let me fulfill my wish. Meng Zhao thought about it for a moment and said, Mr. Hu, this is all armchair strategy right now. It sounds really impressive, but no one knows what sort of problems we'll face when things really start rolling. You might end up with all your money going up in smoke. That's nothing. I still have Superstar's shares. We entrusted our backs to each other before. Kid, you won't be able to bear watching me beg for money on the streets, right? Chinhu laughed. Suddenly, his expression turned dark, and a spark akin to that of a fierce tiger shone in the depths of his eyes. He said clearly, the deal with the White Spirit hasn't ended yet. Practically all of Frenzied Saber died, and I have to take revenge for my friends. Unfortunately, I don't know who the mastermind is yet. I've also lost all my power, but I can use other methods to help a little. I can't do much else, so I want to do my best to make the Broken Star Club grow. If I can gather people from everywhere and obtain clues from all over the city, I might be able to truly figure out something. Meng Zhao's expression changed. He did not expect that this was Chinhu's goal. His mind raced, but he did not suspect Chinhu's motive in the slightest. In his previous life, Chinhu had also managed to survive alone and then stepped on the path of revenge against the White Spirit. He never turned back or wavered. It did not matter how many flaws Chinhu had, at the very least, he was a real man. However, there were certain differences between Meng Zhao and Chinhu when it came to operating the Broken Star Club. He shook his head and said, Mr. Hu, if you and I work together with Big Sisya, we'll definitely have the chance to catch the mastermind who created the White Spirit, but when it comes to the Broken Star Club, I don't intend to earn even a single cent from it. Chinhu was shocked. What? The Broken Star Club should be a non-profit organization. Its goal is to obtain the friendship and trust from hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans. If you want to make it big and strong, you can't mix in any thoughts of gaining any sort of profit from it. There's nothing wrong with what you said about using the members to do ground marketing, direct selling, and group purchasing. But we have to return all the profit to the members and the normal citizens who trusted the members. Aside from the fees required to maintain the operations of the organization, we can't earn any money from the Broken Star Club. Chinhu scratched his head. Then, what should I be aiming for after doing so much hard work and making such a huge deal about this entire thing? Do you really want me to contribute to the citizens? What's so bad about contributing to society? Meng Zhao smiled faintly. The light in his eyes was incredibly bright. Mr. Hu, place your sights even further. If we really manage to win over the trust and friendship of hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans, then rely on their connections and resources to conduct business beyond the Broken Star Club, we'll definitely be able to earn money. Money isn't the most important thing in Dragon City in the other world. You've already made a good start, so you should not kill the goose that lays golden eggs for a quick profit. The Broken Star Club can't be used to earn money. Instead, it should be used to win something that's even more important. What is it? Chinhu asked in shock. The future. Meng Zhao said firmly and slapped Chinhu's shoulder. He strode outside. Come, let's have a good talk with the other directors. I have a piece of good news for all of you. Chinhu thought about it and quickly walked after him. What good news is it? What does the Broken Star Club lack right now? Meng Zhao asked. Chinhu thought about it. We've paid half a year's worth of rent for the warehouse, and we don't really need to pay much for the renovations. But we're facing a severe lack of the ultimate-style cultivation cabins. The club members come mainly for cultivation, but those cabins are expensive and difficult to buy. I'd like to contribute in that area, but I don't have that much money. Don't worry. You don't need to contribute. Meng Zhao grinned. It's all thanks to your hard work that the Broken Star Club has entered the sights of the best in Dragon City. A mysterious elite has donated 1 million supernatural coins and 100 cultivation cabins to us. From that day onwards, Meng Zhao felt as if he had returned to the most crucial period of time for Project 1024. He started living a life where he wanted to split 1 second into two. First came the training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Yi Shaxing was really efficient. He found a few instructors for him right away. They were specialists from Agricultural University and also ace lecturers from the University of Technology, University of Science, Medical University, and the Military School. The alliance of the 5 universities always helped each other to make up for what the others lacked, so elite students going to other universities for an exchange was a common occurrence. Everyone was in Nine Sands University City, and superhumans could move pretty quickly as well as jump far, so Meng Zhao did not waste a lot of time traveling. The instructors taught him all sorts of things. He learned detailed dissection of super beast brains, how he should create mental walls with spirit energy magnetic fields to fend against mind control from abnormal beasts, how to use a large number of advanced runic symbol machines and weapons the likes of which Meng Zhao had never heard of before, and how he should set up or disassemble biochemical bombs that were made using monster organs as raw materials. Of course, he also learned how to identify signs, track targets, perform anti-tracking, reconnaissance and anti-reconnaissance, use sociopsychology, histology, and other things. Based on what Lucia told him, these subjects should have been taught slowly over the course of 2 years. He was supposed to learn from his instructors bit by bit. But Meng Zhao was not an official investigator of the Abnormal Beast Research Department. It would be enough if he learned the general concepts. Regardless of whether it was Captain Yi Shaxing of Group 9 or the instructors, they did not have high hopes for Meng Zhao. After all, the special training period was short, and he had to focus on many things. The end result, however, was something that Meng Zhao did not know how he should explain to the instructors, Yi Shaxing, and Lucia. Perhaps it was because he was exposed to those things during the day, he started dreaming of them at night. In the special training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, his brain was forcefully injected with a large amount of information in the classes, and once he returned to the ultimate-style cultivation cabin and entered deep meditation, he had really clear and long dreams. In his dreams, he saw another training ground. He was receiving special training from the Ghost Tribe in his previous life. The training courses were on how he should poison, kidnap, assassinate, detonate bombs, spread lies, shift blame, take advantage of chaos, steal during chaos, and other things. The training he received when he was awake taught him to be the sturdiest shield that would defend the unity, stability, and peace of Dragon City and human civilization, as well as find the evil forces lurking in the dark. But in his dream, the training he received showed him how to become the sharpest spear that would do everything to throw chaos into the unity, stability, and peace of the civilizations of the otherworld and become the evil force that lurks in the dark. Just what did I do in my previous life? As he delved deeper into the training courses during the day, the memories in his dreams became clearer. Meng Zhao discovered that practically every day after he woke up, he would remember a brand new skill that was absolutely despicable and ruthless. When he looked at the murderous skills listed by kindling, his skin crawled and he broke out in cold sweat. Looks like there's a reason behind why I was able to drag out my existence until the apocalypse fell upon Dragon City despite being just a third-class fighter when many peerless fighters had died. I was old and had serious internal injuries. No matter how much I trained, I couldn't improve any further. That's why I could only learn how to poison, assassinate, set up traps, and lurk in the dark to snipe my targets. That was the only way I could remain alive. But Dragon City was in a really bad state in my previous life. We were a human civilization, but for the sake of survival, we used these despicable methods. But so what if they're despicable? The point is, even after we used all of them, we still couldn't escape the disaster. This is just. It would have been better if we had caused a huge ruckus and stirred up a storm. Meng Zhao felt that the sacrifice had not been worth it. He and Dragon City had lost too much with nothing to show for it. His resolution to change the future became firmer at that moment. Fortunately, with the memories of his previous life and contribution points, he could digest and absorb the special training courses from the Abnormal Beast Research Department. After he received the training from the Ghost Tribe in his nightmares and returned to reality for the training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, he felt like veteran bandit who had performed all sorts of heinous crimes being asked to catch a thief or an assassin who had killed many targets being asked to be a bodyguard. He could not say that he could handle the tasks with ease, but at the very least, there were similarities in the courses. Besides, he could usually think from an angle that no one expected and give answers that stunned his instructors. Honestly, as he awakened to the memories of his previous life, Meng Zhao came to look down on the training course from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, but only a little. In the last half a century, the main threats Dragon City faced were zombies and monsters. They did not need to use deception techniques when they faced these evil creatures. The Abnormal Beast Research Department had just been formed, and while the members were elites from various fields and law enforcement organizations, none of them had yet figured out an effective solution to facing intelligent monsters or organized abnormal humans and abnormal beasts. They were things that they had never faced before. Most of the training courses from the Abnormal Beast Research Department were copied straight from the Adjudicator Court. The problem lay in the fact that the enemies the Adjudicator Court had to deal with were evil superhumans who committed crimes. Committing crimes and throwing Dragon City into chaos were two different things. Since they just copied the training courses blindly, Meng Zhao found them a little unprofessional, since he had experience from the future. There were plenty of times when Meng Zhao could not help but think, if I use the skills from the Ghost Tribe to attack the defenses of the Abnormal Beast Research Department, I think I'd have a good chance of succeeding. Chapter 342, Speedy development. Of course, Meng Zhao just entertained the thoughts in his head. He was sure that in his previous life, Dragon City had suffered a major loss against the abnormal beast organization, and the Ghost tribe learned many of its tricks from it. If he used them during his training and shocked everyone, it would be too flashy. He might end up catching the attention of the abnormal beast organization. He had contact with the White Spirit case and Gao Yi's case. If there was really a huge abnormal beast organization with plans behind these two cases, his name might already be on their blacklist. Before he reached Heaven Realm, he should keep a low profile. Hence, Meng Zhao only made sarcastic quips in his mind while he obediently received guidance from the instructors during classes. He only occasionally revealed some outstanding ideas, but it was enough to shock his instructors. Lucia had an even greater understanding of Meng Zhao's progress. After the course to teach him the skills to perform fine dissection of an abnormal beast's brain, Lucia became an instructor for a period of time to teach him about the structure of the abnormal beast research department, their operation and fighting methods. She had heard that Spirit Creation Creatures intended to split up its core asset package and work with Superstar, so she was very interested in this and wanted to have a share in it. Spirit Creation Creatures was still being monitored and investigated, so it was a rather sensitive business acquisition, and the government required someone from the Abnormal Beast Research Department to join the process. Hence, she began traveling to Nine Sands University City and spent a lot of time with Meng Zhao. He was naturally not as cautious with her as with the other instructors. Besides, Lucia was a spirit sensor, so when she was in close contact with someone, she could read them in a way that others could not. For example, she noticed the faint killing intent that spread out from Meng Zhao when he was in a dark mood. She had a much clearer idea of how fast Meng Zhao was improving compared to the other instructors, and she also noticed terrifying skills that he sometimes unintentionally revealed. "I didn't expect this. Compared to stopping the enemy from creating destruction, you seem to be more skilled in creating destruction. In fact, you seem to prefer that. With how you're acting, you're basically born to be a thief, assassin, spy, or terrorist. The Abnormal Beast Research Department is wasting your talents," Lucia had once told him. Meng Zhao could only smile wanly at that. But when he thought about it, once he joined the Ghost tribe in his previous life, didn't he do the things that thieves, assassins, spies, and terrorists did? Those were not talents. He just did those things to survive. Dragon City suffered a really tragic fate in my previous life. Meng Zhao could not help but sigh. Even a good man who is kind, passionate, optimistic, and filled with justice such as me was forced to walk down a ruthless and despicable path. How much more did the other citizens suffer, if that's the case? How could Dragon City not be destroyed if it ended up in that state? Fortunately, Lucia just mentioned those things without thinking much about them. After she said them, she even asked him how to kill, lurk in the dark, assassinate targets, and cause destruction. She was full of interest. They sparred and often switched roles between being the one causing destruction and the one protecting. They performed offensive and defensive drills. Lucia was several cultivation realms higher than Meng Zhao, but he had experience and skills that surpassed the current era. In the end, one person was better on one day, but the next ended up a loser. As time passed, both of them learned a lot from each other and neither could differentiate just who was the instructor and who was more skilled and favored destruction more. Aside from training, Meng Zhao spent the rest of his time in the Broken Star Club. He told blade dancer Gu Jianbo about his plans to grow the Broken Star Club, and Gu Jianbo's eyes sparkled at the mention of it. He agreed to it and showed great support. Gu Jianbo was not a martial arts maniac who only knew how to shut himself up to research martial arts. When Meng Zhao first met him, he was a fatty who had a dandy appearance. In Meng Zhao's previous life, he had persevered alone, even if he suffered a lot of setbacks during his experiments. He was able to get sponsors, and in the end, he managed to create the ultimate style. This showed that he was someone who knew how to handle people, had a lot of connections, and his promises to get sponsors were top-notch. Ma Hong, the course rep of the martial arts refresher course, had also shared that before Meng Zhao arrived, Gu Jianbo often went to mingle among the rich and powerful to get funds for his research. He was really skilled in riding the coattails of rich women. They were all connections that the Broken Star Club could use. Meng Zhao's suggestion delighted Gu Jianbo because the ultimate style could not spread in the way he wanted. It was true that through the Northern Offense, Agricultural University's martial arts course increased its support for the ultimate style, and right now, the ultimate style was something the entire city knew. Compared to the same month last year, It was as if they were living in different worlds. But the fact that everyone knew it and was interested in trying it out did not mean that all superhumans were willing to throw money into it and use it as the main cultivation model. The overkill style, machine armor style, gunfighting style, beast soul style, and all other martial arts had been developed for at least 20 years before they gained a solid foundation and a huge number of practitioners. Their interest groups were deeply entangled with each other. Even if everything was ignored and the focus was put on the martial arts training courses in society, there were so many of them trying to earn a living that they were as numerous as the stars in the sky. Once the ultimate style rose to fame, it meant that they were going to steal their money and cut off their means of living. There was no way those people would not resist that. This did not mean that the ultimate style was afraid of those martial arts, however. Gu Jianpo was really good at mingling with people, and he knew the logic behind wealth only coming to the people who were amiable. The ultimate style had just been born, and it was not his style to form enemies right off the bat. Meng Zhao's suggestion suited his tastes. Broken Star superhumans had been an overlooked ocean for a long period of time. They had cleared around 5 main meridians, and it was hard for them to practice traditional martial arts. But the ultimate style was practically made for them. It was a great idea to first enter the market of hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans. With the Broken Star Club as a solid shield for the ultimate style, they would have a much better chance to snatch the pie from the overkill style, gunfighting style, machine armor style, and beast soul style. Hence, Gu Jianbo, who was the supervisor in name of the Broken Star Club, decided to show respect to his true disciple. He made use of all his connections and glib tongue to go and attract sponsors for the Broken Star Club, just like what he did when he went to get sponsors for the ultimate style. Ever since Gu Jianbo became a 5-star superhuman, his fame rose in Dragon City. The bosses and rich women from various fields who had once invested in the ultimate style also saw that Gu Jianbo had fulfilled his promise and delivered results. They were about to get back the money they invested and also earn big. So, there was no way they would be stingy and not invest further into the project. Naturally, Meng Zhao could not hide this from his tutor's wife, Griffin Li Yingzi. To his surprise, despite being a beast soul style elite, she encouraged the development of the Broken Star Club and gathered a lot of resources for them through different channels. Li Yingzi had her own reasons for it. The Dean of Agricultural University's Martial Arts and Life Science Department, Black Tortoise Zhang Yue, had been in his position for decades and should retire in a few years' time. Then, he would venture deep into the Supernatural Tower for isolated training. There were 2 ace lecturers with great support under Dean Zhuang, cold-blooded Jiang Ming and Griffin Li Yingzi. Jiang Ming was a powerful fighter of the previous generation. He had sacrificed decades of his youth for Agricultural University's martial arts course. His connections, experience, and fighting strength were flawless, and Li Yingzi originally did not want to challenge his position. But thanks to Meng Zhao, she had obtained a lot of spirit energy in the northern front lines and managed to reach Spirit Armor Realm. Now, both of them were at the peak of Heaven Realm. Li Yingzi's Beast Soul Fusion was the most advanced and top-tier technology of Beast Soul style. Her husband, Gu Jianbo, was also an ace lecturer in the martial arts course and had risen to fame recently with his research. Li Yingzi was eager to make progress, so there was no way she would not be ambitious. However, she did not intend to challenge cold-blooded Jiang Ming head-on. He had been in the martial arts course for years and was also her lecturer when she was studying. If she challenged him head-on, no matter what, she would not be able to win. She might even end up damaging the harmony in Agricultural University's martial arts course. She needed to think of another way to go about it, and she cast her sights on the course that Gu Jianpo was in charge of, the Martial Arts Refresher Course. Originally, Agricultural University's Martial Arts Refresher Course only had around 100 people. It was not a full-time course either, so the students could attend the classes whenever they wanted. But once the ultimate style rose to power, Agricultural University's Martial Arts Refresher Course became famous. Many people said that it was the best refresher course in the whole city. Even though they could enter with money, it was not a place where they would only end up getting a cert that was absolutely meaningless. They could really learn something there. Because of it, during Meng Zhao's second semester as a freshman, the refresher course expanded to the point that it had around 300 people. But to Li Yingzi, this number was far from enough. Hence, she started suggesting things to Gu Jianbo while they lay beside each other in bed. "Jianbo, right now, your martial arts refresher course is occupying the entire old lecture building of the martial arts course. You have ready-made cultivation centers and labs, so even if you want to add other equipment or get more investments, it won't be a problem. But it's a bit of a waste if you only have 300 students. Besides, you're only teaching the ultimate style. Isn't that a bit too dull? We have plenty of amazing skills in the martial arts course. Get more students, and I'll mobilize the lecturers to transfer a group of young ones to you. Since the whole city is saying that your refresher course is the best in the city, you should work hard and make it true. Gu Jianbo was a little uncertain. Will it work, though? The refresher course students are responsible for their own profits and losses. As long as they don't cause trouble, it'll only be good for us if we get more funds for the martial arts course. There's nothing wrong with that. I'll go and talk to Dean Zong. The old man has always supported the ultimate style. When we talk to each other, he's very happy when the conversation shifts to the progress of you and Meng Zhao. If you can really turn the refresher course into something we can be proud of, it'll be a good thing for us too. As for the source of students, we'll definitely not have a problem with it. Meng Zhao's Broken Star Club has been growing really lively lately, hasn't it? I have one more thought. Dean Zong might retire in 2 years. He'll look at 2 factors to appoint the person who will succeed him. First, the one who has a higher cultivation realm and will be the first to reach deity realm. Second, connections, resources, research results, and the ability to create benefits for the course. I'm somewhat confident that my research results are satisfactory with Beast Soul Fusion. But if we can really turn Agricultural University's martial arts refresher course into the model for all refresher courses in the city within 2 years, my chances will be even better. If I see that I can't win against Mr. Zhang, I'll take a step back, but at the very least, we'll still have the refresher course in our hands. Chapter 343, Make a Friend. Gu Jianbo was a little tempted by his wife's words. He had spent 10 years of his life on his research. His best friend had sacrificed his life for it, while he had given up on his youth. Now that he had finally developed the ultimate style, it was only natural that he wanted to set up his own school and let the ultimate style shine in glory. And if he wanted to set up his own school, the most important thing was to have a lot of people. If the hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans in the city learned the ultimate style, Zhuang Yi's soul would definitely be happy in heaven. However, it would definitely not be easy to execute this matter swiftly in the system of Agricultural University's martial arts course. After all, they were talking about expanding the refresher course within a year and a half from hundreds of people to thousands of people, maybe even tens of thousands of people. This would require various things like teaching resources, equipment, and location. But they could do it outside the system of Agricultural University's martial arts course if they acted in the name of the Broken Star Club. And it would also make it much more suitable for them to give full support. As they continued talking, their topic of conversation moved to Meng Zhao. Even now, both of them still found all that happened unbelievable. Meng Zhao was basically a blessing from heaven. Ever since he came to Agricultural University, the Ultimate Styles research and Gu Jianbo's relationship with his wife improved by leaps and bounds. He had achieved substantial breakthroughs in both areas. It had just half a year, he had obtained unexpected results with the Ultimate Style, got back together with Li Yingzi, and the Broken Star Club was starting to show signs of a great club. Now, Meng Zhao's declaration of challenging Dragon City University's martial arts course no longer sounded like conceited words. Who knew where in life Meng Zhao would be in 5 years' time? You've earned a good deal by taking in this true disciple, Li Yingzi commented. Of course. Your husband has a good eye for talented people, you know? Gu Jianbo smiled so widely that his eyes turned into slits. He completely erased the fact that he had hidden his identity from Meng Zhao in the beginning. Since his true disciple was so capable, Gu Jianbo naturally had to give him full support. Agricultural University was known as Monster University. Its comprehensive power was second only to that of Dragon City University. The martial arts course was also a powerful course, so when Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi decided to use their resources, the results were rather shocking. With the two of them protecting Meng Zhao along the way and helping him in all aspects, the day the Broken Star Club's headquarters held its inauguration ceremony, many powerful fighters whose names shook Dragon City came to attend the ceremony. The media also showed up. Thousands of Broken Star superhumans also came to pay tribute, so the atmosphere was really lively. Gu Jianbo's status rose from supervisor in name to leader in name. He was the one who personally cut the ribbon. Dean Zong Yue of Agricultural University's martial arts course might not have attended personally, but the Black Tortoise had decided to carve the words Broken Star Club in bold strokes on a signboard. He also asked Gu Jianbo to hand them to Meng Zhao to encourage him and all Broken Star superhumans to work harder so that they can walk further on their road as superhumans. Then, they could contribute more to Dragon City. Black Tortoise Zhong Yue was a deity realm fighter. The 3 words he wrote were carved into a signboard made of high-grade crystal. When it was hung at the entrance of the headquarters, the place immediately looked really high-class. With Gu Jianbo, Li Yingzi, Qin Hu, Yan Hengbo, Lucia, and the others gathering sponsors all over the place and the mysterious person behind the Abnormal Beast Research Department donating 1 million supernatural coins and 100 cultivation cabins, the Broken Star Club did not lack money for the time being. To a certain degree, Meng Zhao was a person who got by with whatever he had at that moment. Even if he saved up millions, when the apocalypse arrived, all of them would end up gone. It was better to change all that money into resources and turn those resources into fighting power so that even if the apocalypse arrived, they could fight it. Hence, he threw in the money he earned through blood, sweat, and tears into the buffet in the Broken Star Club. He bought the freshest and best monster raw materials. As the young heir of Superstar, he was close to the raw materials of monsters, and he could get them whenever he wanted. It was much easier for him to get nutritious and spirit energy-filled monster meat compared to other people. The mysterious person who donated the 100 cultivation cabins did not cover the purchasing cost, which was the cost for every single time they used the cultivation cabins and the cost they needed to put in gene medicine and nutritional fluid into the cabins. Meng Zhao fulfilled his promise in this regard. Aside from taking the cost needed for the materials, he did not take an extra cent from the Broken Star superhumans. The Broken Star Club also prepared really comfortable recovery centers and medical centers for the large number of Broken Star superhumans. Meng Zhao also often used his connections to invite blade dancer Gu Jianbo, Griffin Li Yingzi, other lecturers from Agricultural University's martial arts course, and some of the really famous fighters in the society to organize lectures and on-the-spot practice sessions in Broken Star Club. All of that, of course, was free. As for food, cultivation, recovery, business gatherings, team-building exercises, and other services, the members only needed to pay a fee that was never more than 30% of what other clubs of similar standards asked. Meng Zhao really only charged the prime cost, and he even paid for the electricity and spirit energy-filled pipes on his own. Earning money is secondary. Our main goal is to make friends here, Meng Zhao said to the Broken Star Club members. Those were his sincere thoughts. Broken Star Club was not made to earn money, but it had a few rules the members had to obey. First, the club members had to pay a membership fee. It was not much, but it would ensure their rights to enjoy the services in the club. They needed to pay from $10 to $100 a month. Once they ate 2 buffet meals at prime cost or enjoyed 2 hours of the newest ultimate-style cultivation cabin at prime cost, they were able to earn their money back. It's not that we lack that bit of money, but if we take membership fees, the Broken Star superhumans will understand that they're part of the Broken Star Club. This is a way for us to increase our unity and acknowledgement of the place, Meng Zhao told Qin Hu. This was something he had learned from the training courses in Ghost Tribe. He had also learned how to make uniforms and all sorts of commemorative medals to increase an individual's acknowledgement of an organization and their sense of glory toward it. He could even use it to increase their bravery in a fight. Of course, to the current Broken Star Club, uniforms would have been too much. Instead, Meng Zhao asked Qin Hu to print a batch of culture shirts. They came in 2 styles. One of them had the words Broken Star Club written in bold strokes in the front, which would definitely attract attention, but it was not suitable for people to go out wearing them. The other one was then made from the best fabric. At first glance, it seemed like it had nothing to do with the Broken Star Club, but there was a small Broken Star Club emblem at the chest area. Those who did not know about the club would not be able to tell, but those who could would all be members of the same club. The 2 culture shirts alone were already worth the membership fees. Next, Meng Zhao showed all the members the daily expenses of the club, the donations they received, and the cost of all the various expenses. Many of the members had taken advantage of the club services, and now, they felt embarrassed. You don't have to be shy about using the facilities. Broken Star Club is a public welfare organization, but it's not a charity organization. If we want to maintain our current services, we will need all of you to work together with us. Meng Zhao told the people that the membership fees and cost to use the facilities in Broken Star Club would definitely not increase, but to maintain operations which help Broken Star superhumans cultivate, they would need to work together with various forces of power, businesses, and powerful organizations. Broken Star Club would meticulously choose a batch of products that were related to cultivation and provide them to the members at prime cost. The club did not mind if the members did not want to buy them, but they hoped that the members would spend some time and energy to try them out and provide feedback. The feedback and data of usage could then be exchanged into real money, which could be used to maintain the operations of the club. Peerless elites were rather sensitive when it came to their own cultivation data. They would not readily reveal them to third parties. But Broken Star superhumans had a hard time even being acknowledged as one-star superhumans. At most, they were half-star superhumans. There was just no need for them to hide the data of their cultivation, nor did they have the idea to hide their cultivation data. Their money would remain in their pockets since the club did not plan to force the members to buy the products, so they decided to see what Meng Zhao would bring. He spent a lot of effort to make sure that the first group purchase in Broken Star Club would go off with a bang. As he thought about it, he decided to look for Broken Soul Saber Luo Wu's son, Luo Hai, and talk to him about using Surging Lightning to be the first item in this project. Surging Lightning, a saber personally designed by soul-breaking saber Luo Wu, had Meng Zhao as the spokesperson and Luo Hai as the person in charge of selling it. It had already been in the market for a few months. This saber might not have any sort of advanced technology that surpassed the current era, but it did not slack off in terms of materials used to create it. It was also designed based off of Meng Zhao's future 100 saber techniques, so the cost-performance ratio was second to none in the market. It could be considered as a hot-selling item of the season. Luo Hai mentioned to Meng Zhao that he was not against the idea of adding a members-only version of Surging Lightning for Broken Star Club so that they could sell something else aside from the youthful version and flagship version. But when Meng Zhao told him the purchasing price, Luo Hai was so shocked that he sucked in a sharp breath. Meng Zhao, you have shares in Surging Lightning as well. You've seen the entire production process right from the start too. The simple and crude materials we use and the way we win against other sellers through our cost-performance ratio already means that the price we sell our products is the lowest in the market. We already don't earn a lot of money from this, and you still want to give them such a discount? That's basically us losing money with each saber. We'll also face the risk of throwing the low-end market into chaos. If this price goes out, the channel vendors will spit at us, and I'll end up drowning in their spit. We can't conduct business like this. Meng Zhao said nothing. He just handed Luo Hai a set of data. Luo Hai frowned. What is this? This is the data of the project from Lab 1024 of Agricultural University's martial arts course, Meng Zhao said. You can just look at the final conclusion. I swear on my life that the data is real. Look at the upwards curve of this fighting strength increase. The research shows that the Broken Star superhumans who use the ultimate-style cultivation cabin every day for 2 hours to cultivate their branch meridians gain a lot of benefits in terms of repairing their main meridians and increasing their fighting strength. Recently, 100 volunteers showed different degrees of increase in their punching force, 100 meters dash speed, reaction speed, and even mental strength index after they practiced the ultimate style for a month. The overall strength of the one with the highest increase is 29%. And the median is 11%. Do you know what this means? Luo Hai instinctively asked, what does it mean? This means that in less than a year and a half, most of the Broken Star superhumans' fighting strength might reach the average mark of one-star superhumans, Meng Zhao said. If they become stronger, they will be able to take up missions that are even more dangerous. If they'll want to complete dangerous missions, they'll have to get more powerful equipment, and if they can really complete those missions successfully, they will be able to earn more money, get promoted, receive higher salaries, marry the people they fancy, and reach the peak of their lives. This is purchasing power. They can't just live with a single saber their whole lives, right? Once the monster war becomes more intense, normal sabers will become consumable items. Even the supreme-grade sabers might not be able to last a few intense fights. If you give up on some bit of profit from the members-only version, perhaps in a few months, these Broken Star superhumans will come back to buy a few flagship versions, because their strength had already increased by leaps and bounds. Chapter 344, Awakening the Sleeping Power. Luo Hai could not make the decision to sell the sabers at this price, so his father, soul-breaking saber Luo Wu, decided to come to Broken Star Club. When Luo Wu, a fighter at the peak of Heaven Realm, saw more than 100 cultivation cabins of the newest model in Broken Star Club's Cultivation Center, he could not help but suck in a sharp breath. He praised Meng Zhao for spending his money in a way that made the club imposing and admitted that he did not expect him to have turned the club into such a grand spectacle. Meng Zhao told him honestly that 100 of the cultivation cabins were donated by a mysterious person, and Chin, who was the one who managed the practical operations of Broken Star Club. He was only the middleman and did some really insignificant tasks. Luo Wu thought about it for a while before he agreed to the price Meng Zhao mentioned. It was very easy for them to solve the problem of throwing the low-end market into chaos. They could just use simpler packaging for the dirt-cheap members-only version of Surging Lightning. They could also order the most inconspicuous version of the sheaths for the members of the Broken Star Club, which would solve the problem. It was another matter as to whether the Broken Star members would sell the sabers to second-hand shops after they bought the products, though. Luo Wu also did something generous. He personally donated 20 of the newest models of the Cultivation cabins to the Broken Star Club. Meng Zhao, before the ultimate style was developed, the hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans in Dragon City were a sleeping force. Now, you've awakened that sleeping force. There were 8,000 of the members-only Surging Lightning produced in the first batch. With the price that was much lower than the bottom one, the assured quality, and Meng Zhao personally showcasing and teaching the future 100 saber techniques, the saber did indeed become really popular the moment it appeared in the Broken Star Club. In less than half an hour, all 8,000 sabers were sold, and Meng Zhao ordered another 15,000 sabers. Once the number of sabers ordered increased, the prime cost was naturally lower. When the cost was spread to the total cost of all the sabers, the losses were not too great once they made the calculations. However, Surging Lightning managed to gain the trust of many Broken Star superhumans, and they began promoting it, so it was a double win. Later, Meng Zhao did the same thing and organized a few more group purchases of products he meticulously chose. He was not an expert in appraising cultivation equipment and gene medicine, but he had his own ways. Meng Zhao asked Chen Hu to look for catalogs of cultivation machines and gene medicine that were more suitable for low-grade and middle-grade superhumans. He wanted to figure out the production factories so that he could awaken the memories of his previous life in the depths of his mind. He specifically went to factories that were not very famous right now, which meant that their prices were not as high and they were more inclined to negotiate group purchasing prices. Of course, those factories had a long history in Dragon City and would still be around even after 10 years or even decades. In Meng Zhao's eyes, since these factories could remain standing decades later despite all the trials and tribulations they faced, there had to be something that made them stand out above everyone else in terms of the quality of their products. Just as he expected, whenever he brought products into the Broken Star Club, they were always cheap but of high quality. It greatly boosted the speed of the members' cultivation. Besides, the group purchases also helped the production factories gain a return of their capital. Hence, the Broken Star Club ended up helping out a few factories that were supposed to be in trouble for a longer period of time to step into the limelight ahead of time. Meng Zhao thus helped contribute quite a lot to the overall increase to Dragon City's fighting strength. This was a surprise that he did not expect. Group purchasing was just a method for them to gather popularity. Meng Zhao's only hope was that once the Broken Star Club became stronger and more powerful, they could make Dragon City's tragic future a little brighter. Hence, no matter how difficult his lectures were and how tough the training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department became, he always tried his best to find time to come to the Broken Star Club and teach all the Broken Star superhumans the essence of future martial arts, strategies, and shooting techniques. He never held anything back. While mingling around the Broken Star superhumans, he got to know the various sides of Dragon City, especially the bottom level of society. In his previous life, he was also a member of the bottom level of society during the Monster War. But at that time, he was worried about his parents' safety and was full of regret for his actions. He didn't have the time to think about how all the normal citizens lived. In this life, in just a few short months, he came into contact with more than 100,000 Broken Star superhumans, and through them, he learned about a lot of lifestyles and industries he had never heard before. He also learned of the wishes of millions of nameless normal citizens and discovered the small conflicts hidden under the prosperous surface of Dragon City. We have families of more than 10 people squashed into dark and cramped shacks. Since the earth around the area is especially attractive to pest monsters, they often destroy the underground pipes, so we can't even flush the toilets. We can only use outside toilets. The area really stinks. The schools and communities are no good. There are only 2 Broken Star superhumans teaching over there. There's not even a single 1-star superhuman. The enrollment rate to schools of higher education never goes up. Youngsters who are in their 20s can find jobs. Now, all the jobs that can ensure that we have enough to pay for insurance and offer a higher salary can only be taken by superhumans. I can't get a wife. All the girls nowadays would rather be the mistresses of superhumans than marry normal people. Of course, what their decision is logical. There are plenty of monsters out there, and only superhumans can protect their wives and children. Besides, there's a lack of space in Dragon City. The per capita living area is really small. If a woman marries a normal person, they won't even have any personal space to be a couple. Why should they get married to normal men if that's the case? There are people who say that monogamy is a horrible tradition from Earth. People were similar back, so it's the same no matter who you married, but once we've transmigrated, the superhumans showed up, and they're much more powerful. Their genes are definitely much better, so of course they should spread their genes more so that their power could be passed down. That's the only way to make human civilization stronger so that we can conquer all of the other world. If normal people spread their weak genes, they're just wasting resources. It's better if they don't pass down their genes and create burdens. This was the gossip spoken by Broken Star superhumans as they chatted after a meal, and as they talked, Meng Zhao obtained much information. These things did not sound like major, national issues. But Meng Zhao felt that if a dam of 1,000 kilometers could be destroyed by an ant's nest, then these minor conflicts could build up day by day, and in the end, become important reasons behind why Dragon City failed. So he seized the chance to tell the superhumans, most of the Broken Star superhumans come from the bottom level of society, but we all stepped on the road of superhumans. We're born to be the bridges that connect superhumans and normal people. If all of Dragon City could become united and act as a strong fort that cannot be destroyed, we would be the most important glue holding it all together. Over the past few months, your cultivation realms and fighting strength have been increasing. Next, you'll definitely not be satisfied with your current statuses, income, and positions in society. I do believe that Broken Star superhumans will be very important in the future Dragon City, but our individual strength is still very weak. No matter what sort of difficulties we face, as long as we're the first to be united, we'll definitely be able to solve the problem. Meng Zhao did not know whether the Broken Star superhumans would listen to what he said. But soon, something happened that made him and quite a number of veteran elites in the superhuman circles realize that the Broken Star Club was not just a public welfare organization whose members ate together, boasted about their feats, and did group purchases. The event started from a horrible custom in Dragon City. Dragon citizens were fierce, and when they encountered conflicts, they often solved them with their fists. When competitions of interest in the business world reached their final stage, they usually ended with a fight whose winner got the deal. The result of the fight made it clear who was better and deserved it so that they could avoid further conflict. This was a horrible custom that spread around the time of the zombie crisis. During that lawless, apocalyptic era, fists and weapons were the only truth. The Survival Committee, Supernatural Tower, and Red Dragon Army were formed one after the other. Naturally, they wanted to set up the authority of law and prevent the people from fighting in private. But the normal citizens of Dragon City possessed the running speed of short-distance running champions and punching strength of boxing kings. They could all be considered martial arts elites. Superhumans were also the amalgamations of moving gunpowder warehouses and self-propelled artillery. Those with martial arts usually used violence to cause chaos. When a person had a sharp weapon in hand, it was normal for them to harbor killing intent. Superhumans were all wild and untamable people. They refused to be restricted by any disciplinary organization. The stronger they were, the more they saw themselves as one-man armies that could fight against entire cities. The Survival Committee could not use coercive measures on all superhumans either, because the peerless fighters who formed the Survival Committee and the 9 great megacorporations behind them would be the very first people who would not want to be restrained. Besides, the capital required to restrict the actions of superhumans was really high. Superhumans were also the main fighting force against monster invasions. If the government was too harsh on them, the superhumans might end up disappointed. The Survival Committee could do nothing else about it, so it could only relent. As long as no one went overboard, the citizens could solve the conflicts themselves. Only the most basic rules were set up. As long as people's lives were not threatened, superhumans could not attack normal people. As for the fights between superhumans, these were considered to be within the realms of sparring. As long as no one was killed, it was fine. It didn't matter if they had to stay a few days in medical cabins. Because of it, while normal people were safe, the Broken Star superhumans suffered. In theory, Broken Star superhumans were also superhumans, so they often had to spar with the other superhumans. But Broken Star superhumans were the weakest people in the superhuman circle and were at the bottom of the ranks. There was no way they could win against anyone. Due to this rule, they had to suffer a lot in silence. The anger they felt had long since gathered into lava, but they had no way to release it. It was the same this time. Two members of the Broken Star Club had a small construction materials company. Since the northern front lines were being developed, they were bidding for a construction deal that was not big, but not too small either. Originally, everything had been settled, but at some point, another competitor butted in. The boss of that company was an elite at the peak of Earth realm. They spoke to each other a few times, but they could not reach an accord. The boss of the competitor company glared at them and slammed his palm on the table. "Then we'll solve this in the way of superhumans. Come on. We'll bring our men out and let's spar." The reason he gave was solid too. The northern front lines were still in development and might be attacked by monsters at any moment. Without great fighting strength, how could they guarantee the delivery of the construction materials and ensure that the construction project would go smoothly? Hence, the level of their fighting power was also an important part that would decide who would get the project in the end. In the past, when Broken Star superhumans saw this, they could only see it in anger. What else were they supposed to do aside from enduring the anger? There were entire realms between Broken Star superhumans and superhumans who were at the peak of Earth realm. This time, when the two Broken Star superhumans were infuriated by this, they casually grumbled about it when they came to cultivate at the Broken Star Club, and it instantly angered a lot of Broken Star superhumans, because they were bound by the same hatred. Finally, the day of the sparring came. It was a working day, but 500 Broken Star superhumans arrived at the scene to watch the fight. Chapter 345, Cannot Be Stopped. In the end, the sparring session did not happen. When 500 Broken Star superhumans decided to watch the fight, the boss of the competitor company suddenly remembered that the horrible tradition of deciding who was right with fists was something left from the era when zombies racked their lands and order was lost. Even the people thousands of years ago on Earth knew that a country could only be strong when its people fought bravely for the country but avoided private fights. They were now in a new era. So how could they be monkeys who love fighting and abide by the law of the jungle just because they awakened to a bit of superpowers? The elite at the peak of Earth realm cordially hugged the two Broken Star superhuman bosses and said earnestly, "We're all superhumans. We should be working together to contribute more to human civilization." The Survival Committee has been formed for years, and they have always promoted the fact that normal people and superhumans should all understand the law and obey it. We're supposed to treat the law as sharp swords hanging above our heads so that we always remember that regardless of superpowers or killing moves, we're nothing in the face of law. Besides, we're all businessmen. Since we're doing business, we should prioritize harmony. Fighting is something we should avoid. We can discuss everything, like the projects, deals, and cooperation agreements. In the end, the two Broken Star superhumans defended their lawful rights, and the elite at the peak of Earth realm also managed to get a pretty good cooperation agreement. When this news returned to the headquarters of the Broken Star Club, Meng Zhao forked out his own money to treat the 500 Broken Star superhumans, who went to help out that day and wanted to fight to their heart's content, with proper food containing the richest spirit energy. Then, he ordered more than 500 commemorative shirts with unique designs. There was the logo of the Broken Star Club on the chest area and boldly written words, "Attack when you should." He then gave them to the ones who volunteered to help in the fight. This was also something he had learned from the courses in the Ghost Tribe's training camp. After a victory, the leader had to give all sorts of medals so that people would remember their achievements. This would boost the unity of an organization and make everyone's hearts gather together. It was also the method that provided the most benefits but cost the least. With the Broken Star Club status, giving commemorative medals would be going overboard, but the logic behind the commemorative shirts was the same. And things happened just as Meng Zhao expected. Once word got out, it shocked many Broken Star superhumans. Those who had wanted to help in the fight wore the commemorative shirts and swaggered about the headquarters of the club, which attracted many respectful and longing gazes. The Broken Star superhumans were suppressed too much in the past. This time, they managed to win a spar without even fighting, and it put them in high spirits. The most direct result of the incident was that the overall number of members in the Broken Star Club went straight over 100,000 very. The donations, sponsors, and investments from various parts of the society also increased day by day. The investments brought by Gu Jianbo, Li Yingzi, Luo Wu, Ning Shuo, Yan Organization, and the other leaders were not surprising. What surprised Meng Zhao was that Qin Hu had also managed to get a major donation with no conditions attached to it. When Meng Zhao saw the string of zeros in the donation, he was shocked for a full half a minute. Now that there were 100,000 members in the Broken Star Club, it could already be considered to be on the right track. The 19 people who formed the board of directors were in charge of the daily operations of the club. Chin-Hu was also the donor of the headquarters, so it was only right for him to be the chairperson of the board of directors. He was the one in charge of the real operations of the Broken Star Club. Chin-Hu was far from being Xiaolei and taking charge of a company's business, where he had to rack his brains to think of new ways to earn money. Otherwise, he would not have handed over Prosperous to his brother-in-law, which created a foul atmosphere in the workplace and left it at the verge of bankruptcy. But he had two major strengths. First, he was skilled in forming bonds with people from all places. He could drink with anyone, and after a few cups, they could hug each other and cry. The only thing missing was for them to kowtow on the ground and declare each other brothers. Perhaps that was what it meant to be someone who adhered to the code of brotherhood. Second, he was skilled at adapting to situations. He could switch between different sides and stances. He could speak in other people's way without any problem. Meng Zhao used Chin-Hu's abilities to the fullest by asking him to be in charge of the daily operations of the Broken Star Club. Besides, Chin-Hu did gain some benefits after he was baptized by both the Red Radiance Jades and Blue Origin Crystals under Raging Waves that day. Even though he had not recovered his power yet, perhaps it was because his body was now filled with spirit energy from the Blue Origin Crystals, he gained a sincere, level-headed, friendly, and trustworthy presence. It was not as if they could do anything about it. Blue Origin Crystals were known as life stones. They could change a person's vitality magnetic field and had amazing properties such as promoting the healing of wounds and increasing metabolism. Right then, Chin-Hu was like a human-shaped Blue Origin Crystal. When anyone stayed by him, they felt as if there was a spring breeze blowing against them and experienced a sense of comfort that could not be put to words. Even so, Meng Zhao could not understand how Chin-Hu managed to scam so much money. Half of his wealth was spent to build the headquarters of the Broken Star Club, and the other was in Superstar. Recently, Superstar was busy trying to take in the high-quality assets released by Spirit Creation creatures, so there was no extra money to donate to the Broken Star Club. Chin-Hu said that the money came from superhumans like him, who were in the same situation and sympathized with him because they also fell from grace after they were injured. The path of cultivation was like swimming against the current. If they did not continue moving forward, they would be taken back. Besides, the battlefield was a dangerous place. Regardless of whether it was spirit energy magnetic field interference, spirit energy deviation, monsters tearing limbs away, poison, or corrosion of organs and neural networks, all of them could send a mighty person at the peak of Earth Realm or a high and mighty Heaven Realm fighter to unfortunately down from their pedestal. They would not have a single bit of their fighting strength left and might even end up like Chin-Hu without the ability to summon a bit of their spirit energy. It had to be said that Dragon City was quite nice to the superhumans who were heavily injured during battle and whose fighting strength plummeted to the ground. They would be given money, glory, and easy jobs that could give them a stable salary to live out their retirement. They were also invited to schools regularly to give speeches and given fresh flowers, cheered upon, and hugged by students. They received all sorts of things courtesy of the government. But Chin-Hu and those superhumans who had fallen from grace did not want them. We don't want to live out our retirement like this and gradually fade away like a fart that doesn't even stink. We need strength. Even if it's not our own strength, at the very least, it's a strength that we can borrow. Meng Zhao, you understand what I mean, right? Chin-Hu told him that the injured and disabled superhumans had their own circle and gathered together regularly. All of them were in a similar situation. They did not lack money, but money alone was not enough to placate their restless souls. Besides, without strength, as time passed, they would not be able to defend their mountains of gold. It would be better for them to invest in the Broken Star Club and form good ties with the Broken Star superhumans. When they donated that money, it did not mean that they wanted the 500 Broken Star superhumans to rush over to help them the moment they fired a signal. That was too much. However, they could still overwhelm others with their numbers, and at the end of the day, that was a form of assurance. Chin-Hu shared the same thought with Lucia on this matter. Right as Chin-Hu brought the large donation, Lucia mentioned that the Broken Star Club was developing too quickly. It had just been a few months, but the headquarters, which had just been fully renovated, now seemed a little cramped. Besides, they were renting a warehouse in an industrial area. No matter what, it gave off a feeling that it was not a legit club. She asked Meng Zhao whether he was interested in looking for a proper office building in the central commercial area, and when she said that, She meant an office building with man-made spirit energy ley lines underneath and plenty of spirit energy underground. They would need to rent around 20 floors of the office building for a long period of time to upgrade the Broken Star Club. If he wanted to, she would settle all the problems related to money in the office building. What's going on? Do you have too much money and feel uneasy about it? Meng Zhao was stunned once more. Lucia smiled coldly. You're right. I currently have so much money that I'm uneasy. I sold my mining rights for the Red Radiance Jade Mine in a one-time buyout. What? Meng Zhao was puzzled. Some time ago, when Qin Hu sold off the mining rights in his hands, Lucia had laughed at him and said that he was short-sighted. The Red Radiance Jade Mine could be mined for decades, and they had yet to find how deep the mine ran and how many crystals it had. If the mine ran deep underground and had a lot of crystals with spirit energy which was not lost during the spirit energy tsunami, they would be rich. With Lucia's intelligence, how could she sell off this money-generating machine? I had no other choice. My father ran into a good chance and is hoping to jump up further in the organization. Lucia explained that regardless of whether it was the Lu family or a mega-corporation like Sky Pillar Corporation, they placed an emphasis on balance. Mr. Lu, the head of the family, was still alive, and he did not want to see any of his descendants have any sort of monopoly of power. Since Lucia discovered the Red Radiance Jade Mine, she stood out like a sore thumb among the grandchildren. If her father was also in possession of great power in Sky Pillar Corporation while she continued to be in possession of the Red Radiance Jade Mine, their branch would have too much power. To obtain the support of his siblings, her father had to use the Red Radiance Jade Mine as a bargaining chip. The price he offered was reasonable, but it placed her far away from the core of the Lu family and Sky Pillar Corporation. In other words, someone stuffed a lot of cash into my pockets and kicked me out. Lucia said. Qin Hu is right. Money is only money when you use it. If you don't use it, it's just useless paper, which is even too tough to wipe your behind. I've decided to toss all of my wealth into the Broken Star Club because I'm gambling on the fact that you and the Broken Star Club have endless potential. Someday, when the Broken Star Club really grows to the point that no one can imagine and I have the chance to seize the highest seat of power in Sky Pillar Corporation, you will definitely lead hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans to stand behind me, right? Meng Zhao thought about it and said, the Broken Star Club is just a public welfare organization that drinks tea, eats food, does group purchases, and explores the development trends of the newest martial arts. Even though we have 100,000 members, they won't listen to me. Broadcasting platforms also have millions of members on them, but they're useless. It's the same case for us. Enough with it. Everyone knows that you have been teaching the Broken Star superhumans the ultimate style, the upgraded version of the 100 saber techniques, and all sorts of strange martial arts every day to increase their fighting strength. That's the only reason why they've become confident and decided to work together to defend their interests. Many of the Broken Star superhumans treat you as their hero and idol. You're actually the spokesperson of all the Broken Star superhumans in the city, so don't go telling me that you weren't thinking about garnering their support and building up your own force of power. Lucia said. Even if it's too much of an exaggeration for you to gather hundreds of thousands of Broken Star superhumans to rally behind you, right now, with just a simple cough, you could gather 5,000 Broken Star superhumans to help you fight. In a few years. Few. No one will be able to fight against you. Tell me, why were you so certain that the ultimate style would definitely be successfully developed and could stimulate the potential of all the Broken Star superhumans in the city? How did you know that you could gather them together to form a power that cannot be stopped? Ah, forget it. You're the one with the most secrets among us. It's a waste of my breath to ask you. Just one question. When the time comes, are you going to stand behind me? Meng Zhao thought about it for a while before he said tentatively, well, if we're just going to watch, I don't mind standing behind you to cheer you on. Chapter 346, Reaching 3 Stars. No matter how much Qin Hu and Lucia invested in the club, they could not compare to the mysterious boss who had donated 1 million supernatural coins and 100 cultivation cabins. Once 500 Broken Star superhumans decided to support their two friends and became famous because of it, the donor donated another 2 million supernatural coins and 200 cabins to the club through the Abnormal Beast Research Center. When Yi Shaoxing told Meng Zhao the figures, he was absolutely flabbergasted. Is the person still unwilling to reveal his or her identity? Meng Zhao asked tentatively. Yes. But the donor is very pleased with the development of the Broken Star Club over this period of time. The donor also regards your individual potential very highly, Yi Shaoxing said. So, don't feel burdened by this. You just have to devote yourself to training and polishing the Broken Star Club. This donation is nothing to the donor. Meng Zhao could tell that the donor was definitely an incredibly thick coattail. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was an invincible coattail. This was something that could be proven by the cultivation data he or she gave Meng Zhao. When he handed the data chip to his tutor, he, Gu Jianbo, and Li Yingzi studied it meticulously for a long time, and the more they looked into it, the more they felt chills down their spines. They did not expect that there would still be so many flaws in the ultimate style and that it could be improved so much. They had thought that it was a perfect spirit energy circulation model, but in the person's eyes, it was full of flaws and had low efficiency. In other words, if they modified the ultimate style based on the cultivation method the person gave them, the circulation of spirit energy and the output efficiency would increase by at least 2 times. And the donor had also given a lot of cultivation suggestions that specifically targeted Meng Zhao. He learned a lot from it. These cultivation suggestions were not given by normal deity realm elites. Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi studied the data for a long time before they came to the conclusion. In all of Dragon City, there are fewer than 5 people who can provide such detailed and accurate modification suggestions to our cultivation system. That person's realm is at least at the same level as Black Tortoise Zhang Yue's, and his fighting experience and fighting strength might even be higher. A top-tier fighter ranked at the top 5 in Dragon City? Meng Zhao gasped in amazement. But when he thought about it carefully, he was not surprised. It had been a full year since he awakened to his memories before the National College examination. He had also revealed many future martial arts and cultivation methods, be it the Ripple Force or the 100 Saber techniques. Even though they were just basic martial arts and there was an air of inexpertness when he used them, the peerless fighters who stood at the top of Dragon City would definitely be able to tell that these cultivation methods had a value that surpassed the current era. It was only logical that they would then regard him highly and invest in him. Under Gu Jianbo and Li Yingzi's guidance, Meng Zhao began to practice the martial arts that the mysterious fighter decided to give him. Even though Yi Shaoxing had said that the donor had only given him a few casual pointers, they were difficult to practice. There were all sorts of profound and complicated formulae in the data. Meng Zhao also needed precise control over the circulation of his spirit energy in his spirit meridians and the timing and rhythm when he created his spirit energy magnetic fields. It was as if the person had told Meng Zhao to slide under a 9-headed crystalline dragon when it roared. Then, all he needed to do was to swing his saber upward, and he would be able to cut the 9-headed crystalline dragon's stomach open. It was very simple. There was a 1/10,000th possibility of it actually working out. If Meng Zhao really wanted to do it, he needed extreme precision and being 120% in control of all his muscle fibers, nerve bundles, and bones. He also needed to have strength to tear apart tigers with bare hands, along with a sharp weapon that could cut through metal as if it were mud. The mysterious donor probably knew that Meng Zhao would not be able to digest all the cultivation suggestions in a short period of time. It was a plan to train his overall strength for the next 3 or more years. But Meng Zhao did not have that much time. He seized every second to get prepared in just a few short months so that he could fight to the death with the abnormal beast organization. So, he could only cheat. He tried using his contribution points to increase his skillfulness with the improved ultimate style given by the mysterious donor. This revealed to him that the powerful person was indeed powerful. He was usually able to increase his skillfulness by 1% or 2% by dumping from 300 to 500 contribution points into normal martial arts. But there was not even the smallest splash after he tossed more than 1,000 contribution points into the techniques provided by the mysterious donor. But now, Meng Zhao did not lack contribution points. The greatest surprise brought by building the Broken Star Club was in the rapid increase of contribution points. Every time he helped a Broken Star superhuman discover his or her strength and confidence, he contributed to increasing the overall fighting strength of Dragon City and gained a corresponding amount of contribution points as a reward. There were more than 100,000 members in the Broken Star Club. Even if some of them had not received personal guidance by Meng Zhao before, practically all the members had watched his online classes. Even the gene medicine they used in their cultivation cabins was repeatedly modified in the past by Meng Zhao and Gu Jianbo as Meng Zhao endured torturous pain to test it. Even if each member only gave Meng Zhao from 3 to 5 contribution points, the points piled up and reached astronomical figures. Meng Zhao felt as if he had become rich overnight. When he spent those contribution points, he did so lavishly and generously. He used the contribution points in exchange for skillfulness, and hence, even if he missed out on most of the professional classes in his university, He could still score high marks in all of his professional courses. He learned most of the classes like that. He first memorized them without thinking them through, then used contribution points to slowly digest them. He did the same thing in the courses from the training camps of the Abnormal Beast Research Department and Ghost Tribe. In just a few months, he obtained experience that others would not be able to gain in a few years or even a decade. Meng Zhao used his remaining contribution points to improve the skillfulness of the skills taught by the mysterious donor. If he could not make a splash with 3,000 contribution points, he would spend 10,000. If 10,000 were not enough, he would spend 30,000, then 50,000, 100,000, 300,000, and 500,000. Meng Zhao remembered Qin Hu's words. Money was only money if you spent it. It was worthless paper, otherwise, and too tough to even use to wipe your bum. It was the same with contribution points. It was only if he spent them fully that he would have the strength and motivation to contribute more. Hence, before the end of term exams of the second semester, Meng Zhao smoothly but shockingly reached Spirit Gathering Realm and became a 3-star superhuman. When they were 2-star superhumans, only some of their spirit meridians had a crystallized quality, which allowed them to create stronger spirit energy magnetic fields. Once they became 3-star superhumans, they could use the spirit energy gathered by the crystal spirit meridians to repeatedly refine some of their organs, and through metabolization, they could make the new organ cells stronger. They would then also go through crystallization. The crystallized organs improved some of the body's functions and the superhumans could display stronger divine arts. They could also activate anti-gravity magnetic fields to prepare for Heaven Realm. Normally, superhumans did not refine a lot of spirit meridians while they were 2-star superhumans. Usually, only 1/3 or 1/4 of their spirit meridians would crystallize. Hence, when they became 3-star superhumans, not a lot of their organs could be nourished by spirit energy and crystallize. Most of the superhumans only refined 1 or 2 organs, such as the heart, spleen, liver, lungs, kidney, mouth, nose, eyes, ears, tongues, limbs, or others. Meng Zhao mainly cultivated his branch meridians and was baptized by the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals. He also had his contribution points, so most of his spirit meridians and organs crystallized based on how his vitality magnetic field surged about. In just 1 year, he managed to turn from a normal human to a 3-star superhuman. He had risen by 3 levels, so it was inevitable that he felt a little smug. But as he thought about it carefully, he had future cultivation methods, was baptized by the red radiance jades and blue origin crystals, was given a beast soul brand by a deity realm elite black tortoise Zhang Yue, had been taught martial arts by a peerless elite who was much stronger than Zhang Yue, and he had personally tossed an astronomical amount of contribution points to level up. Even a husky would turn into the howling celestial dog if it went through what Meng Zhao did, right? After thinking about it, Meng Zhao abandoned the thought that he was a rare genius. But only a little. He felt that he should still keep a low profile. Fortunately, his classes in the Abnormal Beast Research Department and Ghost Tribe taught him skills on how to restrain his spirit energy. He also learned how to activate his vitality magnetic field to neutralize the explosive force from his spirit energy magnetic field so that he would appear normal. Skills like walking corpse could also make all the physiological reactions of a normal person disappear without a trace. Hence, when his tutor, dean, chancellor, coursemates, broken star superhumans, family members, friends, and various members of society were shocked by his rapid increase in cultivation realm, Meng Zhao remained calm. He just said with a smile, "That's nothing. I just cultivate with the mindset that I want to contribute to Dragon City, and I got a little lucky, that's all." Meng Zhao's humility, modesty, and cordiality made everyone praise him. His coursemates, however, all said, "Meng Zhao is pretending again." The mysterious donor's martial arts were really strong, and the help it provided to the Broken Star Club far exceeded the standards of a normal donation. Meng Zhao then naturally thought about the problem that he might be taking advantage of the person. It was not easy to get 3 million supernatural coins and 300 cultivation cabins. There would definitely come a day when the person would make a series of requests to the Broken Star Club. Since he or she was one of the top 5 leaders in Dragon City, the request the donor would make would naturally not be something trivial. From a certain perspective, the donor was using the astronomical donation to bind the Broken Star Club to his or her side. Even though the normal members did not need to bear any sort of responsibility, Meng Zhao would take responsibility. He was not an ungrateful person, and under the donor's guidance, he had become a 3-star superhuman at miraculous speed. He was now close to the peak of Earth realm. Even so, he was not entirely bothered by this. The most important thing to him was to increase his strength. He had to increase his fighting strength, the power of Superstar and the Broken Star Club, and his status in the Abnormal Beast Research Department to gain the right to participate in the game that would decide Dragon City's future. As long as he could stop the apocalypse from becoming true, he would not hesitate even if he had to make a trade with the devil. Chapter 347, Growth of the Dark Witch. When Meng Zhao became a 3-star superhuman, Superstar's project of buying the core assets of spirit creation creatures was nearing its end as well. This act of them eating a dinosaur was miraculously successful. Meng Yishan, the boss in name of Superstar, was actually quite confused and worried about it all instead of being excited. "Hey cow, what's going on?" On the rare occasion that Meng Zhao came home, Meng Yishan was finally unable to hold back. "Why is spirit creation creatures contacting us so actively? Also, the bank, law firms, and accounting firms came to us on their own. Even the related departments have given us the green light as if they're trying to make sure that this cooperation goes through. I just don't feel at ease with this." He was a harvester who had worked hard for most of his life. Superstar and prosperous merge was something that he could still understand, and he was also confident that he could help his son control that company. But once spirit creation creatures was involved, Meng Yishan felt faint and had no idea what was going on anymore, since it was a company dealing with high-tech and new technology. "Little cow mentioned that we've become middlemen to launder dirty money. Is that true?" Meng Yishan asked his son tentatively. "What?" Meng Zhao scratched his head. He cast a glance at his younger sister, who was sitting in front of a TV and giggling while holding half a slice of a pink watermelon. "Why does she know about the existence of such middlemen?" "Why wouldn't I?" Beijayakao had her black and shiny eyes fixed on the exaggerated soap opera on the screen while she said casually, "Big brother, your Broken Star Club has been expanding really quickly recently. I've heard a lot of stuff at school and on the internet. You also became a 3-star superhuman within a short year. Even if many of the superhumans were showered by a spirit energy because of that spirit energy tsunami at the northern front lines and reached various degrees of breakthroughs, you're still improving the fastest. Now, people are taking the initiative to help Superstar become stronger and bigger. But there's no such thing as free lunch. It's impossible for our family to reach such heights in a short year by relying solely on our own strength. The only answer is that you found incredibly powerful support, and that person wants you to go out and do things that they would find inconvenient. You're also supposed to circulate some cash that the person has trouble circulating. That's the gist of it, right?" Meng Zhao fell silent when he heard that. The brat actually guessed right. Yi Shaxing did not hide things from him when it came to this matter. The Abnormal Beast Research Department was indeed hoping to form a close working relationship with Superstar since they needed money to investigate cases. The investigations were related to the Abnormal Beast organization, and when it came to major cases that could threaten the safety of Dragon City, they would need astronomical funds to conduct the investigations. As a law enforcement organization which was similar to the Adjudicator Court, the Abnormal Beast Research Department was able to get funds from the Survival Committee. But money was also required for Dragon City's construction, the war, and many other things. There were organizations that had no money waiting for the Survival Committee to give them money, so it was difficult for the Research Department, Adjudicator Court, and even the Red Dragon Army to get any money from the Survival Committee's pockets. Besides, half of the seats in the Survival Committee belonged to the 9 great megacorporations. If one of the cases involved the 9 great megacorporations, should they investigate the case to the end or stop before they came to an end? Hence, the Research Department naturally had the desire to deal with some of its funding on its own. Instead of letting the Survival Committee seize their throats by making every bit of funding for their investigations go through strict budget declarations and post-audits, it was better for them to use their own strength to support some of the external corporations and grow stronger themselves. Then, through these external corporations, they could get secret funds that would be completely in their own control. This was something normal. Even the Adjudicator Court did it. They had to use a lot of money to bribe people and placate the gangs and lairs. They also had to hire unique superhuman squads to handle certain problems. Such things would definitely not get through audit, but if they had not done it, they would not have been able to conduct many of their investigations. Besides, spirit creation creatures had pretty decent skills in conducting biochemical experiments and tests. The Abnormal Beast Research Department could use spirit creation creatures to look into certain clues that could not be placed in the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Meng Zhao, Spirit creation creatures must be controlled by the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Your performance over the past few months have made everyone look at you differently. We hope that Superstar can merge with spirit creation creatures, and through it, form a close working relationship with the Abnormal Beast Research Department, Yi Shaoxing said. Xie Xiaolei is a talented man. It'll be a pity if we don't use it. Don't worry. No matter what, he has a stain on his record. If he does something strange, his crime of working together with Gao Yi to create biochemical beasts illegally will be enough to make him suffer major consequences. But he's smart, so he won't go looking for trouble on his own. Meng Zhao had thought about it for a long time before he agreed to Yi Shaoxing's suggestion. I don't think this is appropriate, Meng Yishan said. Son, don't go laughing at me for not being ambitious. Last year, I hadn't even considered that Superstar could develop this much. I just thought that it'd be good if we could have around 50 of my friends working together so that we can earn a living. Later, you became stronger, and you even facilitated the merging of Superstar and Prosperous. I was naturally happy, but I also thought that this was the limit of my abilities and I should stop. I didn't expect that in just half a year, you would move from being a 1-star superhuman to a 2-star superhuman. Meanwhile, you didn't just create the Broken Star Club, you even made our business flourish. But I don't understand what you're trying to do now. I'm not worried that the right to lead the company will be taken over by someone else. In any case, the basis of Superstar is a normal harvesting team. At most, I'll just go back to my roots and bring my friends with me to harvest her once more. The money we earned this year is already enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives. We were never ambitious people to begin with, anyway. But I'm worried about you. Everyone says that you need to prioritize taking your time when it comes to the road of cultivation. The faster you become stronger, the less solid your foundation becomes. The further you go, the easier it will be for you to go through spirit energy deviation. Besides, Little Cow is right. There is no such thing as free lunch in the world. Various people are working hard to help us become bigger and stronger, so they will definitely want us to repay them by having you do something difficult and dangerous, right? Son, we don't actually have to work so hard. The company can remain at the same scale as last year, and you can remain a 1-star or 2-star superhuman. You can live a comfortable and carefree life. There are plenty of superhumans who live their lives being 1-star superhumans, so why do you have to face the risk of spirit energy deviation or even dying on the battlefield? Why do you have to reach the top? While eating his mother's fried spring rolls and listening to his father's worries, Meng Zhao sighed in his heart. His father was right. If he did not know the future, the company could just remain with 30 or 50 employees while he stayed a carefree 1-star superhuman who had no worries. At most, he would just become a 2-star superhuman to enjoy his life. A stable life with little riches brought peace. Knowing how to be content brought everlasting happiness, and that was the greatest blessing in life. Unfortunately, the apocalypse was like a burning, sharp blade that hung above his head. Even if the blade had not pierced the top of his head, its light still stung his eyes. The peace around him was just a dream. Very soon, Dragon City would go on a journey that was even grander in scale, and it would be even more terrifying. He had to grit his teeth and tear apart his flesh and bones while staking everything he had to continue climbing upward. That was the only way to survive once he reached a dangerous cliff. Only after he survived that cliff would he find a brand new path. Dad, don't worry. I have a plan, Meng Zhao said. You don't have to worry about not being able to control Superstar once it becomes too big, either. You just need 2 things to control businesses in this tumultuous era in Dragon City and the other world. First, connections. Second, power. When it comes to connections, I have the Broken Star Club at the grassroots level, and when it comes to those of a higher social rank, I have the support of Agricultural University and powerful people from various fields. When it comes to power, I've reached Spirit Gathering Realm in just 1 year, and my fighting strength is far beyond that of a 3-star superhuman. As long as I have these 2 things, Superstar will forever be in our grasp. If I lose them, I'm afraid we won't just need to be worried about something as simple as Superstar. In any case, you don't have to be worried about so many things. You just need to trust that I have the power to protect all of you. In time, he managed to set his parents' minds at ease, so he cast his attention to his little sister. Bei Jiakao had graduated from middle school. Over the past year, Meng Zhao had used every second that he had to cultivate, so he seldom went home. He could even count the number of times he saw Bei Jiakao. Girls quickly changed when they grew up. Bei Jiakao was very different compared to the girl he met when he just returned to the past. She no longer had her round face and young voice. Her baby fat had disappeared. Her oval face was beginning to change, and she was gaining a sharp chin. Her body seemed to be growing, and now, she was a lot taller than before. In terms of her body ratio, her legs might be longer than Lucia's. There was an amusement in her eyes, as if she could see through everything. It was not something a normal graduate of middle school should have. In other words, his little sister was becoming more and more like the Dark Witch. It was not just her looks. Her wit and fighting strength resembled those of the Dark Witch as well. Beijayakao had gained extraordinarily good results during her high school entrance exams and managed to get into Construction High, one of the 3 powerful high schools in Dragon City. She was even slotted into the experimental class. Menjiao asked Luo Hai about it, since he graduated from Construction High. Luo Hai told him that the experimental class was the best class in Construction High. It was similar to 9th High School's rocket class, but it was smaller. It only recruited 30 students at most each year, and the students were taught with a special syllabus. They completed all 3 years of high school education in 1 year. Then, they worked together with various famous universities to nurture the students with tertiary education. Usually, the students who could join the experimental class were either rich or from powerful families. They were at the very least people like Luo Hai, who were second-generation cultivators with parents who were at the peak of Heaven Realm. There had never been anyone like Beijayakao, whose parents were normal people with no money, that got into Construction High's experimental class with her own powers. Your father should publish a book on how to educate children so that he can tell us all how he managed to make both of you so outstanding. I can guarantee that the book will sell like hotcakes in the city and everyone will want a copy, Luo Hai said seriously. Meng Zhao scratched his head. He did not think that his parents had any secrets in teaching them. Of course, this was not entirely his doing either. Even though he had been providing Beijayakao with a lot of gene medicine and high-calorie nutritional fluid over the past year and even racked his brains for basic martial arts that would be suitable for her, the main reason behind her improvement was definitely because her night demon blood was awakening. Chapter 348, New Battle, Start. A year had passed, and Meng Zhao had already gotten rid of most of the paths that would make Beijayakao turn into the Dark Witch. Based on his parents' reaction, his little sister had also been behaving like a hard-working, normal middle school student. But her corruption did not lower in the slightest. This matter was a problem that persistently bothered Meng Zhao. He still had no clues about the X-shaped eyes he saw in his mother's notebook. Now, Beijayakao had become really observant. With just one glance, she figured out what was going on behind why Superstar was able to take in spirit creation creatures. No matter what, her intelligence far surpassed the standards of a normal middle school student. Meng Zhao did not know how he should approach the topic. He could only beat around the bush. Little cow, have you been recently having some really strange thoughts? Beijayakao was puzzled. Huh? Meng Zhao elaborated. You know, thoughts that suddenly turn very dark and evil for no reason, and you feel like taking revenge on society when you think about them. Beijayakao was even more puzzled. What are you saying? Meng Zhao elaborated even further. For example, do you have instances when you suddenly have undeniable urges that make you really bloodthirsty or make you want to step on me? I don't feel any bloodlust, and I don't want to take revenge on society, but I think about stepping on you every day. Beijayakao could not help but add, Big brother, I should be the one asking you those questions, don't you think so? I feel like you've been really weird lately. How should I put it? Sometimes, when you come home and curl up in a corner to relax, you become really thoughtful and mysterious. It's as if there's a thick, black fog surrounding you that no one can see through. His little sister was right. Meng Zhao could also sense that the greatest change brought by the training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department and large increase in his contribution points was not reflected on his body, but in his soul. The memories from his previous life had been scattered everywhere, but now, he remembered them one by one, and they were reconnected. Gradually, they formed the full picture of many major events of his previous life. At the same time he awakened the skills of his previous life, he also came to realize how he himself, his little sister, Dragon City, and his comrades had changed. The incredibly tragic future did not begin on the day the apocalypse descended on them. It was the opposite. The arrival of the apocalypse was like a release. It drew the curtains on the dark fate that Dragon City faced, and the entire show ended with a sigh. Meng Zhao finally came to realize why he could not awaken all his memories when he had just returned from the past. They were like a black poison. If he awakened to them while still in high school, even if he did not end up burning all of his brain cells in half a second, his personality would have become twisted and completely devoured by that of the Meng Jiao from the apocalypse. Then, Dragon City would end up with a killing machine that was callous, cunning, and had no human emotions. That killing machine would then be unable to change the future and crush the apocalypse. Over the past few months, his body had certainly changed a lot. He had grown half a head taller, and his shoulders became broader. Due to the stimulation from secret techniques, his muscles were not bulged up and swollen. Instead, they looked like iron rods wrapped up in rubber. They looked soft but also firm. The two qualities blended well with each other. When he just awakened to spirit energy, he faced the problem of spirit tattoos appearing randomly while his spirit energy spilled out. But now, it was no longer the case. He could absorb spirit energy into his pores and his capillaries, then deliver it to his branch meridians. Even if he tensed up his muscles and squashed all his nerves and spirit meridians until they were like springs pushed to the limit, he would still look like the average normal citizen. Due to the spirit energy tsunami at raging waves, all the new superhumans who were nourished by spirit energy at the northern front lines increased their fighting strength and cultivation realms by leaps and bounds. They became known as the Golden Generation. The students who did not know Meng Jiao found it very difficult to believe that he was the most outstanding one among them. Only a handful of people who were really close to him or were unique existences, such as his little sister with night demon blood, could sense the deepest and most authentic part of his soul. Lucia was another one. She did not just sponsor the Broken Star Club, but also threw in real cash when Superstar bought over Spirit Creation Creatures' assets to help Meng Jiao. She was also his instructor in 1/3 of his classes, so they spent a lot of time together. As a spirit sensor, she could naturally sense the sinister aura that came from him after he awakened to the malicious skills and memories from his training in Ghost Tribe and his life in that incredibly tragic future. "Do you know it?" she had asked him one day. "Know what?" Meng Jiao threw the question right back at her. "You're very dangerous," Lucia said while staring at him. "I can smell an incredibly dangerous presence from you. If you walked behind me quietly at night, I would definitely feel chills down my spine. I'd even scream. Damn it, I'm already at Heaven Realm and even Captain Yi doesn't give me this sort of feeling, as if I can't read him and can't control him. It's just a few months of incomplete training, so how could it make you into a completely new man?" When normal superhumans join the special training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, they are polished until they turn into jades. But you don't need to be polished at all. This training is just giving a light tap against your disguise and making it crack. We're peeling off the outer layer and making you reveal your true colors. Meng Jiao had nothing to say to that. He could only scratch his head and smile like an idiot. "Looks like you know." Lucia sighed. "Promise me one thing. Don't put on such an honest and innocent look while in front of me anymore, alright? You have no idea how you look with that expression. I feel like looking at an apocalyptic beast that still has meat stuck between its teeth while wearing a harmless and stupid grin. It doesn't do anything to help ease the awkward atmosphere, but makes it even more terrifying, you know?" In any case, his training, the expansion of the Broken Star Club, the purchasing of Spirit Creation Creatures' assets for Superstar's use, the training from the Abnormal Beast Research Department, and the awakening of his past memories took up all his time. Even if he was busy for 3 days and nights, he might not find the time to sleep for even 2 hours. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, the summer holiday passed by like lightning. When the training came to an end and they completed buying Spirit Creation Creatures' assets, they began renovations for the new headquarters of the Broken Star Club. At that moment, Meng Jiao could finally stop and catch his breath. It was also only at that moment that he realized he was already a month into being a sophomore. He was not the only one who had been busy. Dragon City seemed to have been dragged on the expressway. Quite a number of major cases had happened one after another. First of all, once they gained full victory on the northern front lines, Dragon City managed to preserve many soldiers with great fighting experience compared to Meng Jiao's previous life, and it could throw those soldiers to the expansion of other front lines. The superhuman squads formed a golden team with the Red Dragon Army that wiped out the enemies effortlessly in the east, south, and west of the city. They took a few strategically important places in a row. Wherever humanity's soldiers went, the fog disappeared. The monsters only knew how to make noise and bare their teeth as they rushed over. Their only victory was wasting some bullets by taking them with their flesh. Compared to the minerals and resources hidden under their feet, that bit of ammunition was nothing. Quite a number of monsters mutated or evolved just like Meng Zhao remembered they would. They awakened to more talents and abilities when they were about to die, which created some trouble for humans. But Meng Zhao had already spread the ultimate style, Future 100 Saber techniques, the future versions of the 3 Great Force execution methods, and other future martial arts that specifically targeted the mutated monsters through the Broken Star Club, Yan Organization, and other organizations. The superhumans who had been baptized by the spirit energy in raging waves were also more powerful compared to those in Meng Zhao's previous life. Even though there were still bloody battles that ended up with corpses strewn all over the place when humans fought against mutated monsters, at the end of the day, humans were always able to gain a pretty satisfactory victory. They could then set up sturdy bridge towers and stage bases in the areas around Dragon City that were originally shrouded by fog. During the few battles where they won effortlessly, the Broken Star superhumans had good results against the monsters. The future fighting methods Meng Zhao taught them increased their killing efficiency by quite a lot. This meant that the status of many Broken Star superhumans increased in their squads, forces of power, and companies. The number of Broken Star superhumans applying to join the Broken Star Club also increased day by day. There were even some low-grade superhumans who had awakened through normal methods who came to ask for information about what sort of organization the Broken Star Club was and how they could join it. When faced with humanity's fierce offense, the monsters naturally launched a counterattack. Since the abnormal beasts had outstanding intellect, they did not choose to attack humanity's steel defense lines head-on. Instead, they took the initiative to enter Dragon City when the space-time rifts opened. Starting from June, Dragon citizens could clearly sense that the monsters who entered Dragon City when the fog descended were much smarter. In the past, whenever the fog descended, the monsters were absolutely confused by what was going on. They would gather together and be attracted by the lights and smoke. Then, without any sort of order, they would attack various communities and skyscrapers. This would result in them being surrounded by the electromagnetic towers, machine gun towers, 3D intersecting flame nets, and citizens who had been waiting for them. Then, those monsters would be killed by everyone working together. Not only were they unable to cause great destruction, their flesh became raw materials used to build Dragon City and keep the human civilization running. But now, when the fog descended, even if there were still a large number of monsters who rushed forward like in the past, there were quite a number of monsters who crawled into air vents, sewage systems, various ruins, and all sorts of dark and narrow corners. When the battle state was declared off and the citizens returned to their normal life, like going to work, school, and just going about their daily lives, they would jump out from the dark corners, bite through the important underground pipes, attack citizens who were alone, destroy important infrastructures that affected people's livelihoods, and used other methods to create trouble. When humans sent their exploration and hunting teams to search for these destroyers, the monsters seldom chose to face the humans outright. Instead, they used the complicated ruins and the underground network of pipes to play hide-and-seek. But even if they were forced into a corner, they did not fight normally. They would secrete a special type of adrenaline to turn themselves into biochemical bombs, so they would deal much more damage than any claws or teeth ever could. Chapter 349, Fire and Electricity. It was hard to imagine that monsters would be willing to turn themselves into walking biochemical bombs if they did not possess higher intelligence. Meng Zhao felt that the mystery of the supernatural entities that was hidden behind the abnormal beasts had risen to the surface 2 years before what he remembered. If there really was a satellite city that had been corrupted by the otherworld to the point that it had lost its identity, it had all the time to calmly expand and infiltrate the Dragon City in his previous life due to the white spirit making the red radiance jade mine explode, which dealt a heavy blow to the city. At that time, Dragon City did not have the strength to launch new offenses on outside forces for at least 2 years. Now, due to Meng Zhao creating the butterfly effect, not only did Dragon City not lose its soldiers, the golden era had come about. The Red Dragon Army obtained the resources from the developing area in the north, and its firepower was even greater than before. Dragon City could advance boldly in all directions. Within a short half a year, it managed to expand its controlled territory by 30%. It even set up observation towers at spots that were nearly 100 kilometers away from the city, so they could monitor an incredibly large area. If the abnormal beast organization allowed Dragon City to continue winning all their battles and growing, no matter where the distorted satellite city hid, it would eventually be discovered. So, Meng Zhao believed that they had been forced to attack. Many of the major events that should have happened 2 or 3 years later might come within the next 3 or 5 months. This was good. Based on the White Spirit and Gao Yi's cases, the secret weapons, the 9 great supernatural entities, had yet to be perfected. The infiltration of Dragon City might not have reached the degree that Meng Zhao remembered, where they were everywhere, either. If they brute-forced their plan, there was a high chance they would reveal their organization, and Dragon City could destroy them in one go. The day they solved the mystery of the supernatural entities would be the day Dragon City won the monster war. When the monsters' intellect increased, which was reflected in their actions, all sorts of brand new abnormal beasts popped up. The power of the Abnormal Beast Research Department also increased, and it began to recruit people from everywhere and mobilize people from other fields. Even so, the core members were so busy that they could no longer tell night from day. Each of the high-grade investigators was usually in charge of more than 10 cases at any point in time. Otherwise, Lucia would not have had the chance to become Meng Zhao's instructor. Since they faced a severe lack of manpower and Meng Zhao usually performed rather outstandingly, his course completion test was basically just for show, and on the second day after he passed it, he was sent to the front lines, even though the task was almost entirely beyond him. He was sent to a garbage power plant near Dragon City's steel corporations in the north of the city. After Dragon City transmigrated, it could find almost no gasoline and coal underground. Aside from a handful of solar-powered power supply facilities, the thermal power plants in the city were crippled for 20 years. Then, humans gradually mastered the technology of using fire-based crystals, electricity-based crystals, and all sorts of monsters to generate electricity. Household appliances that could be seen everywhere on Earth, like TVs, computers, and lights finally returned then. However, to Dragon citizens, the most important function of electricity was not to light up TVs and computers. Instead, it was to provide power to the community defense systems. They were activated by high-voltage electricity and protected normal humans from monsters. All the communities, regardless of whether they were rich, poor, new, or old, were fortified. The moment danger rose, the roads were locked down and metal nets were connected to high-voltage electricity. They used electricity-powered drive gears to set up layers of armor outside the buildings, which covered the doors and windows. There were also offensive electromagnetic coils everywhere in the communities, along with searchlights that could blind people. All of them needed electricity to work. If the power grid was crippled, even if they were able to fortify the city somehow, their defense would be compromised, and their defense lines might be destroyed by monsters. It was precisely because the electricity-based defenses were so important that there were more than one power plant in Dragon City, which had tens of millions of people. They had built 5 power plants without caring about pollution issues. One plant could be found in the east, west, south, north, and center of the city. Many of the important units had their own crystal generators as well to ensure that the electromagnetic towers and searchlights could continue functioning when there was a power outage due to something happening to the external conducting materials. Normal and old residential areas naturally did not have such advanced technology. In the last 3 months, there had been at least 5 fogs. When the monsters attacked, the power plants encountered mysterious explosions. The power grids were crippled, and residential areas which were going through the fortification process suddenly experienced power outages, so the electrical nets that should have had high-voltage electricity coursing through them were torn to shreds by a gentle tug from the monsters. Without electricity, the defenses of the residential areas instantly fell. In the darkness, people's mental strength indices fluctuated much more, and they were much more likely to be devoured by fear. Once, 5 residential areas had suddenly experienced power outages. The monsters successfully broke down 4 of the defense lines and engaged the citizens in melee combat. The citizens disregarded their safety and fought while smiling in the face of death, and they were finally able to send the monsters away. But the citizens also paid a heavy price. There was not even a need to mention how many casualties they suffered. Most of the buildings in the residential areas were also destroyed. The reinforced bars were melted by the monsters spitting fierce flames, and the buildings began to sway. They could collapse at any moment. Some of them also turned into paradises for pests which had rushed inside to spit acid and venom in the internal structure of the buildings. Initial estimates stated that more than 10,000 residential apartments were damaged beyond repair. The problem of housing its citizens had bothered Dragon City for years. Up till then, there were still countless citizens who were forced to live in dark, cramped, and humid lairs. And those places had a high crime rate as well. There were also countless citizens whose 3 generations were squeezed into a small house of 60 square meters, which meant that there were more than 10 people living in that house. It was also normal for 2- and 3-layered bunk beds to be placed in houses with only a height of 2 or 3 meters. Yet more than 10,000 citizens had lost their homes in one night, which made the problem of living space in Dragon City even worse. If they could not solve it properly, the problem could intensify to a dangerous degree. Perhaps that was the goal. The Abnormal Beast Research Department investigated the data from the past few years. They noticed that the 5 sudden power outages were different from the previous crippling of power grids due to the overload of the defense system. The power companies in Dragon City had performed a full technical upgrade of the power grids in the last year. Even if there were more than 100 residential areas that had to go through fortification, they could support the electromagnetic towers to release their most powerful attacks. But the last 5 times the fog descended, the power plants near where monsters surged out of the space-time rifts experienced mysterious explosions. Yet those power plants were not surrounded by fog, so they should not have been targeted by any monsters. When the fog descends, some monsters must be quietly sneaking into the power plants. They patiently wait under the power plants until the next fog and launch suicidal attacks at the power plants when they have to operate at full capacity so that they can create beneficial situations for the new batch of monsters who have to destroy human apartments. This was the theory of the experts from the Abnormal Beast Research Department. Based on the past few battles, the monsters of different species seldom knew to fight together. Sacrificing themselves to create offensive chances for their comrades on different battlefields seemed to be a concept unique to humans. If the monsters were really able to do it, they had to possess near-human intelligence. And if they knew how to lurk around and ambush power plants because they were important facilities, it meant that the monsters had come to realize that the human defense system was related to electricity. They also knew that the huge steam towers could provide endless electricity to the humans. No matter how everyone thought about it, it was impossible for the simple-minded monsters to know these things. They were highly likely to be abnormal beasts who had absorbed human intelligence. The weather forecast station in the city predicted another fog. Also, based on the fluctuations of the space-time rifts, the scale of this fog would be the largest in half a year, and it would also last the longest. It was highly likely that a large number of nightmarish beasts and hell beasts would enter Dragon City. In half a year, the speed at which monsters evolved and mutated had increased. Normal monsters like the demonic halberd pigs had gone through more than 10 mutations. Even though the superhumans in Red Dragon City could rely on the ultimate style and other new fighting models that targeted the weaknesses of these mutated species to kill them in the wild until there was nothing of them left, it was a different thing to fight in the city. A lot of normal citizens lived in the city, and many of the important facilities had flammable and explosive products. And no matter how much the government fortified the citizens' apartments, it was impossible to make them as sturdy as battle fortresses. There was nothing wrong with killing monsters, but if the superhumans ended up using a killing move that could destroy the world at a residential area, they would also end up crushing the residential buildings behind the monsters, which would also reduce their residents into mincemeat. That would not be a victory. The difficulty of urban warfare was much higher. They were also engaging the enemy while in their own homes with normal humans around them, so they had to be even more careful of their movements. They might not even be able to bring out 50% of their total fighting strength. If monsters crept in to destroy the power plants during crucial moments and crippled a large number of the power grids, the consequences would be dire. This time, the fog would descend on a total of 7 areas on all sides of the city. All the Abnormal Beast Research Department could do against it was to send their elites to the 5 power plants and set up defenses. Menjiao and Lucia were sent to the garbage power plant in the north of the city. It employed the newest biotechnology. Instead of giant sandworms, it used unique microorganisms that had been modified to handle the trash. The processed trash would then go through fermentation and turn into a substance similar to chemical fertilizer. When this substance was mixed with the excretion of monsters as well as powder from fire-type or electric-type crystals like lightning stones, it became the best fuel. The energy conversion efficiency far surpassed that of any thermal power plants on Earth and could turn 65% of the heat into electricity. This was a rather advanced biotechnology, but now, it turned into a major problem. There were nearly 1,000 tons of semi-manufactured goods in the fuel fermentation warehouse. Meng Zhao did not want to know just how big the fire would be if the abnormal beasts used secret arts to ignite the semi-manufactured goods. According to his memories, however, at least 3 extremely large fires would break out in the next few years. The worst one would even swallow 1/3 of Golden Tooth Lair. Chapter 350, Flame Rats. The power plant had its own factory protection team. After a few of the strange fire accidents and explosions, the Red Dragon Army stationed squads from the special forces in the power plants. They were at North Mountain region, located in the north of the city, so the Abnormal Beast Research Department also stationed a regional-level operations team. The 3 squads immediately did more than 10 searches, but they did not find anything. Meng Zhao remained uneasy. He felt that something bad was about to happen. When it was around 10 at night, the strange fog came tumbling from the air. It released a faint blue and red light, which gradually descended on them along with the night. It was as if vortex-shaped, dark clouds had become connected together. Piercing whistles cut through the night, and the sky seemed to be torn apart by a pair of hands that could not be seen. Huge shiny eyeballs came from the 4 cardinal directions. They had tentacles trailing behind them and looked like the amalgamations of an octopus and a jellyfish as they staggered out of the rifts. Demonic hair-ripping eyes were the vanguards of the monster invasion this time. They did not have great fighting strength, but they could use piercing mind attacks and strike at humans' cerebral cortexes, which made their mental strength indices fall because of fear and confusion. During the recent fog descents, the number of demonic hair-ripping eyes had increased. It was to the point that people began to think that there was some sort of mysterious power controlling them. And the demonic hair-ripping eyes were also evolving. Not only had their tentacles become incredibly sturdy, they could also send them down from 100 meters up in the air. Those mutated tentacles were death hooks that snagged people away. A large number of new type demonic hair-ripping eyes had also appeared, and they could interfere with the internet as well as cut communication, optical fiber cables and wireless communication. The monster experts called these mutated types demonic confusion eyes. It signified that once they appeared on the battlefield, they blocked off all communications by executing full band barrage jamming. To humans who had strict organizations and were used to coordinating attacks with each other, this was naturally an incredibly problematic thing. Meng Zhao stood at the highest point of the power plant. It was a cooling tower that released steam, which made it look like an erupting volcano. He looked into the distance at the faint light shining from the demonic hair-ripping eyes and the night sky, which was now dyed all sorts of colors. It was like a nightmare around him. The short-distance dimensional portals had opened, and monsters appeared in the alleys and streets in massive waves. Even demonic halberd pigs and iron-armored rhinoceroses, which were the most common monsters, were much bigger and deformed. They didn't seem the same creatures that Meng Zhao had seen in the fog descent that happened when he had just returned to the past. Their eyes were bloodshot and they were foaming at their mouths. Their muscles were twisted from being too tense, and, driven by their killing instincts, the monsters started attacking humanity's fortified residential areas and skyscrapers. Bang, 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 bang. The anti-aircraft guns located all over the city started voicing their protest. With the guidance of tracers, fire snakes shot into the air before they gathered together to form destructive waves that swept over the hundreds of demonic hair-ripping eyes. Some of them were instantly shot full of holes. Whistles resembling those of popped balloons cut through the air while they swung their tentacles madly in the dark. This strange sight was even more terrifying than the mind attacks they released, and people's skins crawled when they saw it. More demonic hair-ripping eyes released strange force fields to change the trajectory of the bullets, so they would barely graze them. Both humans and monsters were learning how to fight. While humans developed the ultimate style and other advanced fighting models to specifically target monsters, the monsters were also evolving and growing less apprehensive of human bullets. But only normal bullets used for long-distance attacks. Whoosh! 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 Fortunately, humans still had rocket launchers. Some of the soldiers with heat-tracing shoulder-fired rocket launchers had been lurking on the buildings. They had long since locked down on their targets, and when the demonic hair-ripping eyes descended to less than 100 meters away from the ground, the soldiers calmly pulled the trigger. To avoid the mind attacks from the demonic hair-ripping eyes, at the moment they pulled the trigger, the soldiers shut their eyes. The rocket launchers had heat-tracing technology, so they could still accurately find their target. This time, the interference force fields were not very effective and the demonic hair-ripping eyes were reduced to brilliant fireworks. Under the illumination, more spaces were torn, and more demonic hair-ripping eyes crawled out. For a period of time, more than 100 residential areas and hundreds of tall buildings in the city were attacked simultaneously. The metal nets were connected to high-voltage electricity. They released loud crackles and incredibly dazzling sparks. The searchlights illuminated the battlefields in the residential areas, which turned night into day over there. The monsters with mimicry and invisibility talents could not hide anywhere. The electromagnetic towers released bright electrical arcs. They were like sharp and unblockable blades that cut open the aggressive monsters and burnt them to a crisp. The sturdy fortresses were supported by a lot of electricity. The 5 main power plants in Dragon City were operating over their maximum capacity. After an hour of intense fighting, the garbage power plant to the north of the city still showed no signs of abnormal activity. Aside from 2 units temporarily going out of service because they had been operating over their maximum capacity for too long, there were no hints of man-made fires or explosions. Could it be that no monsters are lurking here? Lucia asked Meng Zhao through the communication channel. I don't know. Meng Zhao shook his head. His eyes were still fixed on the night sky. He did not even blink as he mumbled, the weather forecast station said that the fog is going to last for a really long time. The fight might go from midnight until dawn. If I were a monster that is outstanding intelligence, I wouldn't choose to attack now. Before dawn, the power plant will have been operating at more than maximum capacity for an entire night. The humans would be mentally exhausted as well, so their defenses would be at their weakest. Wouldn't that be the best time for me to attack? Meng Zhao sat down cross-legged on the chimney and entered a deep meditative state. Now that he had become a 3-star superhuman and awakened to many of his previous memories, he could face Dragon City with absolute calmness even if it was burning with the flames of war. It didn't matter that the demonic air-ripping eyes let out piercing shrieks and shocking waves of mind attacks. They did not bother him in the slightest. In fact, he consciously expanded his vitality magnetic field to sense the vitality magnetic fields of the monsters in an attempt to find the secret behind how they could coordinate their attacks with more than 100 species being present. Time trickled by, but the monster's offense did not weaken in the slightest. Even the steel corporations near the garbage power plant began to feel the pressure. The Red Dragon Army Special Forces stationed here and some of the factory protection squads suddenly gathered together and rushed out of the garbage power plant. Meng Zhao opened his eyes and asked Lucia through the communication channel, "What's going on? Where are they going?" The steel corporations were ambushed by a large number of monsters. There are dozens of nightmarish beasts and a few hell beasts mixed among them. The protection squads of those steel factories are not going to be able to fend them off any longer, so they're rushing over to provide reinforcements, Lucia cried out. I know what you're worried about, but if we lose the defense line of the steel corporations, the monsters will seize the momentum to push to this place and the power plant will end up in flames. Where's Captain Yi? Meng Zhao was taken aback for a moment. There should be even more elites from the Abnormal Beast Research Department here, right? There was news half a minute ago saying that mysterious explosions happened simultaneously at the power plants at the center and south of the city. It seems like there are abnormal beasts over there, Lucia said. Captain Yi led Group 9 over there to put out the fire. Meng Zhao spat at the ground before he suddenly calmed down. His nostrils flared, and he sucked in a deep breath. Did you smell something? It's like some sort of greasy and flammable substance. Yes, Lucia said. And there's a lot of it. They're crawling up the pipes from deep underground. It was rats. Just when part of the defensive force tasked to protect the power plant was mobilized to stabilize the defense line of the steel corporations, thousands of rats suddenly crawled out from under the power plant. The rats were unlike any of rat-type monster Meng Zhao had seen before. They were greasy, plump, had thin and short limbs, and moved really clumsily. Forget about Menkaho, as long as a Red Dragon Army sharpshooter who was well-trained was around, they would be able to hit them easily. But when shot by bullets, they did not die instantly. Instead, the inflammable substance that filled their bellies would rise up in flames because of coming into contact with air. The fire would burn the rats alive, which put them in extreme pain. The originally slow rats would then become much faster. They would run around like crazy and set everything around them on fire. For a period of time, gunshots rang and hundreds of fireballs screeched and ran about in the power plant. The situation became incredibly chaotic. Fortunately, the Abnormal Beast Research Department had already predicted the risk of a fire and explosion, so they contacted the fire department and appointed an elite firefighting squad to come in advance. Among them were a few experts who were skilled in controlling the transfer of heat. A number of the superhuman engineers of the power plant were also skilled in creating spirit energy magnetic fields that could turn chemicals into electricity, then turn electricity into heat. Thud. More than 10 fire trucks spread out in a row and fired a water pillar that looked like an aquatic dragon at the spot with the most flame rats. It blasted more than 100 burning creatures away. The engineers of the power plant started mumbling. Spirit tattoos spread from their foreheads to their fingertips, and they started moving their fingers rapidly. They created spirit energy magnetic fields that were both ingenious and exquisite. They turned the water droplets that came from the fire trucks into crystalline ice. The ground was instantly frozen. A number of the flame rats' limbs froze to the ground, and even if the fat on their bodies was still burning madly, they could not take even a step forward. Gradually, the ice turned into ice spikes, and they gathered together to form ice walls. They surrounded the area in a small ice cage and trapped most of the flame rats inside. The flame rats struggled madly to climb out of the ice cage, but even if they were lucky, most of the flames on their bodies were already extinguished. They were also badly battered and were on their last breath, so they no longer had the strength to continue attacking the vital spots of the power plant. Besides, Lucia was still levitating in mid-air while holding the fort. After half a year of sparring with Meng Zhao, she had turned from a support-class superhuman to a fighting-class superhuman. She had already mastered her spike art. When she saw any rats that they missed, she snapped her fingers lightly, and a small row of spikes shot out silently to pin that flame rat to the ground.